Chapter 300. Go for it, Xia Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu stared wide-eyed at Lou Jiarong in front of him, having just been substituted in. Lou Jiarong approached Xia Xiaoyu with the latest directive from Coach Shi Wuyin, conveying the essence of Coach Shi's instructions. Well, Coach Shi wants you to play just like you did at Shining Stars. Without further elaboration, Lou Jiarong patted the young man on the shoulder, encouraging him with a simple, "Good luck," before returning to his position. Zhang Qinghuan, orchestrating the midfield, bore the primary responsibility of directing the attack from the central area, orchestrating play towards the flanks or providing the final pass. However, Lou Jiarong did not fit the mold of such a midfielder. He could hardly be classified as an attacking midfielder, but rather as an offensive playmaker. His prowess lay more in his attacking capabilities than in organizing play. Long-range shots and surging into the penalty area as a shadow striker were his specialties, while he could assist in the transitional passing. Expecting him to weave intricate plays like Zhang Qinghuan would be a tall order. He simply could not match Zhang Qinghuan's finesse. Thus, when Shi Wuyin decided to substitute Lou Jiarong for Zhang Qinghuan, he had already resolved to assign Xia Xiaoyu the task of orchestrating the attack. In high school, Xia Xiaoyu played as an attacking midfielder, and upon joining Shining Stars, transitioned to a defensive role, yet retained an impressive ability to organize offensive plays. It seemed that having both him and Zhang Qinghuan on the field would create potential for mutual interference. However, this had never occurred. At Shining Stars, Zhang Qinghuan was undeniably the linchpin of the attack, while Xia Xiaoyu served as a metronome, a pivotal figure in the transition between offense and defense, ultimately leaving the decisive passes to Zhang Qinghuan. Whenever Zhang Qinghuan was stifled by the opposition or not in peak form, Xia Xiaoyu could advance from his defensive position to orchestrate the attack. With Sun Quan Junping, a pure midfield sentinel, he need not worry about leaving gaps for the opponents to exploit. This constituted the midfield triangle of the current Shining Stars, enabling them to maintain a strong standing in the Super League even after the departures of Qin Lin and Hu Lai. Returning to the current match, Shi Wuyin's decision to bring Lou Jiarong onto the pitch served two purposes: to enhance the team's long-range shooting ability, adding another offensive threat from the center, and to potentially contain Saitili, thereby creating opportunities for Xia Xiaoyu's forward runs and avoiding direct confrontations where Xia Xiaoyu might be at a disadvantage. Moreover, should Saitili focus on defending Xia Xiaoyu, Lou Jiarong would be liberated to distribute the ball to him. The tactics were straightforward, yet their success hinged on execution. The crux of this adjustment rested on Xia Xiaoyu's shoulders. His ability to manifest Shi Wuyin's tactical intentions would directly impact the quality of the Chinese team's offense. Aren't you concerned that this might increase the pressure on Xia Xiaoyu? Li Zhifei inquired of Shi Wuyin from the sidelines. Shi Wuyin, covering his mouth, explained to his partner, "I have no other options. This is the only feasible adjustment we have at present. If Xia Xiaoyu can't handle it, then so be it." It is entirely understandable that he faltered, given his youth and the fact that this was his debut World Cup match, thrust upon him in such a hurried manner. From any perspective, his subpar performance can be rationalized. However, if he manages to withstand the pressure, dearly, if Xia Xiaoyu can endure such a trial, we need not fret over who will substitute for Gao Rumin in the upcoming two matches, although the final medical reports have yet to be released, and the extent of Gao Rumin's injury remains uncertain. Both coaches have already factored the worst-case scenario into their considerations, contemplating how to strategize in light of Gao Rumin's likely absence from the remaining group matches. Li Zhifei, aware of Shi Wuyin's predicament, sighed and fell into silence. On the field, Xia Xiaoyu turned to glance at the coaching bench, where Coach Shi and assistant coach Li stood together, seemingly engaged in conversation. He was taken aback by the weight of such a significant responsibility bestowed upon him. Could he truly rise to the occasion? A hand rested on Xia Xiaoyu's shoulder, and he turned to see Jiang Wanqing's face. "Though I may be older, I am just as capable as that Japanese player, Morichunin. Thus, when the moment calls for an offensive push, advance boldly. Do not concern yourself with what lies behind you, for I will be there," Jiang Wanqing assured Xia Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu turned to regard the captain of the Shanghai Mariners, a formidable opponent in the league with whom he had clashed fiercely on numerous occasions. Each encounter had ignited sparks of rivalry. Yet now, this adversary was offering his support. Xia Xiaoyu felt a moment of bewilderment. "Stop overthinking," Jiang Wanqing admonished gently. "I recognize you are a cerebral player, but sometimes too much contemplation can be detrimental. Noticing Xia Xiaoyu's distraction, he offered a reminder. My apologies, Brother Jiang. Xia Xiaoyu quickly replied. Don't apologize, be confident. Jiang Wanqing encouraged, giving Xia Xiaoyu's shoulder one last pat before sprinting away. Xia Xiaoyu lowered his gaze to his right shoulder, which had already been patted by both Hu Ge and Jiang Ge. Yet, that was not all. Prior to his entry onto the field, assistant coach Li had also given him a reassuring tap on the shoulder as he directed him towards the fourth official. When Lou Jiarong conveyed Coach Shi's instructions to him, he too had patted Xia Xiaoyu's shoulder. Each touch symbolized a profound expectation placed upon him, a weighty burden added to his shoulders. However, from another perspective, could it also signify that everyone was bestowing upon him a kind of enhancement? One by one, the icons of empowerment filled his metaphorical buff bar. With this thought, he lifted his head and gazed ahead. Xia Xiaoyu, you have been fortified. Go forth. Duran checked his watch, noting that only 15 minutes remained until the end of the 90-minute match. The score stood at 2-1, with his team leading by a single goal against China. At this juncture, he found himself at a crossroads, compelled to make a choice. Seizing the moment, it became evident from previous matches that the Chinese team's physical stamina was waning. By approximately the 75th minute, a critical juncture in physical endurance had been reached. Should they amplify their offensive efforts in pursuit of another goal to secure victory, or should they fortify their defense to preserve their one-goal lead until the final whistle? In a moment of indecision, Chinese midfielder Jiang Wanqing ensnared the Algerian player Erd, while Wang Guangwei seized the opportunity to deftly nudge the ball away. Xia Xiaoyu arrived to receive the ball, positioned with his back to the attacking direction, feigning a pass to the left flank before abruptly pivoting back, utilizing the outside of his left foot to redirect the ball towards the center. This maneuver caught the Algerian midfielder Haj Gawi off guard, creating a path for advancement. What a splendid play! Exclaimed He Feng and Yin Kong, their voices ringing with excitement. The Chinese fans in the stands erupted in applause for Xia Xiaoyu's remarkable evasion. Amidst the cheers, Xia Xiaoyu advanced the ball forward. Noticing this, Lou Jiarong quickly adjusted his angle, drawing the Algerian defensive captain Saidali towards the far side. Xia Xiaoyu continued to progress along the flank until the Algerian left-back Bladakas lunged to intercept, prompting him to pass to the wide-open Chen Xingyi. With no defenders in sight, Chen Xingyi surged forward into Algeria's 30-meter zone, eliciting an even louder roar from the crowd. The Chinese team launched a counterattack. The Algerian Haj Gawi, previously outmaneuvered by Xia Xiaoyu, sprinted back desperately towards Chen Xingyi, while Algerian center-back Benjamin Saidali also hurried to provide support on the flank. In the center, only Musavi remained alongside Hu Lai. Nevertheless, Chen Xingyi opted to pass into the penalty area, not towards Hu Lai, who was racing towards the near post, but rather to the center where Luo Kai made a diagonal run from the flank. He leaped for a header. Luo Kai, the Algerian left-back Ahmed Jazm, who had moved to cover the middle in response to Musavi's pull, was engrossed in the ball and entirely overlooked Luo Kai. By the time he realized Luo Kai was upon him, it was too late. He could only watch as the ball soared towards the goal. Fortunately, Samari maintained sharp focus. Diving to make a pivotal save, the ball ricocheted off the crossbar and fell back into play, where Lou Jiarong and Saidali both lunged for it. Lou managed to strike the ball, but under Saidali's interference, it veered wide of the post. Oh, what a pity! Lamented He Feng and Yin Kong simultaneously in the commentary booth, their heads cradled in their hands as they leaned back in despair. Yet, they quickly regained their composure. But fear not. The Chinese team's offense was executed brilliantly, although it did not result in a goal. This is precisely the style we wish to witness. Let us maintain this approach. Fully leverage our speed advantage on the flanks. Xia Xiaoyu's handling of the ball was exceptional, showcasing his usual brilliance as he transitioned from defense to attack, his technical prowess ensuring he retained control. His exceptional vision and strategic overview, along with his precision in medium to long-range passes, allow him to deliver the football to its intended destination. Such frantic exertion is not befitting of his prowess. Qin Lin, watching the match with his wife and son, raised an eyebrow and smiled upon hearing the commentator's remarks. Indeed, such a performance justifies all that I have taught him. Go, Xiaoyu. Qin Shi excitedly gestured in front of the television. Although it was nearly 6 in the morning and he had school to attend, his mother permitted him to watch the live broadcast to cheer for the Chinese team, especially for those brothers he spent every day with. After all, he could always take a leave of absence from school. Perhaps today, many in his class, if not the entire school, would be requesting time off. Play well. Zhang Qinghuan shouted, giving Xiaoyu a thumbs up. Keep playing like that, Xiaoyu. Chen Xingyi turned to Xiaoyu, clapping and cheering. In the distance, Hu Lai gave Xiaoyu a shoulder pat. Xiaoyu understood the meaning behind it. Buff at a buff. He smiled back at Hu Lai. Your blessings really work. Unbeknownst to him, a ray of light extended from within him, connecting him to Hu Lai in the distance. He initially thought Hu Lai's mention of adding a buff was merely figurative. However, Hu Lai had indeed literally added a buff when Xiaoyu was substituted, using points to redeem a Lingxi card that was applied to him. Durand realized that the Chinese team was intent on equalizing in the final moments, prompting him to shift to a defensive counterattack strategy. He gestured from the sidelines, instructing the players to adjust their approach. Meanwhile, the head coach of the Chinese team, Shi Wuyin, was shouting into the field, "Don't slow down. Increase the pace. Keep pushing." The notion of accepting failure would only serve as self-comfort when the match was truly lost. Until the final whistle, he was determined to fight fiercely. Even if victory eluded them, they must not concede. Behind him, several players on the Chinese bench stood, anxiously observing the match. "Hold on. Let us fight. Go for it." Xiaoyu, Zhou Zijing, wearing a substitute jersey, stood up to cheer for his teammate in the national Olympic team. Following Xiaoyu's earlier offensive play, the momentum of the Chinese team surged once more. In Chapter 301, titled Onward, Algeria initiated an attack from the flanks, delivering the ball towards the goal, where Defuno managed to head the ball before Yao Huaxing could intervene. Lin Ziyuan, positioned perfectly, did not need to move, effortlessly gathering the ball from Defuno's header. Instead of delaying time by lying on the ground, he surged forward, bypassing both Defuno and Erda, the Algerian forwards, and directly initiated a counterattack with a throw-in. Xiaoyu. He tossed the football to Xiaoyu. Before receiving the ball, Xia Xiaoyu swiftly scanned his surroundings, much like the laser radar of an autonomous vehicle, constructing a mental 3D model of the environment. He discerned a vacant space behind him that could be exploited. Thus, he deftly flicked the football back to Zhang Qinghuan using his head. Immediately after, he pivoted and sprinted toward the open area behind him. Zhang Qinghuan, in perfect sync, did not halt the ball but instead sent it directly to where Xia was running, leaving Haga Aoe grasping at air. Lou Jiarong initially backtracked towards Xia Xiaoyu, seemingly to offer support. However, after drawing Sedilai away, he abruptly reversed course. Sedilai had no choice but to follow, resulting in a sizable area of approximately 6 or 7 meters ahead of Xia, free from interference. Xia, however, chose not to advance further with the ball. Instead, with Sedilai occupied, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending the football soaring towards the right front, a stunning ground pass exceeding 30 meters. Xia's diagonal long pass was exquisite. The ball raced across the grass, maintaining its momentum, heading straight for the Algerian defensive line. There, Luo Kai accelerated from the flank, pursuing the ball with fervor. Algeria's left back, Ahmed Jazm, also chased diligently, but having reacted slowly, he was caught off guard by the Chinese midfielder's decisive and precise long pass, leaving him trailing behind Luo Kai. Fortunately, central defender Benjamin Sudri was positioned to contain Luo, preventing him from cutting into the middle and forcing him toward the byline. Without hesitation, Luo Kai delivered a cross, while Chen Xingyi surged into the center from the wing, and Hu Lai once again drew Muso Wei away with his movement. This play was neither aimed at Hu Lai nor Chen Xingyi, but rather directed towards Lou Jiarong, who surged in from the middle. He took a swift shot without controlling the ball. Alas, it soared over the bar. What a missed opportunity for Lou Jiarong. Such a pity. Nevertheless, the Chinese team's offensive momentum was building. Even if Algeria resorted to counterattacks, we could respond with our own. This time, capitalizing on their advancing counterattack, Xia Xiaoyu delivered a brilliant long pass that pierced through Algeria's defense. Our offensive surge was reigniting. Hu Lai observed the ball soaring into the area behind the Algerian goal, suppressing his inner disappointment. Turning around, he saw Musa Wei still trailing beside him and grinned. "Hey, brother, is your heart racing anxiously now? You were fortunate this time. But mark my words, next time you 1T have such an opportunity, just keep running with me until the goal is wide open." "Do you think my teammates are pushovers?" Musa Wei, retrieving his gaze from the goal, scoffed at Hu Lai. "Don't think this will make me abandon you. Our coach insists that even if you go for water, I must stay close to you." Hu Lai, astonished, retorted, but during the last water break. I didn't see you following me. Realizing he had let slip a detail, Musa Wei was reluctant to continue the conversation. Save your breath, Hu. I will be watching you closely. Hu Lai chuckled lightly. Don't get it twisted, my brother. Do you think that just by following me, you can prevent me from scoring? With that, he turned and dashed away, leaving Musavi, who had intended to retort, speechless, the words lodged in his throat. After being repeatedly caught off guard by the Chinese team, Algeria fully retreated in the second half, with merely 10 minutes left in the match and a 1-goal lead. Their objective was clear: to withstand this final stretch and secure Algeria's first-ever World Cup victory in football history. Algeria relinquished the midfield, fortifying their defense within a 30-meter zone, while the Chinese team pressed forward, engaging in a battle of attrition. They also had to remain vigilant against counterattacks, as both Defno and Hajgao were known for their speed. Consequently, the midfield duo of Xia Xiaoyu and Zhang Qinghuan could not advance simultaneously. Zhang Qinghuan called out to Xia Xiaoyu, "It's all right, you go ahead. I'll be right behind you for support." Xia Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement. The ball had been passed to him by a teammate. Erder positioned himself directly in front of Xia Xiaoyu, yet he refrained from making an aggressive challenge, merely standing a few meters away to obstruct any forward movement. With a lead, Algeria could afford to adopt a seemingly passive defensive strategy, allowing the Chinese team to maintain possession in the midfield while they held their defensive positions. As long as their formation remained intact, it mattered little how the Chinese team attempted to pass, whether one circle or two. They were unlikely to find any gaps near the penalty area. Meanwhile, the match time dwindled away in this meaningless exchange of passes, leaving the Chinese team with diminishing time and mounting anxiety. At that point, it would become Algeria's opportunity to counterattack. Xia Xiaoyu lifted his gaze ahead. Due to the nature of positional play, most players had firmly established their positions. He could clearly see the Algerian defense and midfield lines tightly aligned, each player only 3 to 4 meters apart, resembling 2 rows of teeth interlocked, nearly filling the lateral space in front of the penalty area, leaving no openings. If he and his teammates merely passed the ball sideways, the opposing defense would remain unaffected, shifting laterally in unison. Given their numerical advantage, creating space through this horizontal movement proved exceedingly difficult. In the past, when confronted with such dense defenses, he would opt to pass the ball backward and retrace his steps, drawing the opposing forwards and midfielders out, then swiftly exploit the resulting gaps. However, this tactic had proven ineffective against Algeria, who remained unmoved, allowing the Chinese team to pass back, even to the feet of goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan, while steadfastly holding their ground in their half. Their intent was clear. They were determined to defend until the final whistle. Thus, he could not afford to pass back. With horizontal movement impossible and backward passing off the table, the only option left was to advance. However, this could be accomplished either by dribbling forward or passing forward. In terms of dribbling, Xia Xiaoyu was no match for the now substituted Zhang Qinghuan. As a defensive midfielder, he should refrain from advancing with the ball, particularly when under pressure from the opposition. A loss of possession in such a scenario would allow the opposing team to confront the Chinese defense directly, which could spell disaster. Conceding another goal would effectively end the match. Thus, the only viable strategy left is to pass the ball forward. With this thought in mind, Xia Xiaoyu once again cast his gaze into the distance. On the edge of the penalty area, where players had previously remained static, Hu Lai suddenly darted laterally from the center. His movement drew Musavi away, creating a sizable gap of approximately 5 to 6 meters in their original positions. Without hesitation, Xia Xiaoyu launched a long pass. The ball soared past Erd and headed towards the area at the top of the penalty arc. Lou Jiarong, noticing the ball's approach, surged forward to contest it with Algeria's other central defender, Benjamin Sudri. The two collided, but Sudri managed to head the ball back out of the penalty area. As Sudri turned to follow the ball's trajectory, he saw that the Chinese team's number 20, who had just been passing, was now racing towards the ball's landing point. Xia Xiaoyu surged forward, just moments earlier, when Xia Xiaoyu had made the pass. The television broadcast swiftly focused on the close-up of the action in front of Algeria's penalty area, allowing viewers to clearly see the contest between Lou Jiarong and Sudri. Suddenly, Qin Lin, watching from home, shouted, "Charge forward." It felt as though he were not merely a spectator in his living room, but rather at the side of the training field of Anong Shining Stars. When the aerial duel concluded and the ball flew outside the penalty area, the broadcast returned to a wide shot, revealing Xia Xiaoyu already sprinting toward the ball's landing spot. Xia Xiaoyu surges forward. He foam exclaimed. Upon seeing Xia Xiaoyu, Sudri's initial reaction was not one of concern, but rather excitement at an opportunity. With the opposing defensive midfielder now near their penalty area, if he could intercept the ball, it would set up a potentially threatening counterattack. Thus, he charged aggressively towards Xia Xiaoyu, who met the challenge head-on. Zhang Qinghuan, watching from the sidelines, widened his eyes in disbelief. Was Xia Xiaoyu not aware of the impending danger? No. In the next moment, he dismissed that thought. For he noticed Xia Xiaoyu glance in Sudri's direction as he raced toward the ball. He saw him, but did not shy away. Instead, he extended his foot toward the ball. Sudri lunged at him. The two collided. Where's the ball? The football lay behind Sudri. It rolled toward Algeria's penalty area. A wave of eager cheers erupted from the Chinese bench. Within Algeria's penalty area, Hu Lai, who had earlier pulled away, now made a swift return. He was back. Musavi was still shadowing him, but Hu Lai paid him no mind, merely extending his arms to fend off the opponent. Musavi, aware of Hu Lai's imminent actions, despite being unable to face the goal due to his defensive position, remained vigilant. He leaned in, determined to pressure Hu Lai. In Hu Lai's consciousness, the worn giant bear jersey shimmered with a radiant glow. Hu Lai? The commentator on the television shouted. Hu Lai. Countless Chinese fans outside the screen echoed. Amidst the cacophony of a billion voices, Hu Lai positioned his right leg. The ball rolled towards him, and he shot. The ball was curved by the arch of his right foot, heading straight for the right post of the goal. The goalkeeper, Samari, lunged to the side but failed to make contact. The ball arced gracefully, just slipping past his outstretched fingers. It then grazed the inside of the post and spiraled into the net. Ah, the ball is in. The ball is in. He Feng's voice hoarsely erupted. In the 82nd minute, Hu Lai scored again. He equalized the score for the Chinese team. The Chinese team stands tall at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. P.S. This match has yet to be fully narrated, so although tomorrow is not a late update, it will not be a single update either, but a double update. After completing 2 updates tomorrow, I will return to a single update. End of this chapter. Chapter 302, Starlight. As the football was propelled by Hu Lai, his supporting left foot also lifted off the ground, only to be knocked off balance by Musavi and tumble to the ground. Nevertheless, Hu Lai's gaze remained steadfastly directed towards one destination, the Algerian goal. He yearned to witness the outcome of his shot. He saw the Algerian goalkeeper Samari diving in a desperate attempt, and watched as the ball glided past his fingers, ultimately brushing against the post and crossing the goal line, sending ripples through the net. Only then did he retract his gaze. He rolled on the ground to dissipate the impact, then swiftly rose, arms outstretched as he sprinted towards the distant corner flag. The deafening cheers at Mercedes-Benz Stadium surged like a tempest, whipping his hair and billowing his jersey. The red of the Chinese team's home kit swept across the verdant pitch, resembling a fluttering crimson banner rustling in the wind. Hu Lai, Hu Lai, Hu Lai, splendid, Hu Lai. The commentator on the television could only incessantly repeat the scorer's name in excitement. Outside, countless Chinese fans echoed the name of Hu Lai. Hu Lai, Hu Lai, Hu Lai, Hu Lai is magnificent. Hu Lai. Ah, Hu Lai. The roars from both inside and outside the television converged into a powerful force, transforming into a thunderous applause, awakening countless souls from slumber. No, perhaps there were hardly any who could still be lost in dreams at this hour. At 5:39 a.m. on June 17th, Beijing time, in the farthest east of the motherland, the sun had already risen, illuminating the earth with dawn's glow. Yet in the farthest west, the night still lingered, as dark as the deepest ink, enveloping the land in the darkness before dawn. In both cities and villages, lights shone through windows, twinkling like stars against the dark earth. Across the expanse of 9.6 million square kilometers, countless such lights twinkled, and countless sleepless souls existed. Huli Xian heard roars and cheers erupting from all directions within the community. He turned to gaze outside the balcony, realizing the sky was already gradually brightening. It dawned on him that day had broken. A new day had arrived. Xiaolong clasped her hands into fists and screamed, joining the harmonious chorus of the community. Li Ziqiang stared blankly at the television screen, indifferent to everything around him. The moment Hu Lai struck the ball, he was instantly transported back to the end of 2019. To that fateful Anton Cup final. With his side turned to the goal, he swung his right leg and, without pausing the ball, unleashed a powerful shot that sent the football soaring into the net of Jiaxiang High School, securing Dongchuan Middle School's qualification for the national competition. From that very moment, the young man on the screen began his ascent into the world of professional football. He overcame the troubles he had created for himself, the obstacles posed by his family background, and numerous hardships, ultimately scoring twice on the grand stage of the World Cup. His mind wandered back to the very beginning, to the now demolished old house, where under the warm glow of an orange lamp, he sat at the dining table with his daughter. She casually mentioned, "Dad, did you know? The one who scored a hat trick today is my classmate. He is quite talented." At this thought, Li Ziqiang turned to look at his daughter, who was already gazing back at him. As she noticed his gaze, a smile broke across her face, and she proudly pointed at the television screen, exclaiming, "Dad, your proud disciple." Li Ziqiang did not deny it. A faint smile emerged on his serious face. Seeing her father smile, Li Qingqing happily turned back to watch the television. Hu Lai leaped toward the corner flag, and in the slow-motion footage, every detail of his face was vividly captured, every subtle shift in expression laid bare with astonishing clarity. His demeanor was fierce and resolute. This was the first time Li Qingqing witnessed such a version of Hu Lai, so different from the boy she knew. In that moment, he was no longer the laughingstock ridiculed in class. He was not the clown who could barely control the ball, nor was he the ever-smiling boy next door who joked with everyone as if he would never grow up. Instead, he was a formidable man. As Hu Lai dashed toward the corner flag, the players who had previously stood on the Chinese team's bench surged forward, all aiming for the corner flag, where Hu Lai was headed. Zhang Qinghuan initially joined the rush, but quickly realized a pressing concern and turned to scan the field for Xia Xiaoyu. After colliding with Sabli, how was Xiaoyu? Was he hurt? He spotted Zhang Wanqing helping Xia Xiaoyu to his feet. Initially, Xiaoyu's face was scrunched in pain, but soon he joined Zhang Wanqing in sprinting toward Hu Lai, his strides becoming more fluid as he ran. It appeared he was not seriously injured. Zhang Qinghuan, preoccupied with checking on Xia Xiaoyu, found his own pace slowing, trailing behind the other substitutes. He looked again at the jubilant crowd. Two waves of excitement converging at the corner flag, leaping and embracing one another as if two rivers merged, stirring up a cascade of snow. He chose not to continue running, but instead came to a complete stop, observing from a distance. The teammates on the bench yearned for an opportunity to participate, yet he, once on the field, found himself substituted. He felt akin to a coward, unworthy of joining in the celebrations. He confessed to having succumbed to fear during his confrontation with Saderi. The mere thought of having signed with the Serie club and the impending journey abroad to play in La Liga after the World Cup filled him with dread. He feared sustaining an injury during the World Cup, similar to what had befallen Xiaoman, which could lead to missing the remaining matches and consequently the pre-season training with his new team, hindering his ability to integrate seamlessly. The repercussions of injury loomed large in his mind, paralyzing him into evasion rather than engaging directly with Saderi, ultimately leading to his replacement by Coach Shi. Now, he watched as his younger teammate, whom he had always looked after both on and off the pitch, fought valiantly in his stead. What right did he have to embrace them? Shi Wuyin remained oblivious to Zhang Qinghuan's unease, as he and Li Jifei were simultaneously embraced by Hong Renjia. Meanwhile, the other members of the coaching staff joined the substitute players in rushing towards Hu Lai in the corner area. In that moment, the bench lay barren, occupied solely by the three of them. Hong Renjia laughed heartily. It was worth it. With this match, our journey to the World Cup has not been in vain. Prior to the World Cup's commencement, the public discourse surrounding the Chinese team's potential performance was rife with speculation. Some naively held optimistic views, suggesting that anything short of reaching the semifinals would be deemed a failure. Others, conversely, were pessimistic, believing that the Chinese team stood no chance and would merely embarrass themselves. A larger segment of the population, neither blindly optimistic nor pessimistic, harbored their own predictions regarding the team's performance. With a staggering population of 1.4 billion in China and millions of fans, the interest in the Chinese team's performance at this World Cup extended well beyond just ardent supporters, reaching at least 200 to 300 million individuals. Each person harbored their own perspective, each viewpoint garnering considerable support and agreement. The weight of such attention from these 200 to 300 million individuals bore heavily on each member of the Chinese team. Prior to the tournament, the Football Association convened a meeting specifically to address the objectives for this World Cup journey. As the governing body of Chinese football, They grappled with what goals should be set for the national team. The discussions stretched throughout the day, filled with diverse opinions and fervent debates. In the end, no consensus emerged. Ultimately, the decision came from the top. No specific goals would be established, since Shi Wuyin intended to preserve the spirit of Chinese football, to cultivate the team, and allow more young players to experience the World Cup atmosphere and gain invaluable experience. It would be inappropriate to impose concrete objectives. For once established, conflicting goals between the coach's aspirations and those set by the association could arise, compelling the head coach to abandon his original vision in favor of meeting the association's demands. This would undermine the very rationale for retaining Shi Wuyin as the head coach of the national team. Thus, without setting specific targets, the Chinese team would be free to perform as they may during the World Cup, even if the team were to lose all 3 remaining matches without scoring a single goal. It would be unreasonable to deem this a failure for Shi Wuyin and the Chinese squad. There should be no pressure placed upon the coaching staff and players, allowing them to perform freely. Hong Renjie is well aware that this sentiment reflects the true thoughts of the leadership, rather than merely a facade for external promotion. He firmly believes that the leadership genuinely supports Shi Wuyin and is committed to the philosophy of nurturing talent for future generations. However, this does not imply that Hong Renjie is devoid of personal ambition. While cultivating the team and laying the groundwork for future success is indeed vital, achieving tangible results during this process would undoubtedly be preferable. What constitutes a satisfactory outcome remains uncertain to him, but he is confident that a record of 3 losses without a single goal does not suffice. Now, as the Chinese men's football team makes its debut in the World Cup, having scored 2 goals, he feels that he has at least provided some semblance of accountability to the leadership, the fans, and Chinese football. This accountability is not merely a result of the 2 goals scored, but rather, it lies in the essence of what those goals represent. Hu Lai's performance, while commendable, is typical of his consistent excellence, being the Premier League's top scorer. Yet it is the surprising and gratifying displays by young players like Xia Xiaoyu, who was brought on as a substitute, that truly stand out. Shi Wuyin's philosophy of nurturing future talent is vividly embodied in Xia Xiaoyu's contributions. As more young talents like him gain experience and confidence on the World Cup stage, one cannot help but wonder what positive repercussions they will bring to Chinese football. Hong Renjie is filled with anticipation for this prospect. P.S. Today features 2 updates, with one commencing tomorrow. Chapter 303. A perfect score as the Chinese team celebrated Hu Lai's second goal with fervor. The head coach of Algeria, Durand, was seen on the sidelines, utterly agitated, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it! How could this happen?" His fury stemmed from the fact that his team, having initially led by 2 goals, allowed their opponents to equalize. When China's main defensive midfielder was injured and substituted, and Algeria scored shortly thereafter, he had momentarily believed the match was secure. What reason did he have not to feel secure? After all, the opposing team had lost 2 key players, had to make an enforced substitution, and was trailing by 2 goals, with their morale plummeting. This was the World Cup. To be dismantled in such a manner on this grand stage must have shattered their psyche, or so he thought. But what he witnessed next was a stark contrast to his expectations. The very player he had repeatedly cautioned his team to keep an eye on, Hu Lai, scored again. He had instructed Musavi to closely monitor Hu Lai throughout the match, even insisting, if he goes to the sidelines for water, you must follow. The center back, playing for the newly promoted team in League One, indeed adhered to these instructions, shadowing Hu Lai throughout the game. Yet, despite his relentless vigilance, he could not prevent Hu Lai from scoring. As a coach who meticulously incorporates every detail into his plans, he found it challenging to accept such an outcome, as it contradicted his pre-match arrangements. It rendered his efforts prior to the game seemingly futile. However, it was not merely these unexpected developments that caused Durand to lose his composure. With the Chinese team having equalized and only 10 minutes remaining in the match, should they not seize the momentum to secure victory? Durand began to worry about the possibility of losing this game, potentially finishing without a single point. It is worth noting that when they held a 2-goal lead, he had felt a swell of pride at the prospect of achieving Algeria's first-ever World Cup victory. Sedley slowly rose from the ground, casting a glance at his feet, and then at the celebrating Chinese players. He believed he had collided with the number 20 player. Yet the latter appeared unscathed as he sprinted away. How could this be? He had successfully intimidated the Chinese number 10. Yet this smaller number 20 had managed to confront him directly. Moreover, He had skillfully passed the ball into the vacant space within the Algerian penalty area before Sedley could intervene. The young Musavi lay on the ground, hands covering his face. Designated by the coach to specifically mark Hulai, he had allowed the opponent to score twice in this match. Clearly, he had failed in his assignment. Before Hulai's goals, he had secretly mocked the opponent's Premier League Golden Boot, thinking it was not as formidable as it seemed. Since I could thwart the Golden Boot without any issue, did this not suggest that I could aim for a larger club next season? Yet now, all such thoughts had vanished. His face covered, he appeared ashamed of his earlier musings, as if he could not bear to face anyone. Inside and outside the Algerian penalty area, besides Musavi, lay a host of fallen Algerian players, creating a scene of chaos. After concluding their exuberant celebrations, Hulai and his teammates returned to their half. He ran to Xia Xiaoyu, draping an arm over his shoulder and inquiring, "Are you all right?" Xia Xiaoyu understood Hulai's concern and lifted his right foot to demonstrate. "I'm fine, Hugo. I pulled my foot back after poking the ball. So I was actually kicked." Hulai nodded repeatedly. "Good, good. You've learned to protect yourself." Receiving Hulai's praise, Xia Xiaoyu beamed with joy. "Well done. That was the first assist of the World Cup. How about that? My buff is effective, right?" Seeing his enthusiasm, Hulai playfully ruffled his hair. "Effective, indeed. Extremely useful." "Huh." Xia Xiaoyu did not resist Hulai's affectionate gesture. Instead, he lowered his head, enjoying the moment like a contented pet. Meanwhile, Zhou Zijing, observing this scene from the bench, felt a pang of envy. His national U23 teammate Xia Xiaoyu had not only appeared in the World Cup, but had also secured an assist, while he remained a mere spectator on the sidelines. How could he possibly step onto the field? He certainly could not wait for Hulai to get injured. Just as Zhou Zijing was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called from the coach's bench, "Zhou Zijing, come in." Zhou Zijing abruptly rose from his seat, nearly colliding with his head. He noticed assistant coach Li Jifei frowning. "What are you doing?" Zhou Zijing was at a loss for words to explain this reflexive action. However, a thought struck him. Why was assistant coach Li calling his name? Could it be? His heart raced with anticipation. Indeed, Li Jifei informed him. "Get ready to enter the field." Zhou Zijing was taken aback that his debut at the World Cup was arriving so swiftly. He clumsily removed his substitute vest, his excitement causing him to fumble several times before finally getting it off. "Calm down," Li Jifei reminded him with a hint of exasperation as he observed Zhou's flustered demeanor. Once he had shed the vest, Zhou Zijing walked alongside Li Jifei to the sideline. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Coach Li, am I replacing Hulai?" Li Jifei shot him a glance. "What are you thinking? You're taking Chen Xingyi's place. You and Luo Kai will play as forwards in the center, while Hulai will roam around you. The team will focus on crossing from the flanks, and you are responsible for securing the first touches." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zijing interjected eagerly. "I secure the first touch and pass to Hulai?" Li Jifei shook his head. "It depends on the situation. If you have the chance, shoot. If not, pass to whoever is in a better position. It's not necessarily Hulai." A smile broke across Zhou Zijing's face. "No problem, Coach Li. I guarantee I will fulfill the task." After a brief tactical briefing, Zhou Zijing was ushered to the fourth official at the sideline, ready to make his entrance. Who would he be replacing? Would it be Hulai? Hulai had already scored 2 goals in this match, demonstrating exceptional performance. Considering the remaining 2 matches, substituting him for rest seemed reasonable. As Zhou Zijing stood on the sidelines, engaging in simple warm-up exercises, Hifeng and Yin Kong began speculating. 2 minutes later, as the match reached a dead ball situation, the fourth official raised the substitution board. Number 18, Zhou Zijing in. Number 11, Chen Xingyi out. Chen Xingyi was substituted? Both commentators were astonished. What was the strategy behind keeping Hulai on the field? Would Luo Kai move to the center to partner with Zhou Zijing at the forefront? I think Coach Shi is unwilling to settle for a draw. He still wants to win the match, which is why he kept Hulai on the field. One commentator suggested. Chen Xingyi sprinted off the pitch, exchanging a high five with Zhou Zijing. With his head down, Zhou Zijing dashed onto the field, his 188-meter stature and 80-kilogram frame resembling a young bull charging across the green expanse. Internally, he rejoiced, yearning to make a name for himself on the World Cup stage. Not to overshadow Hulai, but at the very least, to shine like Xiaoyu. As Zhou Zijing made his entrance, Li Jifei was on the sideline conveying the latest tactical adjustments to Luo Kai and Hulai. instructing Luo Kai to move to the center while Hu Lai should drop back slightly. Concurrently, Lou Jiarong also retreated further, transitioning from an attacking midfielder position to his most familiar role as an offensive midfielder. Consequently, the formation of the Chinese team shifted from the initial 4-2-1-3 to a 4-3-1-2. Although Hu Lai was positioned as an attacking midfielder, he effectively played as a shadow striker. From this tactical shift, one can discern the ambition of Shi Wuyin. He is no longer content with merely securing the first point in the history of the Chinese national team's World Cup journey, but aspires to achieve the first 3 points. However, Duran swiftly responded with a substitution, withdrawing the offensive linchpin, Erda, in favor of a central defender to bolster their defense. As the match progressed, the Chinese team gradually began to dominate Algeria, launching relentless attacks from both flanks, delivering crosses, and pressing forward towards Algeria's goal. Players from both teams engaged in a fierce aerial duel within the penalty area. Yet, despite their straightforward and forceful approach, the Chinese team was unable to breach Algeria's defenses until the referee's final whistle signaled the end of the match. Algeria withstood the Chinese team's fervent assaults in the closing moments. The match concluded. Although they did not secure a victory, the commentators, He Feng and Yin Kong, jubilantly raised their arms in celebration upon hearing the 3 whistles. The Chinese team, having fallen behind by 2 goals, displayed remarkable tenacity to equalize the score, thus earning their first point in World Cup history. Prior to the match, some fans had humorously remarked that the Chinese team's goals were to score a goal, earn a point, and secure a win. Little did they expect that 2 of those goals would be realized in their very first match. June 16, 2026, is a date to be etched in the annals of Chinese football history. With 2 goals and 1 point, the Chinese team has inscribed a significant chapter in history. What truly matters is not the outcome, but the commendable spirit and tactical performance exhibited by the players during the match. At the outset, the Chinese players did not falter as many had anticipated, despite facing setbacks such as conceding a goal and injuries to key players. They persevered through the most challenging circumstances and rallied to score in the dying moments. In my view, their performance merits a perfect score. Yin Kang's statement may seem overly enthusiastic, but considering his emotions, none would hold it against him. It is indeed remarkable that in their first World Cup appearance, the Chinese team could achieve such a feat, although there were moments of frustration among fans in the final 10 minutes. Lamenting missed opportunities by players like Zhou Zijin and Luo Kai, once the match concluded, those grievances were swiftly forgotten, replaced by exuberant cheers and jubilant celebrations. Every corner of the vast land of China resounded with joy. P.S. 2 updates are provided. Starting tomorrow, there will be 1 update. Once I am able to provide 3 updates, I will notify everyone a day in advance, just as I am doing now. As my stock of drafts is dwindling, I kindly ask for your understanding as I take this time to gather my thoughts and craft a more leisurely narrative of this World Cup story. Chapter complete. Chapter 304. Good morning. Upon returning to the locker room, the Chinese players remained exhilarated, still caught up in the euphoria of having secured their historic first World Cup point. Some celebrated with bare torsos, singing and dancing, while others promptly reached for their phones to send WeChat messages to family and friends back home, sharing their gratitude for the congratulations and well wishes. While some busily share their moments on social media, flaunting their achievements and expressing gratitude to their fans, Zhou Zijing finds himself in a state of melancholy. His performance upon entering the match was far from stellar, or rather, he perceives it as inadequate. Although he did manage a header during the game, he lamentably sent it soaring over the bar, a thought that continues to haunt him. Had that goal found the back of the net, he could have been heralded as the hero who secured victory for the Chinese team, perhaps even overshadowing Hu Lai's spotlight. Jiang Wanqing, his teammate and captain at the club, affectionately patted Zhou Zijing on the head, saying, "You played quite well." Despite the camaraderie fostered by their shared experiences as members of the Shanghai Mariners, Jiang would undoubtedly look out for his younger clubmate within the national team. Zhou Zijing managed a forced grin, looking almost as if he were on the verge of tears, replying, "But Captain Jiang, I squandered a chance." "Come now, that's a rather harsh self-assessment," Jiang countered. "What do you mean by wasting an opportunity? It's quite a common occurrence. Even Hu Lai missed 2 chances in the first half, yet does he dwell on it?" The 2 glanced at Hu Lai, who was energetically bouncing around like a lively monkey. Zhou Zijing thought to himself, That's only because he scored 2 goals in the second half, making his earlier misses negligible. Of course, he kept that sentiment to himself, refraining from voicing it to Zhang Qinghuan, who leapt to the center of the locker room, arms flailing as he exclaimed, "Comrades, to celebrate our first ever point in World Cup history, I shall serenade you all." The joyous atmosphere in the locker room suddenly faltered, eliciting gasps from some. Concurrently, Chen Xingyi and Wang Guangwei swiftly approached him, one grabbing his arm while the other covered his mouth. Hu Lai barely began his song when it was abruptly stifled. This scene elicited laughter from all present. "Well done," they exclaimed, recognizing that old Wang and Little Star were undoubtedly the most attuned to Hu Lai's antics, having anticipated his intentions and intervened just in time. "All right, the alert is lifted. Let the music play on." Lin Ziyuan, clad only in his underwear, waved a towel and shouted exuberantly. The atmosphere of merriment once again enveloped the Chinese team's locker room. As Li Zhifei and the coaching staff entered the locker room, they were met with this lively spectacle and, in unison, retreated to allow these young athletes to relish their moment of victory. Although they did not secure a win in the match, earning a draw and a single point was a commendable outcome, especially after navigating through unexpected challenges. Shi Wuyin spoke with enthusiasm at the post-match press conference, addressing journalists from around the globe. A genuine smile adorned his face, reflecting his heartfelt satisfaction with his team's performance. Certainly, his joy is indeed well-deserved. Not only he, but all the Chinese journalists present were equally elated. They approached the interview with Shi Wuyin in a lighthearted and cheerful mood. "We have made history, yet we shall not rest on our laurels. In the upcoming 2 group matches, the Chinese team will give their utmost effort." At this juncture, however, Shi Wuyin's smile abruptly faded. After a moment's pause, he remarked, "Gao Rumin sustained an injury during the match, and the specifics of his condition remain unknown, though the team doctor has informed me that the prognosis may be unfavorable. Zhang Qinghuan also incurred a minor injury, which prompted me to substitute him early. I sincerely hope he is all right. Although we only earned a single point in this match, it was a point hard won through sheer determination. Therefore, I urge everyone to adopt a more pragmatic perspective." He expressed this due to the pre-match discourse suggesting that failing to reach the quarterfinals would equate to failure for the Chinese team. Shi Wuyin has consistently worried that such narratives might impose undue pressure on the players. Thus, in interviews leading up to the World Cup, he emphasized that the Chinese team's purpose for attending the tournament was to learning from teams around the globe, opening their eyes to the world, and assessing the gap between their own skill level and that of other teams. Even though his approach might be criticized as timid or self-deprecating, he remained steadfast in his conviction. Now, after the Chinese team drew with Algeria, making history by securing a point, he reiterates his stance. Yet many have grown less averse to his consistent emphasis on our perceived weaknesses. After all, they have witnessed that even Algeria, considered the weakest among China's 3 opponents prior to the match, proved to be a formidable challenge. Anyone who observed this match would not deem the absence of 3 points a failure for the Chinese team. Simultaneously, they have come to realize that, in the context of the World Cup, there exists no truly weak team for China. If anything, it could be argued that the Chinese team may be viewed as the underdog by others. Qin Shi exclaimed with delight in front of the television. "The World Cup is fantastic. I want to go to the World Cup in the future." Qin Lin asked, "Let us not rush to talk about the World Cup. Are you going to school today?" He suggested that perhaps his son should stay home and rest a bit more, considering he is still growing. His wife, Wang Yuan, felt a pang of concern for their son. Qin Lin, however, was indifferent, as these decisions were typically made by his wife. He looked at his son. "Your mother has given her consent." Before the match, he had stipulated that whether his son could take a day off depended on his mother's approval. Now that she had agreed, he felt there was little left to discuss. Unexpectedly, however, his son voiced a dissenting opinion. "I don't want to take a day off. I want to go to school." "Since when have you become so keen on studying?" Qin Lin was taken aback. Wang Yuan also gazed at their son in astonishment. Hee. If I sleep now, I won't be able to. I might as well go to school to chat about the World Cup with everyone." "So, you're going to school just to talk about football?" Wang Yuan's eyes widened even more. No. I mean to study diligently, really study, during breaks. I'll discuss the World Cup with my classmates." Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, Qin Shi quickly sought to rectify his slip. After speaking, he cast a charming glance at his mother. Observing her son's exuberance, Wang Yuan realized that persuading him to retire for the night was rather impractical. Furthermore, in anticipation of this match, Qin Shi had gone to bed early the previous night. Thus, his sleep was indeed ample. As for the boy's inadvertent slip of the tongue, she understood that it was beyond her control. She also recognized that, even with permission to attend school, his mind would likely wander far from the classroom. Yet, what could be done? It was probable that even some teachers at their school would arrive in class stifling yawns. This was the World Cup, a World Cup featuring the Chinese team. For the first time, China was part of this grand event, including the football team. In light of such a momentous occasion, she deemed it unnecessary to be overly meticulous. With this thought in mind, Wang Yuan nodded in acquiescence. Very well. Do as you wish. Only a mother is good in this world. Qin Shi exclaimed joyfully, leaping in celebration. Qin Lin, adopting a serious demeanor, pointed to himself. Only? Qin Shi quickly amended. In this world, only mothers and fathers are good. Witnessing his antics, Wang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, and soon Qin Lin joined in, filling the living room with laughter. Meanwhile, on the television beside them, highlights of the match between the Chinese team and Algeria unfolded. Hu Lai's long-range shot soared across the verdant pitch, crashing into the net. Was Hu Lai truly attempting a direct shot from that distance? How audacious! This World Cup saw Tengfei Video acquiring the rights for new media broadcasting. Their star commentator, Lang Gu, offered a style markedly different from the steady and reserved approach of CCTV. He was far more passionate and unrestrained in his commentary. Thus, many Chinese fans opted to watch the matches featuring their national team through Tengfei Video. Lang Gu certainly did not disappoint. His spirited commentary coincided with Hu Lai's inaugural goal of the match, liberating everyone from their tense anticipation. What a goal! What a goal! What divine play is this? My friends, this strike is simply extraordinary. Every expression pales in comparison to Hu Lai's magnificent goal, a direct shot from near midfield. While we often refer to aesthetically pleasing long-range goals as world-class, this one transcends that label. To call it a world-class goal would be an insult. This is the pinnacle of world-class goals, a superlative world-class strike. This thrilling commentary, beginning with a sharp intake of breath, was subsequently shared widely on video platforms and Weibo after the match. Beneath each such video, fervent comments and bullet screens from Chinese fans flourished. 6666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666. Everyone, stand up. High energy ahead. No exaggeration. Could Hu Lai's performance in this match officially transfer the title of Asian Light? What should we name this goal? Initially a low trajectory, it suddenly ascended as it approached the penalty area, catching the Algerian goalkeeper utterly off guard. Was it a submarine shot? The legendary giant wave 4, indeed. The dragon raises its head. As the match concluded, my spirits remained elevated, or rather, I had been exhilarated since Hu Lai's remarkable goal. As I glanced at the sky outside, I was engulfed in contemplation. In a mere half hour, I was to depart for work. Logically, I ought to seize the opportunity for a brief slumber, yet how could I possibly find rest? The commotion above made sleep an impossibility. It was time to awaken and revel in the moment. I empathize with the original poster. How could your company deny you a holiday? Such heartless capitalists. That goal by Hu Lai was nothing short of exquisite. I have watched it no less than 30 times. Having clicked through every video of Hu Lai's remarkable play on Bilibili. How does one evaluate Hu Lai's goal? What more is there to say? As Lang Gu aptly expressed, any elaborate praise pales in comparison to the brilliance of this goal. Let us simply admire it, quietly savoring the moment. While admiration is indeed warranted, I cannot help but let out an exuberant cheer. Ha! I hereby declare the voting for the best goal of this World Cup to be concluded prematurely. The suspense is at an end. In the selection for the best goal of the World Cup, Hu Lai proclaims, I do not target anyone. To witness such an extraordinary display from Chinese football fills me with immense joy. At a loss for words, I can only rally for the Chinese team. Li Qingqing recalled the moment of farewell, when Hu Lai's mother was delightfully amused by the myriad of comments from netizens, laughing heartily. And she couldn't help but smile. She too shared this fondness, often browsing online to see how others praised Hu Lai after his matches. Discovering that Hu Lai's mother harbored the same interest made her feel a sense of kinship. Li Ziqiang glanced at his daughter. Aren't you going to sleep? Li Qingqing, gazing at the now brightening sky, stretched and declared, not even a bit sleepy. Very well, Li Ziqiang nodded, heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Li Qingqing, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you going to sleep, Dad?" "I'm not sleepy either," came his voice from the kitchen, soon drowned out by the sound of running water. Li Qingqing smiled as she stepped onto the balcony. The sunlight streamed in from the east, illuminating the verdant trees of the community. While morning joggers appeared along the Riverside Park Trail, birds chirped merrily, flitting from one tree to another, before suddenly taking flight, causing the branches to sway. She opened the screen on the balcony, leaning her head slightly outside to feel the gentle morning breeze tousling her hair and caressing her face. Inhaling deeply the fresh morning air. Good morning, city. P.S. Today's update is a standalone. Tomorrow will also feature a singular update, as I strive to accumulate more material. I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 305. Reluctance to be a coward following China's inaugural World Cup match. Though they did not triumph, the 2 goals scored, one a spectacular long-range strike, ignited a fervor online. The match garnered global attention as China and Algeria were the only 2 debuting national teams in this World Cup. As newcomers, they naturally attracted interest. And it was only fitting. Initially, many believed these 2 teams would struggle to make a notable impression. Experts, commentators, and journalists speculated that the match could be rather mundane. Both teams, lacking experience, may adopt a more conservative strategy in their inaugural match. Consequently, when China's starting lineup was revealed, it elicited gasps of astonishment from professional journalists. Goodness! China is playing a 4-3-3. Although it featured 2 defensive midfielders and 1 attacking midfielder, this formation was undeniably aggressive. After witnessing the match, those who had anticipated a rather dull encounter found themselves pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, "This is the first match of the World Cup that ended without a winner." Yet I was utterly captivated. It was truly worth the price of admission. With 4 goals in total, including a stunning long-range strike. I had initially thought that Hu Lai's inclusion in the national team would limit his ability to showcase the brilliance he displayed at the club level. After all, we have seen many players who dominate in league play suddenly falter on the international stage, as if they had misplaced the instruction manual. However, I was mistaken. This Chinese team, despite its numerous challenges and questionable strength, left a profound impression on me with their remarkable synergy. The players seemed to instinctively understand one another on the pitch, with minimal occurrences of inexplicable coordination errors. This is indeed commendable. I must apologize for my previous underestimation of the Chinese team. I once believed that aside from Hu Lai, the team was comprised of individuals rather than a cohesive unit. Yet, in reality, they function as a whole. I had also assumed that their coach, being relatively unknown, would lack exceptional skills. However, observing the players' performance on the field, it is evident that they are a well-drilled team rather than a mere collection of individuals. Both their individual displays and team coordination were praiseworthy, a clear testament to the coach's influence. For too long, Chinese football has lingered on the periphery of the global stage, suffering from neglect and prejudice. Yet, this match demonstrated that their qualification for the World Cup was not solely attributable to Hu Lai. After all, a forward with such characteristics could not possibly reach the World Cup without competent teammates. I believe it is time to shift our focus towards Chinese football, and at the very least, to recognize that there is more to it than just Hu Lai. The statements from foreign media and esteemed journalists have sparked fervent discussions among domestic fans, igniting a sense of national pride and becoming a trending topic online. Transitioning from being looked down upon and ignored to being respected and valued, Chinese fans are experiencing a sense of vindication. Consequently, numerous tear-jerking and exhilarating videos and articles have emerged online, garnering significant attention in the form of comments, rewards, and likes. Some have reflected, in past World Cups, the media often claimed it was a festival for fans, yet I could never relate to that. How can one celebrate when merely observing others? But this time, I believe, this truly is a festival for fans. Chinese supporters have finally had their moment to celebrate, and it is indeed a hard-earned joy. The external response to the Chinese team's first match has been overwhelmingly positive, filled with good news. Fans, casual admirers, and even those indifferent to the sport are all in high spirits, creating a lively and harmonious atmosphere. However, within the Chinese national team, the sentiment is rather different. Li Zhifei sighed deeply, drawing the attention of Shi Wuyin. "Are you still troubled by Xiao Gao's injury?" he asked. "It's not just that. Though Xiao Gao's situation is indeed worrisome," Li Zhifei replied, shaking his head. After this match, everyone is praising us. Isn't that a good thing? Old Hong mentioned to me that drawing against Algeria with 2 goals means we've already met the expectations of our leaders. Moving forward, we're under no pressure. Whatever happens next is inconsequential. Shi Wuyin instinctively replied, but that means our upcoming opponents will likely not underestimate us. Li Jifei nodded and shook his head. Exactly. I was initially hoping that Russia and Brazil would take us lightly, giving us a chance to seize an opportunity. But if they come prepared, our chances will diminish significantly. You, old Li, Shi Wuyin pointed a finger at his partner. Shouldn't always think of the best-case scenarios? Li Jifei continued unperturbed. When I first learned we would face Algeria first and Brazil last, I was quite pleased. It allows us to gradually adjust to the challenges of the World Cup. Now, it seems it would have been better to face Brazil in the first game. Perhaps we could have capitalized on their complacency to snatch a victory. Even if we couldn't win, earning a draw would be commendable. After all, if we secured our first World Cup points and 2 goals against Brazil, wouldn't that be more impressive than drawing with Algeria? Shi Wuyin chuckled at Li Jifei's fanciful notions. Stop daydreaming. I still maintain my earlier view. Facing Brazil last is indeed advantageous for our schedule. After 2 matches in the World Cup, we will be more seasoned, having accumulated valuable experience. In such circumstances, facing the strongest team in our group will allow us to learn even more, rather than stumbling through the match without understanding what transpired. Upon hearing Shi Wuyin's words, Li Jifei laughed. No wonder you could be the head coach. Your perspective is truly different. Shi Wuyin rolled his eyes at his old partner and continued, moreover, since our goal is to develop the team and enable the younger players to gain experience in facing world-class opponents, isn't it better if our rivals don't underestimate us? They will bring their best form, and we too must present our finest. Just like in training matches. If opponents treat you lightly, how can you learn anything from them? Li Jifei found himself speechless, nodding in agreement. You're absolutely right. I just hope those young players can truly learn something from this experience, making our trip worthwhile. At least I see hope in Xia Xiaoyu. Shi Wuyin smiled. He played exceptionally well. For the next match against Russia, partnering him with Zhang Qinghuan in midfield should be a viable option. Indeed. Let us also position Zhang Qinghuan up front. By the way, how is Zhang Qinghuan's injury? After the match, I noticed him with an ice pack wrapped around his thigh. Shi Wuyin furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, I heard he went to find old Feng as soon as he returned to the hotel. Upon hearing this, Li Jifei also knitted his brow, inquiring, is the situation dire? It shouldn't be. Perhaps just a post-match relaxation massage, Shi Wuyin replied, his own uncertainty evident in his tone. Li Jifei sighed. If Zhang Qinghuan feels unwell, our remaining 2 matches will indeed be quite challenging. Shi Wuyin reassured him, there's no need to worry. Once old Feng finishes, we can inquire further. Huanggu, Xiaoxingxing. Let's go for dinner. Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei knocked on the door of Zhang Qinghuan and Chen Xingyi's room, eager to invite them to the restaurant for dinner. Following the team's commendable performance in the first match, the national team had arranged for top chefs from home to prepare a grand feast as a reward. After an exhausting match, everyone was quite hungry. Although they had nibbled on fruits and pastries, it was merely a light snack, and a proper meal was essential. Thus, everyone eagerly anticipated this dinner. Even before mealtime, Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei arrived to knock on the door. It was Chen Xingyi who answered. Huanggu? Hu Lai called out as he peered inside. Huanggu went to the therapy room. Chen Xingyi replied. Is he really injured? Hu Lai asked, somewhat surprised. He had seen Coach Shi mention it in the news, yet based on his observations during the match, he believed it was merely a painful but temporary impact that would heal after the game. Now, hearing that Huanggu had gone to seek out Master Feng, who was originally not part of the national football team but was a renowned physiotherapist for the Chinese athletics team, raised his concerns. Master Feng had been invited by the Football Association through the General Administration to provide therapy and massage for the players during this World Cup, and his skills were undeniably exceptional. He said he needed to see Master Feng for a massage. Under the current circumstances, I dare not take it lightly, Chen Xingyi explained. Instantly, Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei thought of Gao Rumin, their expressions turning serious as they nodded in agreement. Earning a point should have been a joyous occasion. Yet as the players returned to the hotel on the bus, they were met with disheartening news from the hospital. Gao Rumin, who had sustained an injury during a collision with Seidel, was diagnosed with a fracture in his right metatarsal. Not only would he miss the remaining 2 matches of the World Cup, but he would also be sidelined for several months from the current season of the Chinese Super League. As professional athletes, they were all too aware of the ramifications such an injury could have on a player's career. Consequently, upon hearing this news, a heavy silence enveloped the room. With no one daring to speak for a while, their spirits plummeting. With the World Cup approaching, everyone had been exceptionally cautious, striving to avoid injuries. Particularly after learning that Maxi Kyrie had to withdraw from the tournament due to injury. Yet now, only one match into the World Cup, they faced the reality of losing another teammate to injury. Zhang Qinghuan reclined on the therapy table, allowing the team's master Feng, to massage the thigh muscle that had been struck by Seidel. Even now, the pressure brought forth a sense of pain. In order to prevent his injury from affecting subsequent matches, he specifically applied ice packs as he exited the field. Now, he requires massage therapy to promote circulation, alleviate swelling, and ease pain. During a press conference, after revealing his own injury, he received an outpouring of concern and inquiries from numerous individuals, including Coach Zhao from the club, his agent Uncle Yong, as well as his mother and close friends. He understood why everyone was so concerned, even anxious, as they feared the repercussions of an injury, especially in light of Gao Rumin's severe injury that led to his departure from the World Cup. They worried that even if they did not withdraw from the tournament, their performances could be adversely affected. He shared this apprehension. Thus, upon returning to the hotel after the match, he promptly sought out the team's physiotherapist, Master Feng. As Master Feng administered the massage, he reassured him, stating that it was not a significant issue and there was no need for concern. After this massage, "I guarantee it won't hinder your training or competition," he said. He understood why Zhang Qinghuan sought him out, so he offered comforting words to ease his worries. Hearing this, Zhang Qinghuan asked, "Will it really not affect my upcoming training and matches?" "Of course not. It's just a minor injury," Master Feng replied. "It's nothing serious. Let me give you another massage, and it will be as if the injury never existed." Master Feng jested with Zhang Qinghuan. As a physiotherapist, he often also took on the role of a psychologist. After all, the players who sought his massages were usually nursing some injuries, and their spirits were understandably low. He not only provided physical relief, but also emotional support. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Zhang Qinghuan smiled, his face reflecting a newfound relaxation. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the therapy room. "Brother Huan, are you in there?" It was Hu Lai's voice. Before he could finish speaking, he entered the room, followed closely by Wang Guangwei, Chen Xingyi, Xia Xiaoyu, Zhou Zijin, and Lin Ziyuan, the latter having joined them midway. The six of them rushed in, making the temporary therapy room, which had been occupied solely by the medical team, feel considerably cramped. "Are you all here for a massage?" Master Feng exclaimed in surprise. Hu Lai quickly waved his hands. No, we're here to invite Brother Huan to dinner." He then turned to Zhang Qinghuan, asking, "Are you almost done?" "Almost," Zhang Qinghuan replied. "Well then, we'll wait for you," Hu Lai said. Zhang Qinghuan turned to find the room full of expectant faces gazing at him, and he suddenly felt an uncomfortable sense of déjà vu. "Could you all wait outside?" he requested. The others exchanged glances, surprised that as soon as they entered, Brother Huan insisted they leave. This unexpected demand left them feeling uneasy, as they sensed that Brother Huan's mood seemed less than cheerful. Was his injury serious? Did he not want them to witness his vulnerable side? Hu Lai suddenly exclaimed, "Why do we have to go outside? Are you not receiving therapy, but rather indulging in some kind of special treatment? Are you embarrassed for us to see? Surely not, right, Brother Huan? You had your share of fun when you were younger. Why be shy now?" Zhang Qinghuan could no longer contain himself and interrupted Hu Lai's rambling. "Hu Lai, you idiot." Master Feng shot Hu Lai a disapproving glare. "What nonsense are you spouting? Special treatment? Me, with my age and looks, am I capable of such indulgence? In the bathhouse?" The old man responsible for scrubbing was nearly taken aback when Hu Lai clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Oh dear, Master Feng, this is quite the dream collaboration." Master Feng, adorned with a multitude of question marks above his head, inquired, "What on earth are you talking about?" Beside Hu Lai, Chen Xingyi had already grasped his neck, exclaiming, "Hu Lai, you rascal!" Wang Guangwei erupted into laughter, saying, "Xingyi, if you hadn't intervened, I would never have imagined this." Finally, Xiaoyu managed to create the meme that had been circulating in their WeChat group, covering his face with a wry smile. Zhou Zijing was left pondering the key phrases. What's the joke? What's the joke? What does it have to do with Chen Xingyi? Get lost. It has nothing to do with it, Chen Xingyi retorted, while still holding on to Hu Lai. Ultimately, Master Feng could no longer tolerate the commotion and shooed the raucous group out of the therapy room, declaring, "Go outside. Don't disturb my work." The young folks promptly dispersed. Before exiting, Hu Lai clung to the door frame and asked Master Feng, "Master Feng, is Huan Gu's injury merely a muscle strain? What are you thinking? A muscle strain is no trivial matter." Master Feng shot Hu Lai a glare, as if blaming him for speaking ill. "Oh, then that's a relief," Hu Lai responded, aware that such matters were no laughing matter, quickly donning a smile before retreating. Once everyone was ushered out and the door was closed, Master Feng returned to the bedside, shaking his head and muttering, "This is all your fault. You let them out and gave Hu Lai an opportunity to make mischief." Zhang Qinghuan shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, "It was mainly because they surrounded me in a circle by the bed, making it feel as if they were attending my funeral, a rather ominous feeling." Master Feng paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "It seems Huan Gu's injury is not too serious," Hu Lai remarked. He had originally planned to use 2,000 points from the system store to exchange for a bottle of recovery ointment. If Huan Ji's injury had indeed been a muscle strain, he would have sought an excuse for Huan Gu to apply it himself. However, it appeared that Master Feng had not deceived him. Lin Ziyuan, arms crossed, observed Hu Lai, who was eavesdropping with his ear pressed against the door, and scoffed. "You don't need to press your ear against the door. We can all hear. Hu Lai, this is truly sleazy." Hu Lai shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "What do you know? You merely heard Master Feng's laughter, but I discerned his intricate emotions through the subtle vibrations of the door." "Really?" Lin Ziyuan was taken aback, surprised by Hu Lai's keen perception. "You see, you just don't understand," Hu Lai explained. Master Feng's laughter began with a vigorous burst, erupting suddenly like a high note in a melody, instantly capturing attention. Yet, that was merely laughter. It held no deeper meaning. Following that, the middle segment of his laughter dipped slightly before ascending again. Finally, in the concluding segment, Master Feng's laughter faded, yet it lingered in our ears, evoking a sense of lingering resonance. The laughter did not abruptly cease. It carried a prolonged echo, reflecting Master Feng's light-hearted mood. What do we call this? This is what we refer to as a delightful release. The laughter he emitted vividly illustrated his belief that Huan Ji's injury was indeed not a significant concern. Rather than an attempt to comfort us, Hu Lai, with his hands clasped behind his back and his head slightly raised, spoke eloquently, captivating everyone present. They stared at Hu Lai in a daze, momentarily uncertain whether he was jesting or speaking earnestly. The corridor outside the room fell into an abrupt silence until Zhang Qinghuan emerged, observing their stunned expressions, and inquired, "What is going on? Are we playing a game of statues?" Hu Lai quickly dropped his pretentious demeanor and approached, saying, "They are simply entranced by my charm." "Huan Gu, are you feeling better?" "Yes, much improved," he replied. Wang Guangwei, regaining his composure, asked with concern, "How do you feel now?" Zhang Qinghuan slightly bent his right leg, engaging his thigh muscles as he carefully assessed the sensations emanating from the injury. "There's just a hint of discomfort, but it is nearly negligible." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It had merely been a case of blunt force trauma, and with time, it would naturally heal. Zhang Qinghuan continued, "Although it's not a grave matter, it's wise to be cautious." Master Feng emerged from the room, adding, "Rest assured, after my massage, your training and competition will remain unaffected." "Thank you, Master Feng." Zhang Qinghuan expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Feng." The others echoed in appreciation. Master Feng waved his hand dismissively. "It's merely part of my duty. There's no need for thanks. My purpose here is to serve you all. It's my responsibility to ensure you perform well in the World Cup. Is this small matter worthy of such gratitude?" Afterward, he gestured, "Now, hurry and eat. If you delay, the good food will be gone." Oh, a feast, a feast." The group quickly bid farewell to Master Feng and dashed toward the elevator. Watching the young ones chatter and laugh as they departed, Master Feng couldn't help but smile. Knowing that Zhang Qinghuan was feeling down due to his injury, he took special care to lift his spirits. What wonderful young individuals. Among the crowd, Zhang Qinghuan listened as they recounted the reason for their earlier astonishment upon seeing him emerge. It was indeed Hu Lai's exaggerated display. He laughed heartily. The fact that his training and competitions would not be hindered was truly splendid. He resolved that in the upcoming 2 matches, he would not shy away from his responsibilities. P.S. Although this chapter is a standalone, it comprises nearly 6,000 words. Tomorrow, we shall also have a standalone. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 306. A departure. Shi Wuyin gazed at Gao Rumin, who sat before him in a wheelchair, looking significantly more haggard than the day prior. He appeared as though he had not slept throughout the night. No, perhaps he truly had not. The harshness of reality weighed heavily upon him. While everyone yearned for the coveted World Cup, he had only played for 50 minutes before being forced to bid farewell. I personally advise you to return home immediately for surgical treatment rather than remaining with the team as a mere cheerleader, Shi Wuyin said, striving to adopt a calm tone in the face of the weary young man. Just prior to this statement, Gao Rumin had conveyed his earnest desire to stay with the national team, to stand alongside his comrades on the bench and fight together. The intention is commendable. Yet Shi Wuyin resolutely dismissed his proposal. Your injury necessitates prompt treatment and cannot be postponed. Otherwise, the condition may deteriorate. Opting for conservative therapy would not favor your recovery in the future. It is imperative that you return swiftly for surgery and thereafter engage in proper rehabilitation. Only in this manner can you minimize the impact of this injury on your future. Noticing that Gao Rumin still seemed reluctant, Shi Wuyin adopted a stern demeanor. Are you truly willing to be merely a spectator in this World Cup rather than diligently recuperate and strive to participate in the next one? For years hence? Gao Rumin looked up, somewhat taken aback, at his mentor from the national and Olympic teams. Shi Wuyin gazed at him earnestly, questioning. Do you believe this is your sole opportunity to reach the World Cup? Is that why you are so hesitant? Like veterans Zhang Qinghuan, Yao Huasheng, and Hao. Do you feel this is your only chance in a lifetime? Gao Rumin hastily shook his head. No, that's not it, Coach Shi. I don't think that way. Ignoring his explanation, Shi Wuyin continued with a firm reprimand. Then why are you dawdling here? Return for surgery and recuperate properly. Once you readjust at the club and regain your competitive edge, you can rejoin the national team and participate in the World Cup. Left speechless, Gao Rumin lowered his head and weakly replied, I will heed your advice, Coach Shi. Observing his demeanor, Shi Wuyin sighed inwardly, yet maintained an impassive exterior. That's more like it. You are still young, Xiaogao. Your career stretches ahead of you. Do not let this World Cup jeopardize your entire professional journey. Gao Rumin nodded. However, Coach Shi, I have one request. Speak. I wish to bid farewell to everyone before I leave. I do not want to depart without a word. Gao Rumin raised his gaze to Shi Wuyin. The latter did not respond immediately, instead remaining silent for several seconds before nodding. Very well. According to the training regimen set by the coaching staff, the players of the Chinese team, who had just completed their first match yesterday, engaged in recovery training at the hotel gym in the morning. They were then scheduled for outdoor training at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This timing was strategically chosen to help the players acclimatize to competing under the scorching midday sun. To accommodate European television audiences, most matches of the World Cup held in the Americas were scheduled for the afternoon, with fewer evening matches during prime viewing hours. This arrangement aligns with the fact that afternoon matches in the Americas coincide with prime time for European viewers, given that football is a traditional stronghold in Europe, boasting the most participating teams and fans. The match between China and Russia was set to move to Miami, with the local time for the game at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, which translates to 5 o'clock in the afternoon GMT and 1 o'clock the following morning in Beijing. Therefore, the team's training schedule needed to be adjusted according to the match time. In the gym, players were engaged in targeted training sessions under the guidance of their coaches. Those who participated in the competition, feeling somewhat unwell and nursing minor injuries, primarily engaged in restorative training. Meanwhile, those who did not compete and were in better physical condition undertook rigorous training to maintain their fitness, preparing themselves for any opportunity to take the field. Out of the 23 members of the team, 22 were in attendance for training, with only one absent, an absence that everyone was acutely aware of. It was not until the training session was nearing its conclusion that Gao Rumin was brought into the gym in a wheelchair to bid farewell to his teammates. I have come to say goodbye, he announced, forcing a smile despite the turmoil within him. I must return for surgery and will not be able to fight alongside you all. I hope you can carry my spirit with you. A documentary crew from CCTV, closely following the team's inaugural participation in the World Cup, directed one of their cameras towards Gao Rumin. Although he wore a smile, the close-up revealed the glimmer of unshed tears in his eyes. His fellow players silently observed him. Captain Yao Huasheng stepped forward, embodying the team's collective sentiment, and reassured Gao Rumin. Rest easy, Xiaomin, focus on your recovery. We will strive to carry your spirit with us. Thank you, everyone. Gao Rumin responded, slightly bowing from his wheelchair. I will cheer for you all from home. Their farewell was succinct. Gao Rumin spoke little, as did the others. Witnessing a teammate, who had stood shoulder to shoulder with them just yesterday, now confined to a wheelchair, rendered them speechless. Gao Rumin's current predicament could very well be a foreshadowing of what each player might face in the upcoming matches. Zhang Qinghuan stood among the group, silently observing Gao Rumin, his gaze gradually rising from the wheelchair to rest upon Gao's face. This was the same fan who had approached him for an autograph upon joining the national team, now tightly pursing his lips, struggling to maintain composure. The effort to suppress his emotions was evident. He feared that uttering a single word might unleash tears. He longed to cry, but was apprehensive that it might dampen the spirits of those around him. Zhang Qinghuan was acutely aware that he was the one targeted by the opposing team, and logically, it should have been him in that wheelchair. Gao Rumin was leaving the World Cup in his stead. Clenching his fists, he felt a surge of frustration as Gao Rumin was quickly wheeled away, never looking back until he vanished from sight. Although Gao Rumin had departed, a palpable heaviness lingered in the gym. The players were somber, their spirits low. Observing this, Shi Wuyin called for a training pause, gathering everyone for a talk. What happened to Gao Rumin is something none of us wish to witness. However, as professional athletes, we must understand that injuries during competition are not uncommon, and missing games is part of our reality. Our focus now should be on performing well in the upcoming 2 matches. If you remain mired in this emotional state, we may struggle to withstand the onslaught of Russia in the second match. The previous evening, after dinner, the team had gathered to watch the match between Russia and Brazil. This is not merely an opportunity for learning. It is also because these 2 teams are the upcoming opponents of the Chinese squad in the group stage. It is widely believed that the more formidable Brazilian team would easily conquer the waning Russian side. However, the actual match unfolded contrary to their expectations. The physically adept Russians, facing the nimble Brazilians, held their ground remarkably well. This once again illuminated for the Chinese players that in the World Cup, no team can be deemed a mere underdog. Teams that may appear weak on paper can indeed engage in fierce contests against those that boast greater prowess. The focal point for Russia was unmistakably their formidable center forward, Ivan Romanov. Capitalizing on the advantages of his imposing stature, standing at 6 feet 5 inches and weighing 210 pounds, he wreaked havoc in the Brazilian penalty area with his aerial prowess and physical confrontations. Throughout the match, Russia delivered an astonishing 50 crosses, a rarity in contemporary football where the average is around 30 to 35 crosses per game. Although Romanov did not score himself, it was his presence that created chaos in front of the Brazilian goal, ultimately allowing his teammate, Nikita Lucas, to find the net. After securing the initial goal, Russia continued to bombard the Brazilian penalty area with this tactic. It was not until the 72nd minute that Brazil managed to equalize through an assist from Cabanca to forward Santana Silva. Following that, neither team could add to their tally, and the score of 1-1 remained until the final whistle. While it is true that the current Brazilian team is not the powerhouse it once was during its 3 consecutive World Cup victories, it still stands as one of the 8 seeded teams in the tournament. The failure to overcome Russia was not favorable news for the Chinese team. Russia's resilience against Brazil significantly enhances their chances of advancing from the group. Should they defeat both China and Algeria, amassing 7 points, their progression is virtually assured, with even a possibility of contending for the top spot in the group and advancing further in the knockout stages. Brazil, too, finds itself in a precarious position. Having failed to secure a victory against Russia, their path forward is limited to defeating both Algeria and China. Their ambitions extend beyond merely advancing from the group. They aspire to do so as the group leaders in order to reach the round of 16. Thus, the remaining 2 opponents for the Chinese team demand utmost effort and should not be underestimated. The match between Russia and Brazil has dispelled any lingering illusions of ease. If we desire to ensure that Xiaomin's departure holds significance, we must not falter in the final 2 matches and allow our opponents to dominate us. Let us demonstrate to the world that we are not here to disgrace ourselves. We owe it to Xiaomin. With this resolute statement, Shi Wuyin concluded his address. Assistant coach Li Jifei then bellowed, "Now, let us resume training." Meanwhile, the injured national player Gao Rumin, who sustained an injury during the opening group match against Algeria, returned to the capital this afternoon by plane. He will undergo surgical treatment domestically at the capital international airport. where he received a warm welcome from media reporters and Chinese football fans. Although he played only 50 minutes in the World Cup match, he remains a hero in the hearts of the fans. The fatigued Gao Rumin, after a long flight, couldn't help but smile upon seeing such enthusiastic supporters. After returning home, Gao Rumin posted a Weibo update featuring a group photo with 10 of his national team teammates taken before their first group match, accompanied by the words, "I'll take a rest and watch you, brothers." China's journey in the World Cup has just begun, yet some have already departed early. Such is football, and such is life. Chapter 307. The thrilling World Cup. Rafael Fonseca turned over, drowsily sensing someone seated on the neighboring bed. His sleepiness vanished instantly as he opened his eyes to see his roommate, Kindle Cabanca, sitting silently. "My God!" Fonseca exclaimed. "Are you all right, Kindle?" Cabanca turned to him. "I'm fine, Rafael. Fine. What time is it?" "Just past 5 in the morning. You're sitting on your bed alone and not sleeping at this hour. And you think that's fine?" The Brazilian national team's starting left-back covered his face. "I can't sleep," Cabanca admitted. "The thought of not defeating Russia keeps me awake." Fonseca shrugged. "Not winning against Russia is certainly disappointing. But Kindle, after all, they are the second strongest team in our group, and their style indeed countered ours. I think a draw isn't too bad. At least we didn't lose. Furthermore, if we defeat Algeria and China next, we will still advance." "That is precisely the issue, Rafael. Did you watch the Chinese team's match?" Cabanca inquired, turning his head. "What is the point of watching now? I'll watch before our match against them. But I do know who scored 2 goals, one of which was a beautiful world-class strike. However, that goal was merely a stroke of luck. You faced him in the Premier League. Surely you know his level? The entire world is discussing his incredible world-class strike. But I honestly don't care about that. I'm more concerned about the overall performance of the Chinese team, Rafael. I've watched their match in full. They are certainly not the team we imagined." Cabanca's tone grew serious. "So you worry that we might not advance because of this? Don't fret, Kindle. Even if the Chinese team is stronger than we anticipated, they have nowhere to hide now. I trust the old man will notice this too. As long as we give our all, how could we possibly falter against the Chinese team?" Cabanca fell silent, as he too felt that if the Brazilian team remained vigilant and dedicated, unexpected outcomes were unlikely. "Get some sleep, Kindle. If you don't rest well, be cautious of the media catching you dozing off during training." Rafael Fonseca yawned, turned away from Cabanca, and resumed his slumber. Cabanca lingered on the bed for a while before finally lying down again. After all, the final round of the group stage was a matter for another day. To dwell on it now to the point of insomnia seemed rather unnecessary. Peter Williams and Jay Adams sat on the England team's bench, observing the match unfolding before them. Although Harry Bernard had made a timely return, catching the last train to the World Cup, Jay Adams had also earned his place on the England squad through his commendable performances in the league, alongside his club teammate Peter Williams. However, being selected for the England team did not guarantee them any opportunity to play in the World Cup, at least within England's established midfield duo. There was no prospect for these 2 younger players to take the field. Thus, they remained on the bench, contributing to the atmosphere when England had a chance. They feigned close attention. When opportunities slipped away, they sighed in despair, and when the opponents threatened England's goal, they exhaled in relief. Each time the camera panned to the England bench, it allowed fans to witness the unity between the substitutes and the players on the field. Yet, in truth, Williams was reluctant to merely play the role of an observer. His gaze was fixed on the pitch, but his mind wandered. Both he and Jay Adams were key players for their club, yet here they were, relegated to the sidelines. Meanwhile, his teammate Hulai not only secured a spot in the World Cup, but also scored 2 goals. These were goals on the grand stage of the World Cup. Although Hulai had claimed the Golden Boot in the league, it did not guarantee him goals on the World Cup stage. It is worth noting that even the top scorers from the 5 major leagues were still in pursuit of their inaugural World Cup goal. After all, the dynamics between club and national teams are vastly different. A player's stellar club performance does not necessarily translate seamlessly to international play. The variations in personnel, tactics, and mentality present numerous factors that can influence a player's performance. Williams had watched that match, where Hulai endured his own struggles, occasionally shining but often remaining invisible. It was only after his long-range shot found the back of the net that the tide turned. That long-range strike was truly spectacular, garnering attention and discussion worldwide. Now, with 2 goals, Hulai led the World Cup scoring chart, avoiding the pitfalls of his Golden Boot predecessors. The mere thought of this filled Williams with envy. Hulai had transcended the divide between club and national team, while he, a key midfielder of the Premier League champions, could only sit on the national team's bench as the closest spectator to the World Cup match. On the field, England squandered yet another opportunity. Jay Adams clasped his head in despair and leaned forcefully against the back of his chair. Noticing that Williams remained motionless beside him, he nudged him and asked, "What's wrong?" "I was just thinking about who," replied Jay. Adams comprehended why Williams had suddenly fallen into a daze. "Are you envious of him?" "Well, that is an unavoidable circumstance. The England team is not lacking players, and it is fortunate for us to even be included. Given the current midfield configuration of the national team, it is a challenge to secure a place on the pitch," Jay Adams whispered, covering his mouth with his hand. A habit ingrained in professional players to prevent their words, whether on or off the field, from being misinterpreted and causing trouble for themselves. In contrast, the Chinese team, represented by Hu, is not particularly strong, thus affording him greater opportunities to play. Williams interrupted him. "Jay, you're mistaken. I believe that with Hu's capabilities, he could also be a starter in the England team." Adams shot him a glance. "Who mentioned Hu?" "I was referring to the two of us. If we were Chinese players, we would already be starting." "Ah, but every advantage comes with a disadvantage, Peter. While we can easily participate in matches in China, the probability of winning a World Cup is evidently greater for England than for the Chinese team. First, we must defeat the Czech Republic," Williams remarked, his lips curling in disdain beneath his hand. The match had progressed for nearly 70 minutes, and the score remained 0-0. "Honestly, Jay, I believe our approach is flawed. Who says the national team should consist of the nation's most exceptional players? It should be a collection of players best suited to the coach's tactical philosophy. Our captain and midfielders sound impressive in name, but the reality is they cannot coexist. Otherwise, how do we explain their excellent performances at their respective clubs, but lackluster displays for the national team?" Despite the softness of Williams' voice, Adams was startled and quickly glanced around, noticing that their teammates were absorbed in the match and had not heeded Williams' complaints. He lowered his voice further. "This is not a conversation for us, Peter." Williams recognized he had perhaps said too much, so he merely pouted and fell silent, fixating on the field, perhaps buoyed by having secured the league championship. Williams now brimmed with confidence. He no longer felt like a junior member of the national team. Rather, he was ambitious and ever eager to take the lead, especially after witnessing Hu's performance in the World Cup. Jay Adams could somewhat discern his thoughts, but chose not to caution Williams. On the contrary, he found it entirely normal for Williams to harbor such ambitions. With his youth and immense talent, if he maintained his drive, his future accomplishments would undoubtedly be significant. Adams, however, had outgrown the fantasies of conquering the world. Now, he merely yearned for the opportunity to play in the World Cup, not pondering distant achievements or contemplating the future. As the referee blew the final whistle, a chorus of boos erupted from the stands. Amid the discontent, Williams, Adams, and their fellow teammates on the bench rose. Some stared blankly at the field, while others turned to head toward the players' tunnel. Williams first gazed at the pitch, then shook his head slightly before turning to walk toward the tunnel. Adam cast a glance over his shoulder at head coach Jason Riley, letting out a silent sigh before departing. After a grueling 90 minutes, the England team, once regarded as a favorite to clinch the championship, failed to secure a victory against the Czech Republic. In fact, they did not score a single goal. Jason Riley ought to seriously reconsider his strategies and player arrangements. "We fielded what was purportedly our strongest lineup, yet we could not overcome our adversary. Particularly in the offensive front, we failed to net even one goal." Stones, the second highest scorer in the Premier League this season, exerted himself, yet it was evident that he was out of form and appeared somewhat fatigued. "We must enhance our creativity in attack. We cannot perpetually rely on our forwards to execute dribbling, passing, and shooting all at once." Under the unrelenting criticism of commentator Matthew Cox, the score of 0-0 on the scoreboard appeared rather glaring. Coach Hiroto Motoki is preparing to make a substitution," the Japanese television commentator remarked as he observed the assistant coach rushing towards the bench. In front of the Japanese team's substitute bench, the assistant coach was beckoning Junpei Morikawa. Morikawa, get ready to come on." Junpei Morikawa promptly rose from his seat, removed his training vest, and approached head coach Hiroto Motoki. The coach made his final substitution of the match, replacing defensive midfielder Junpei Morikawa with Tatsuya Sugiyama, a move aimed at bolstering the defense. It seemed that Coach Motoki intended to maintain their slender lead in the remaining 15 minutes. The Japanese team was determined to secure the first victory for an Asian nation in this World Cup. Junpei Morikawa plays for the Chinese Super League club, Antong Shining Stars. He has previously won the Super League championship and is a highly skilled defensive midfielder. Coach Motoki's decision to bring him on was likely to curtail the midfield orchestrator of the Norwegian team, John Set. Looking at the not-so-tall defensive midfielder before him, Coach Motoki spoke with a serious tone. Your task is straightforward, Morikawa. Freeze John Set. Do you have the capability? Junpei Morikawa puffed out his chest and replied loudly. I promise I won't disappoint you, coach. Excellent. Morikawa, I appreciate your spirited demeanor. Go forth. The first victory for Asian football in the World Cup rests upon your shoulders. Coach Motoki firmly patted Junpei Morikawa on the shoulder. The latter strode confidently towards the fourth official. The assistant coach cast a glance at him before turning his gaze back to Coach Motoki. What you said truly worked. I can feel his entire presence has shifted. Coach Motoki smiled slightly. Morikawa is a rather straightforward individual. It is better to be direct with him than to say too much. He will not let us down. Let us hope so, after all. Set is a prodigious talent in the Bundesliga. Morikawa is also a gifted midfielder. Junpei Morikawa was unaware of the murmurs exchanged between the two coaches behind him. At that moment, the figure of Hulai suddenly surfaced in his mind. If it weren't for the jersey Hulai gifted him after that East Asian Cup match, how could he possibly stand on the World Cup stage? He recalled that Hulai and Xiaoyu had mentioned in their group chat that the head coach of the Chinese team would arrange for them to watch the World Cup matches. I wonder if you, Hulai, have watched our match. If you did, I would certainly not bring shame upon you. When Takaya Sugiyama exchanged a high five with Junpei Morikawa, an unsettling feeling suddenly washed over him. Unable to resist, he stole a glance at his counterpart, only to witness the exuberant youth shout, Junpei Morikawa, here I come. To everyone's astonishment, the Japanese team indeed triumphed over Norway, securing the first victory for an Asian team in this World Cup. Indeed, the overall performance of the Japanese team was notably superior. The Chinese team players in the restaurant were animatedly discussing the recently concluded match. After Morikawa entered the game, he truly rendered the opposing defense helpless, akin to a stubborn piece of chewing gum that one simply cannot shake off. Hulai, what are you doing? Chun Xingyi inquired. Noticing Hulai engrossed in sending messages to the group, Morikawa should send out red envelopes. Shouldn't we celebrate our victory with some festive rewards? After Hulai sent his message, he raised his head, wearing a perplexed expression, seemingly bewildered by Chun Xingyi's seemingly simple question. You never fail to impress, Hulai, Wang Guangwei remarked, covering his face in amusement. Hey, Lao Wang, if Morikawa sends out red envelopes, you better not snatch them. Hulai retorted playfully. Why shouldn't I? Can't I bask in the joy? Wang Guangwei responded without hesitation. No sooner had he spoken than Morikawa indeed sent a red envelope in the group chat. In an instant, the table fell silent as everyone focused intently on seizing the opportunity, competing for speed. 23 yuan. Wang Guangwei exclaimed joyfully. I managed to grab 17 yuan and 53 cents. Only this little bit of happiness, Chun Xingyi sighed. I fared a bit better. Not too shabby, Hulai. How much did you get? Zhang Qinghuan turned to Hulai. 8 dimes and 2 cents. Hulai exclaimed, his words dripping with sarcasm. Upon seeing his amount, everyone erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, the standout performer, Xia Xiaoyu, who had the best luck, could only cover her face and chuckle, refraining from displaying too much pride. As everyone could see, the World Cup is in full swing, bringing joy to some and sorrow to others. P.S. In yesterday's update, regarding the number of crosses made by the Russian team, a reader raised a question. When I initially wrote that figure, I was actually thinking of Moyes' record-setting Manchester United with 81 crosses, so I halved it and noted it as 50. However, I did not take into account the disparity in strength between Russia and Brazil, and whether they could indeed manage to execute 50 crosses. This has now been amended. Additionally, tomorrow will feature a single update, but the day after will have 3 updates. Chapter 308, the second group match on the training ground. The defenders of the Chinese team were engaged in specialized training. Each player had to face 2 opponents who wielded soft pads, working in unison to press and collide with them. The defenders had to withstand this onslaught, and then leap to clear the high balls sent by the coach. This training regimen was specifically designed for the Russian team. though everyone was aware of the formidable Ivan's reputation and his specialties. Witnessing him wreak havoc in the Brazilian penalty area during the live broadcast was truly shocking, leaving the Brazilian defenders in disarray. Despite the Brazilian team's defenders not possessing the most exceptional physical attributes, their extensive experience in European football ensures that few lack the ability to contend. If they struggle against the formidable Ivan, one can only ponder the challenges faced by the Chinese team's defenders. In response to Ivan Romanov's unique characteristics, Shi Wuyin devised a specialized training regimen, hoping to bridge the gap in physical confrontation during the match. Wang Guangwei's performance stood out distinctly among his peers. After observing training for a while, team leader Hong Renjie discerned this trend and remarked to the head coach, Shi Wuyin. Shi Wuyin was not surprised. He explained to Hong Renjie that he had heard from Lao Zhao that Wang Guangwei had requested additional training focused on physical confrontation upon returning from a European training camp. Thus, his current abilities in this regard had significantly improved. It was no wonder Hong Renjie nodded in understanding, as preparations had evidently been made in advance. On the training ground, Wang Guangwei first collided with the duo of Zhou Zijin and Luo Kai before leaping to head the ball, managing to connect with it just before it sailed over his head. However, due to the time and energy expended during the physical confrontation with Zhou Zijin and Luo Kai, his timing for the jump was slightly delayed, resulting in a rather feeble header that did not clear the distance. Nonetheless, his performance was commendable. He at least managed to make contact with the ball. Others had missed the optimal moment to leap, becoming ensnared in their opponent's defenses and watching helplessly as the ball sailed past, a scenario that would undoubtedly lead to conceding a goal in a match situation. With Russian players lurking behind, they would easily seize the opportunity to shoot unopposed, creating a perilous situation. Wang Guangwei's effort, while not entirely successful in clearing the ball, nonetheless managed to disrupt the opponent's best shooting opportunity, even if only marginally. After explaining this to Hong Renjie, Shi Wuyin stepped onto the training field and blew his whistle, signaling a shift to offensive drills. Against Russia, it was imperative not only to prevent conceding goals, but also to devise strategies for scoring. Indeed, Shi Wuyin had no intention of settling for a scoreless draw. Approaching the match with such a mindset could likely lead to defeat. Acknowledging that Russia possessed greater strength than Algeria, he aspired for the Chinese team to at least avoid a loss, making scoring a vital objective. If they could find the back of the net, it would significantly enhance both tactical flexibility and the players' morale. Hulai scored twice against Algeria. Although his overall performance during the match might not have seemed particularly impressive aside from those 2 goals, he was nonetheless awarded the title of man of the match. The Russian coaching staff would undoubtedly assign personnel to specifically mark Hulai. If Algeria could do so, how could Russia refrain? Furthermore, with Russian players exhibiting superior physical attributes and greater prowess in confrontation, Hulai would face considerable difficulty in finding the net in this upcoming match. Consequently, Shi Wuyin resolved to utilize Hulai to draw the attention of the Russian defense. During training, the focus is on Hulai drawing away the opposing defenders, creating space near the penalty area, while other players in the Chinese team capitalize on these openings to threaten the Russian goal. Although Hulai's current prominence may not be advantageous for him personally, as he becomes a marked player, it presents an opportunity for his teammates. His brilliance may overshadow them, rendering them less noticeable and thus less scrutinized. This is particularly true for Luo Kai, who plays in Europe but lacks the fame and achievements of Hulai. Despite his less impressive performance, having only featured in matches late in the season at Veronica, he nonetheless benefits from training at the level of the Eredivisie, making him superior to most other players on the Chinese team. In fact, only 2 players in this squad are capable of competing within European teams, Hulai and Luo Kai. In the last match against Algeria, Luo Kai's performance was not particularly remarkable, primarily playing on the wings. However, his performance was adversely affected by Zhang Qinghuan's subpar display. Yet, this may inadvertently lead to a more lenient defensive approach from the Russians towards Luo Kai. The strategy devised by Shi Wuyin for the Chinese team in the second group match is to allow Hulai to draw the Russian defense, while Luo Kai, Zhang Qinghuan, and Chen Xingyi seek scoring opportunities. In the conference room, Russian head coach Arkem Mashinanov had just presented a meticulously edited highlight reel of the Chinese team's previous match, showcasing Hulai's moments during the World Cup. From this video, we can discern Hulai's habitual positioning. To avoid being caught offside, he consistently makes lateral movements before suddenly darting forward. Thus, when attempting to create an offside situation, decisiveness is crucial. Hesitation is not an option. Moreover, when defending against him near the penalty area, one must be wary of his reverse runs. For instance, on his first goal, all attention was fixated on the final shot, which was merely a stroke of luck. I would wager that if he were to take another shot from that position, he would surely fail, Mashinanov asserted confidently. Therefore, the key is not his shooting ability, but rather his movements leading up to that shot. Observe how he runs. He first positions himself towards the ball, creating the illusion of preparing to receive it. However, at that moment, he is acutely aware that he cannot reach the ball due to its height, unless he jumps, which would merely allow him to stop it rather than pose a threat. Before preparing to receive the ball, who has already strategized his next move. Understanding this aspect is crucial, as it aids in liberating your mindset from merely following him defensively throughout the match. If you fail to grasp his intentions, you may find yourself deceived, much like the Algerian defender who was outmaneuvered by Hulai's feigned approach to receive the ball. As he spoke, Mashinanov replayed Hulai's movements prior to his first goal. As a player with an acute understanding of football trajectories, Hulai certainly knows that he cannot reach the ball at that height. Of course, he does. However, he still sprinted to receive the pass. Why? Naturally. It was because he aimed to deceive Musavi with this maneuver. And indeed, he succeeded. After all, defenders typically mirror the movements of attacking players without pausing to ponder the motivations behind such actions. In the heat of competition, there is scarcely time to contemplate these matters. Every second counts, and a mere half-second delay could see the opponent slipping away. Consequently, defense often relies on instinctive reactions rather than deliberate contemplation. Exceptional defenders possess a wealth of experience and innate talent, enabling them to instinctively make the right moves. As long as we can ensure that who does not find opportunities to receive the ball in open spaces, we can stifle his scoring potential. For his physicality is insufficient to unsettle our defenders. As Mashinanov spoke, his tone was resolute, and he indeed exuded confidence. The two main central defenders of the Russian national team are Alexandrovich Kuzmin, standing at 191 meters and weighing 88 kilograms, and Viktor Pretniev, who is 188 meters tall and weighs 84 kilograms. Before who, they stand like an impenetrable wall. At this juncture, Mashinanov turned to the two. In the next match, you will face an even greater challenge, for it is not merely about holding your positions. You must strive to keep pace with whose tempo. No problem, coach. We will give it our all. The older Kuzmin assured his partner on behalf of both. Excellent. Now, let us discuss how to breach the Chinese team's goal. It is evident that their defenders lack physical strength, appearing rather frail, Mashinanov shrugged as he remarked. So, how do we penetrate the Chinese goal? Quite simply, by fully exploiting our physical advantages. Ivan, treat the Chinese penalty area as your own domain. Do as you please. The bear-like Ivan Romanov grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and cheerfully replied, "Rest assured, coach. I will stir them up like mixing brain matter." Upon hearing this, Mashinanov chuckled. "You might want to choose a different metaphor next time, Ivan. Though you resemble a bear, you are not one after all." "Understood, coach." Romanov grinned, nodding in agreement. Yesterday, the entire Chinese team traveled from Atlanta to Miami, where they will face their second group stage opponent, the Russian team. This afternoon, the Chinese team arrived at the Miami Rock Stadium for acclimatization training. From the training session, it was evident that Zhang Qinghuan, who sustained a minor injury during the match against Algeria, was performing actively and appeared to be recovering well. In the early hours of the day after tomorrow, at 1 a.m. Beijing time, the Chinese team will meet the Russian team here. We hope that the young players of the national team can showcase their style and skill in this second group match. The scene shifted, and Hulai appeared on camera. Addressing the reporter's microphone, "Russia is strong, but we are not weak. The Chinese team will give their all and compete fiercely against every opponent, minute by minute." Reporter Wang Shanshan smiled gently and inquired, "In the recently concluded selection for the best goal of the first round of the World Cup, your inaugural goal was awarded as the finest. Are you not elated?" "Certainly, I am indeed delighted," Hulai nodded in affirmation. "I hope to continue scoring. I am aware of Russia's formidable strength, yet I possess confidence in my ability to net goals against them. Although their two center-backs are robust, they lack agility," Hulai declared, his words captured on camera, and paused at the phrase regarding their center-back strength and lack of flexibility. Kuzmin turned to his companion, Pretniev. and they exchanged glances before both looked up at their head coach, Mashinov. The coach spread his hands, stating, "He is intentionally trying to provoke you. I urge you to maintain your composure during the match. Additionally, I must remind you that Hu's playing style is contentious. He has a history of deceiving referees for penalties in the box. Thus, exercise extra caution and do not rely solely on your physicality to defend against him." Observing the seriousness in the coach's demeanor, Kuzmin replied with equal gravity, "Rest assured, coach. We will not allow him to deceive us into conceding a penalty, nor will we let him score. P.S. Tomorrow, 3 updates. The day after tomorrow, 5 updates. P.S. 2. The European Championship reignites. In the knockout stage, I foresee Wales narrowly defeating Denmark by a single goal. As for the match between Italy and Austria, is there any suspense left? Italy will undoubtedly emerge victorious, and by at least 2 goals. Chapter concluded. Chapter 309. I am serious about this. The Russian team delivers a cross from the flanks. Feng's commentary pierced the air, reminiscent of an air raid siren. For the Chinese fans watching on television, the sensation was indeed akin to that. Each time the Russian team lofted the ball, the hearts of all Chinese supporters soared with anticipation. This was largely due to the terrifying aerial prowess of the Russian striker, Ivan Romanov. He was truly a master of the skies. As the football sailed toward the Chinese team's penalty area, Romanov leaped high in front of the goal, poised to head the ball. Alongside him, Chinese defender Wang Guangwei also jumped. However, rather than leaping from a stationary position, he executed a slight sprint to enhance both his jumping height and aerial contesting strength. The two collided midair. Though Romanov managed to make contact with the ball, Wang Guangwei's impact caused it to sail high over the goal. "Oh, that was close." Feng exhaled in relief as the football flew past, watched by goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan, who let it drift out of play. Chinese fans watching on television collectively sighed with relief. In terms of height and strength, Wang Guangwei was at a significant disadvantage. Thus, each time he contested with Romanov, the tension was palpable. Thankfully, despite the precarious situations, Romanov had yet to find the back of the net. This is because the Chinese team does not rely solely on Wang Guangwei to defend against Romanov. They employ a comprehensive defensive strategy that begins with restricting Russia's crosses from the back line and culminates in a variety of defensive tactics in front of the goal. Thus, 20 minutes into the first half, the score remains 0-0. Wang Guangwei rises from the ground after losing his balance in a contest for the ball with Romanov. Gasping for breath. Despite the match having just commenced, he feels as exhausted as if he had played nearly half a game in the previous match. This fatigue stems from a combination of physical and psychological strain. Each time he competes with Romanov for the ball, he exerts every ounce of his strength, facing not only the overwhelming force of his opponent, but also the immense psychological pressure of absolutely not conceding a goal. It is imperative. The coach has expressed a desire for the team to score first. Conceding would render all pre-match arrangements futile. Under such circumstances, how could Wang Guangwei not feel exhausted? Yet, he has no choice but to grit his teeth and persevere, hoping his teammates in the front line can secure a goal swiftly. Romanov, having just finished lamenting his missed opportunity, lowers his hands from his head and spots the panting Wang Guangwei. He smiles broadly and remarks in Russian, "You're doing well, kid." Wang Guangwei, unable to comprehend the words, defiantly narrows his gaze at Romanov. Observing this, Romanov chuckles softly and turns to run away. Although Wang Guangwei cannot understand the language, he perceives the air of superiority in Romanov's expression and tone, a sense akin to that of a top predator regarding its prey at the lower end of the food chain. Wang Guangwei's expression grows serious as he casts his gaze forward, beyond Romanov's retreating figure, fixating on Hu Lai. Hu Lai. The commentator, Feng's voice booms from the television. Hu Lai. A chorus of fans erupts and cheers. In the broadcast, Hu Lai intercepts the ball before the Russian center back, Pretniev, and shoots towards the goal. The ball evades Pretniev but is deflected out of bounds by another Russian defender, Kuzmin, behind him. Just by the sound. Chinese fans can almost visualize Feng in the commentary booth, head in hands, sighing in despair. What a pity. Zhang Qinghuan analyzes for the viewers at home. The timing of that pass was impeccable. Hu Lai's positioning was exceptional, and his shot was decisive. Yet the Russian defense is indeed formidable. 2 defenders simultaneously marking him is akin to locking Hu Lai in 2 cages. Since scoring twice in the opening match, including a spectacular long-range goal, Hu Lai has become one of the standout players of the World Cup's first round, prompting every opponent to closely monitor him. I believe both Hu Lai and Coach Shi must be mentally prepared for this. I think it would be prudent to occasionally allow Hu Lai to serve as an offensive decoy, drawing the attention of Russia's defenders, thereby creating openings in their defense. As for the other teammates, they cautiously followed Yan Kang's remarks. It seemed rather peculiar to have Hu Lai, who had already scored 2 goals, play a supporting role for his teammates. After all, Hu Lai is currently the only player on the Chinese team with a proven ability to score. Isn't it somewhat misguided to utilize such a talent in a secondary capacity while expecting others to take on the scoring responsibility? Undoubtedly. Some fans would share this sentiment and criticize Yan Kang's suggestion. Prior to the match, Shi Wuyin did not arrange for such a tactic when confronted by reporters. He stated that Hu Lai would be the primary attacking force for the Chinese team in this game. Clearly, Shi Wuyin also perceived the notion of utilizing Hu Lai as a decoy as an act of self-sabotage. From the onset of the match, various indicators suggested that the Chinese team had indeed opted to position Hu Lai as the finisher rather than any other player. This indicates that Shi Wuyin was not misleading the public with a smokescreen. "Go for it, my son," Xia Xiaoyu exclaimed from the sofa, waving her arms. As a mother, her most straightforward desire was for her son to score in consecutive matches and assist the Chinese team in overcoming Russia. She was indifferent to the pre-match analyses conducted by her husband and Coach Li. Once the match commenced, witnessing her son perform well filled Xia Xiaoyu with joy. Meanwhile, Li Ziqiang and Hu Lisin exchanged glances, surprised by the unexpected developments they had not anticipated. During dinner, after a few drinks, the coach's professional instincts kicked in, and they began discussing the tactics and formations the Chinese team should employ. They quickly reached a consensus. Hu Lai would undoubtedly be closely marked by the opponents. If the Chinese team insisted on relying on Hu Lai for offensive maneuvers, then as long as the Russian defense could contain Hu Lai, they would effectively neutralize the Chinese team's attack. This was evidently not a favorable outcome. If Shi Wuyin were sufficiently bold, he should consider allowing Hu Lai to feign an attack to divert the attention of the Russian backline, thereby creating opportunities for his teammates. This was the only effective offensive strategy they could conceive for the Chinese team. However, after 20 minutes of play in the first half, the Chinese team's attacks predominantly revolved around Hu Lai. Even when the ball was passed to Luo Kai and Chen Xingyi, both would find ways to deliver it back to the center for Hu Lai. Although Hu Lai was in decent form today, having already threatened the Russian goal with 2 shots that forced their goalkeeper, Yang Alkin, into remarkable saves, a change was still necessary. Could they genuinely rely on Hu Lai's slight frame to confront such formidable defenses? Shi Wuyin stood on the sidelines, his expression betraying no emotion. He recalled the training session before the match when he devised the strategy of utilizing Hu Lai as a decoy. Hu Lai had openly suggested that merely serving as a decoy, allowing Zhang Qinghuan to pass the ball to Luo Kai or Chen Xingyi, was overly simplistic and lacked substantial utility. Thus, he sought to enhance this strategy. In essence, he proposed that he should initially take the lead in attacks, posing a significant threat to the Russian goal, thereby instilling in them a firm belief in his role as the primary offensive player. At the most crucial moment, the football is passed to others, allowing them to deliver the decisive blow. In essence, it is a matter of success probability. After all, the world undoubtedly views Hu Lai as the main striker. If he is not to be the primary attacker for the Chinese team, then who else could take on that role? Who possesses the capability to threaten Russia's goal? Hu Lai suggested exploiting the psychological blind spots of their opponents to deceive them. Coach Shi Wuyin and his staff conducted a brief study and ultimately concurred with Hu Lai's proposal. It is essential for those assigned to feign an attack to perform convincingly. Only then can the enemy be led astray. Thus, it was decided that the match would commence as usual, unless the opportunity presented itself exceptionally well. The football would primarily be passed to Hu Lai, creating an atmosphere of continuity. Indeed, as expected, Russia's defense against Hu Lai was exceedingly stringent, employing 2 players to block his shots within the penalty area. Although Russia's overall defensive formation remained intact, Shi Wuyin believed that if this strategy persisted, the Chinese team would indeed have a chance. Moreover, in order to render the plan more believable, Hu Lai had previously showcased a rather arrogant demeanor during a press interview, openly declaring his intention to score against Russia. Shi Wuyin found this rather exasperating, recalling the previous match against South Korea, where Hu Lai had refrained from long-range shots. Just how much mischief was brewing within that lad's mind? As the first half unfolded, the Chinese team astonishingly held their ground, engaging in a thrilling back-and-forth with the Russians. Xinlang, the commentator for Tongfei Video, lavished praise on the performance of the Chinese team. In this match, Coach Shi Wuyin capitalized on the nimble and agile characteristics of the Chinese players to counter Russia's formidable size, and surprisingly, the results were quite favorable, particularly due to Zhang Qinghuan finally showcasing his true potential. In the previous match, he had been stifled by a defensive player, unable to orchestrate midfield play or organize attacks. However, in this match, his ball control and passing were commendable, leading to a significantly more fluid offensive display from the Chinese team compared to the last game. In contrast to the previous match, Coach Shi Wuyin made adjustments in two positions. One was substituting Xia Xiaoyu for the injured Gao Rumin, and the other was replacing the offensively skilled Chu Lu with the more defensively adept Jiao Qirui. Aside from these changes, the rest of the lineup remained identical to the last match. Yet, the team, facing a formidable opponent in Russia, performed admirably, especially in their offensive efforts. Zhang Qinghuan's performance was crucial. Hu Lai's recent shot was, in fact, assisted by him. Master Feng, seated on the coach's bench, proudly remarked to those nearby, "I told you. It would not affect his game." The person beside him gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Old Feng, your skills are truly impressive." It was not a significant issue. Master Feng remained modest. In the VIP box of the Miami Giant Rock Stadium, Song Jiejia and Yong Jun sat alongside Juan Pita, the sports director of FC Sarria from Barcelona, observing the match between the Chinese national team and Russia. After more than 20 minutes of the game, the two exchanged a silent glance, each finding a sense of relief reflected in the other's eyes. In the previous match, Zhang Qinghuan had underperformed, managing only a brief period of good play before succumbing to the quagmire created by Setalai, ultimately being substituted early by the head coach. Strangely enough, after his substitution, the Chinese team's offense improved, casting Zhang's on-field performance in an especially unfavorable light. This development left the two individuals, who had facilitated Zhang's move to Sarria, feeling a bit anxious. During the World Cup, they had been watching matches with Pita, and they wondered if he might feel deceived by Zhang's previous display. Fortunately, in this game, Zhang's performance had finally returned to form, resembling the familiar Chinese Francis. If he could maintain such performance, they would have something to report to Pita. Just as they were secretly exhaling in relief, Pita chuckled, exclaiming, "This is the level Zhang should be at. This is more like it." Turning to the slightly bewildered Chinese duo, he continued with a smile, "We have not misled you. Sarria has been monitoring him for a year and a half, and we are well aware of what Zhang is capable of." Perhaps due to his previous lackluster performance, the Russian team underestimated him this time, granting him too much space to receive the ball. I believe that having space to operate at the edge of the penalty area is crucial for him, as he always showcases his passing talent in such situations. Song Jiejia and Yong Jun exchanged knowing glances, both smiling in agreement. Indeed, this is the Zhang Qinghuan we know. Mr. Pita, you truly understand him. As the Chinese team regained possession through a concerted effort in midfield, they launched a counterattack. Zhang Qinghuan received the ball at the edge of the Russian penalty area. Just as Juan Pita had noted, the Russian players did not press him immediately, affording him the opportunity to turn. Upon pivoting, Zhang quickly assessed the situation ahead. Hu Lai was still tightly marked by a Russian defender, and the positions of Luo Kai and Chun Xingyi were not ideal either. Logically, he should have passed the ball backward or laterally. However, a thought flashed through Zhang's mind. Why not take a shot myself? Without hesitation, he acted on this impulse, gently nudging the ball forward before suddenly unleashing a powerful strike with his right foot. Boom! Zhang Qinghuan's long-range shot. The ball arced slightly, heading straight for the top corner of the goal. Russian goalkeeper Alkin leaped into the air, managing to punch the ball out of play. Oh! A simultaneous gasp arose from the stands, resonating from both sets of fans. No one anticipated that Zhang Qinghuan, who had been passing the ball, would suddenly deliver such a decisive kick, one that posed a significant threat. Splendid. Zhang Qinghuan. The Chinese team has earned a corner kick. Although the ball did not find the net, the Chinese team's offensive approach should indeed incorporate more variations. We shouldn't solely rely on seeking out Hu Lai. While Hu Lai is undoubtedly formidable, we must also strategize around him. Otherwise, we squander such a valuable asset. In the penalty area, Hu Lai redirected his gaze from the prostrate goalkeeper Alkin and turned to his companion Kuzmin, saying, "My friend, Don't say, I didn't warn you. My role in this match is to serve as bait. If you continue to follow me so closely, my teammates will surely seize the next opportunity. Kuzmin widened his eyes in astonishment. You speak Russian? Is Russian difficult? I merely glanced through a few books last night and picked up the essentials. Is that the key? The real crux is that if you don't start defending my teammates and keep shadowing me, you're not far from conceding a goal. Though Kuzmin still couldn't comprehend why Hulai spoke Russian, it was of little consequence. He scoffed. Don't think we are oblivious to your intentions. You simply wish for us to abandon our defense of you, thereby creating an opportunity for yourself. Such a childish ruse will not deceive us. Pretinev nodded in agreement from the side. Hulai, hearing this, shrugged nonchalantly. Very well, you have only yourselves to blame. With that, he disregarded the two and sought his position on the field. Kuzmin and Pretinev exchanged knowing smiles. Did he truly believe that mere words would convince us? Furthermore, who would divulge their team's tactical arrangements to the opponent? Such a glaringly flawed psychological game, flaunted before us. Nevertheless, it indicated that we were defending him well, forcing him into desperation. P.S. Today's updates will be threefold. The second update will be at 1 p.m. and the third at 6 p.m. Chapter 310. Welcome back to the game. Zhang Qinghuan prepared to take the corner kick he had earned. He directed the football toward the far post, where Wang Guangwei awaited. However, Ivan Romanov was also there. With a powerful roar, he leapt high, heading the incoming ball away from the penalty area before Wang Guangwei could react. Wang Guangwei didn't even manage to jump. He could only watch as this behemoth cleared the ball with a header. As Romanov soared before him, Wang Guangwei felt as though a mountain was rising before his eyes. This was the formidable adversary he had to contend with during the match. For a fleeting moment, Wang Guangwei found himself dazed, wondering if he could truly withstand this powerhouse for the entirety of the 90 minutes. Yet he quickly dispelled that thought from his mind. Regardless of whether he could hold his ground, he must confront such an opponent on the field. Therefore, pondering whether he could defend against him was meaningless. It would only serve to add to his worries. Focus. Maintain concentration. As the football soared out of the Russian penalty area, Wang Guangwei swiftly retreated to position himself. The ball, having exited the penalty area, was again controlled by the Chinese team. The holding midfielder Zhang Qinghuan received the ball and passed it to Xia Xiaoyu, who had drawn back from the penalty area. Before receiving the pass, Xia Xiaoyu had already turned his head to mentally catalog the situation on the field, knowing precisely where each player was positioned. Thus, upon stopping the ball and making a slight adjustment, he hesitated not a moment before dispatching the football directly to the right flank, where Zhang Qinghuan, having just taken a corner, had withdrawn without being offside. Upon receiving the ball, the Russian players swiftly pressed out of the penalty area, aiming to create an offside trap. At that instant, however, Hulai, positioned at the top of the penalty arc, executed a contrary maneuver, making a diagonal run into the penalty area. His movement caught the attention of Kuzmin and Pretinev, who realized Hulai was attempting to evade the offside rule, as he had initiated his run from an onside position. Pretinev, the more agile of the two center-backs, promptly abandoned his plan to push forward for the offside trap, as the Chinese team's number 10 had already passed the ball. If he advanced, Hulai would remain onside. He veered towards Hulai, while Kuzmin similarly retreated, positioning himself inside as a double insurance. Yet, Zhang Qinghuan's pass was not aimed at Hulai. Instead of a lofted ball, he executed a delicate curved shot. Initially, the football appeared to be heading towards the diagonal run of Hulai, but mid-flight, it veered towards the back post. Hulai had evaded the offside trap, and Zhang Qinghuan directed the pass to the rear. The spectators' gaze followed the ball towards the back post, where suddenly emerged Luo Kai, having switched from the right flank to the left without anyone marking him. Unmarked and equally onside, Luo Kai surged from the crowd. Luo Kai? Exclaimed commentators He Feng and Yin Kong, both rising from their seats in unison. They witnessed Luo Kai reach the back post, leap into the air, and with his left foot, gently redirect the football sent by Zhang Qinghuan. Arkin, the goalkeeper, lunged but was a moment too late. The ball grazed the back post and found its way into the net. Kuzmin turned to glance at the back post. Witnessing this scene unfold, instinctively, he raised his hand, signaling for offside. Yet, he heard no whistle. Instead, he was met with a resounding cheer. Over half of the massive stadium was filled with Chinese fans, their roars deafening. It was a thunderous applause. What a goal! What a goal! Luo Kai has struck. He had scored his first goal in the World Cup, marking the Chinese team's inaugural goal in this match. We are leading Russia in the second group match. China leads Russia. Moreover, this marks the second consecutive match in which we have scored. This is a path I had never envisioned. China leads Russia. Haha. Commentators He Feng and Yin Kong exchanged jovial banter, appearing almost delirious to outsiders. Yet, surveying the vast stadium, they were not out of place. For the stands were filled with Chinese fans equally, if not more, exuberant than they. After the first match, Chinese fans had become more pragmatic. If the weakest of the three opponents posed such a challenge, how daunting would the remaining teams, Russia and Brazil, be? Thus, they ceased to ponder notions of reaching the round of 16, quarterfinals, or even semifinals. As reported in the news, their sole desire is for the Chinese team to showcase both style and skill. They dare not dwell on the specific outcomes, leaving everything to fate. To their astonishment, after adopting a balanced mindset, the Chinese team took the lead just 25 minutes into the match, delivering an immense surprise. Regardless of the final result or score of the game, the fact that we have scored a goal opens up a realm of possibilities. After the goal, Luo Kai turned to the assistant referee, confirming he was not offside, before extending his arms and sprinting towards the left corner flag. Overwhelmed by sheer excitement and exhilaration, his mind momentarily blank, he soon found himself diving onto the grass, sliding a considerable distance. Surrounding him were his ecstatic teammates, also collapsing in celebration atop him. Feeling the weight of his comrades, Luo Kai finally grasped the profound reality. Yes, I have scored. I have scored in the World Cup. This is real, not a dream. Qingqing, did you see that? Of course, you must have seen it, for you watch Huli's matches. This thought, emerging in Luo Kai's mind, even dulled the joy of his goal. Yet before he could reflect further, he was engulfed from behind. His euphoric teammates roared and screamed around him, dissipating any lingering disappointment. Regardless, I have scored a goal in the World Cup. What Huli has accomplished, I have done as well. Pinned beneath the jubilant throng, Luo Kai let out a roar of triumph. Observing this lively scene on the television, Hu Lisin turned to Li Ziqiang and remarked, "Congratulations, old Li. Thus far, every Chinese player who has scored in the World Cup has been nurtured by you." Li Ziqiang waved his hand in modesty, but was interrupted as his daughter lunged at him, grasping his arm. "Don't be modest, Dad. Humility is merely a greater form of pride, haha." At his daughter's words, Li Ziqiang smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, I shall not be modest." A warm current surged within him, enveloped by a sense of immense accomplishment. Hu Li and Luo Kai scored in the World Cup, while Xia Xiaoyu provided an assist. All of them hailed from his Dongchuan High School football team. Initially, after being sidelined by Sun He had resigned in anger from Quanshun Football School and returned to his alma mater with a sense of self-imposed exile. Though the nation was fervently supporting and developing campus football, Dongchuan High School was not renowned as a football powerhouse at that time. He was uncertain of what he could achieve there, initially intending to simply give it a try and see how things unfolded. Little did he know that this seemingly casual endeavor would blossom into a remarkable achievement on the World Cup stage. Today, he has firmly established his commitment to grassroots football, and the outstanding performances of his students in the World Cup serve as a monumental badge of honor and encouragement. Let him realize that the path he has chosen is indeed the right one. It has come to fruition in front of the Chinese team's coaching staff. Shi Wuyin and Li Jifei embraced one another, affirming that their pre-match preparations had not been in vain. Hu Li's relentless assaults on the Russian defense during the match drew attention away from other players on the Chinese team, creating an atmosphere that rendered everyone but Hu Li seemingly ineffectual. This distraction allowed Luo Kai to make a decisive run to the back post, slipping into open space unnoticed. As the Russian players shifted their focus to the ball, they merely stood by, watching Luo Kai receive the pass, their bodies betraying no reaction. As if they were astonished that a Chinese player was even there. They were equally surprised that Zhang Qinghuan opted not to pass to Hu Li, instead delivering the ball to an unremarkable teammate. In the end, amidst the Russian players' gaze, Luo Kai scored the goal. Moreover, it was a truly exquisite strike. Setting aside the prior strategy and positioning, the execution of Luo Kai's shooting technique was remarkably elegant. Initially, there were concerns that he might unleash a powerful shot that would send the ball soaring into the stratosphere. Yet, when the moment arose, Luo Kai maintained his composure. Resisting the urge to strike with force, and instead opting for a delicate chip. His perfectly timed run, coupled with an impeccable application of shooting technique and the finesse of his strike, culminated in a goal that was nothing short of perfection. On the adjacent Russian bench, head coach Marshyanov furiously waved his arms, causing the flab on his abdomen to jiggle like a water bag, the sounds from within echoing audibly. "Damn it! What a beautiful pass!" exclaimed Juan Pita from the VIP box, clapping his hands in excitement. "Even I believed he would pass to who." The ball initially seemed destined for him, only to curve beautifully toward the back post. Both the choice of the passing target and the execution of the pass were executed splendidly. Truly, he is the Francis of China. Song Jejia and Yong Jun exchanged glances. Realizing they no longer needed to boast, they were pleasantly surprised by the enthusiastic praise from the buyers. At the same time, Yong Jun felt a sense of relief, recognizing that the club genuinely understood and appreciated Zhang Qinghuan. He believed that under such circumstances, Qinghuan's journey abroad would be markedly smoother. Surely, this was a testament to the blessings of old Zhang's spirit watching over them. Zhang Qinghuan, who provided the assist to Luo Kai, did not rush to celebrate with him. Instead, he stood at the spot of the pass, vigorously pumping his fist and roaring with joy. It was as though the goal had been scored by him. Though it was merely an assist, in Zhang Qinghuan's eyes, this moment was as significant as a goal. He felt he had not let down those who believed in him, nor had he betrayed the promises he had made to himself. This time, he vowed never to be a coward again. He felt a sudden lightness on his heavy shoulders, as if a burdensome weight had vanished. But almost immediately, another heaviness descended upon him as someone leapt onto his back. "Go back to your position, brother," he heard Hulai shouting fervently in his ear. A smile broke across his face, radiant and captivating, leaving a young nurse watching from in front of the television utterly entranced. P.S. Here is the second update. The third will be delivered at 6 in the afternoon. Please support with monthly votes. Chapter 311. An unexpected first half. Luo Kai's goal was a microcosm of the Chinese team's performance against Russia in the first half. Just as in their inaugural match, the Chinese team did not succumb to the anticipated onslaught from the Russians. Although the formidable characteristics of the Russian side posed significant challenges, instilling anxiety among fans each time they approached the Chinese penalty area, the Chinese team was not without merit. The notion that no team reaching the World Cup is devoid of strength has been reiterated frequently. Yet many have overlooked a crucial point. The Chinese team also made it to the World Cup, and in the eyes of others, they are not considered weak. Russia's advantage lies in their physical strength, while the Chinese team excels in agility and speed. While Russia may contain the Chinese team, conversely, the Chinese attributes somewhat counterbalance the Russian strengths. Thus, as the first half commenced, Chinese players, adhering to Coach Shi's pre-match instructions, expended their energy relentlessly, utilizing their mobility to mask their shortcomings in physical confrontations and to maneuver swiftly, avoiding excessive direct clashes with their opponents. This tactical approach proved effective in the first half, with the goal serving as the most compelling testament to their strategy. After the match began, the Chinese team was not wholly subdued by the Russians. Rather, they engaged in a back-and-forth contest, at times even seeming to gain the upper hand. Prior to Luo Kai's goal, Hulai had already posed a threat to the Russian goal, as did Zhang Qinghuan with his long-range shot. Therefore, when Luo Kai scored, joy erupted, and there was no belief that the goal was merely a stroke of luck. The team demonstrated their ability to compete with Russia, and while their offensive maneuvers raised concerns, their own attacks also left the Russians startled. This was the most remarkable aspect. Achieving a goal against Russia is commendable, but the overall performance speaks volumes about a team's true quality. It can even be said that, even if they were to lose the match in the end, as long as they held their ground on the field, the future of this team would remain promising. Hong Renjie sat on the bench, observing Shi Wuyin, who was intently watching the match from the sidelines. The support from the boss for Shi Wuyin had evidently begun to yield results. In fact, following the first match of the World Cup, previous controversies had dissipated entirely. Even disregarding the outcomes of the remaining 2 matches, even if they were ultimately eliminated, the team had already made its mark. This can indeed be regarded as a glorious failure. Now, through this match against Russia, which lasted less than half an hour, Shi Wuyin has genuinely realized his vision of planting a new generation of trees for the future of Chinese football over the next decade. With such a performance in their inaugural World Cup, what reason do we have to fear that we might not qualify in 4 years? Hong Renjie gazed thoughtfully at Shi Wuyin's retreating figure, already contemplating how to persuade him to reconsider his decision to continue coaching the national team. Prior to this World Cup, Shi Wuyin had explicitly stated that he would step down from his role after the tournament. At that time, the leaders of the Football Association had agreed, as no one could have predicted what achievements Shi Wuyin would lead the team to at the World Cup. Now, Hong Renjie is convinced that the Football Association leaders must be regretting their decision and wishing to retain Shi Wuyin. Whatever conditions he may propose, they will likely acquiesce without hesitation. After taking the lead, the morale of the Chinese team surged as they adhered to the tactical arrangements laid out by their coach, engaging in a strategic contest with Russia and even gaining the upper hand. Luo Kai, who scored the goal, was exceptionally lively and in splendid form. If there were a visual representation of his status, it would undoubtedly be depicted as a red upward arrow. Soon, he executed a long-range shot just outside the penalty area. Alkin dove to the side, barely managing to touch the ball instead of clearing it. Hu Lai happened to be perfectly positioned for the follow-up. To thwart his attempt at a second shot, two Russian center-backs united. Pretniev marked Hu Lai, pushing him away, while Kuzmin rushed in to kick the ball clear before Hu Lai could intervene. After successfully clearing the ball, Kuzmin collided with Pretniev, both falling to the ground. Although they emerged unscathed, their chaotic state in front of their own goal was quite unfortunate. Russia attempted to reverse this passive situation by utilizing long passes from the back to find Ivan Romanov. The Chinese team's counter-strategy was simple. As long as the formidable Ivan was not within the penalty area, they would allow him to head the ball, but would not necessarily contest the initial header with Romanov. Their main focus was on controlling the second ball. Thus, even if Romanov managed to make contact, it would be futile, as the ball would still be intercepted by the Chinese players when he attempted to set it up for his teammates. The Chinese defenders certainly found it challenging to contend with Romanov, yet they proved capable against other Russian players. Moreover, when facing the remaining Russian players, the Chinese team ensured they had numerical superiority in localized areas, with two players contesting the aerial duel while another focused on controlling the ensuing ball. This demanded a compact formation from the entire team, with timely follow-ups. There could be no scenario where they advanced and failed to return, leaving their defense exposed. All players had to be in constant motion, appearing in every corner of the pitch. Through this relentless running and tenacious play, the Chinese team managed to withstand the aggressive onslaught from Russia. Meanwhile, Russian coach Mashininov sat on the bench, retracting his gaze from the field, opening a small notebook on his thigh, and lowering his head to jot down notes and sketches. The dynamism exhibited by Luo Kai intensified the pressure on the Russian defense. This was particularly evident when they watched helplessly as Hu Lai sprinted towards the support point, drawing two central defenders away, only to cleverly allow the ball to slip behind him, presenting Luo Kai with a prime opportunity to shoot. The Russian players faltered, realizing they could not afford to disregard that number 9. He had already scored once and was highly likely to find the net again. Thus, when Zhang Qinghuan passed the ball to Luo Kai, Kuzmin abandoned Hu Lai and rushed toward Luo Kai in the penalty area, intent on thwarting his shot. However, after Luo Kai feigned a shot, he skillfully pulled the ball back and passed it to Hu Lai. With a swift change of direction, Hu Lai received the ball, positioning himself just ahead of Pretniev, and unleashed a powerful strike. The ball soared into the Russian goal. Yet, as the jubilant cheers erupted from Chinese fans in front of their televisions, they soon noticed that Hu Lai did not celebrate. Instead, he spread his arms wide towards the assistant referee. The spectators in the stadium had a clearer view, as they saw the assistant referee raise his flag, signaling for offside. Hu Lai felt aggrieved. I wasn't offside. He had specifically checked his position before making the run. Pretniev was behind him, and there was no way he was offside. Commentators He Feng and Yin Kong echoed this sentiment. Was it offside? Hu Lai was ahead of Pretniev. The television broadcast swiftly presented the VAR footage. While it was true that Hu Lai was not offside, at the moment Zhang Qinghuan passed the ball to Luo Kai had indeed strayed offside by a head. The footage distinctly marked the positions of both players with two lines, one indicating the projection of the last Russian defender, and the other showing Luo Kai's position at the moment of the pass. It was evident from the footage that Luo Kai was leaning forward, poised to sprint. Although his foot was behind the line, his upper body had crossed it. In a sprinting contest, this head-leaning motion would have given him the edge to cross the finish line first. However, this was a football match. Since the head is considered a valid part of the body for an offside call, it counted against him. Consequently, Luo Kai's offside status rendered Hulai's subsequent goal null and void. How frustrating. The margins were minuscule. How I detest the video assistant referee. Give me back that goal. Across social media and in front of their screens, many Chinese fans expressed their dismay. Meanwhile, commentators He Feng and Yin Kong, though lamenting the offside call that negated the goal, recognized the positive aspects of the play. Although the goal did not stand, it was clear that the Chinese team was gaining momentum, forcing the Russian defense into a state of constant disarray. This was a good sign. They urged their team to maintain this rhythm and continue applying pressure on the Russian penalty area in hopes of scoring again before the end of the first half. At that moment, their aspirations had shifted from merely seeking a draw to pursuing victory. Even more distant aspirations crossed their minds, such as advancing from the group stage and penetrating into the knockout rounds. Although reaching the latter stage would likely pit them against the formidable French team, which had previously triumphed over them by a staggering 40 points, such concerns seemed trivial at that moment. Regrettably, the Chinese team was unable to score again before the halftime whistle. Nevertheless, as the players left the field, both they and the spectators wore relaxed smiles. The collective satisfaction with the first half was palpable, and no one voiced criticism for failing to extend their lead. After all, prior to this match, few had dared to envision the Chinese team taking the lead against Russia. Contemporary Russia is far removed from the glory of having reached the semi-finals of the European Championship and the quarter-finals of the World Cup within 2 years. However, the frail camel still outweighs the horse. The terrifying reputation of Ivan had not yet faded. This was a team with distinct characteristics, precisely the traits that the Chinese team found daunting. Historically, in encounters against physically robust teams like Iran, Iraq, and Uzbekistan, the Chinese had often found themselves at a disadvantage. Russia, in essence, represented an enhanced version of those teams, almost naturally serving as the Chinese team's nemesis. In this match, however, the Chinese team managed to utilize their relentless running to hold their own against the opponents, concluding the first half with a 1-goal lead. If such performance were still met with derision, it would be utterly unreasonable. Amidst the cheers of the Chinese fans, the players walked into the tunnel, engaged in light-hearted banter, while the Russian players, heads bowed, appeared profoundly dejected. It seemed they were still grappling with the reality of their unexpected deficit, pondering why their physical advantages had failed to manifest. Television broadcasts offered close-up shots of the goal scorer, Luo Kai, and the Russian captain, Ivan Romanov. The former was celebrated as the pivotal figure responsible for the goal that brought China their lead in the first half. Conversely, the latter's expression conveyed criticism, suggesting that the once terrifying Ivan had not unleashed his potential. The contrasting emotions were evident in their faces. Luo Kai beamed with joy, while Romanov wore a scowl reminiscent of a gloomy Russian bear. P.S. Today's triple update is presented, and tomorrow's 5 updates will follow the conclusion of the match. I anticipate a narrow victory for the Netherlands over the Czech Republic and a 2-goal triumph for Belgium against Portugal. Although I hold deep admiration for Cristiano Ronaldo, it appears that his and Portugal's journey in the European Championship may soon come to an end. However, given his current form, I believe he can be expected to participate in next year's World Cup in Qatar, where he will join the ranks of Matias and Mexican goalkeeper Antonio Carvajal as the players with the most World Cup appearances, each having participated 5 times. End of chapter 312. Behind the lead, every Russian player who entered the locker room sat in silence, lost in their thoughts. In truth, prior to Luo Kai's goal, they had not performed poorly and had posed a threat to the Chinese goal. However, after that goal was scored, the morale of the Chinese team surged, while the Russian players inevitably became somewhat flustered, finding themselves suppressed by their opponents on the field. They nearly fell behind 0-2. Had it not been for the opposing number 9 being ruled offside. To be frank, if it weren't for the presence of video refereeing, that goal might have counted. After all, even the Russian players themselves failed to recognize that Luo Kai was in an offside position when Zhang Qinghuan made the pass. Without video refereeing, and if the assistant referee had not seen clearly, that goal could very well have been counted. Now, the Chinese team leads by 2 goals. For Russia, this is a devastating blow, even if they manage to equalize and avoid defeat. It signifies that they must engage in a fierce battle against Algeria in their final match if they wish to contend for a spot in the next round. Given how challenging the Chinese team is, Algeria is unlikely to yield easily, especially since the 2 teams had drawn 2-2 in their first encounter. Although Russia possesses the superior strength, they find themselves trailing in score, which is an utterly disheartening sensation. Head coach Mashininov entered the room, closed the door, and surveyed the scene. Most players were visibly disheartened by conceding that goal. He then spoke. To be candid, our defensive errors in the first half were minor. Nothing of grave concern. We became overly focused on Hu's threat, neglecting the other players on the Chinese team. I do not deem this an unforgivable mistake. Therefore, even in the second half, I will not permit you to abandon Hu in favor of marking others. I still firmly believe that Hu is the most threatening player in the Chinese squad. He remains our top priority in defensive assignments near the penalty area, followed by the other players. In the second half, we must prioritize marking Hu while also keeping an eye on the others. Particularly, we must focus on restricting their number 10, as he is the engine of their offense. Neutralizing him effectively severs their attacking opportunities. Furthermore, our defensive formation must remain intact. We cannot allow ourselves to be easily torn apart by the opposition. We are only one goal behind, not 2 or 3. As long as you maintain your composure, the initiative will surely shift back to us in the second half. I do not say this merely to comfort you. In reality, you may not have noticed. But it is crucial to acknowledge the price the Chinese team has paid to engage us in this contest. As Mashininov concluded his remarks, the players in the locker room lifted their heads, directing their gazes toward him. The Chinese team's strategy is straightforward. They utilize agile positioning and rapid passing to counter us. This approach is indeed effective, but it demands a high level of physical exertion from the entire team. They operate like a finely tuned machine, with each gear needing to mesh perfectly, or else they risk malfunctioning. Thus, you will often observe them converging swiftly among 3 or 4 players, executing quick passes and movements. The same applies in defense. Players who advance must rapidly retreat to their defensive positions. Throughout the first half, they played in this manner. Do you truly believe they can sustain this intensity indefinitely? After a moment of shared silence, someone shook their head, declaring, "No, their stamina will falter first." Indeed, Mashininov concurred, asserting that their endurance would ultimately fail. I refuse to believe that the Chinese team consists of tireless automatons. During their last match against Algeria, they exhibited signs of fatigue quite early on. Had it not been for Hu's spectacular long-range goal, which significantly lifted the team's morale, they might have collapsed altogether. Furthermore, had it not been for their stamina issues, they could very well have triumphed over Algeria in that match. At this juncture, Mashininov, with a magnetic piece, arranged the positions of Chinese players on the tactical board, demonstrating how the team operated during the first half. This was based on his observations, meticulously noted for adjustments during halftime. By employing this visual method, the players could more readily grasp the operational dynamics of the Chinese team. Their forwards often maintained close proximity during attacks, facilitating quick passes and coordinated movements. Moreover, short-range passes boasted a higher success rate, minimizing errors. However, this necessitated continuous movement and positional changes from all attacking players, placing considerable demands on their stamina. We can advance the ball into their defensive zone with simple long passes, but their players must retreat from the front, including Hu must also contribute to the defense. Thus, in the second half, we should persist with long balls aimed behind their lines. Just 2 or 3 of us can manipulate most of their team. Nothing could be more advantageous. We need not concern ourselves with success rates. Even if they intercept, their stamina will inevitably be depleted by the relentless back and forth. Moreover, should they wish to engage physically, it would require greater exertion, further exacerbating their fatigue. They will succumb before we do. Stay calm. Do not fall into their rhythm, regardless of how they run or pass. We must fortify our defenses. Remember, every team that qualifies for the World Cup is formidable. Algeria is not weak, and neither is the Chinese team. Young men, your performance in the first half was commendable, praised Shi Wuyin. As the second half commences, we must seize the initiative and strive for another goal. After the first half, Shi Wuyin felt a surge of ambition. After all, leading Russia by a goal, why not take a chance and transform a bicycle into a motorcycle? If we were to score again, the pressure on the Chinese team would significantly diminish. Although Shi Wuyin verbally lauded his players, internally, he harbored concerns. He was acutely aware of the Achilles heel of his tactical approach, stamina. The initial decision to employ this strategy against Russia stemmed from the inspiration gained from the Chinese team's performance against Algeria. He noticed their passing and movement coordination was exceptionally harmonious, even surpassing their training displays. While he was uncertain about the reasons behind this, he contemplated that perhaps their cohesive passing and movement could be the key to countering Russia. It is akin to a slender yet agile boxer facing off against a robust yet cumbersome opponent. To rush in and exchange blows directly would likely result in being struck with a powerful punch. However, by fully leveraging the advantages of speed and agility, one might navigate the ring and engage in a tactical battle, potentially securing victory through points. The sole concern lies in physical stamina, which is the foundation of this tactical approach. Without stamina, all strategies remain mere theoretical constructs. But how does the Chinese team fare in terms of physical conditioning? Within the Asian context, they may hold their own, yet on the World Cup stage, it often falls short. After all, participating in World Cup matches demands significantly more physical endurance than competing in Asian tournaments. This was evident during their match against Algeria. The Chinese team began the game with remarkable vigor, fueled not by nerves, but by excitement. However, such excitement inevitably accelerates energy expenditure. Thus, after conceding the second goal, the team began to show signs of fatigue. The ensuing goal by Hu Lai was a moment of brilliance, greatly uplifting the team's morale, akin to an invigorating boost, allowing them to persevere through the remainder of the match driven by adrenaline. The match against Russia followed a similar pattern. The rationale behind Shi Wuyin's desire to seize an early lead was to provide the Chinese team with a buffer of 2 goals, mitigating the impact of fatigue as the match progressed. Even if they were to concede a goal in the second half, the players would still feel a sense of advantage, which is psychologically distinct from being equalized. Naturally, Shi Wuyin would attempt to adjust player substitutions in the second half to alleviate the effects of fatigue. However, the overarching trend remains difficult to alter. As the team's stamina wanes, they would inevitably have to abandon this strategy and adopt a more defensive posture, engaging in a battle of attrition against Russia, which would pose the greatest challenge for the Chinese team. Shi Wuyin is acutely aware of the strengths and weaknesses of his strategy, but finds himself with limited options, compelled to adhere to this self-defeating approach. At the very least, this strategy has allowed the Chinese team to not only hold their ground, but also maintain a 1-goal lead over Russia. Consequently, he refrained from voicing his concerns to the team, opting instead to shower them with praise and sustain their enthusiasm as they prepared to contend with Russia. As the second half commenced, neither side made substitutions. Following a 15-minute halftime break, we awaited the performance of the young Chinese players. Just as Yifeng was about to finish his thought, the Chinese team advanced into the attacking zone, culminating in a high-quality long-range shot from Hu Lai just outside the penalty area. Though the shot lacked speed, its angle was deceptively acute, evading the grasp of Russian goalkeeper Arkin, but ultimately grazing the outside of the post and sailing beyond the goal line. Hu Lai, what a pity. It appears that the Chinese team has indeed continued with the aggressive strategy from the first half, opting not to retreat defensively despite holding a 1-goal lead. Recognizing the futility of a retracted defense against the Russian team's prowess in positional warfare, Coach Shi was acutely aware of the situation. On the sidelines, Russian head coach Martianov remained composed, gesturing to his players to maintain their patience and composure. Following an unsuccessful attack, the Chinese players did not linger in the front. Instead, they retreated to their half, seizing the opportunity as goalkeeper Alkin prepared to execute a goal kick. This strategy mirrored their defensive approach in the first half. Against the Russians, engaging in high pressing was never an option, as they rarely wasted time with back passes, opting instead for a swift long kick to Ivan Romanov. This pattern repeated itself, leading one to speculate whether the Russian team had a specific training regimen for long goal kicks, aimed solely at delivering the ball to Romanov, irrespective of his position on the field. Indeed, when Romanov ventured to the flanks, the ball followed suit, and he utilized his physical advantage to leap for a header. Although Luo Kai returned to defend, he was completely outmatched in the aerial duel, unable to even approach the ball, as Romanov easily overpowered him. However, despite winning the initial header, the ball was contested by Chinese midfielder Jiang Wanqing, who managed to deflect it aside, landing at the feet of Xia Xiaoyu. Upon receiving the pass, Xia swiftly turned to shield the encroaching Russian player behind him and promptly returned the ball to Wang Guangwei. Just as he released the ball, he was jostled by a Russian adversary, aware that any moment of hesitation could result in a lost possession. Yet, Xia Xiaoyu was no longer the anxious player who had forgotten even his own name during his debut match. Confronted by the aggressive pressing of the Russian players, He exhibited remarkable poise and composure, processing the situation with meticulous awareness of his teammates and opponents' positions. As a young player brought to the World Cup stage by Coach Shi, he had rapidly matured within the match, validating Shi's assertion that young talents must compete on such prestigious platforms to truly flourish. The Russian attack concluded swiftly. The television broadcast afforded close-up shots of both head coaches. Shi, with a furrowed brow, appeared somewhat tense, while Martianov, exhibiting a stoic demeanor, turned back to the bench after the failed attempt, unscrewing a bottle of water and gulping down half of it. The score remained 1-0, with China holding a temporary lead. Today, at the 5th hour, updates will occur at 8, 10, 13, 15, and 18 o'clock. Chapter 3:13. An unending struggle as the Russian midfielder, Nikita Lukash, received the ball on the flank. Their right back, Peter Vlasov, suddenly surged forward. Chen Xingyi, who was defending Lukash alongside Xia Xiaoyu, noticed Vlasov's advance and realized that the opponent might be seeking cooperation. He promptly shifted his position. Simultaneously, Lukash flicked the ball with his heel into the vacant space behind him, perfectly delivering it to the advancing Vlasov. Chen Xingyi lunged for the ball, attempting to force it out of play, but Vlasov managed to prod it away with the tip of his foot just in time. Chen Xingyi missed the interception. In the next moment, Vlasov leaped, vaulting over Chen Xingyi. Caution! Instead of continuing down the line, Vlasov passed the ball horizontally towards the center. Center forward Ivan Romanov did not wait in front of the goal for a cross. He stepped out of the penalty area to receive the ball. Wang Guangwei moved to challenge him, preventing the opponent from comfortably handling the ball without any defense. He placed his hands in front of him, pushing against Romanov with all his might. However, Romanov leaned back, unyielding as a mountain. As the two grappled, Zhang Qinghuan approached, hoping to seize the opportunity to intercept the ball. Yet, Romanov suddenly nudged the ball with his left foot to the left side of his body, swiftly turning to shield Zhang Qinghuan with his robust physique, then raised his right foot to unleash a powerful shot. The ball whistled past Wang Guangwei, hurtling towards the Chinese team's goal. Goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan dove to the side, fists together, striking at the ball. With a resounding thud, the ball soared high out of play. Lin Ziyuan executed a remarkable save. Romanov's shot had tremendous force. He dared not catch it directly and could only deflect it with his fists. The ball flew out of bounds, illustrating the sheer power behind his strike. Rising from the ground, Lin Ziyuan spread his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. Though his expression belied the pain he felt in his finger joints from the earlier save, he certainly did not wish to appear as at ease as he did. It is well known that the formidable Ivan possesses two lethal skills, heading and long-range shooting. While his heading ability is undeniable, his long-range shots have previously struck defenders in the head, resulting in unconsciousness. This underscores the terrifying power of his strikes. Relying on these two formidable skills, this Russian football hero led the host nation to the quarterfinals in the 2018 World Cup and assisted Russia in reaching the semifinals in the 2020 European Championship, marking the nation's best performance in intercontinental competitions in the past 30 years. In his prime, Romanov was nearly unstoppable in the penalty area, capable of overpowering opposing center-backs to score. He has experienced moments in matches where defenders fouled him, only to find themselves toppled to the ground. Currently, the Chinese team is facing Ivan Romanov, who has long surpassed his peak. As he ages, his body is becoming increasingly burdened. In the past 2 seasons, due to frequent injuries, he has been unable to secure a starting position at the Serie A powerhouse in Serbia. Nonetheless, his presence continues to exert a formidable pressure on the entire Chinese squad. In fact, had this Russian team been the one that reached the semi-finals of the European Championship 6 years ago, the Chinese team would have stood no chance and would undoubtedly have succumbed without any suspense. During a throw-in, the Russian players opted to directly hurl the ball into the penalty area, treating the throw-in as a corner kick. Once again, they targeted Ivan Romanov. Seizing the opportunity while Yao Huaxing entangled Romanov, Wang Guangwei made a proactive move, managing to head the ball away first. Well done, Wang Guangwei. As the defender directly facing Romanov in this match, he successfully prevented any goals from Romanov in the first half. Standing at 1.86 meters, he is 11 centimeters shorter than the towering Romanov at 1.97 meters, yet through his remarkable jumping ability and agility, he bridged the gap between them. Wang Guangwei's parents, watching from their living room, struggled to smile as the commentator, He Feng, praised their son. the father anxiously fixated on the television screen, while the mother slumped on the sofa, having just exhaled a sigh of relief. For them, watching their son play was anything but enjoyable. It was a torment. Despite the objective circumstances suggesting that if their son conceded a goal, they need not worry about the national fans' ire, they were still unwilling to accept such a result. Especially now that the Chinese team was leading. If their son could thwart Romanov from scoring, he could become a crucial contributor to the team's victory. With this thought, the couple watched the match with heightened tension. After the Chinese team defended against the attack, they attempted a swift counterattack. However, Chen Xingyi, receiving the ball on the wing, attempted to outpace the Russian right-back Vlasov but found himself blocked, losing possession instead, just as Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan were preparing to advance. They had to quickly retreat to participate in the defense. Alas, the Chinese team's counterattack seemed a bit hasty. Chen Xingyi's breakthrough was not an optimal opportunity. He could have controlled the ball and waited for his teammates to support him. Fortunately, after losing the ball, Chen Xingyi diligently tracked back, entangling the opponent and ultimately forcing the ball out of play, preventing the Russians from launching a counterattack. Rising to his feet, Chen Xingyi gestured an apology to his teammates. He recognized his eagerness, but at that moment, he had not considered much beyond quickly advancing the ball into the opponent's penalty area, striving to distance it from the Chinese team's goal. Moreover, didn't Coach Shi emphasize the need for a swift start? Naturally, that called for increased speed. He simply did not anticipate that the opposing right back had already predicted his intentions, waiting in the optimal position for him to collide. Meanwhile, Coach Shi Wuyin's brow furrowed even tighter at the sidelines. He observed that the Russian players no longer appeared anxious. In fact, facing the Chinese team, they exuded a sense of calm. This was in stark contrast to their demeanor immediately following the first goal conceded. He cast a glance towards the adjacent Russian coaching staff. It was evident that Mashinov understood the foundation of the Chinese team's strategy rested on their physical endurance and recognized that their stamina would falter. He glanced at the match clock. 54 minutes had elapsed. The second half had only just commenced 10 minutes prior. Just wait a little longer, Shi Wuyin silently urged himself. Substituting players at this juncture would be premature. Perhaps a significant opportunity would still present itself. The Chinese team soon seized another offensive opportunity. Xia Xiaoyu passed the ball to Zhang Qinghuan, who was set to orchestrate the attack. Almost simultaneously as Zhang received the ball, Russian midfielder Ervin Botaka approached, intent on intercepting. With a deft feint to the left, Zhang appeared poised to pivot, yet suddenly veered sharply to the right. Splendid. Before Feng's cheers could fully resonate, Botaka, who was on the verge of being outmaneuvered, collided sideways. The impact caused Zhang Qinghuan to momentarily stagger, losing his balance. Nevertheless, even as he braced himself with his hands to maintain his center of gravity, Zhang managed to hook the ball back, preventing Botaka from claiming possession. However, such defensive pressure thwarted his advance. He was compelled to pivot again to shield the ball, extending his arms to guard against the first ever black national player in Russian football history, Botaka. Brother Huan. Upon hearing Xia Xiaoyu's call while entangled with the formidable opponent, Zhang Qinghuan returned the pass. Facing the direction of the attack, Xia Xiaoyu seemed poised to launch an offensive. Yet, just as he lifted his foot to strike the ball, he heard Jiang Wanqing shout, "Incoming!" He swiftly altered his course, missing the ball with his right foot, instead pulling it back and tapping it behind him before turning. He narrowly evaded the charging Lucas. Xia Xiaoyu, astute. Although he had evaded Lucas's pressure, it left him facing away from the attacking direction. The Russian players had all repositioned themselves. Zhang Qinghuan retraced his steps to support Xia Xiaoyu. Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai, who had been primed for an advance on the flanks, were also compelled to retreat. The Chinese team's strategy to leverage speed and push into the Russian 30-meter zone had faltered, attributed to the Russians' relentless pressure on the ball carriers in midfield. Yin Kong discerned the shift. The Chinese midfield, reliant on Xia Xiaoyu and Zhang Qinghuan for orchestrating offense, faced intensified defense directed at the duo, particularly Zhang Qinghuan, forcing him to struggle for possession, an aspect absent in the first half. Indeed, Feng concurred. In fact, under such relentless pressure, Zhang Qinghuan's ability to retain possession without losing the ball is commendable. I believe that during the halftime break, the Russian coach Mashinov undoubtedly implemented targeted adjustments. Shi Wuyin turned to glance at the Russian coaching bench, where the head coach sat with a pen in hand, a notebook resting on his thigh, intently observing the field, ready to jot down notes at any moment. This is the coach who led the Russian national team to the quarterfinals of the World Cup and the semifinals of the European Championship. Having taken office in 2016, this marks a decade of service. A coach who can remain at the helm of a national team for 10 years is indeed a rarity, as it requires exceptional skill. He understands that the physical endurance of the Chinese team is their Achilles heel, which is why he urged his players to intensify their pressing, compelling the Chinese players into physical confrontations, thereby accelerating their fatigue. He aims to hasten the collapse of the Chinese team's stamina. As the second update is presented, with the next update scheduled for 1 o'clock, this chapter concludes. Chapter 314, The Terrifying Ivan. Shi Wuyin comprehended Mashinanov's intentions. By intensifying the pressure in midfield, he sought to thwart the Chinese team's counterattacks while simultaneously depleting their energy. After diverting his gaze from Mashinov, he signaled the Chinese players to regroup. This gesture indicated a desire for the team to persist with the attacking style they had employed in the first half. He was acutely aware that this method of close cooperation and rapid passing was physically demanding. However, to score a goal, one must take risks. Perhaps there remains an opportunity to net another goal before exhaustion sets in. Conversely, if they allow the game to fall into Russia's rhythm without contesting, their energy would inevitably dwindle, making any future attempts to fight back exceedingly difficult. Thus, for Shi Wuyin, this was not a matter of choice. The Chinese team had no alternative paths to pursue. Coach Shi gestured from the sidelines, urging the players to concentrate and continue their offensive. He was not content with a mere one-goal lead. He aspired to further his team's assault. It must be said that the Chinese team's performance in this World Cup has been commendable, significantly attributable to such an exceptional coach. Initially, after leading the team to the World Cup, there were debates online regarding Shi Wuyin's suitability for this role. Now, such voices have long since faded. He Feng and Yan Kong exchanged reflections. Indeed, from a tactical standpoint, continuing with the attack is the correct course. On one hand, if the Chinese team could score again, the players would feel more at ease, making subsequent matches easier. On the other hand, even if they fail to score, it would help keep the ball away from their own penalty area. Allowing Russia to maintain offensive pressure would increase the likelihood of dangerous situations arising as the ball circulates within the Chinese half. I believe that while the overall strength of our Chinese team is relatively weaker, the options are limited, yet Coach Shi has chosen a path that is undoubtedly correct, albeit demanding, requiring all players to expend their energy in relentless pursuit. However, I am confident that participating in such a match at the World Cup yields more benefits than playing 10 matches in the Chinese Super League. Therefore, this effort is indeed worthwhile. In the midst of a positional battle, Zhang Qinghuan seized the ball at the forefront of the restricted area in Russia. The formidable and tenacious Erwin Botaka immediately closed in on him, hindering his ability to survey the surrounding situation. He had no choice but to pass the football back to Xia Xiaoyu, while making a run to create space, all the while observing the positioning of both teams' players. Attempting to reorganize the offensive play, as Xia Xiaoyu received the ball, Hu Lai, who had been stationed within the penalty area, unexpectedly withdrew, pulling out of the box and signaling his intention to support Xia Xiaoyu's pass. The Russian central defender, Pretniev, who had been closely marking him, was also drawn out. Xia Xiaoyu clearly recognized this opportunity and hurriedly directed the ball towards the vacant space behind Hu Lai. Simultaneously, Luo Kai made a sudden diagonal run into the center, moving towards Hu Lai's rear. However, Xia Xiaoyu's pass was slightly overhit, allowing another Russian central defender, Kuzmin, to intercept it with a header, thwarting the attack. Alas, what a pity. Xia Xiaoyu's pass was just a tad too strong, but it was all right. They could try again. He Feng and Yan Kong, in the commentary booth, lamented dramatically before promptly offering words of consolation. The Chinese fans in the stands did not express any boos or discontent over Xia Xiaoyu's slightly overhit pass. Instead, they collectively applauded the Chinese team's attacking coordination. The applause echoed throughout the stands of the Miami Giant Rock Stadium. Even Luo Kai, who had made a fruitless run, gave Xia Xiaoyu a thumbs up. As the Chinese team prepared to throw in the ball, Zhang Qinghuan feigned an intention to receive it, but suddenly sidestepped, allowing the ball to slip behind him to where Xia Xiaoyu was positioned. Simultaneously, Zhang Qinghuan swiftly turned and sprinted laterally towards the center. Observing the scene, Xia Xiaoyu did not stop the ball. Instead, he directly played the incoming football to Huan Ge. Before receiving the ball, Zhang Qinghuan lifted his gaze, noting that Since the Chinese team's current attacks were primarily developing down the left flank of Russia, the right flank appeared relatively vacant, presenting an opportunity. Chen Xingyi was positioned along the sideline, clearly awaiting his pass. Consequently, Zhang Qinghuan used the outside of his left foot to control the ball, then prepared to pass it in that direction once more. However, under the interference of the resolute Botaka, he was unable to strike the ball effectively, resulting in insufficient height for the football, which was subsequently headed away by the advancing Russian right-back, Vlasov. Fortunately, Chinese defensive midfielder Jiang Wanqing appeared just in time at the ball's landing spot, intercepting it before Romanov could receive it, and then quickly relayed it to the wide-open Chen Xingyi. However, at this juncture, the Chinese team's intent to shift the direction of the attack had been deciphered, prompting the Russian team to reorganize defensively, with midfielder Nikita Lukas moving in to mark Chen Xingyi. As a result, Chen Xingyi lost the opportunity to break through with the ball. He was left with no choice but to pass the ball back. The Chinese team once again found themselves in a positional battle. Once it devolved into a positional confrontation, the opposing defenders could establish their positions, significantly reducing Hu Lai's available space to maneuver. With defenders firmly in place, Luo Kai and others found no opportunities to exploit openings. Although Hu Lai diligently maneuvered around the penalty area, the space available to him was limited. No matter how much he sprinted, it was impossible for him to dash back to the midfield. The opposing defenders were not foolish. Once he exited the penalty box, they could easily follow him. If he truly ventured into the midfield, only a fool would pursue him. Ultimately, the Chinese team managed to deliver a cross from the left back, Baidi. With his physical advantage, Rokai had already assumed the role of a center forward in the positional play, leaping to contest a header with Kuzmin. Remarkably, he managed to connect with the ball. However, under Kuzmin's interference, the header lacked both power and precision. Merely getting it within the goal frame was commendable. The football was effortlessly claimed by the Russian goalkeeper, Alkin. Yet, as he grasped the aerial ball, Hu Lai rushed towards him, startling Alkin, who quickly tucked the ball to his chest, seemingly fearful that it might slip from his grasp again. Hu Lai immediately surged towards the goal, appearing poised for a follow-up shot. Unfortunately, Alkin did not fumble the ball. Instead of retreating, Hu Lai maneuvered around to the side, capturing Alkin's attention. The goalkeeper, tightly clutching the ball, turned his head cautiously to watch Hu Lai. Noticing Alkin's intense gaze, Hu Lai smiled and casually remarked in Russian, "It's fine. Continue with your business. Don't mind me." He remained nearby, showing no intention of leaving. Alkin initially planned to wait for Hu Lai to depart before resuming play. But seeing that Hu Lai seemed intent on lingering in the penalty area, he realized the Chinese team was ahead and likely preferred to consume the clock. Thus, he disregarded Hu Lai and executed a long goal kick towards Romanov. In the forward line, Romanov leaped high to contest a header with Wang Guangwei. Romanov managed to get the first touch, yet his striking partner, Vladimir Savichev, was unable to control the ball amidst pressure from Yao Huaxing and Jiang Wanqing. The ball was swiftly intercepted by the approaching Chinese left back, Jiao Weiqi. Throughout the match, Romanov had dominated the aerial duels in the midfield vicinity. Yet the Chinese team excelled in controlling the second ball. This was a crucial factor in preventing Russia from scoring thus far. Coach Shi's defensive strategy had proven astute. Xi Wuyin glanced at his watch. 63 minutes had elapsed, leaving nearly 30 minutes remaining. Although the Chinese team had performed admirably in recent matches, he remained uneasy due to the absence of goals. The momentum appeared strong. Cheers from the Chinese supporters echoed continuously from the stands. It seemed as though the Chinese team was in a favorable position. However, he dared not let his guard down. He understood that a football match is as unpredictable as the weather. One can never foresee what might transpire in the next moment. Presently, under clear skies, one could suddenly face a tempest, followed by torrential rain, drenching one who had been leisurely taking in the scenery, leaving them in a most disheveled state. As long as the referee had not blown the final whistle, he must remain vigilant, not allowing himself any respite. The Chinese team's offensive efforts faltered on the field, marred by a misstep during a series of passes that allowed the opposing team to intercept the ball. Swiftly, Russia launched a counterattack while the Chinese players scrambled back to defend. The Russian offensive strategy was notably straightforward, either a direct long pass from the backfield targeting Ivan Romanov or a rapid advance along the flanks, followed by a cross to find Romanov. At their peak, Russia boasted two swift and accurate wingers, employing this rudimentary yet effective approach to reach the semi-finals of the European Championship and the quarter-finals of the World Cup. Although their speed on the flanks has diminished and the quality of their crosses has waned in the present day, this time, fullback Vlasov delivered a high-quality cross from the wing. The ball soared toward the Chinese goal, defensively positioned near the goal. Wang Guangwei looked up to see the ball hurtling towards him. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength to leap into the air. Just then, he was struck with tremendous force, akin to being collided with by a speeding heavy-duty truck. As he began to lose his balance, his hands flailed in the air. Reaching for the figure nearby, he grasped the opponent's jersey. Subsequently, he lost all equilibrium and tumbled towards the ground, clinging tightly to the jersey. Behind them, Yao Huaxing bore witness to this spectacle. He saw Wang Guangwei wrenching Romanov's jersey into a triangular shape while simultaneously noticing a tear forming in the fabric. Through the combined efforts of Wang Guangwei and Romanov, the Russian number 9 jersey was irrevocably torn apart, freed from his constraints. Romanov extended his abdomen in midair and executed a powerful header. He struck the ball. The resounding thud echoed in the stadium, a sound akin to a distant explosion. Lin Ziyuan, stationed on the goal line, instinctively raised his arm and made contact with the ball. Yet, the ball did not clear the goal. Instead, it ricocheted upwards and struck the net. A goal. In the 65th minute of the match, the Chinese goal was breached. Upon landing, Ivan Romanov did not dash off to celebrate wildly. Instead, he stood before the Chinese goal, fists raised, roaring towards the heavens. It was as if a great bear unleashed a spine-chilling roar. Wang Guangwei, sprawled on the ground, gazed up in astonishment at the roaring bear. Clutching a piece of fabric, his own jersey torn from the mighty creature. On Romanov's exposed torso, every muscle seemed to radiate with the energy of a nuclear bomb. And this energy had just been fully unleashed before the Chinese goal. The terrifying Ivan had arrived. P.S. This is the third update. The fourth will follow at 3 in the afternoon. Chapter 315. Wang Guangwei's match as Russian right-back Vlasov sent the football towards the goal. Commentators He Feng and Yin Kong gasped in surprise. Here comes another cross from the Russian team. Be careful, amid their exclamations. Chinese fans watching on television saw Ivan Romanov accelerating towards the goal, preparing to leap. Before this moment, he had not made a curved run to evade the Chinese team's defenders. Instead, he charged directly toward the point where the ball would land, where Wang Guangwei was positioned, and leaped. This was a strikingly different approach to positioning in front of the goal compared to Hu Lai. Hu Lai would typically attempt to find openings unnoticed by defenders or position himself ahead of them to seize the moment. In contrast, Romanov required no such positioning or search for gaps. He merely needed to locate the ball's landing spot and leap toward it. As Wang Guangwei jumped, he was effortlessly brushed aside by the airborne Romanov. Even as he tugged at Romanov's jersey, he could not hinder the latter's advance. The northern giant executed a powerful header midair, leaving an indelible impression on countless Chinese fans. Those who had long followed European football might have been less surprised, as Romanov was already a renowned star in the European football arena. However, for those who typically did not watch football and were only drawn to the sport because the Chinese team qualified for the World Cup, the impact was profound, as if Romanov's collision had struck them directly rather than Wang Guangwei. Some spectators instinctively leaned back in their chairs, struggling to fathom the sensation of being hit head-on by Romanov. Alas, the Chinese team conceded a goal. He Feng hesitated to voice his thoughts, but Yin Kong interjected. This goal was simply unstoppable. This is precisely the kind of goal we fear. Previously, the Chinese team managed to hold firm through various means, but this time, it was evident that the long-behind Russians were fighting fiercely. Romanov surged forward like a towering giant, sprinting and leaping high, with Wang Guangwei unable to withstand his advance. Yet, this was not Wang Guangwei's fault. He had done everything within his power, even tearing at Romanov's jersey, but the absolute disparity in physical strength was not easily surmountable. In front of the television, Wang Guangwei's mother seemed to question her husband while speaking to herself. That must hurt a lot, right? Her husband, Wang Guangwei's father, slumped on the sofa, offering no response. After scoring, Romanov remained rooted in place, shaking his fists toward the Chinese goal and roaring loudly. Other Russian players rushed to embrace him, forming a jubilant cluster in front of the Chinese net to celebrate the goal. Yao Huaxing helped the fallen Wang Guangwei to his feet, ensuring he would not be trampled by the exuberant Russian players. As he was pulled up, Wang Guangwei clutched a fragment of the jersey he had torn from Romanov. He looked down and said to Yao Huasheng, "I'm sorry, Coach Yao." Yao Huasheng gave a firm pat to the back of his head, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? There's no need for apologies in this situation. You held him off for the first 65 minutes of the match. It's just this once that you didn't manage to stop him. There's nothing to apologize for." Chastened, Wang Guangwei fell silent, neither expressing gratitude for his captain's understanding nor reiterating his apology. He merely observed the Russian players celebrating at his doorstep, effortlessly locating the robust figure amidst the crowd, who was undoubtedly the largest even among the towering giants. He was reveling in his goal when his teammates noticed that his jersey had been torn to shreds. Lowering his gaze at his exposed torso, he then turned to meet Wang Guangwei's eyes. Their gazes locked, and he noticed the piece of fabric clutched in Wang Guangwei's hand, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and flash a grin, as if to convey, "You may have torn my shirt, but you couldn't stop me." In that moment, a thought surged in Wang Guangwei's mind. "Wang Guangwei, your match has commenced." Under the watchful eyes of his opponents, he discarded the tattered cloth onto the field. "Damn!" Li Zhifei exclaimed upon witnessing the discarded ball, unable to restrain his frustration. Although he recognized that the players on the field were not to blame for the goal conceded, having held their ground until this point was commendable, he merely felt a pang of regret. The slender lead had evaporated, and the dream of victory seemed to dissipate. With the opportunity for a goal slipping away, the prospect of scoring again appeared daunting. Shi Wuyin suppressed his disappointment and instead called out to Li Zhifei, "Bring Mao Junjing here." Li Zhifei nodded and sprinted towards the substitutes bench. Behind him, the head coach of the Chinese team gazed solemnly at the field, with no time to lament or dwell on regrets. They had to look ahead. There were nearly 30 minutes remaining in the match, and they needed to fight until the final whistle. Even in defeat, it must not be a catastrophic collapse. Just as Shi Wuyin sank into contemplation, a voice beside him broke the silence. Upon turning, he saw Mao Junjing and Li Zhifei standing at his side. He nodded and addressed Mao Junjing. "Your task upon entering is straightforward. Defend and contest for aerial balls." "Understood," Mao Junjing replied. Aware that he was about to partake in his first World Cup match, yet he felt no joy. He understood the weight of expectation resting upon him. Engaging with Romanov was no trivial challenge. Just look at the jerseys of Wang Guangwei and Yao Huasheng. There was scarcely a clean patch left, all marked by the evidence of their fierce confrontations with the opponents. These were testaments to their relentless struggle. Now, having spent so long in the reserves, he too was being thrust into action to bolster their defense. This underscored the arduous nature of the battle ahead. What was there to celebrate in such a grueling contest? After succinctly outlining his expectations, Shi Wuyin patted Mao Junjing on the shoulder and sent him towards the fourth official. The Chinese team was preparing to make a substitution. Mao Junjing would take the field. Who would he replace? Surely not Wang Guangwei. Despite the conceded goal, Wang Guangwei had performed admirably in this match. It would be unreasonable to substitute him merely for that slip. Two commentators were analyzing the match when Wang Guangwei's mother murmured, "It's better to substitute, lest he truly gets injured." Her husband cast an impatient glance her way but refrained from speaking, continuing instead to frown as he focused on the game. Soon, the match entered a dead ball state, and the fourth official raised the substitution board. The Chinese team made a change. Number 4, Mao Junjing, came on for number 11. Chen Xingyi. Chen looked up to see his number displayed in the distance, then lowered his head to exit the field. However, Hu Lai shouted from afar, "Don't run. Little star. Walk slowly. The slower, the better." With Russia having equalized, their momentum surged, and Hu Lai hoped Chen Xingyi could delay the game, disrupting Russia's attacking flow. Chen indeed switched to a walk, yet his resolve was not as steadfast as Hu Lai's. He walked off at a normal pace, exchanging high-fives with Mao Junjing. This substitution altered the formation and player positioning for the Chinese team. Luo Kai moved from the right flank towards the center, forming a dual forward partnership with Hu Lai. Zhang Qinghuan slightly retreated from the attacking midfielder position to align with the two defensive midfielders, Xia Xiaoyu and Jiang Wanqing. The Chinese team transitioned from an initial 4-2-1-3 formation to a 5-3-2, indicating a strategic emphasis on defense. However, one could argue that while the formation was defensive, with 2 wingbacks intercepting on the flanks and 3 centerbacks ready to contest aerial balls in the box, the wingbacks could also advance to play as wingers when attacking. shifting the formation to a more aggressive 3-5-2. Thus, it was not merely a matter of playing defensively. Perhaps Shi Wuyin indeed harbored such intentions, crafting a formation that was both offensively and defensively versatile. However, once the match resumed, both the commentators and the Chinese viewers at home realized that the Chinese team hardly had any opportunities to mount an attack. The Russian team, buoyed by their equalizer, played with a fervor reminiscent of a team invigorated, launching relentless and vigorous assaults on the Chinese goal. Their attacking strategy was inherently simple and direct. There was no need for intricate passing through the midfield. Merely launching the ball high into the Chinese penalty area sufficed. This approach allowed them to maintain a rapid pace, effectively applying pressure on the Chinese side at minimal cost. During this period, the Chinese team found themselves confined to their half, striving to thwart Russia's advances. To counter the Russians' crosses from the wings, Lou Jiarong expanded his defensive range, frequently venturing out from his position to utilize his height and reach to intercept aerial balls. This strategy alleviated some of the pressure on Wang Guangwei and his teammates. However, there were instances when it was ill-advised for him to attempt intercepting crosses. The Russians quickly recognized this and adjusted their tactics, passing the ball slightly further from the goal. After all, with Romanov's heading ability, even a ball delivered to the penalty spot could result in a direct header on goal. However, Lou Jiarong found himself unable to venture forth to intercept the pass, as advancing that far would significantly increase the risk of losing possession or not securing the ball at all. There was a substantial chance that the opposing team could successfully score an empty goal. Here we go again, accompanied by the exclamations of commentator He Feng. The Chinese fans in the stands erupted in a cacophony of boos. The ball was lofted high toward the Chinese goal once more. Inside the penalty area, players from both sides were entangled. Romanov was closely pursued by two players, Mao Junzhong, who had only recently been substituted onto the field, and Wang Guangwei. Mao was engaged in some grappling, pulling and tugging, but refrained from holding on too tightly for fear of conceding a penalty. Wang Guangwei was tasked with directly confronting Romanov. As all three players leaped simultaneously, Mao Junzhong nearly shifted his entire weight onto Romanov, while Wang Guangwei positioned himself inside, colliding with Romanov as he aimed to head the ball. Under the combined pressure of their defense, Romanov managed to send the ball soaring over the crossbar, resulting in a collective sigh of relief from the spectators. However, Romanov appeared dissatisfied. He turned to the referee to complain about Mao Junzhong's alleged foul play from behind. The referee, however, paid him no heed. Physical contact within the penalty area was commonplace, and the referee was well aware of whether Mao had committed a foul. Did he really need Romanov to instruct him on officiating the match? Meanwhile, Russian forward Vladimir Savichev received the ball on the left flank, while Luo Kai, who had retreated to the defensive zone, had nearly assumed the role of a fullback. As he advanced to intercept, he inadvertently brought down his opponent. The referee promptly blew the whistle, penalizing Luo Kai for the foul, issuing him a yellow card, and awarding Russia a free kick from the side. This type of free kick was essentially akin to a corner kick, albeit from a shorter distance, posing a significant threat to the Chinese team. Hu Lai positioned himself as the wall, while the other Chinese players retreated into their penalty area to bolster the defense. Push them out! Push them out! Lou Jiarong bellowed, urging his teammates to clear the Russian players away from the goal. Wang Guangwei stood right next to Romanov, tugging at the latter's jersey. Romanov glanced at him, questioning, "What are you doing? Trying to tear my shirt?" Wang Guangwei, unable to comprehend his words and disinterested in their content, did not release his grip. It was only when the ball soared toward them that he relinquished the jersey as they both leapt into the air. Romanov shoved Wang Guangwei aside with his shoulder and directed the ball toward the goal. Lou Jiarong leaped up, executing a powerful punch to deflect the ball aimed at the back post. Oh, what a close call! Lou Jiarong delivered a spectacular save. The Russian players attempted to take the corner kick, but were interrupted by the referee's urgent whistle. Turning around, they saw the referee rushing toward Romanov's location, where their captain stood with his arms spread wide. A Chinese player sprawled at his feet. A foul was called against the Russian team's attacking play. Wang Guangwei appeared to be injured. The television broadcast zoomed in on the fallen Wang Guangwei, only to swiftly cut away again. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his eye, staining part of his face. Although this moment flashed briefly across the television broadcast, Wang Guangwei's mother caught sight of it. She gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. Wang Guangwei's father's expression was similarly grave. Subsequently, The television began to replay the earlier clash between Wang Guangwei and Romanov, showcasing in multiple angles and slow motion why Romanov committed a foul. It was evident that during the aerial contest, Romanov made a gesture to push Wang Guangwei away, which prompted the referee to call the foul. As for the action that led to Wang Guangwei's injury and bleeding, where his shoulder grazed the corner of Wang Guangwei's brow, it was not problematic. It was a result of Wang Guangwei's own movement while challenging for the ball, rather than a deliberate foul on Romanov's part. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Guangwei's father suddenly slapped the armrest of the leather sofa with force, exclaiming. His wife looked at him in astonishment. "What do you mean by good?" He explained. "When you saw Romanov contesting with Guangwei, did he ever use his hands? This time, he had to push Guangwei away to reach the ball. What does that indicate? It suggests he has no effective means against Guangwei." His wife thought her husband was being unreasonable. "Our son is injured, and you're still thinking about this?" Wang Guangwei's father shot her a glare. "Isn't it normal to get injured in a football match? Besides, it's just a minor scrape on the forehead with a bit of blood. There's no need for alarm. It merely looks frightening, but it's really nothing serious." Gao Rumin even returned home with a fractured metatarsal during the World Cup. His opponent is a top-tier star. Isn't it expected to pay some price? If we can withstand Romanov, what does a little blood matter? His wife, observing this rare moment of assertiveness from her husband, ultimately chose to remain silent. After expressing his thoughts, Wang Guangwei's father suddenly became aware that his attitude towards his wife was perhaps unkind. Yet, at that moment, he wondered if conceding would be too humiliating. How could a man like him act in such a manner? Thus, he stole a glance at his wife. Noting her silence as she gazed at the television screen and pretended as if nothing had happened, continuing to watch the match. As the team doctor rushed onto the field, Shi Wuyin said to Li Jifei, "Old Li, prepare to make a substitution. Are we taking Wang Guangwei off? He should be fine, though it looks alarming," Li Jifei replied. "No, substitute in Zhou Zijing." Zhou Zijing? For whom? Li Jifei paused momentarily. "Replace Hu Lai," Shi Wuyin stated without looking back. Li Jifei glanced at Shi Wuyin before turning towards the substitutes bench. Soon, Zhou Zijing was fully equipped and stood beside Shi Wuyin. "You need to go in quickly. Play as a center back during defense, and utilize your physical advantage to contest headers. In attack, make swift forward runs to challenge for the ball." "No problem, Coach Shi." Zhou Zijing did not inquire about who he was replacing, responding promptly. He recognized the precarious situation the Chinese team was in, so he had no objections to the arrangement of assisting in defense. As the team doctor helped Wang Guangwei off the field, the Chinese team quickly completed the substitution. Zhou Zijing entered the game, replacing Hu Lai. This was entirely normal. Li Ziqiang seemed apprehensive about Xiaolan's potential objections and thus offered an explanation. Following the conceding of the goal, the Chinese team largely abandoned their offensive efforts, focusing entirely on defense. In this regard, Hu Lai was unable to assist the team, particularly in aerial duels near the goal. Consequently, he was substituted for the more physically robust Zhou Zijing to bolster the defense. This was likely the rationale behind Shi Wuyin's decision. After all, Hu Lai's departure signified the complete abandonment of Xiaolan's hopes for her son to score. Unexpectedly, however, Xiaolan did not voice any complaints, but merely nodded in agreement. This prompted her husband, Hu Lixin, to steal a few glances at her in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that she could be so understanding regarding their son's situation. Sensing her husband's gaze, she turned to Hu Lixin and asked, "What is it?" The entire team had sacrificed so much to withstand the Russian onslaught. Wang Guangwei had even sustained a head injury. "Should I really complain about my son not having the opportunity to score? Am I truly so unreasonable?" Hu Lixin quickly averted his gaze, remaining silent as he continued to watch the match. In the 78th minute of the game, the score remained 1-1. P.S. The 4th chapter is now released, and the 5th chapter will be available at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 316. Soaring Leap. This is a great opportunity, Ivan. While Wang Guangwei was off the field receiving treatment, Savichev addressed his striking partner and team captain, Romanov. "What opportunity?" Romanov retorted. "They're down a center back, which eases the pressure on you considerably." Romanov shot him a fierce glare. "Whether he's there or not, I can still score." With that, he turned his attention to the sidelines, where the Chinese center back stood facing the field, while the team doctor tended to his injury. He still believed the referee's decision was questionable. Did I foul? To have to commit a foul against such a young lad? It was merely an instinctive movement. much like how one spreads their arms to maintain balance while jumping. Surely, that cannot be deemed a foul. Wang Guangwei stood on the sideline. The team doctor rinsing the wound on his forehead with pure water, the blood mingling with the water and trickling down his cheek, staining his shoulder and the front of his jersey crimson. As he was assisted off the field, a staff member swiftly rushed to the locker room to retrieve a new jersey, now standing nearby, awaiting Wang Guangwei's change. According to football regulations, a bloody jersey must be replaced, and the player's blood must be cleaned. Otherwise, they are not permitted to re-enter the match. The veteran team doctor worked swiftly, disinfecting Wang Guangwei's injury after cleaning it. A small gash had opened at the corner of his brow, the flesh pale, devoid of color for the moment. The situation was far more serious than his father had described. It was not merely a scraped surface, but rather a cut. Spectators often wonder how two players can merely brush against one another, yet one ends up with a face covered in blood, looking so alarming. Is it truly that exaggerated? In truth, it is not an exaggeration. The spectators before the television screens can scarcely fathom the intensity of the physical confrontations endured by the players during the match. Thankfully, the wounds are not severe, and the veteran team doctor busily attends to Wang Guangwei while offering him reassurance, urging him not to worry about his appearance. Yet, is Wang Guangwei truly concerned about his looks at this moment? His primary worry lies in the duration of his treatment off the field. Fearing that the pressure on his teammates is mounting, he inquires, "Is it ready, Dr. Yuan?" "Almost there," replies the seasoned physician, well aware of Wang Guangwei's urgency. However, no matter how anxious he may be, the necessary procedures must not be overlooked. Debridement, disinfection, hemostasis, and bandaging. These steps cannot be rushed. As the doctor reaches for the bandage, Wang Guangwei interjects, "Just use a band-aid. Wrapping it would take too long, Dr. Yuan." The old doctor ponders this. Realizing that as the Russian team mounts yet another attack on the Chinese goal, Wang Guangwei is indeed eager to return to the fray. Consequently, he sets aside the bandage and retrieves a band-aid, tearing off a piece and applying it to Wang Guangwei's wound. Fortunately, the injury is minor, otherwise, a band-aid would not suffice. He then uses a tissue to cleanse the blood from Wang Guangwei's face and neck. "All done," he announces, but before he can finish, Wang Guangwei bows his head, shedding his jersey onto the ground. He quickly dons a fresh jersey handed to him by a nearby staff member. As he dresses, he raises his hand to signal the referee on the field, requesting to re-enter the game. However, at that moment, the Russian team is at a critical juncture in their offensive play, and the referee does not acknowledge his gesture. Though anxious, he must wait at the sidelines. Fortunately, the Russian attack goes awry, granting China a goal kick. Only then does the referee beckon Wang Guangwei to enter the field. With renewed determination, Wang Guangwei sprints towards the Chinese penalty area at an impressive pace. After a brief treatment, he rejoins the match. Despite Romano's successful goal, Wang Guangwei fulfills his defensive duties admirably. As the direct defender against Romano, he allows only one goal, which can be deemed an outstanding performance, especially given the stark contrast in height and strength between the two players. Wang Guangwei's mother glances surreptitiously at her husband, observing his tense demeanor, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists as he watches the game. A clear manifestation of concern, albeit unacknowledged. The match progresses, and the Russian team does not solely rely on lofting the ball towards Romano's head. He also ventures out of the penalty area for long-range shots or to assist his teammates. The Chinese team, meanwhile, has retreated entirely, essentially conceding their offensive aspirations and forming a defensive blockade in front of their goal. Yao Huasheng and Zhang Wanqing both receive yellow cards for their defensive efforts. Additionally, Lin Ziyuan earns a yellow card for delaying the restart of play. The game experiences a brief interruption due to Zhang Qinghuan suffering from cramping. During this interval, Russian fans express their discontent with boos, believing Zhang is intentionally stalling for time. However, their jeers are quickly overshadowed by the cheers of the predominantly Chinese supporters in the stands. When the Chinese team takes the lead, many fans dream of defeating Russia and accumulating 4 points to contend for a chance to advance from the group stage. However, following Russia's equalizer, many Chinese fans were left with a singular thought: we must not lose. We must safeguard this precious point. In the final 10 minutes of the last match, the Chinese team relentlessly attacked the Algerian goal in pursuit of a score. Now, in this concluding stretch, the Chinese goal was besieged by the relentless onslaught of the Russian team. It was commendable, having experienced a variety of scenarios over 2 World Cup matches. As the fourth official held up the board indicating 5 minutes of stoppage time, Russia's offensive intensified. The ball once again found its way to the Chinese goal, where Wang Guangwei leapt to contest with Romanov. Although he was once again knocked off balance by Romanov, he managed to connect with the ball before his opponent. Though his header was directed straight up, Lin Zhuan's commanding shout resonated as he sprang into action, arms outstretched, to seize the airborne ball. He landed, dove forward, and collapsed onto the grass, pressing the ball beneath his body. Only when the opposing players withdrew from the penalty area did he slowly rise, giving Wang Guangwei a thumbs up. "Well done, old Wang." Outside the box, Romanov observed the Chinese goalkeeper's gesture of appreciation towards their number 15 center-back. This was a sign of gratitude for having thwarted Romanov's attempt just moments before. Romanov furrowed his brow. Could it be that this young lad truly managed to block him? When had Ivan Romanov become so inept? The Russian assault surged again. Romanov stepped out of the box, raising his hand for the ball. His teammate, Lux, passed the ball to him. Romanov spread his arms to shield himself from Wang Guangwei, twisting his torso to deflect the incoming ball with his chest. The decision to not stop it directly in front of him, but instead to the side, was deliberate. He intended to pivot and take a shot. The ball, pressed down by his chest, rebounded off the ground. Romanov completed his turn. Utilizing the momentum, he swung his right leg to strike the ball. Bang! Bang! The first sound was of his foot connecting with the ball, while the second was the ball striking Wang Guangwei's leg. At the very moment Romanov turned, Wang Guangwei lunged forward, extending his foot to intercept, blocking it perfectly. Wang Guangwei. He was like Romanov's shadow, never straying far from him. This time, he executed a crucial block. Romanov's attempt to surpass this young center-back seemed nearly impossible. Feng's words may have been somewhat exaggerated, but his excitement was palpable. Such a brilliant defense was desperately needed to uplift spirits while the Chinese team was being dominated by Russia. With all his might, Romanov, having executed a swift turn and shot, watched in disbelief as the ball ricocheted off the leg of the Chinese team's number 15. He widened his eyes in shock. He never anticipated that such a fluid shot would be thwarted. "Damn it!" he howled, a mix of astonishment and fury. Wang Guangwei rolled over, glanced at his opponent, and then returned to his defensive duties. This was the second time he had heard the roar of the giant bear, and compared to the first, this time the sound was imbued with a sense of unwillingness. The heart-stopping sensation had significantly diminished. Time was running out for Russia, and Savichev took a long-range shot. Beautiful. Lin Zhuan made a spectacular save, deflecting the ball out of bounds. In the 94th minute and 45 seconds of the match, Russia was awarded a corner kick, which could very well be their final offensive opportunity of the game. Hold on, young men of the national team. In the stands, both Russian and Chinese fans rose to watch the match. The Russian supporters, bare-chested under the sun, their pale bodies reflecting the light, were fortunate not to be seated behind the Chinese goal. Otherwise, the players might have been momentarily blinded during their offensive. They waved their arms vigorously, cheering loudly for their team. The Chinese fans were equally relentless, their shouts of encouragement for the national team transmitted via satellite to countless households, prompting those watching on television to join in as if their voices could somehow resonate back to the Miami Rock Stadium. Amidst the enormous clamor, Romanov glanced at Wang Guangwei beside him, noting that this time, he did not tug at his jersey. He raised both hands, signaling to Luke's preparing to take the corner kick. This gesture indicated his intention to run to the near post, urging him to direct the ball forward. Upon seeing this, Luke's nodded in confirmation and commenced his run. At that moment, Romanov suddenly lowered his arms and sprinted towards the near post. This caught Wang Guangwei off guard. He never anticipated that Romanov, who usually confronted him head-on, would actually run. A moment's distraction allowed Romanov to surge ahead. He quickly pursued Romanov at the near post. Yao Huaxing was entirely unprepared for the giant bear charging from behind. As the ball soared towards him, he felt a flicker of joy, believing that Russia's corner kick maneuver had faltered. If he could clear the ball, he was confident that the referee would blow the final whistle. However, just as he prepared to leap, he was suddenly struck by a tremendous force from a diagonal angle, causing him to stumble sideways. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and steadied himself. Yet, by this time, he had lost the chance to jump, turning in shock to see that colossal figure leap beside him, enveloping him in a vast shadow. Despair clouded Yao Huaxing's mind. The wisdom of a seasoned veteran warned him that if Romanov were to connect with the ball, it would surely result in a goal. He resolved to make one last effort, and even if he could not match Romanov's prowess, he would do his utmost to disrupt his header, ensuring he could not strike accurately. Just then, he felt a powerful force pressing down on his shoulder, forcing him down. Damn, it wasn't over yet. Wang Guangwei, realizing he had lost track of Romanov as he dashed towards the near post, did not concede defeat, but instead charged forward in pursuit. However, Captain Yao Huaxing has now become an obstacle in his path. If he wishes to contend with Romanov for the ball, he will inevitably collide with Yao. At that moment, he noticed Yao being pushed aside by Romanov, unable to leap. Wang Guangwei instantly comprehended what he must do. He accelerated and dashed towards Yao Huaxing. My apologies, Yao. I shall borrow your shoulder. Just as in his school days during physical education class practicing the vault, he forcefully placed his hands on Yao's shoulders, utilizing his body as a springboard. With a powerful push off the ground and simultaneous exertion of his arms, he soared into the air with an exuberant posture. Like a rocket launching, he ascended from behind Romanov, swiftly surpassing him. In his fervent desire to reach the ball first, Wang Guangwei completely relinquished control of his body's center of gravity, channeling all his strength into his leap, propelling himself forward and upward. At the pinnacle of his ascent, his waist aligned with Romanov's shoulder. He made contact with the ball, sending it back with a header. However, the rocket then lost all momentum, starting its descent from the peak. Pivoting around Romanov's shoulder, he plummeted head first, his feet suspended in the air, akin to a headlong tumble. Should he fall hard, Wang Guangwei would not only risk becoming incapacitated, but would likely miss this World Cup altogether. The spectators in the nearest stands widened their eyes in disbelief, mouths agape, gasping in astonishment. Wang Guangwei's mother, watching on television, gasped aloud, just as her son's head was about to meet the ground. The recently landed Romanov extended his strong arms, catching Wang Guangwei around the waist, and halting his descent with great force. When Wang Guangwei came to a stop, his head lingered approximately 10 centimeters above the grass. It was only then that a resounding gasp erupted from the stands. Whoa! As Wang Guangwei regained his senses from the dizzying experience, he realized that the world around him had tilted. He paused for a moment, quickly realizing, am I upside down? But why have I not fallen? Wait, whose feet are these? At that moment, the world around him spun once more as he was righted, his feet finally touching the ground. It was then he discerned who stood before him, Ivan Romanov. Shortly thereafter, he heard Yao's exclamation, Guangwei, are you all right? I'm fine, but what about the ball? Wang Guangwei finally understood, turning to search for the ball. The ball was sent directly out of bounds by you, Yao Huaxing remarked. Wang Guangwei also noticed the Russian players outside the sideline seeking the ball from the ball boy. Instinctively, he wanted to rush out to defend, but then remembered his defensive assignment was right behind him, so he quickly turned around. He found Romanov staring at him, still in shock from Wang Guangwei's unexpected leap over him to head the ball away. The moment he had caught Wang Guangwei was purely instinctual, his mind consumed by the image of Wang Guangwei suddenly appearing above him. As a high school striker renowned for his prowess in heading the ball, the experience of having someone leap above him to head the football away was exceedingly rare. He found it hard to fathom how this young upstart managed to accomplish such a feat. His leap could hardly have improved so dramatically. So, what exactly transpired behind him? Just as Romanov was engulfed in a whirlwind of questions, he heard a whistle. Another followed, and it was only upon the third whistle that he jolted back to reality. The match had concluded. Russia had failed to overcome the weakest team in their group, China, in the second round of the group stage. P.S. The title of this chapter pays homage to the book Above the Dome by the author of Human Arsenal. Before pinning Fox in the penalty area, I read this book and immediately fell in love with it. I was particularly captivated by the distinct imagery evoked through the meticulous descriptions in Human Arsenal. Each paragraph in that book is akin to a vivid painting, which profoundly inspired and moved me. Consequently, Fox in the penalty area evolved into a narrative rich in visual imagery. I aspire for my own work to embody a similar sense of vividness as Above the Dome. When I write, I often first transform my ideas into visual scenes in my mind, then articulate those images through words. At times, it feels as if I am crafting a storyboard rather than merely writing. Some readers might find this approach verbose, but it is precisely the effect I strive to achieve. After all, I hope my work could one day be adapted into a comic or an animation. However, The intricacies of copyright adaptation lie beyond my control. Therefore, the only thing I can do is to meticulously depict the images in my mind through words, striving for readers to visualize scenes vividly, akin to viewing a comic or animation. Regrettably, Above the Dome is currently on an indefinite hiatus. I can understand this, even if I am anxious to see more. After all, a narrative constructed entirely of imagery, imbued with such profound emotion that it spills from the text, demands a tremendous investment of the author's creative vitality. It is a labor that is both exhausting and emotionally taxing. Once the emotional reserves are depleted, maintaining such a level of expression becomes painfully challenging. Explaining the author's erratic update schedule. The author is akin to a sponge, absorbing inspiration, emotions, and creative impulses from life over time. When it comes time to write, they release these accumulated energies. However, once released, replenishment is necessary. Yet, the nature of web fiction serialization makes it challenging for authors to balance this cycle of replenishment and release, leading to the often unstable quality of particularly splendid updates. My own writing, progressing at a deliberate pace, with stored chapters maxing out at around 10, reflects this very struggle. P.S. The reason this match is spread over 2 days, with multiple updates today, is that I believe for the majority of readers, this was not a particularly thrilling game. After all, the Chinese team neither won nor scored. However, it is of great significance, and I must articulate why this competition is so vital. I will discuss this in the concluding summary of this volume. To ensure a pleasant reading experience for everyone, I have opted for a sudden outpouring of updates. Initially, I intended to complete everything in a single day. However, due to the absence of drafts, the 8 chapters took me 4 days to compose. If I had rushed to finish in 1 day, I would have felt pressured by the advancing schedule, leading to a lack of inspiration and clarity in my writing. Thus, I decided to extend it over 2 days. I apologize for the delay. Following this burst of updates, I shall return to a daily posting rhythm, continuing to accumulate drafts. And I ask for your understanding. On another note, regarding the matches between Croatia and Spain, despite Spain's underwhelming performance in the group stage, I remain optimistic about their team, as they are younger than Croatia. Hence, I predict Spain will triumph over Croatia with a score of 2 goals. As for France and Switzerland, is there still any suspense? I foresee a decisive victory for France with a 3-goal lead over Switzerland. As we approach the end of the month, I present 5 updates and kindly request your support for monthly votes to enhance our ranking on the monthly leaderboard. Thank you all. Chapter 317. The proof of battle. The Russian player responsible for corner kicks, Nikita Lukash, approached the ball boy to retrieve the ball, preparing to throw it in. He raised the football above his head, ready to launch it, when he heard the referee's whistle. With the first blow of the whistle, he released the ball. The second whistle echoed. The football landed on the pitch, bouncing momentarily before settling, unattended. The third whistle had already been blown. The commentator from the Russian television station sighed deeply. The match is over. We were unable to secure a victory against the weakest team in our group, China, losing our chance to gain an advantage in the group standings. Nevertheless, China's performance merited this draw. Wang Guangwei's last-minute header clearance could easily be included in the highlights of this World Cup. It encapsulates the tenacious defense that rendered us motionless and helpless. The Russian commentator, though disappointed with his national team's performance, maintained his composure. In stark contrast, at a distant commentary booth, Hifeng and Yin Kong struggled to keep their excitement in check, shouting into their microphones as if China had won the match. The match is over. The match is over. The Chinese team withstood the last-ditch efforts of Russia. They held firm for this draw. Wang Guangwei executed an exquisite defensive maneuver at the final moments of the game. His leap and header clearance truly epitomized the climax of this match. Following the 2-2 tie with Algeria, the Chinese team's performance has satisfied domestic fans. Yet, they do not rest on their laurels. Facing the more formidable Russian team, they not only opened the scoring but also withstood their attacks. The entire team displayed unity, securing another point. Thus far, the Chinese team remains unbeaten. On the field, Wang Guangwei was still in a daze when Lin Ziyuan embraced him, exclaiming, "Old Wang! Old Wang! The match is over. We didn't lose." Lin then patted him vigorously on the back before releasing him to seek out others. As Wang Guangwei surveyed his surroundings, he was met with teammates jubilantly raising their arms in celebration of the draw. It finally dawned on him that indeed, the match had concluded, and they had not lost. In his elation, he too raised his arms in triumph. turning to embrace Captain Yao Huaxing. "Captain Yao, I'm sorry," he exclaimed. "Why are you apologizing to me?" Yao Huaxing inquired, a smile gracing his face, though his mind was filled with questions. "Hey, during that last defense, I was propelling myself off your shoulder to leap," Wang Guangwei confessed. Yao Huaxing chuckled and shook his head. "I had a feeling it was you. Otherwise, how could you possibly jump so high? I had no choice at that moment. Only by leveraging your shoulder could I hope to contest the ball with Romanov. However, I acted without seeking your consent," Wang Guangwei admitted. Yao Huaxing patted his back, saying, "No need for my permission. If you believe it's right, just do it. I'm happy to be your stepping stone." Wang Guangwei waved his hand. "Not a stepping stone, Captain Yao. That ball was a result of our joint defense." Romanov, observing Wang Guangwei and Yao Huaxing embracing and conversing, caught Yao Huaxing's attention. Recalling the earlier moment, he remarked to Wang Guangwei, "By the way, you should thank him. If he hadn't caught you, your cervical spine might have been in serious trouble." He recounted the scene he had just witnessed. Upon hearing this, Wang Guangwei broke into a cold sweat. In his fervent leap, he had lost control of his body after making contact with the ball. Had it not been for Romanov's timely intervention, the consequences could have been dire. After finishing his story, Yao Huaxing patted Wang Guangwei's shoulder and nudged him toward Romanov. "So you ought to express your gratitude." Wang Guangwei approached the still-dazed Romanov and said in English, "Thank you." Romanov, roused from his reverie, smiled and shook his head, replying in a thickly accented English, "It was merely an instinctive action. You need not thank me." He then shrugged. "How did you manage that header at the end?" Wang Guangwei pointed at Yao Huaxing and replied in English, "I jumped off our captain's shoulder." No wonder Romanov's eyes widened in realization, followed by a shake of his head. "This is the first time I've encountered someone doing that during a game. But be cautious. Attempting to save a ball could land you in perilous situations." Wang Guangwei disagreed. "If one does not place themselves in danger, how can they hope to stop a behemoth?" Romanov, understanding Wang Guangwei's sentiment, erupted into laughter, drawing the attention of many nearby. As spectators recognized Wang Guangwei in conversation with Romanov, they diverted their gazes. Amidst the laughter, Romanov removed his Russian number 9 jersey and handed it to Wang Guangwei, saying, "Here, kid, let us swap jerseys." Wang Guangwei, unfazed, promptly removed his own shirt, completing the jersey exchange with grace and efficiency. Wang Guangwei and Romanov are exchanging jerseys. Throughout the match, the two players were entangled, engaging in several fierce confrontations. It is evident that Wang Guangwei earned his opponent's respect through his commendable performance, prompting Romanov to initiate the jersey exchange. He observed that after removing his jersey, Wang Guangwei's body is marked with numerous bruises, a testament to the fierce battles he endured against Romanov. In his quest to earn the respect of his adversary, Wang Guangwei has paid a significant price, emerging from the match nearly battered and bruised. Seated in front of the television, Wang Guangwei's mother gazes at her son's injuries with a heart full of concern. She is well aware that as a professional athlete, it is inevitable for him to bear the scars of competition after each match. Although she has witnessed her son's injuries following league and national team games, the severity and frequency of the marks he bears today are extraordinarily alarming. In particular, the last incident nearly caused her heart to leap from her throat, as she genuinely feared for her son's safety after he landed on his head. Seeing his wife cover her mouth, her brow furrowed in worry, her husband remarked, "This is the World Cup. Even the desire to avoid defeat requires one to exert their utmost effort. I am confident that there are others in the Chinese team who share his spirit. It is precisely this unity and determination that enables the entire team to strive for every point. This is the World Cup, the pinnacle of international football. And as a new contender on this grand stage, the Chinese team has managed to hold their own against formidable opponents after just 2 matches, which I find remarkable." Yin Kong, you are absolutely right. Before the Chinese team embarked on their World Cup journey, I must admit that despite various opinions circulating online, any rational and composed fan understood the daunting challenges posed by the team's circumstances in this group. Yet, these young men have provided us with a tremendous surprise. The first match ended in a draw against Algeria, another newcomer to the World Cup, which many, including myself, deemed satisfactory. However, in the second match against Russia, a team that has previously reached the quarterfinals of the World Cup and the semifinals of the European Championship, we displayed remarkable resilience, scoring first and withstanding their relentless assaults. conceding only one goal. Such performance has greatly exceeded our expectations. Indeed, I believe this is why we, regardless of the sacrifices made and the distances traveled, feel compelled to participate in the World Cup, generation after generation. It is the premier platform in world football. Only through direct participation can we absorb advanced experiences and achieve growth. Otherwise, we risk remaining as mere frogs in a well. Thus, the progress of Chinese football would be severely hindered. The two commentators, each taking turns to speak, were evidently exhilarated. Clearly, the draw against Russia stirred profound reflections in them. Prior to the World Cup, there were many unrealistic fantasies regarding the Chinese team, and both fans and media set numerous performance targets for them. However, in the eyes of the commentators, the significance of the Chinese team's participation in this World Cup does not merely hinge on the final ranking or whether they advance from the group stage. The essence lies in whether we can truly experience growth through such a prestigious competition. After all, we are not merely participating in a single World Cup for fleeting enjoyment. We aspire to partake in many more tournaments in the future, hoping never to miss any edition of the World Cup. Thus, acquiring experience and fostering growth during this initial journey, allowing everyone to witness hope, is of utmost importance. As the group stage of the World Cup has completed 2 rounds, the Chinese team remains undefeated. Although facing the formidable Brazil in the final round makes it nearly impossible to secure advancement in the group, this does not dampen the spirits or satisfaction of the people. On the contrary, everyone is cheering for the performance of the Chinese team. This enthusiasm is evident from the fervent and excited comments proliferating online. Wang Guangwei is truly remarkable. To be candid, even if Romanov has aged, he remains a terrifying force within Asia. Yet, Wang Guangwei managed to confront him head-on for 90 minutes, conceding only 1 goal. This performance surely establishes him as one of Asia's top central defenders. The final header clearance genuinely astonished me. I found myself exclaiming in front of the television, utterly speechless. Let us not overlook the contributions of other Chinese players who played a pivotal role in achieving this draw. Captain Yao consistently fought until the very end, while Wang Guangwei dealt with Romanov, leaving Yao to contend with other Russian players, shouldering considerable pressure. Additionally, substitute Mao Junzhong, our golden arrow, deserves commendation. Having previously been a starter for the national team, he now plays as a substitute without complaint, approaching his time on the field with diligence. I believe the reason this national team has remained undefeated thus far in the World Cup is largely due to their unity. There is genuinely no factional strife or cliques within this squad. Coach Shi has successfully molded them into a cohesive team, which is truly remarkable. Indeed, every player representing the nation at the World Cup undoubtedly harbors some personal ambitions. Yet, they have managed to unite under a common goal, battling for every ball during the matches, which is truly commendable. To be honest, during these 2 matches, I found myself on the verge of tears numerous times. Though he may not shine as brightly as Hulai, Luo Kai has genuinely honed his skills while studying abroad, and scoring in the World Cup is the ultimate reward for all his hard work. I hope this goal will facilitate a smoother path for him abroad, and I look forward to him and Hulai shining as twin stars of Chinese football in Europe. Zhang Qinghuan's performance in this match was markedly better than in the previous one. He is gradually adapting to the rhythm of the World Cup stage. His assist to Luo Kai was exquisite. When he passed the ball, I initially thought he was aiming for Hulai, only for the football to take a sharp turn and fly towards the far post. Is no one going to praise my little Yu? From the nervousness displayed when he first came on as a substitute to the calm composure he exhibited as a starter in this match, his several turns and evasions during the game were truly filled with flair. What everyone has said above is absolutely correct. The accomplishments of the Chinese team today are a testament to the collective effort of each and every member, rather than the triumph of a single individual or merely the 11 players on the field. Every substitute and non-participating player has contributed their share of effort towards these 2 draws. I cherish this Chinese team. I am enamored with Chinese football. After the match, the players of the Chinese team gathered together and approached the stands where the fervent supporters congregated, offering their respect and gratitude to the dedicated fans who had come to the Miami Giant Rock Stadium to cheer them on, just as they had after the previous match against Algeria. The Chinese fans in the stands waved their national flags in response, chanting, "Well done, Chinese team. The national football team is formidable. Go China." These cheers echoed throughout the stadium. Wang Guanglei stood bare-chested, revealing the harrowing scars on his body, draped in Romanov's jersey, raising his hands in applause towards the fans. Beside him stood Lin Ziyuan, who had removed his gloves, holding them in hand, waving to the supporters. Following them were Zhou Zijing, Xia Xiaoyu, Zhang Qinghuan, Chen Xingyi, and Hu Lai, all of whom shared the same posture, gazing upwards at the fans with outstretched arms, continuously applauding. Further away, Luo Kai, who had scored during the match, bore traces of dirt and grass on his face, yet wore a smile, gently patting the 5-starred red flag on his chest. They gradually made their way from one stand to another, waving and applauding in gratitude to the fans who had traveled from afar. Hefeng observed this scene with a sense of reflection. Dear viewers, this is our national football team, having fought valiantly through the match. Each player appears utterly fatigued, with their jerseys showing signs of wear and tear. Some even have grass clippings stuck to their sweat-soaked faces, unremoved. Their appearance may not embody grandeur or the glamorous heroism we often envision. However, dear viewers, they are our football heroes. True heroes are not always handsome or graceful. They are not spotless, breathing heavily, with cracked lips and eyes that may appear slightly dazed from exhaustion, walking with a limp, as if their movements lack agility. They are not the idols depicted in dramas, untouched by reality. Yet, without a doubt, they are our heroes, for their fatigue and injuries are the testament to their relentless struggle. Before the television, countless Chinese fans remained standing, intently watching the players on the screen, applauding as if their applause could reach the national team across the ocean. P.S. The updates have begun, my apologies. P.S. 2. The matches earlier this morning were utterly thrilling. When Spain led Croatia 3-1, I posted a tweet, boasting about my prediction. Little did I expect to be proven wrong by Croatia in the end. I later tweeted my admiration for Croatia, only to witness Spain score twice in extra time. Watching Modric exit the field exhausted left me with a profound sense of melancholy. Imagine the 2018 World Cup in Russia, where the 33-year-old Luka Modric poured every ounce of energy into each match, still finding the strength to sprint back and celebrate. Now, however, he can only support himself with his hands on his knees, playing the game in place. Croatia has truly exhausted its last vestige of strength, fighting valiantly until defeat. Yet, even in loss, there is honor. During the match between Switzerland and France, when France led 3-1 against Switzerland, I found myself overwhelmed and contemplated going to sleep, as the outcome seemed inevitable. To my astonishment, Switzerland triumphed through a penalty shootout, eliminating France. Remarkable. This is what football embodies, my friends. My love for the beautiful game is eternal. Chapter 318. Brazil does not disappoint in the locker room of the Brazilian national team. The players had just arrived, preparing for the upcoming match against Algeria. Someone activated the Bluetooth speaker, filling the air with vibrant samba music. For the Brazilian team, this ritual is indispensable. Listening to samba in the locker room and swaying in rhythm seems to enhance their agility and touch on the ball for the match ahead. Amidst the music, some players changed clothes, others played barefoot, while a few offered prayers to the divine. Overall, the atmosphere in the locker room was harmonious and relaxed. This ambience, of course, was influenced by their opponents. Algeria, a newcomer to the World Cup, ranked third in their group, making them the second weakest team. Although they performed reasonably well against China in their opening match, such an achievement pales in comparison to what is expected from Brazil. The Brazilian team not only aimed to defeat Algeria, but aspired for a significant victory to secure their position in the group against Russia. At that moment, a sudden exclamation pierced the lively locker room. Russia had failed to defeat China. The spirited samba music seemed to momentarily pause. A teammate, the main goalkeeper, Victor Lemos, had drawn the attention of others with his outburst. "Stop joking, Victor. How could Russia possibly lose to China?" Some teammates, incredulous, responded half in jest, referring to China's lone star, who, questioning the validity of Lemos' claim. "I know you faced who in the Premier League, but no need to exaggerate. Be quiet, Lima," Lemos retorted, waving his phone. "If you don't believe me, why not check online yourself?" Even without his urging, several teammates had already retrieved their phones, eager to discover the result of the Russia-China match. As they lowered their heads to their devices, Kinder Kabanka stepped forward to corroborate Lemos. "Victor is right. Russia drew 1-1 with China." Lemos often joked around, leading others to reflexively assume he was teasing. But with Kabanka's confirmation, Some quick-witted individuals had already seen the refreshed results on their screens. Russia won, China won. Oh my God, it's true. In the changing room, exclamations rose and fell. Frankly speaking, although I am aware that Russia's strength has considerably diminished, I did not expect them to falter against the Chinese team. How could such a team manage to draw with us in the group stage as first round? Isn't that rather splendid? With this outcome, our position at the top of the group is secure. Indeed, this is delightful news. After the initial shock, the atmosphere in the changing room transformed into one of joy. The rhythm of samba music filled the air, and the Brazilian players began to dance. Upon seeing the results of the group draw, the Brazilian players recognized that the only team capable of posing a threat to them was Russia. This was not due to Russia's overwhelming strength, but rather because their football style posed a challenge for Brazil. The first group match confirmed this, as both teams engaged in a fierce battle for 90 minutes, each scoring a goal before settling for a draw. Given that it was the first match of the group stage, both teams found the result acceptable. After all, they had already faced their strongest opponents in the first round, and the remaining two matches would feature teams of lesser strength, providing ample opportunity to secure goal differences. It seemed that whether against Algeria or China, earning 3 points would not be particularly difficult. Thus, the determination of which team could claim the top spot in the group hinged on who could achieve a greater goal difference against these weaker teams. With both teams accumulating 7 points, the one with the superior goal difference would emerge as the group leader. Advancing as group winners would increase the likelihood of encountering a less formidable opponent in the round of 16, thereby enabling a deeper journey into the World Cup. However, with Russia's draw against China, the pursuit for the top position in the group had effectively been relinquished. Brazil merely needed to defeat Algeria and China to secure 7 points and claim the top spot. Meanwhile, Russia's best possible outcome would be to accumulate 5 points, placing them in second. This was undoubtedly excellent news for Brazil. Amidst the renewed atmosphere of joy, Rafael Fonseca glanced at the latest updates on his phone. Recalling a conversation he had with Cabanca a few days prior around 5 in the morning concerning the Chinese team. This team had managed to draw with Russia, a feat that Brazil itself could not achieve. Thus, could it be said that China had, in essence, equaled us? The thought of Brazil being held to a draw by China was unimaginable. Surely, the Brazilian media and fans would inundate them with scorn. Russia must have underestimated their opponents. He conjectured. That seems to be the case. Otherwise, how could they fail against China? I cannot fathom any other explanation, he thought. Teammates who had not watched the match fervently agreed with him, as this was indeed the only plausible reason. Given Russia's characteristics, how could they not triumph over a Chinese team lacking in physical resilience? The absence of victory could only be attributed to Russia's pride and overconfidence. Yet, Cabanca interjected. Russia did not underestimate their opponents. It was China that played exceptionally well. Someone inquired with astonishment, Kindle, you actually watched the live broadcast of the Chinese team's match? I merely caught a few snippets. I did not watch it in its entirety. However, akin to the footage we previously viewed of their match against Algeria, this team functions as a cohesive unit. It is precisely this unity that allowed them to secure a draw against Russia. Oh, this time who did not score? The earnest young Cabanca explained to his teammates. In preparation for the encounter with Algeria, the Brazilian coaching staff had previously screened the match footage of both Algeria and China for all players, allowing them to familiarize themselves with these two opponents. Consequently, it was evident to everyone that the Chinese team exhibited a commendable level of synergy. This is quite understandable, given that only 2 players from the Chinese team compete abroad, while the rest play in their domestic league, allowing for greater familiarity and coordination. Yet, despite Cabanca's remarks, it remained difficult for them to envision how this Chinese team could withstand the relentless onslaught of the Northern Giant. After all, no matter how high their level of cohesion, it was implausible for individual players to suddenly elevate their skill levels. Struggling against Algeria, their ability to equalize was wholly reliant on Hulai's extraordinary individual prowess. Had it not been for that stunning, envy-inducing world-class strike that rejuvenated the morale and stamina of the Chinese team, they might have succumbed to the equally debutante Algerians. How could a team like this withstand the bombardment from Ivan Romanov? It seemed utterly implausible. Was their defense superior to that of our Brazilian team? Even though this Brazilian squad is not particularly renowned for its defensive prowess, the center-back pairing of Luis Pessin and Jose Amorin could hardly be compared to the relatively obscure Chinese backline. Luis Pessin plays for the prestigious La Liga club, Catalan Union, while Jose Amorin is a key player for the Bundesliga powerhouse, Ruhr-Rhein, both being indispensable figures in their respective clubs, far from being mere ordinary players. Yet, even under the relentless assault from Ivan Romanov, they could not prevent a goal, had it not been for Brazil's overall superiority over Russia, which resulted in Russia having numerous crossing opportunities of poor quality. The few accurate balls delivered to Romanov would have surely left the two center-backs in a more precarious situation. Now, the two principal center-backs exchanged glances, each reflecting the same profound confusion and a hint of shock. They did not doubt Cabanca's words. After all, Cabanca was not the sort to speak frivolously like Ramos and would not jest about such matters. However, the more they considered it, the less they could comprehend how the Chinese team achieved this. Their knowledge of the Chinese squad was limited to Hu Lai, and that was primarily due to his role in leading Leeds City to the Premier League title last season, where he also claimed the Golden Boot. Their understanding did not extend beyond this superficial recognition, as they had never personally faced Hu Lai. As for Luo Kai, who scored in this match, they had scarcely heard of him prior to this encounter. Cabanca sensed the uncertainty and skepticism among them, yet he refrained from offering further explanation. Before the final round of the group stage, the coaching staff will undoubtedly show the players the video of the match between the Chinese team and Russia for analysis. Therefore, regardless of whether the players believe it now, they will eventually come to realize that their initial doubts were unfounded. Initially, Cabanca himself was skeptical, but the undeniable reality before him left no room for disbelief. He refrained from dwelling on the reasons behind it. He simply understood that if the Chinese team faced Brazil in their current form, they would indeed be a formidable opponent. His prior assumption that Brazil would easily prevail against China had shifted significantly. Russia, too, did not underestimate their opponent, yet they still conceded goals. During the final onslaught, they found themselves unable to breach the Chinese defense. Even if Brazil were to take the match seriously, the 3 points would not be as easily secured as previously imagined. At that moment, head coach Marcos Henna entered with the coaching staff, momentarily taken aback, for although music played in the locker room, no one danced to its rhythm. Instead, every face was serious. This atmosphere was markedly different from what he was accustomed to in the Brazilian team's locker room. He smiled and quipped, "What is going on? Is the pressure on because you know Russia didn't win?" While he was unaware of the specific occurrences within the locker room, he could logically surmise the reason behind the players' expressions. It was beneficial, at the very least, for them to understand that there is no team in the World Cup that can be taken lightly. Even a team that has never participated in the World Cup, like Algeria, demands our utmost respect. Henna shrugged, emphasizing the importance of approaching the forthcoming match against Algeria with diligence. Remember, do not underestimate your opponents. Even if you have never heard of them before, once they stand before you, they are no longer mere unknowns. In the Algerian locker room, head coach Jimmy Durand was inspiring his players with tales of a recently concluded match. If the Chinese team could draw against Russia under such dire circumstances, why can't we emulate their courage and achieve a draw against Brazil in our upcoming match? The Chinese demonstrated remarkable bravery, despite Romanov's relentless assaults. Their players fought through injuries and did not yield, successfully thwarting Russia's advances. Are we inferior to them? We almost triumphed over them. Therefore, what the Chinese team can accomplish, so too can we. The team captain, Ilya Sadeli, stood up and shouted, "Let us go. Let us show Brazil our courage and determination. Let us defeat them." Upon returning to the hotel after their match, the Chinese team members were not scheduled to watch the live broadcast of the Brazil-Algeria match due to time constraints. By the time they arrived at the hotel, the match had already commenced for nearly half an hour. Coupled with the exhaustion from their recent grueling match, the players lined up to report to the physiotherapists. With 3 national team physiotherapists working simultaneously, the queue was long, and they had to wait their turn. Thus, the conditions were not conducive to gathering for a live viewing of the match. However, the coaching staff planned to allow the team to watch the match footage together the following day. Although the team did not organize a gathering to watch the live broadcast, some individuals remained keenly interested and took to their phones during dinner to catch the match. "Oh my, Algeria is 3 goals down." Such exclamations erupted upon opening the live feed. "What?" Others quickly gathered around. The score indeed confirmed a 3-0 lead for Brazil. It was not entirely surprising that Brazil held such an advantage over Algeria. However, for the Chinese players who had just battled to secure a draw against Russia, the realization was somewhat jarring. We had drawn with Algeria at 2-2. while Brazil had drawn with Russia at 1-1. Following their commendable draw against Russia, the Chinese players felt quite buoyant, believing they could contend with Brazil. Yet, witnessing Brazil effortlessly lead the match against Algeria, a team they had found challenging, was a stark reminder of Brazil's prowess as a footballing powerhouse and a favorite for the championship. On the last day of June, a gentle request for monthly votes was made. Chapter 319, a clash with the Masters the following day after resuming training. The Chinese team gathered in the conference room to view the full match footage of the Algeria versus Brazil game. The final score was a resounding 4-0 in favor of Brazil, showcasing their stature as championship contenders and allowing them to emerge from the shadow of their earlier draw with Russia. The standout player of the match was Brazil's midfield maestro, Kindle Cabanca, who not only scored a goal and provided an assist, but also orchestrated the dismissal of Algeria's defensive midfielder, Said Elhi, who received 2 yellow cards in quick succession, leading to his red card expulsion. Despite the lopsided score, Algeria's performance was not to be dismissed. They exhibited commendable fighting spirit, with the entire team demonstrating remarkable tenacity. Elhi's fervor ultimately led to his downfall, yet such zeal proved futile against Brazil's technical superiority. Initially, the Chinese players found satisfaction in observing Algeria being dominated by Brazil, particularly when Elhi was sent off for 2 yellow cards within 5 minutes. Applause, cheers, and whistles echoed in the conference room. This was the same player who had prematurely sidelined Gao Rumin from the national team and hindered Zhang Qinghuan's performance in the first match. Now, he appeared a mere jester before Cabanca, ultimately succumbing to frustration and committing fouls that led to his expulsion. Indeed, a case of poetic justice. However, as the match progressed, silence fell over the room, save for the sounds emanating from the footage. It dawned upon them that this formidable opponent awaited them. After their draw with Russia, they had momentarily inflated their confidence, believing they could also stand up to Brazil. Yet, witnessing Brazil's performance against Algeria left them with a sobering realization of the gulf in class, as Brazil's swift, intricate passing utterly bewildered the Algerian players. The formidable adversary that has caused considerable distress for the Chinese team, the ruthless machine known as Sadilai, has left them with no choice but to resort to fouls in a desperate attempt to cope. Is it that the Algerian players lack tenacity? No, they have fought valiantly. Just as in their initial encounter with the Chinese team, they exerted themselves fully, with each player running tirelessly. Yet, this very determination left the Chinese players astonished. The relentless Algerians were in no way comparable to Brazil. Thus, we found ourselves facing such a daunting opponent in our final group match. In the last 20 minutes of the game, Brazil had already established a 4-goal lead. They evidently slowed the pace and began to make substitutions. Meanwhile, Algeria's resistance came to an end. Faced with a Brazil that had clearly eased off, they no longer matched their intensity as before. Perhaps the stark disparity in strength made further efforts seem futile. Or perhaps they were simply outmatched, battling with 1 fewer player and suffering from fatigue. When the referee blew the final whistle, Brazil's players celebrated their victory, while the Algerians hung their heads, swallowing the bitter fruit of defeat. As the match footage concluded and the lights in the conference room flickered back on, Coach Shi Wuyin approached the television screen. Addressing his players, "This is the strength of the Brazilian team. They are formidable. Do not be misled by their initial draw with Russia. They clearly did not exert their utmost in that match. However, in the final round, they will not approach us with the same mindset they had against Russia. We will encounter the strongest Brazil, whose desire to win is exceedingly high. After all, a victory over us secures their position at the top of the group." His words rang true, and the Chinese players listened in silence, their expressions impassive, without murmurs or whispers. Yet, Coach Shi abruptly shifted his tone. "But for us, this is an opportunity," he continued. "Do you remember what we said before coming to the World Cup? This is China's inaugural journey to the World Cup, a chance to study at the Grand University of World Football. Since it is a learning opportunity, we naturally hope to gain valuable insights. If our opponents underestimate us and do not take us seriously, what can we possibly learn? Nothing at all. Reflect on your experiences after these 2 World Cup matches. Have you not gained some understanding or improvement? When you return to your club's post-World Cup, will you not have a different perspective and experience when facing league rivals?" No one answered Coach Shi's questions, yet many exhibited contemplative expressions, much like Hu Lai. When Coach Shi unexpectedly called out Hu Lai's name, he slightly tilted his head, thinking Coach Shi wanted him to respond. However, Coach Shi merely gestured for him to be quiet, just like Hulai. Everyone here has either faced him in league matches or played alongside him at Shining Stars. You all have a sense of his caliber. After spending a season and a half competing in the Premier League, his capabilities have become evident, as showcased during the World Cup qualifiers and the tournament itself. This experience of participating in high-level competitions fosters growth and learning. I hope each of you can continuously evolve like Hulai, even if progress is gradual. What matters is that you are improving. Some turned to glance at Hulai, who stood tall and slightly raised his chin, resembling a proud rooster under the collective gaze. Yet, none perceived his demeanor as pretentious, for they understood that Coach Shi's words rang true. Hulai's advancement was palpable. In internal training matches, Hulai distinctly outperformed his peers. This enhancement transcended mere goal scoring, manifesting in various nuanced aspects of the game, such as situational awareness, game reading, the rationality of movements, and confidence while receiving the ball. These comprehensive qualities ultimately distinguished Hulai's performance, allowing spectators to readily identify him as the standout player on the field. In addition to Hulai, Luo Kai has also made strides. Albeit his brief time abroad and the lesser competitive environment of the Eredivisie have rendered his improvements less conspicuous compared to Hulai's. Nevertheless, as teammates, they could perceive his growth through daily training sessions. Thus, as we faced a formidable and fully committed Brazilian team in the final round of the group stage, I felt a sense of exhilaration. This joy stemmed from the desire to engage with elite opponents. How could one relish the World Cup experience without challenging truly strong teams? How could we honor the sacrifices made to reach this point? At this juncture, Coach Shi paused, surveying his players before continuing. If you all concur with my sentiment, then let us wholeheartedly dedicate ourselves to the preparations for the upcoming match. We shall present our finest selves against Brazil, disregarding the outcome, and boldly confront this formidable opponent, unleashing our full potential. Noticing many players from the Chinese team straightening in their seats, their expressions shifting, Coach Shi realized his words resonated deeply with them. After he concluded his address, assistant coach Li Jifei stood to analyze Brazil's tactical characteristics. Despite being a South American team, Brazil's pace of play is anything but slow. They possess exquisite technical skills, adept at exploiting gaps through intricate interplay among 2 or 3 players, followed by sudden bursts of speed. Particularly, their midfield maestro, Cabanca, exhibits remarkable speed, refined skills, and the versatility to pass, shoot, dribble, and carry the ball, making him a challenging player to defend against. While we managed to neutralize Romanov in our match against Russia through a defensive blockade and sheer determination, we cannot employ the same strategy against Brazil, especially not against Cabanca. Unlike the characteristics of trench warfare with Russia, the Brazilian team excels in fluid, dynamic play. Their offensive strategy revolves around quick passes and players engaging in relentless movement, creating opportunities through rapid runs and shifts in rhythm. Even if we adopt a compact defensive stance within our own 30-meter zone, the opposing team can exploit individual skills to break through our defenses and disrupt our formation. Therefore, merely fortifying our defense against Brazil is futile. It would only lead to a frustrating demise. During the match, each of us must engage in vigorous movement, employing greater physical exertion for defense. This demands an increased commitment from everyone. But since this is the final group stage match, we should not dwell on what lies ahead. Instead, we should treat this game as a decisive final. The victory against Algeria yesterday was crucial. Early in the morning, Brazil's national team coach Marcos Henna convened the coaching staff, engaging in discussions while dining in the restaurant. With 2 rounds of the group stage completed, Brazil currently stands with 1 win and 1 draw, accumulating 4 points and leading the group. A victory in the final round against China would secure their advancement as group leaders. Henna's sentiments were echoed by the other coaching staff members, with assistant coach Jovic Victor nodding in agreement. Indeed, if we hadn't secured the win, the mindset of everyone would be different. Now, we can approach the match against China with a calm state of mind. I anticipate that China will exert their utmost effort in our match. And if we become overly anxious, our performance may falter. Regardless of how fiercely China competes, we possess ample room for maneuver. However, we must not become overly complacent. China has demonstrated their strength in the first 2 matches, and their teamwork has left a profound impression on me. Henna cautioned his team, emphasizing that he would reinforce this point during today's training. Look at Russia. We are not guaranteed victory. when Russia executed a corner kick. Romanov unexpectedly evaded the nearby Chinese defender and surged toward the near post. This caught the Chinese defender off guard, preventing him from marking Romanov in time. Nevertheless, he did not abandon his defensive duty. Instead, he supported himself with his teammate, using him as a springboard, and leaped with remarkable force, surpassing Romanov in height to head the ball away just before Romanov could make contact. After successfully clearing the ball, he lost his balance and fell headfirst. The scene abruptly froze at that moment, artificially paused. Hena pointed to the blurred figure of the Chinese player on the television screen with his remote control and asked his players, "I have a question. Who knew this individual's name before this match?" The Brazilian players exchanged glances, none stepping forward to answer. Clearly, they were unaware. They recognized Hu Lai, and perhaps a few particularly attentive to the Chinese team knew of Luo Kai. Beyond that, the other players from the Chinese team appeared to them as indistinguishable NPCs, lined up in front of them with no discernible differences. His name is Wang Guangwei, or as is customary in China, Guangwei Wang. A young central defender at the age of 24, he stands at a height of 1 meter and 86 centimeters, weighing 70 kilograms, according to the official FIFA World Cup website. However, I find this weight data questionable, for such a slender physique could hardly withstand the formidable Ivan Romanov. Yet he managed to do so. This discrepancy may stem from FIFA's ignorance regarding this Chinese defender. Their information might have been submitted by the Chinese team during the qualifiers and has yet to be updated. Alternatively, it could be a result of careless reporting. At this point, Hina shrugged and spread his hands. A nameless individual, unknown even to the FIFA website, managed to contend with Ivan Romanov for 90 minutes, conceding but a single goal, and at the match's conclusion, he executed a remarkable clearance despite the peril of paralysis. Do you grasp the crux of my words? The essence is that the one capable of thwarting the terrifying Ivan was someone none of us had previously recognized. In our intelligence, he was merely an ordinary player on the Chinese team, overshadowed by Hu. Hina raised his voice, as if delivering a wake-up call. Thus, if you presume that the Chinese team relies solely on Hu, you shall face dire consequences in the match. Therefore, remember, our next adversary is the Chinese team, not Hu Lai. The Brazilian national team players gazed upwards, observing the indistinct figure on the television screen, rendered speechless. Chapter 320. The characteristics of Chun Xingyi after Yu Jintao and Jorge Dillon concluded their exclusive interview with the renowned Coach Dillon. They bid farewell to the crew and boarded a vehicle to return home. Once inside, the two men waved at the staff outside, smiles gracing their faces. However, once the car drove away, Dillon's smile faded. He leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Yu Jintao, seated beside him, cast several curious glances before finally succumbing to his curiosity and inquired in Spanish, "Jorge, I am quite curious. Just now, when the CCTV reporter asked for your assessment of Chun Xingyi's performance, you hesitated momentarily." Dillon remained with his eyes closed. "I recalled that my purpose in the interview was to speak favorably of the Chinese team, so I must say pleasant things. Your national television station surely would not wish to hear me diminish their enthusiasm after investing so much. Did you not see how delighted they were during today's interview? During the World Cup, CCTV seized the opportunity to engage with various figures in the football community, including foreign coaches, retired players, renowned journalists, and fans, to glean their perspectives on the Chinese team's performance in this World Cup. Today, it was Dillon's turn. Initially, Dillon intended to decline, but upon hearing from Yu Jintao that there was compensation for participating, he acquiesced. Throughout the interview, Dillon lavished praise on the Chinese team's performance in the World Cup, resulting in a harmonious atmosphere. Does this imply you are dissatisfied with Chun Xingyi's performance? Yu Jintao asked. Not dissatisfaction per se, but his performance has indeed been less than stellar, especially in comparison to Hu Lai and Luo Kai. Dillon shrugged. Do not compare him to Hu Lai. Isn't this what you said, Jorge? Well, let us first dismiss the highest score and the performance of Luo Kai and Chun Xingyi, which is also not particularly remarkable. I am not suggesting he played poorly, but rather that his performance fell short of expectations. What are your expectations? He needs to be able to pose a lethal threat during the Chinese team's offensive maneuvers. To translate this, it means at the very least he should have goals or assists, right? Asked Yu Jintao. Not necessarily goals or assists, Jorge replied. You, having watched 2 of the Chinese team's matches, what do you think of Chun Xingyi's performance? Jorge opened his eyes and turned to his translator and friend. I would say it was quite average, Yu Jintao reflected. After all, to speak positively, he neither scored nor assisted, and based on the post-match ratings, he cannot be deemed exceptional. However, to say he was poor would be incorrect. Average, indeed. He was neither good nor bad. But therein lies the problem, you. Suddenly animated, Jorge leaned forward in his chair. If Chen Xingyi were an ordinary player, we might be satisfied with such a performance. It is no small feat to start every match in the World Cup. But is Chen Xingyi an ordinary player? Would you, I, or others regard him as such? Yu Jintao attempted to interject, but found no opportunity as Jorge continued, his rapid Spanish flowing like a machine gun. No, he is not. Many consider him the third most likely talented player to emerge after Hu Lai and Luo Kai. Expectations are high, from fans to clubs, all eager for him to succeed. His performance in the World Cup will determine whether he can make that leap, or in what capacity he will do so. Thus, being average is tantamount to failure. A lackluster performance is mediocrity, and anything less than good is poor. Ordinary players can be content with simply avoiding mistakes, but a talented player, particularly one with offensive prowess, must take risks in games, exhibit creativity, and deliver moments that captivate. Chen Xingyi has not managed any of these. Finally, Yu Jintao seized the moment to ask, "Have your European friends not given encouraging feedback?" "Not just them," Jorge replied. "Indeed, they mentioned that Chen Xingyi's World Cup performance was rather bland, akin to selling goods. If one cannot showcase the finest qualities and the most captivating aspects of a product, how can one persuade consumers to invest?" After absorbing Jorge's words, Yu Jintao fell into contemplation. After a while, he inquired, "So, Jorge, where do you think Chen Xingyi went wrong? Where did he falter?" "It is quite simple. He failed to showcase his greatest strengths." "His greatest strengths?" You asked. "What do you perceive to be Chen Xingyi's most significant advantages?" "Technique and speed." Yu Jintao responded instinctively. These two attributes indeed left the most profound impression of Chen Xingyi on the field. At the Golden Arrow, he plays on the left flank, frequently showcasing his individual skills and speed to outpace defenders. "He is fast," Dylan remarked, "but it's not merely his speed. It's his quick thinking and swift movements as well." Yu Jintao suddenly realized, this is precisely what you emphasized during training and matches, rhythm. "Indeed, rhythm," Dylan affirmed. In the Chinese Super League, his pace consistently surpasses that of his opponents, which is why his performances stand out remarkably. It is akin to a character in a film that is otherwise in slow motion suddenly speeding up to double pace. Naturally, this draws everyone's attention, doesn't it? Yu Jintao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in this analogy. Currently, in the Chinese Super League, Chen Xingyi is the most dynamic player in the Golden Arrow lineup, not only winning the cheers of fans, but also frequently becoming the focal point for opposing teams. Previously, during his time with the Shining Stars, although he was a vital part of the formidable trio, he could not overshadow Hu Lai. However, within the Golden Arrow, he has emerged as the team's star player, the protagonist on the pitch. This shift is partly due to the absence of the most attention-grabbing figure in the league and also closely tied to Chen Xingyi's remarkable progress. After grasping this concept, Yu Jintao inquired, "Should we perhaps mention this to Chen Xingyi?" His intentions were well-meaning, but Dylan shot him a disapproving glance. "What for? He's playing for the national team now. I'm not the national coach. What can I say? Couldn't you mention it in a personal capacity?" Yu Jintao suggested. "Absolutely not." Dylan firmly rejected this notion. "It's a matter of respecting one's peers." "So, are you underestimating the coaches from your own country?" Dylan suddenly chuckled. "Oh, rest assured. I believe Shi is aware of this as well. He will certainly assist Chen Xingyi in addressing this issue." With that, Dylan closed his eyes again, leaning back in his chair. Seeing his demeanor, Yu Jintao understood that he did not wish to continue the conversation, and thus fell silent. Inside the taxi, the atmosphere returned to its prior tranquility. Chen Xingyi knocked on Shi Wuyin's door, peering in to ask, "Coach Shi, did you call for me?" Inside, Shi Wuyin beckoned him. "Yes, come in." Chen Xingyi, puzzled, closed the door behind him. He had been summoned to the hotel by Coach Shi after training. Yet the purpose of the meeting had not been disclosed. Once inside, Shi Wuyin, seated, slightly tilted his head to scrutinize the somewhat slender young man before him. "Chen Xingyi, how do you assess your performance in this World Cup?" Chen Xingyi was taken aback by the question as he entered. Although he didn't understand why Coach Shi posed this inquiry, he was aware of the expected response. Typically, when a head coach asks such a question, it implies dissatisfaction with one's performance. Therefore, he quickly lowered his gaze and replied, "I feel it hasn't gone well. Coach Shi. Why not? Shi Wuyin chuckled at his response. Chen Xingyi racked his brain, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. How should I know what went wrong? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind as he recalled Hu Lai, who had scored 2 goals, and Luo Kai, who had netted 1, as the attacking trident. Both had made their mark, while he remained without any statistics to speak of. He remarked, I have neither scored nor assisted. Shi Wuyin chuckled. Performance is not directly correlated with goals or assists. Frankly, Chen Xingyi, your performance is not lacking. As Chen Xingyi looked at the coach in surprise, he secretly exhaled in relief, realizing that Shi's intention was not to reprimand him. Yet, before he could fully relax, Shi Wuyin continued, however, for you, Chen Xingyi, a performance that is merely adequate equates to failure. Chen Xingyi gazed intently at Shi Wuyin, speechless. Reflect on this for yourself. If you have no aspirations, then indeed, your current performance is quite acceptable. But can you truly be devoid of ambition? Chen Xingyi shook his head. I have aspirations, Coach Shi. That's more like it. To be frank, Chen Xingyi, I believe you have not fully showcased your unique qualities during the World Cup. You must understand what I mean by your unique qualities, correct? Chen Xingyi took a moment to ponder, recalling the advice from club coach Jorge De Long. My pace is swift. Shi Wuyin smiled, pleased that Chen Xingyi grasped the concept. Precisely. Within our squad, Hu Lai and Luo Kai have experience playing in Europe. They have begun to embody certain aspects of European football, such as a quicker awareness compared to others on the team. At times, they perceive opportunities that elude us. This is a benefit of their European experience. Among domestic players, you are one of the few who can keep pace with them. At this point, Shi Wuyin shook his head again. However, in the first 2 matches of the World Cup, you merely focused on running faster, treating the field as a sprint track. I believe this has squandered your potential. You are capable of so much more, yet you have not achieved it. This is where my dissatisfaction lies. Chen Xingyi lowered his head, speechless, as he recognized the truth in Shi Wuyin's words. He indeed should have performed better, but he had not. I hope you unleash your true potential in the match against Brazil, Chen Xingyi. Your speed transcends mere physical swiftness. It encompasses swift observation, quick thinking, and prompt action. Have you learned nothing from Jorge De Long? Chen Xingyi quickly shook his head. No, Coach Shi. I have gained a great deal. That's good to hear. In the first 2 matches, Hu Lai and Luo Kai have already scored, but they are now being closely marked by opponents. It is time for you to step up. Rest assured, Coach Shi, I will give it my all. A clear sense of direction for the future emerged in Chen Xingyi's mind, as he understood how to approach the upcoming match. Upon returning to his room, he found Hu Lai, Wang Guangwei, and Xia Xiaoyu chatting and boasting with Huan Ge. Seeing him, Hu Lai inquired, little star, what did Coach Shi want with you? Did he criticize your lack of goals and assists? Chen Xingyi looked at the despicable Hu Lai and chuckled. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Director Shi is sending me, which means he entrusts me with an important task. He wants me to accomplish what you all cannot when we face Brazil next. Hu Lai cast a suspicious glance at him and then turned to the others, saying, Xiao Xingxing is boasting. What can he do that we cannot? Just you wait. Chen Xingyi proudly poked his thumb at himself. The group exchanged glances, and although Xia Xiaoyu hesitated to speak, he observed the amused expressions of Huan Ge and Wang Guangwei beside him and ultimately remained silent. Finally, it was Hu Lai who patted Chen Xingyi on the shoulder. All right. We truly cannot match your prowess as a sharpshooter. Chen Xingyi swiftly brushed Hu Lai's hand aside and pinched his neck, exclaiming, You old rascal. Zhang Qinghuan and Wang Guangwei finally burst into laughter, while Xia Xiaoyu covered his face, the room filled with a joyful atmosphere. P.S. A friendly advertisement for a new football book. When stars fall, only he can inherit the legacy of the gods and become the next superstar. With Messi's finesse, Ronaldo's resilience, Drogba's combativeness, Kante's interceptions, De Bruyne's lethal transitions, Kaká's graceful strides, and Beckham's exquisite bending shots, he does not fight alone. A Fat Peach's football should be played like me. PS2. Tomorrow morning, the European Cup reignites with Switzerland facing Spain. I foresee a narrow victory for Spain over Switzerland. Belgium will clash with Italy, and I predict Italy will triumph over Belgium by 2 goals. Chapter 321. The wind rises from the green rushes and dances in the world, everyone. The working hours at the company will be delayed by half a day tomorrow. You may watch the match between the Chinese team and Brazil at home before coming to work. As Yin Yin saw this announcement in the company group, he also heard cheers erupting from the office. He joined his colleagues in shouting, "Long live the boss." Then he switched to the WeChat group of the Dongchuan middle school football team to boast, "Haha, our company just announced we can come in half a day late tomorrow." Soon, Zhang Qinghuan replied in the group, "Damn, I'm so envious. Our company only allows us to come in 2 hours late. What good is that? My commute takes over an hour." Tang Yuan chimed in, "Be grateful, old Zhong. Our unit doesn't allow any late arrivals." Zhang Qinghuan responded, "But our company only gives us 2 hours late, and I still have to leave for work. I'll have to watch the match on the subway and bus." Chu Yifan remarked, "Isn't that good? It'll help pass the tedious commuting time." Meng Shi asked, "What arrangements does your company have, Chu? How will you watch the match?" Chu Yifan shared a photo of himself at the airport. Everyone was astonished. "What? Chu, are you actually going to the United States to watch the match live?" Chu Yifan replied, "What nonsense. I'm on a business trip. I'll be watching the match in the hotel tomorrow morning." "So enviable. You get to savor this moment alone." "Chu, you didn't intentionally schedule your business trip for this time, did you? This way, you can avoid your sister-in-law." "Chu, you're sneaking away to watch the match under the pretense of a business trip. Your sister-in-law won't be jealous, right?" Chu Yifan retorted, "Enough already." In the bustling chat group, Yin Yin had already set aside his phone and commenced his work. However, it was palpably evident in the office that the majority of individuals were not wholly engaged in their tasks. Their hearts had already soared to distant Los Angeles, where, at 5 p.m. local time on June 25th, or 8 a.m. Beijing time on June 26th, the final round of Group B's matches would commence, featuring a showdown between the Chinese team and the Brazilian team. This marked the first occasion when Chinese fans could watch their national team play without enduring sleepless nights. Nonetheless, as this day fell on a Friday, which is not a holiday, many office workers found themselves en route to their workplaces. To facilitate viewing, some companies had announced allowances for employees to arrive late or even granted half-day leave, much like Yin Yan's company. Conversely, other firms remained unyielding, asserting that the World Cup would not excuse any loss of work time. In the days leading up to the event, heated discussions erupted online regarding this matter. Numerous individuals shared their company's leave policies, both those that granted time off and those that did not. Almost every such piece of news garnered the attention of media and netizens alike. Overall, there was a widespread call for companies to adopt more humane policies, allowing employees to watch the match without anxiety. After all, this game represented the final opportunity for the Chinese team in the World Cup group stage. Facing a formidable opponent like Brazil, no one wished to miss such a momentous occasion. Reports emerged online of fans who, in their eagerness to witness the match, resigned from their jobs when their companies refused to grant leave. Their reasoning was succinct: "I want to cheer for the Chinese team." This sparked a flurry of likes and shares, condemning their employers. Some companies that initially forbade employees from arriving late or taking leave to watch the game faced backlash online. And under mounting public pressure, they were compelled to amend their policies. Others seized the moment for crisis management, transforming adversity into opportunity by not only allowing employees to take leave to watch the match, but also setting up large projectors in the office for communal viewing, earning them considerable goodwill among netizens. Public squares, parks, commercial centers, and pedestrian streets across major cities, wherever large screens were available, resolved to broadcast the match live for the public. Furthermore, cinemas and KTV venues launched initiatives to provide free access to screening rooms and private booths for spectators. In some cities, sports stadiums even opened their doors to gather more fans, allowing them to watch the game on massive screens. The fervor for football among the Chinese people reached its zenith at this moment, fueled by the national team's commendable performances in the previous 2 group matches. Although they had not secured victories, they had managed to score in both matches and remained unbeaten. Chinese football fans, or the people of China, naturally wish to support a team that truly brings glory to the nation after witnessing their performance. The sentiment among fans is quite straightforward. Despite the boastful declarations made online about not returning unless the team reaches the top 8, the reality is that as long as the Chinese team exhibits their fighting spirit and determination, even in defeat, they will receive unwavering support. The notion of loving the team in both victory and defeat is not blind allegiance, but rather a reflection of the fans' desire to see something worthy of their support. Through the first 2 group matches, Chinese fans have identified the illuminating qualities within the team. As Qin Shi stepped through the gates of Jiaxiang High School, he noticed a throng of students gathered around the school's bulletin board, buzzing with excitement. Approaching the crowd, he overheard someone proclaiming loudly that in order to allow the students to watch the matches comfortably and cheer for the Chinese team, as well as to support their senior Wang Guangwei, the school had decided to grant a half-day holiday tomorrow, resuming normal classes in the afternoon. As the announcement concluded, a jubilant cheer erupted from the assembled students. Wonderful! Qin Shi joined in, raising his arms in celebration. After a brief commotion at the bulletin board, the crowd gradually dispersed, and Qin Shi, along with his classmates, made their way to their respective classrooms. Along the way, he heard spirited discussions about the World Cup, which had become the foremost topic of conversation at Jiaxiang High School over the past 10 days. Regardless of gender or whether they usually watched football, students and teachers alike engaged in discussions about the World Cup and the Chinese team. In the Jiaxiang High School forum, seniors shared videos and photos of Wang Guangwei playing football during his time at the school, garnering a flurry of comments and likes. However, the senior who helped elevate Wang Guangwei's reputation deliberately omitted the initial story of his acquaintance with Hu Lai, as it might tarnish their team's image. Meanwhile, it was rumored that in the Dongchuan High School forum, alumni vividly recounted Hu Lai's spectacular performance in the final of the inaugural Anton Cup, with his meeting with Wang Guangwei serving as the focal point of the tale. "Hey, how do you think our national team would fare against Brazil?" One student mused. "I'm not asking for much. Just scoring a goal would suffice." Another chimed in, "Have you heard? There are rumors circulating online that China is bidding to host the 2034 World Cup." "I've seen that too. I don't know if it's true. But given our performance in this World Cup, it seems plausible. This time, I doubt anyone will criticize us for having the audacity to bid," another responded. "Huh. If someone does dare to criticize, I'll go online and unleash my wrath on their entire family." "The 2034 World Cup feels so distant," one remarked. "Distant? Think about it. After this World Cup, the next one is in 2030, and then the one after that is 2034. It's really just 2 tournaments away. But that is still 8 years. I don't even know where I'll be then. Who cares where you are? If we successfully host it, I'll be there in person to watch the matches. Surely Jincheng should be able to secure a hosting city spot, right? I hope I'm still in Jincheng by then. Hey, Lao Qi. Lao Qi." As those engaged in conversation spotted Qin Shi, they promptly called out to him and embraced his shoulders, exclaiming, "Old Qi, surely you will be playing for the national team in the World Cup." Qin Shi quickly waved his hand in denial. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is no frivolous talk." His classmate insisted earnestly, "You will undoubtedly pursue a professional career, right?" Qin Shi hesitated momentarily, then nodded and shook his head, "But that doesn't necessarily mean I will participate in the World Cup. There is still a vast chasm between being a professional player and the World Cup." His classmate patted him on the back with enthusiasm. "Oh, spare us your modesty. I firmly believe you can achieve it." Qin Shi smiled silently, harboring an intense desire within to partake in the World Cup, especially amidst the pervasive atmosphere of the tournament in society. When he saw Hu Lai, Zhang Qinghuan, Wang Guangwei, Xia Xiaoyu, and Chen Xingyi, those stars with whom he regularly played, on the World Cup stage, he couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if he could join them. Alas, he was merely 16, and that dream felt distant. If China were to successfully bid for the World Cup, he would be 24 in 8 years. And perhaps then he could dare to dream. Certainly, he would never voice such aspirations in front of his classmates. Dreams are personal goals pursued through one's own efforts, not proclamations for all to hear. Most importantly, if they remain unfulfilled, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? Stay humble. Qin Shi, stay humble. Today marks the last training session of the semester. Tomorrow morning, you need not come to school for practice. I trust you have all received the notification?" Li Ziqiang observed the young players who had just finished their training. They all nodded in affirmation. "Yes, we received it." Dongchuan Middle School announced that tomorrow there would be a half-day holiday, allowing all students to stay home and watch the matches, cheering for the Chinese team, while also supporting their seniors, Hu Lai, Luo Kai, and Xia Xiaoyu. To prevent parents from doubting this decision or to deter students from deceiving their parents about attending school while sneaking off to play, the school provided each student with a printed notification to take home, informing their parents of the half-day holiday and recommending they stay home to watch the games. This notification required a signature from the parents, and students were to return to school in the afternoon with the signed document to submit to their homeroom teachers. The entire procedure was meticulously structured to minimize any safety concerns. The process was so adeptly executed due to Dongchuan Middle School's seasoned experience. Similar arrangements had been made for the first 2 matches of the current World Cup. Despite the matches being held in the early hours of the morning, the school had granted all students, except seniors, a half-day off, allowing them to return to school in the afternoon. Just as before, printed notifications were distributed to parents, ensuring they were informed of their children's whereabouts. The exception for seniors was due to their completion of high school following the college entrance examinations in early June. They hardly need to attend school. They do as they please, staying up late to watch matches without a care in the world. This World Cup will undoubtedly become an exquisite memory for these graduating seniors. Tomorrow, they will enjoy the game and then prepare for their final exams. Li Ziqiang waved his hand to disband the team. Beginning tomorrow, he too would no longer need to attend school, ushering in an early summer vacation, allowing him to spend quality time at home with his daughter. He promised himself to take her out for some delightful adventures, cherishing this rare opportunity for familial bliss. As Li Ziqiang exited the gates of Dongchuan High School, he observed numerous students, teachers, and passers-by capturing photographs or taking group pictures in front of the school. Without needing to glance back, he knew that Principal Zhai had once again adorned the entrance with a new banner. Indeed, thanks to Principal Zhai's little hobby, the local advertising company specializing in banners has seen a significant uptick in business. For each match, several banners would be displayed. Warm congratulations to our alumni Hu Lai, Luo Kai, and Xia Xiaoyu for participating in the World Cup. Before the match, and warm congratulations to our alumni Hu Lai, Luo Kai, and Xia Xiaoyu for remaining undefeated in the World Cup. After, another banner would read, warm congratulations to our alumni Hu Lai and Luo Kai for scoring goals in the World Cup, bringing glory to our nation. These banners, akin to subtitles under news reports, adorn not only the main entrance, but also the side gate, and even the school buildings themselves. The former principal aimed not only to inform those outside the school of Dongchuan High School's excellence, but also to instill pride among the students regarding their esteemed alma mater. Although he was well aware of the predictable content of the banners, Li Ziqiang couldn't resist taking a fleeting glance back, momentarily lost in thought. This was not mere boastfulness. It was a celebration of spirit. The winds arise from the edge of the green, as Dongchuan students cheer for the Chinese team. Li Ziqiang smiled. It was indeed rare for their principal to adopt such eloquent expressions. Retrieving his gaze, he walked past the school gate and gradually distanced himself, turning toward the parking lot to drive away. A gentle breeze swept through the campus, stirring the garments and hair of those present, lifting fallen leaves from the ground to dance gracefully in the sky, as if they were golden butterflies fluttering in the sunset. P.S. In the early hours of that match, Spain played dreadfully, unworthy of advancing to the semifinals. Once they took the lead, their performance became particularly lackluster and arrogant. They seemed to believe the outcome was sealed and began to play carelessly. In the previous match against Croatia, they felt the victory was assured and started substituting players, which allowed Croatia to score 2 goals. In this match, after substituting Morata, they permitted Switzerland to equalize. Despite being a player down, Switzerland admirably dragged the match into a penalty shootout, though regrettably, the young players faltered under the immense pressure, wasting Sommer's godlike performance. Alas, the first half between Italy and Belgium was quite thrilling, but I simply could not endure the second half. Although I frequently write late into the night, it is rare for me to stay up until 5 or 6 in the morning, as I did during the European Championship. As the evening progressed, I found myself nearly succumbing to slumber in my chair, prompting me to retire for the night, oblivious to the subsequent events and unaware of the final outcome. For the matches scheduled for early morning, I confidently predict Denmark will triumph over the Czech Republic in a penalty shootout. As for the encounter between England and Ukraine, the outcome is devoid of suspense. England will undoubtedly secure a 2-goal victory. However, I pondered not to watch, for I simply could not endure the late hours. Chapter 322. First-class rocket Li Jifei and Shi Wuyin stealthily traversed the hotel corridor, converging at the elevator, where they exchanged hushed whispers of their observations. Everyone is asleep. I certainly did not hear any significant commotion from the room. Indeed, I did not either. As their conversation concluded, the elevator arrived, its doors opening to welcome them inside. Once they selected their desired floor, the doors began to close, and they shared a knowing smile. Why do we feel like a pair of thieves, so cautious? Haha. Shi Wuyin chuckled at Li Jifei's remark. Yet, the players' mindset this time was markedly different from that preceding the inaugural World Cup group match. They had managed to retire to bed on time, and indeed, they were soundly asleep. This indicated that our players had made substantial progress during the World Cup, maturing remarkably. As Shi Wuyin reflected, it had been less than half a month, and they had blossomed into fine young talents, no longer mere saplings in a nursery. Li Jifei squinted, a smile gracing his face, as the sun-kissed, weathered skin bore the marks of hard labor, resembling that of a seasoned farmer toiling in the fields day and night. You have also improved, little Shi, Li Jifei remarked. Before the first World Cup match, you were quite anxious. Now, you can engage in light-hearted banter with me. After all, this was the final group match, devoid of performance pressure, and naturally, there was no anxiety. We had already exceeded expectations. While they were conversing, the elevator reached their floor, and upon stepping out, they spotted the team leader, Hong Renjia, waiting with a warm smile. Have you checked the rooms? He inquired. Yes, they replied. How did it go? Everyone is asleep. A broader smile spread across Hong Renjia's face. Tomorrow is the final match. Just enjoy it to the fullest. I received a call from the domestic office. Regardless of how tomorrow's game unfolds, the leadership has decided to commend you all. Li Jifei responded with a cheerful, thank you, leader. Additionally, there's the matter of renewing little Shi's contract. Could we discuss that further? Li Jifei glanced at Shi Wuyin. Opting to sidestep the conversation, you two carry on, I shall take my leave. Neither party urged him to stay, and they merely watched as he returned to his room. Hong Renjia then extended an invitation to Shi Wuyin. Come to my room. I have some fine tea brought from home. He wished to engage Shi Wuyin in a deeper conversation, hoping to persuade him to reconsider his stance. However, to his surprise, Shi Wuyin firmly declined Hong Renjia's kind offer. No, thank you, old Hong. Our bond is one of life and death. I remember, well, how you risked your future to vouch for me. Upon hearing Shi Wuyin's submission, Hong Renjia chuckled. Indeed, I was taking a gamble at that moment, and I never anticipated that my bet would pay off. Throughout my life, I have never won a lottery, yet I struck a grand jackpot. I feel as though all my fortune has been bestowed upon you, my young friend. Shi Wuyin joined in the laughter, reminiscing about the time he had rolled up his sleeves to confront Hong Renjia, seeking an explanation. Never imagining that one day they would collaborate to forge such a remarkable chapter in Chinese football. However, as much as their camaraderie flourished, old Hong, my stance remains unchanged. I have declared that I shall step down after this World Cup, and I assure you, that promise stands firm. I will not continue coaching the national team. Noticing Hong Renjia seemed inclined to persuade him otherwise, Shi Wuyin gestured for a moment of patience and continued. It is not that I lack the desire to lead the Chinese team, but rather that I am no longer capable of doing so. There is a notion circulating online that I find somewhat insightful. It likens the development of Chinese football to a rocket launching a satellite into space, with stages 1, 2, and 3, each tasked with its own objectives. Once those objectives are fulfilled, separation occurs, often leading to a crash. This is entirely normal. One cannot expect a first-stage booster to place a satellite into orbit. I am akin to that first-stage rocket, with the mission of guiding the national team into the World Cup, allowing the younger generation to learn and grow without distraction. Beyond this altitude, you must seek a coach of superior caliber. Hong Renjia quickly interjected, do not speak so disparagingly, young Shi. We have thoroughly examined this matter, and there truly may not be any coach domestically who surpasses your expertise. Old Zhao Kongming, is indeed quite capable, Shi Wuyin remarked, shaking his head. Oh no, he is better suited for club management. The national team bears too high a demand for results, which is not suitable for him. Please do not pursue old Zhao. Let him cultivate his talents at Shining Star, which is quite commendable. We need a coach who can diligently nurture talent at the club level for the national team. Ultimately, the choice of my successor is yours to make. I will step down after this World Cup. My abilities are limited, and I cannot assist you further, old Hong. Hong Renjia shook his head. A coach who has led the team to draws against Algeria and Russia claims to have limited abilities. Such statements are a disservice to all coaches in China. One cannot frame it that way. Achieving draws against these two opponents involved an element of luck. Moreover, as the head coach, my contribution has been minimal. It is primarily the players who exceeded expectations on the field. After those two matches, did the media not suggest that I had molded this team into a cohesive unit, enabling them to exhibit remarkable synergy on the pitch? Indeed, creating such unity has been my ongoing endeavor, but achieving it to such an extent, akin to being bonded with super glue, is beyond my capabilities. I cannot explain why this is the case. I can only surmise that those players are far superior to what we initially believed. Shi Wuyin chuckled softly. Truly, I am not deceiving you, old Hong. I am not being modest. You cannot assume that the outcomes of this World Cup imply I am capable of leading the team to further glory. Hong Renjia promptly waved his hands. No. We harbor no such notion. As long as we can qualify for the World Cup finals, that is all that matters. This is precisely the issue, old Hong. Shi Wuyin stated earnestly. I have previously mentioned that reaching the World Cup finals should be merely a beginning, not an end. If we merely set our sights on qualifying for the World Cup as the ultimate goal for the future of Chinese football, we will forever remain stagnant. Hence, I must depart. I find myself incapable of providing this team with any further room for growth. Remaining in this position would be utterly meaningless. It is a waste of their exceptional talents if this group of players is content merely to qualify for the World Cup once more. Well, you've had your say, Hong Renjia said with a gesture of resignation. Shi Wuyin smiled. It is indeed the case, old Hong. This time we qualified for the World Cup, achieving 2 draws and scoring 3 goals, which seems quite commendable. But what about the next World Cup? Shouldn't we aspire to at least win a match? Should we not strive for advancing beyond the group stage? Such aspirations are essential for our progress. Otherwise, if we settle for merely qualifying, we might find ourselves unable to do so in the future. Hong Renjia fell silent. There is a saying circulating online, is there not? Oh, not just online. I see the media is mentioning it as well. They say that Hu Lai, Luo Kai, Chen Xingyi, Zhang Qinghuan, Wang Guangwei, along with the younger talents like Xia Xiaoyu, Zhou Zijing, and Lin Ziyuan constitute the golden generation of Chinese football. I find that assertion quite accurate. The emergence of such a talented and ambitious group of young individuals is indeed indicative of a golden generation, is it not? With players like these, we can certainly afford to be bolder. I have laid the groundwork for them, guiding them to the World Cup to broaden their horizons. It is now time for someone more capable than myself to nurture their growth further, rather than allowing it to falter midway. With that, Shi Wuyin waved his hand. Therefore, I will certainly not renew my contract with the Football Association. I cannot allow them to falter under my stewardship, for that would be a tragedy. Seeing Shi Wuyin's resolute attitude, Hong Renjia could only sigh. Very well, I shall not press you further. Huh. Shi Wuyin chuckled, feeling quite cheerful. Let us not concern ourselves with who the next head coach of the Chinese team will be. Let us instead enjoy tomorrow's match. It may very well be our last game in this World Cup. It sounds as if we might actually enjoy something, Hong Renjia grumbled, still feeling somewhat dejected after being unequivocally rebuffed by Shi Wuyin. Based on my understanding of those young lads, I believe they will score at least 1 goal in tomorrow's match, Shi Wuyin said with a smile. Against the world champions, Brazil. How did you sleep last night? Not too bad, and you? I slept well. It's quite rare, actually. Before the first match, I was so nervous I couldn't sleep a wink. Huh. Who isn't? Now, however, there is not a single worry. During breakfast, the players of the Chinese team would greet each other in the dining hall, and the responses were generally the same. Xiaoyu, did you sleep well last night? Wang Guangwei inquired as he set his tray down at the table. Xia Xiaoyu nodded. I slept wonderfully. Zhou Zijing even said I snored. Zhou Zijing appeared somewhat fatigued. Damn it, I didn't sleep well. Can you imagine such a slender person as Xiaoyu snoring like a bear? Ugh. Ha. The others gathered around the table erupted in laughter. Xiaoyu's face flushed. What nonsense are you spouting? It's not that loud. Well, everyone seemed to sleep quite soundly, Zhang Qinghuan reflected. After all, this is the 3rd match. We've all grown accustomed to it, Chen Xingyi remarked. Perhaps it's because we feel no pressure for this final match. Winning or losing doesn't matter. We just need to give our all, Wang Guangwei analyzed. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed everyone staring at him. What is with the looks? Nothing, Zhang Qinghuan said, shaking her head with a smile. I just didn't expect we'd reach the final group match so quickly. It feels like these 10 days have been both fast and long. This World Cup is different from what I imagined, Chen Xingyi expressed with a deep sigh. What did you envision? Everyone inquired curiously. 3 losses, not a single goal, and then being lambasted upon returning home. I didn't expect you to have a penchant for self-deprecation. Little star, Hu Lai exclaimed. You're the one with a self-deprecating tendency. Chen Xingyi shot Hu Lai a glare but continued. However, upon arriving, I realized that we are not as poor as we thought. Wang Guangwei pointed to himself. I never imagined I could actually defend against the terrifying Ivan. When I watched Syria live, I thought Romanov could do whatever he pleased in front of the opponent's goal. Their defenders seemed like little chicks before him. Of course, Romanov is older now, but I still didn't expect. He paused, shaking his head. He would treasure the jersey exchanged with Romanov. Not merely because it was his first jersey traded with an opponent on the World Cup stage, but because it represented Romanov's acknowledgement of him. Xiaoyu added, I also didn't expect to play in the World Cup and even provide an assist. I certainly didn't anticipate starting. But that was only because Gao Rumin had to withdraw due to injury, so I wanted to mention it. Hu Lai chimed in. I too never expected to score in the World Cup. Wait, I just realized. Unlike you all, I knew I would definitely score. True strength lies in confidence. A chorus of middle fingers was raised at Hu Lai. Laughter erupted from another table. Following the sound, they saw veterans Yao Huasheng, Hao De, Jiang Wanqing, and Mao Jun laughing about something unknown. Their faces radiated brilliant smiles, as if they were not preparing for a World Cup match, but rather gearing up for a grand festive celebration. Just then, Shi Wuyin, Li Jifei, and Hong Renjie entered the dining hall and witnessed this scene. He turned to Hong Renjie beside him and said, Old Hong, look at this. Let's temporarily set aside discussions about the head coach and the future of Chinese football and simply enjoy the World Cup. This is a grand event in world football, huh? P.S. Tomorrow will still be a single update, but starting the day after, there will be 3 updates. The chapter concludes. Chapter 323. We have traversed a long distance. Li Qingqing opened her front door, and before she could even raise her hand to knock on the adjacent door, the loud sound of a television emanated from within. The volume, amplified by the 71-channel sound system, made Li Qingqing feel as though this door was not merely a standard security barrier, but rather a portal leading to the Pasadena Stadium in Los Angeles. Concerned that her gentle knock might go unheard by Aunt Xia, she was about to knock more forcefully when she noticed a crack in the door. It had not been fully closed. How considerate of Aunt Xia. Li Qingqing silently admired the meticulous thoughtfulness of Hu Lai's mother, then pushed the door open and jumped inside, calling out cheerfully, Good morning, Uncle and Aunt. In the dining room, Hu Lisin, who was busy tidying up the dishes, smiled upon seeing Li Qingqing. Good morning, Qingqing, he greeted, but his words were half drowned out by the television's noise. He cast a helpless glance at the kitchen. Why is the TV volume so high? We can hardly hear each other. You wouldn't understand. Came Aunt Xia's voice from the kitchen, a secret signal for Qingqing. This way, she will know we are up, preventing a repeat of the first match when we were already awake but failed to knock on our door. But Qingqing is here. I'll turn it down a bit. We shouldn't have to shout just to converse. Hu Lisin remarked as he set down the dishes, casually wiped his hands on his waist, and approached the coffee table. Upon hearing that Li Qingqing had arrived, Xia Lan abandoned her dishwashing and hurried from the kitchen, her face lighting up at the sight of her. Oh, Qingqing, you've come. Li Qingqing greeted her again. Good morning, Aunt Xia. Hu Lisin reached the coffee table, picked up the remote, squinted to find the volume button, and pressed it, significantly lowering the television's volume. Aunt Xia's voice became much clearer. Good, good, good. Good morning. Have you eaten yet? I had breakfast at home, Li Qingqing replied with a smile. Oh dear, you shouldn't be so formal. Come over with your dad for breakfast. This morning we made buns, huge ones filled with beef and vermicelli, and sweet potato porridge. Delicious. As she spoke, Xia Lan remembered something and quickly returned to the kitchen, pulling out a plastic bag. By the way, take some with you after the game. They're really tasty. Hu Lai always loved the buns I make. No need. Aunt Xia, Li Qingqing protested, but Xia Lan shot her a stern look. What else with the politeness? I'll pack 4 especially large ones for you. One is quite filling. Saying this, she opened the refrigerator, retrieved 4 sizable buns, placed them in the bag, and then put the bag back in the fridge. Take them home after the game. I know professional athletes have specific dietary preferences, but you won't find these in France. Enjoy them while you're back. It's no trouble at all. Li Qingqing gazed at the enormous buns and, no longer able to decline, nodded. Thank you, Aunt Xia. Oh. Family doesn't stand on ceremony. Xia Lan was particularly delighted to see Li Qingqing's acceptance. What about your father? She inquired again. He is still washing dishes and tidying up, came the reply. All right, then you can watch television for a while. Auntie also has some cleaning to do. Xia Lan waved her hand and turned to enter the kitchen. Hu Lisin returned from the living room, gathering the tableware and carrying it into the kitchen. Qingqing, feel free to choose whatever you like, he said. Li Qingqing nodded, settling onto the sofa to watch television. The screen displayed aerial footage of the Pasadena Stadium in Los Angeles. From above, the stadium, devoid of a roof, resembled a colossal hoofprint stamped upon the earth. 4/5 of the arena was encircled by stands, with a mere 1/5 left open, revealing a 10-story building. Inside this edifice were the press hall and VIP boxes, topped with a large screen and advertisements. This unique bird's-eye view has become the most iconic symbol of the Pasadena Stadium. Known as the Rose Bowl due to its resemblance to a horseshoe, making it a renowned venue for American football. During this World Cup, the Rose Bowl is set to host the opening match, showcasing the stadium in the glow of the evening sun, leaving a profound impression on all. The absence of a roof in the stands poses a challenge for spectators during the 1 o'clock match, but fortunately, the game between China and Brazil is scheduled for 5 in the afternoon. By this time, although the sun shines brightly, it is positioned low in the west, casting no direct light onto the field or the stands, offering a more comfortable experience for both players and fans. From above, the stands are filled with red. Whether due to the presence of Chinese supporters or the naturally red seats of Pasadena remains uncertain. The scene shifted to an empty locker room, China's locker room. The first thing that caught the eye was a neatly folded red jersey, with the yellow numbers and name facing up. 14HU, the jersey of Hu Lai, China's star player. Simultaneously, the voiceover announced that the Chinese team's bus had departed from their hotel and was en route to the Pasadena Stadium. Today, the stands are packed, primarily with Chinese fans. The camera then revealed the interior of the locker room, where all players' jerseys were neatly folded and placed at their respective seats. Soon, the players would arrive to change and prepare to face their strongest opponent in this World Cup. Without further ado, Shi Wuyin stood in the locker room, facing the players who had already donned their jerseys, ready to take the field. "We've discussed the tactics thoroughly," he began. "So I will simply say this. This is our final group match. There is no need to carry the weight of pressure and burdens into the game. Regardless of the outcome, it matters not. What is essential is that you give your utmost and showcase your best selves in this match. So, enjoy football and relish the World Cup, gentlemen." With that, he stepped back, having conveyed his message succinctly. The team leader, Hong Renjia, then stepped forward and proclaimed, "I shall utter but a single phrase. You have showcased both style and skill in this World Cup. You have demonstrated that we, as Chinese, can indeed play football with excellence." The locker room erupted in cheers and applause. Amidst the clamor, assistant coach Li Jifei shouted, "Now, let's take the field." The locker room door swung open, and the players filed out, making their way toward the tunnel exit. As they reached the final intersection, they encountered the Brazilian players approaching from the opposite direction. A brief exchange of glances ensued. The Brazilian players were somewhat taken aback to witness the relaxed and even subtly excited expressions on the faces of the Chinese team upon their arrival. This reminded them of the words of their head coach, Marcos Hina, who had emphasized, "Let me reiterate, the Chinese team is not just represented by Hu. They are a cohesive unit. If you fail to remember this during the match, you shall find yourselves in dire straits. I am not attempting to frighten you." While some players had initially dismissed these warnings, the sight of the Chinese players' demeanor led many to realize that such expressions were hardly characteristic of a team participating in the World Cup for the first time. Cabanca and Lemos approached the most striking figure among the Chinese players, Hu. Upon reaching Hu Lai, they greeted him. Hu Lai, engaged in conversation with a teammate, turned to see them and smiled, exclaiming, "Huh? This is my first encounter with familiar faces on the World Cup stage." Previously, neither the Algerian nor the Russian teams had players in the Premier League, making Cabanca, who played for Manchester Athletic, and Lemos, who played for Queen's Park Rangers, the two most familiar faces for Hu Lai. Lemos shrugged, "I didn't come here to reminisce, Hu. I want to allow you to score in this match." In response, Hu Lai pulled Chen Xingyi, who was standing beside him, closer and patted his shoulder emphatically. "You've misunderstood, Lemos. Our primary striker for this match is him. Our head coach is aware that you will keep a close watch on me, so my role here is merely to observe while he takes the lead in scoring." Confused, Chen Xingyi understood Hu Lai's English, but was about to retort when he caught Hu Lai's eye, prompting him to adopt an air of arrogance, as if to declare, "Indeed, esteemed sirs, I am the ace of the Chinese team. Hu Lai is merely here to cheer for me." However, Cabanca chuckled, "Don't jest. Hu, I know you're full of bluster. Do you truly believe such petty tricks will deceive us?" Hu Lai was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. "Who on earth claims I am full of bluster? When have I ever lied? In China, they refer to me as the honest one." After Hu Lai finished his theatrical performance, Cabanca shook his head. "It matters not, Hu. For us, The opponent in this match is the entire Chinese team, not just you alone. Regardless of whether it is you or your teammates, we shall all strive to give our utmost. Upon observing that his counterpart remained unfazed, Hu Lai inquired, "How is your injury recovering, Ka Bang Ka?" Ka Bang Ka was taken aback by Hu Lai's sudden concern for his condition. Last season, he had been sidelined for an extended period due to injury, causing Manchester Athletic to falter in the league, ultimately securing only a third-place finish and missing out on the championship contention. Assuming Hu Lai was engaging in psychological warfare, he replied, "I have fully recovered. I feel in excellent shape now, so do not harbor any misplaced confidence." However, before he could complete his sentence, he noticed Hu Lai smiling and saying, "That's good to hear." Good to hear? Ka Bang Ka found this somewhat unexpected. Shouldn't they hope that his injury had not healed completely, thus hindering his performance? Sensing his surprise, Hu Lai smiled and explained, "Our head coach stated that if we cannot face the strongest Brazilian team in the final group match, then our journey to the World Cup would have been in vain. Therefore, I am delighted to hear that you are fully fit and ready to give your all. We have come a long way, not to merely serve as a backdrop for you." The players from both teams lined up in the tunnel, awaiting the referees to lead them onto the field. A small ball boy gazed up at Ka Bang Ka with excitement. After all, he was the world-renowned Kindle Ka Bang Ka, a Brazilian prodigy on par with Meili Banagazzi. Soon, he would be escorted by this individual onto the pitch, appearing before a global audience. Noticing the ball boy's gaze, Ka Bang Ka lowered his head and offered a slight smile. The ball boy, greatly encouraged, beamed with delight. Yet, Ka Bang Ka raised his head, his smile fading as he fell into contemplation, still pondering Hu Lai's words. "We have come a long way, not to merely serve as a backdrop for you." He then turned his attention to the Chinese team's number 14 standing in the lineup. Was he merely posturing, creating an air of mystery? The television broadcast captured the scene as a long focus lens zoomed in on Ka Bang Ka's face from the entrance of the player tunnel. In the frame, he gazed intently at a blurred figure in the distance. As the camera shifted focus, the figure gradually became clearer, revealing that it was none other than Hu Lai from the Chinese team. Unaware of the scrutiny from behind, he merely stared ahead, in the direction of the camera, which was also the direction of the field. P.S. Apologies for the wait, everyone. Starting tomorrow, expect 3 updates. End of chapter. Chapter 324, Touchstone. Good afternoon, esteemed viewers. This is CCTV bringing you live coverage from the Pasadena Stadium in Los Angeles for the final round of Group B in the 23rd World Cup, featuring the Chinese team against the world champions, Brazil. He Feng's voice resonated through the wireless Bluetooth headset into Zhang Qinghuan's ears. He stood in the subway carriage, one hand gripping a handrail while the other held his phone horizontally, displaying the live match footage on the small screen. He observed as both teams had taken their positions on the field, awaiting the referee's whistle to commence the match. Zhang Qinghuan is certainly not the only individual engaging in such fervent enthusiasm within this subway carriage. He tilted his head back, stretching his neck, which had grown somewhat uncomfortable from bowing for too long, and caught sight of the multimedia screen in the subway car, which was showcasing a promotional video for today's match. Glancing around, he observed numerous fellow passengers similarly engrossed, clutching their smartphones and donning headphones, intently watching the game. Perhaps it was due to many companies delaying their work hours today, as the morning rush hour subway was notably less crowded than usual, yet still, many ventured out at this hour. These individuals, compelled to leave their homes, turned to their devices to stream the live match. Zhang Qinghuan even spotted some among the crowd who were watching the game on tablets, which offered a larger screen for viewing pleasure, albeit at the expense of portability. For the sake of enjoying the match, everyone was truly making an effort. Fortunately, this was in China, where the subway boasted 5G connectivity, ensuring that such a multitude could watch the live broadcast without interruptions. The match was set to kick off at 5 o'clock in the afternoon local time in Los Angeles, which would be 8 o'clock in the morning Beijing time on the 26th. At that moment, it could be presumed that many fans in the homeland were en route to work, clutching their phones on subways and buses to catch the game. It is crucial for everyone to remain safe. Do not watch the match while driving, and do not drive while watching, Yin Kong remarked. I hope today the Chinese team can deliver a spectacular performance, bringing everyone a good mood and a positive start to the day. Before the television, Xia Xiaoyu, who had just joined the players in singing the national anthem, settled into her seat, mirroring the behavior of the Chinese fans present at the venue, adhering to a certain etiquette of watching the game. In her words, This embodies a sense of ritual. Although they were not at the Pasadena Stadium in Los Angeles, they felt connected to both the local fans and the players on the field through this shared experience. Li Qingqing joined Aunt Xia in sitting down, awaiting the commencement of the match. The once boisterous Pasadena Stadium gradually fell into a serene hush. The commentator He Feng's voice resonated clearly. The referee was checking the time. The match was about to begin. As the entire stadium fell silent, the sharp sound of the whistle soared into the heavens, transmitted via satellite signals to resonate in countless households back home. The match had commenced. Flashes from cameras illuminated the stands, transforming the twilight of Pasadena Stadium into a dazzling galaxy. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Hu Lai pivoted and sent the ball back to the Chinese team's half, then along with Chun Xingyi and Luo Kai, who stood at the center line, surged toward the Brazilian half, the three of them charging in their yellow-green uniforms like arrows released in unison. "Charge forth, my son," Xiaolong cried excitedly before the television. "Go, Hu Lai." Zhang Qinghuan remained glued to his smartphone, hearing the signal for the match's start through his headphones, silently cheering within his heart. "Charge forth, Chinese team." At this moment, countless individuals are gazing at their mobile phones, tablets, computer screens, and televisions, all fixated on the live broadcast of the match, either voicing their thoughts aloud or simply expressing them internally. As Chun Xingyi stood at the center line, preparing for Hu Lai's kickoff, he distinguished himself from Luo Kai, who also stood at the center line, but at the junction of the center line and the arc of the circle, occupying the position typical for a conventional forward. In contrast, Chun Xingyi positioned himself at the intersection of the center line and the sideline, akin to a winger's stance. As Hu Lai propelled the football back into play, Chun Xingyi surged past the center line, sprinting straight along the sideline. Only after breaching Brazil's midfield did he decelerate and glance over his shoulder. He observed Huang Gu, who had received Hu Lai's pass, gently returned the ball to Xia Xiaoyu. In anticipation of the rolling football, Xia Xiaoyu unleashed a powerful diagonal long pass. The ball traversed nearly half the pitch, soaring towards Chun Xingyi's vicinity. Upon receiving the ball, Chun Xingyi found himself nearly beyond the sideline. Yet he managed to cushion the football with his chest. However, just as he halted the ball, Leonardo Quivel, Brazil's right back adorned with the captain's armband, had already closed in on him. Yet, rather than recklessly challenging for the ball, Quivel positioned himself slightly ahead, his body angled away from Chun Xingyi, clearly adopting a stance to thwart an inward cut. Observing this, Chun Xingyi nudged the ball forward, accelerating along the sideline. Quivel, initially half-turned towards him, began to pivot as Chun Xingyi leaned in. Once Chun Xingyi pushed the ball ahead, Quivel had completed his turn and quickly closed the distance. As the ball drifted away from Chun Xingyi, Quivel swiftly cut in front, abruptly decelerating. Chun Xingyi, having just gained momentum, collided with him but failed to displace Quivel, consequently losing possession. Quivel glanced back to assess the situation before hastily pursuing the ball, reclaiming it with ease. He then calmly turned and passed it forward to the retreating playmaker, Dudu Carlos. The television broadcast did not follow the ball to Carlos, but instead focused on Quivel. Leonardo Quivel, the mainstay right back of the Brazilian national team, is 32 years old and plays for the Serie A giants, AS Roma, renowned for his speed and seasoned experience. He has dominated the right flank for both the Brazilian national team and as Roma over the past 8 seasons. Previously, Hu Lai had encountered Johnson Law in the Premier League, who ranks among the top 5 right-backs in the world today. In contrast, Quivel is recognized as one of the top 3 right-backs globally, having held the number 1 position 4 years prior. Once the world's premier right-back, Quivel's prowess at 32 still places him among the elite, leaving Chun Xingyi thoroughly outmatched in their initial encounter. As soon as the Chinese team kicked off, they lost possession, and now it was the Brazilian team's turn to attack. Watching the live broadcast of the match on television, Jorge Dillon remarked to his translator, Eugene Tao, Chun Xingyi is still employing his previous strategies against Kivial, believing that sheer speed will allow him to force a breakthrough. True, Kivial's pace has diminished compared to his earlier days, but does he not consider the caliber of Kivial? Having played in Serie A for 8 seasons, he has encountered countless scenarios. At this point, Dillon chuckled, back when I coached Torino, Kivial certainly caused us a great deal of trouble down our left flank. Do you know how I managed to counter him? Of course, Eugene Tao replied. You had Caesar match up against him on the wing, leveraging Caesar's extraordinary individual abilities to push him back and prevent him from advancing. Dillon beamed with delight, relishing the support of his translator. Precisely. The young Kivial was a highly offensive fullback, but his defensive skills were somewhat lacking. By assigning Caesar to confront him, I not only curtailed Kivial's assists, but also targeted his defensive vulnerabilities. Ultimately, that world-class right back was dismantled by my strategy. Despite the years that had elapsed, Dylan could not conceal his pride when recounting this classic encounter. He was not boasting. Yu Jintao understood this well. The match between Torino and AS Roma was one of the most memorable clashes in Serie A over the past decade. The reason Caesar was regarded as the strongest among the legendary four was his ability to dominate formidable opponents. During their encounters, Kivial had already established himself as the world's premier right back. Yet, in the face of Caesar's formidable offensive prowess, he found himself in a rather precarious position. The entire match became a backdrop showcasing Caesar's magnificent presence. However, that was 6 seasons ago. Both Caesar and Kivial are no longer at their peaks. Kivial suffered a severe injury 3 seasons prior, sidelining him for almost an entire year. Upon returning, his speed had declined, and his offensive capabilities were no longer as razor-sharp as before. Consequently, he adapted his style of play, becoming more seasoned and balanced in both attack and defense. Even now, he ranks 3rd among right-backs in world football, a testament to his strength. Although Kivial's speed has undeniably diminished since his injury, his experience has grown. Observing Chen Xingyi's shoulder movement, he anticipates his next move and positions himself accordingly. If Chen Xingyi still believes he can simply outpace his opponent, he is unlikely to perform well in this match. Dylan shook his head. Yu Jintao furrowed his brow in concern. Has Shi Wuyin not advised Chen Xingyi on how to play? Just then, he saw Chen Xingyi on the broadcast, raising his hand to tap his forehead. Oh dear. It seems you need not remind him, Shi Wuyin called out to the ready-to-rage Li Jifei on the sidelines. I just witnessed Chen Xingyi concede a goal right at the start, prompting Li Jifei to seethe with frustration. His temples throbbing as if he were ready to unleash a roar akin to the lion's roar technique upon the distant Chen Xingyi. However, upon observing Chen Xingyi's demeanor, Shi Wuyin discerned that he had realized his mistake. Otherwise, why would he be striking his own forehead? On the field, after smiting his brow, Chen Xingyi glanced back at Kivial. Despite the blunder, he displayed no signs of despondence. Rather, he seemed eager to prove himself. After all, this was Kivial, the captain of the Brazilian national team and one of the finest right-backs in Serie A player who ranks among the top 3 in the global football arena. As Coach Shi aptly pointed out, we have endured countless hardships to arrive here. Finally encountering the world champions Brazil, players whose illustrious names we could only admire from afar on television. Is it not our purpose to learn from their prowess? Just as we understood the formidable skills of Melabarniga in the Olympics, we lacked a tangible sense of his capabilities until we faced him directly. After our encounter at the Olympics, we gained a concrete impression, dispelling the previous ambiguity. Today, the same applies when confronting Brazil. If Kivial is so exceptionally skilled, then I shall exert every ounce of my strength to push myself to the limit and discover just how much of his prowess this world-renowned right-back can summon. As for today's updates, there will be 3 installments. The remaining 2 will be released at 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. Chapter 325. A team from another world. The Brazilian team, clearly possessing superior strength, commenced the match with remarkable composure, unhurried, and without immediately pressing the Chinese defense. However, this was precisely what we feared, as He Feng and Yin Kong observed while the match unfolded. In the footage, the ball-holding Brazilian team showed no urgency to attack. Having advanced past the halfway line, they noticed the Chinese team on high alert and promptly reversed their course, passing the ball back to goalkeeper Victor Lemos. Subsequently, the 2 fullbacks, Rafael Fonseca and Leonardo Kivial, swiftly retreated to the edge of the penalty area, aligning themselves with Lemos, facilitating the distribution of the ball. The Brazilian team initiated their forward march anew from the back, orchestrating their attack with methodical precision, unhurried and deliberate. This was precisely what the Chinese team ought to dread. The Brazilian team's calm demeanor signified their excellent mindset, leaving those who had hoped for Brazil to underestimate their opponents and aggressively press forward in disappointment. When Brazil approaches the match with seriousness, given the disparity in strength between the 2 teams, it seems likely that China will find themselves utterly defenseless. The Brazilian left-back Fonseca received a pass from goalkeeper Lemos and turned to face the field. Luo Kai moved in to intercept him. Instead of engaging in a one-on-one duel along the flank, he deftly passed the ball sideways to the supporting Dudu Carlos, who had retreated to assist him. Both Fonseca and Dudu Carlos play for Real Madrid and share a remarkable synergy. Hence, after passing, Fonseca accelerated past Luo Kai. Dudu swiftly returned the ball to him, executing a seamless wall pass. As Fonseca received the ball, he sensed a gust of wind behind him. He swiftly lifted his left leg, feigning a pass, only to unexpectedly nudge the ball backward. Following this, he executed a sudden stop and pivoted, evading the pursuing Roca. As Roca brushed past Fonseca, he attempted to reach out and grab him, but fell short. After the quick turn, Fonseca delivered a lateral pass to the advancing center back, Jose Amorim. At this moment, the Brazilian team had only just pushed the ball to the vicinity of the center circle, yet had not crossed the halfway line. They remained unhurried in their offensive maneuvers. Waiting for Dudu Carlos to arrive, Amorim passed the ball to him. As the midfield linchpin for Real Madrid, Dudu Carlos also orchestrated the attacks for the Brazilian national team. Meanwhile, Kendall Cabanca, the midfield orchestrator for Manchester Athletic, transformed into a hidden blade lurking behind the two forwards. As Dudu received the ball, Cabanca retreated to offer support. Xia Xiaoyu marked closely, as instructed before the match regarding defensive assignments against the Chinese team. It was crucial to restrict Cabanca, as he possessed refined skills and rapid speed. Granting him ample space would enable him to advance the ball effectively. Once he gained momentum, intercepting him would become exceedingly difficult, often resulting in fouls and cards. Instead of passing to the retreating Cabanca, Dudu sent the ball into the space that Cabanca had created. There, the Brazilian left winger, Cardoso Tanini, appeared to receive it. Zhang Qinghuan rushed in to defend, while China's right back, Bai Di, also moved inward to prevent any exploitation of the flank. Tanini refrained from carrying the ball himself. Instead, he adjusted it and turned to face Zhang Qinghuan's defense, abruptly passing toward the wing. There, the left back, Rafael Fonseca, who had surged toward the midfield, was making a rapid advance. He deftly controlled the ball sent by Tanini, accelerating forward once more, initiating a Brazilian flank attack. Amidst Hifeng's astonished exclamations, Roca relentlessly pursued Fonseca. He matched Fonseca's speed, maintaining close contact with his opponent. Upon catching up to the ball, Fonseca lifted his left foot, feigning a cross. Roca extended his foot to block, but Fonseca merely executed a deceptive maneuver, flicking the ball with his heel toward the inside, cutting in. Roca could not halt his momentum and ran past, helplessly watching as Fonseca sliced into the flank. Subsequently, Fonseca reached the ball and, before Bai Di could turn and block him, unleashed a strike with the outside of his left foot toward the goal. Initially, everyone assumed Fonseca was attempting a cross, and both Yao Huaxing and Wang Guangwei hurried toward the anticipated landing spot to mark Brazil's forwards, Lima Bibi and Cesar Tawala. However, the ball traced an uncanny arc in the air, veering suddenly toward the back corner of the goal. Fortunately, Lin Ziyuan remained acutely focused. He leapt into the air, stretching his body sideways to make a breathtaking save, deftly deflecting the ball out of bounds amidst the crowd's gasps of astonishment. Phew! The Chinese fans in the stands collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. That was close. Fonseca's powerful cross nearly found its way into the Chinese team's net. Fortunately, Lin Ziyuan reacted swiftly. In front of the television, Xiaolan leaned against the sofa, gently patting her chest. She had truly been so frightened that her heart nearly ceased to beat. She was certainly not alone in this sentiment. At this very moment, countless Chinese fans were drenched in cold sweat, sharing Xiaolan's anxiety. Zhang Qinghuan, gripping the rings, clenched his teeth, swallowing back expletives. Just 5 minutes into the match, Brazil nearly scored. One could only dread the onslaught that awaited the Chinese team in the remaining 85 minutes. Although everyone was aware of the stark disparity in strength between Brazil and China, and that the Chinese team could only hope for Brazil to underestimate them, it was still difficult to accept when witnessing Brazil's dominance. A mere 5 minutes into the game, they had already created a lethal opportunity. In an attempt to alleviate the pressure on the players, a saying had circulated online prior to the match, suggesting that regardless of the outcome of this final game, given their performances in the previous two, no one would be overly critical. Zhang Qinghuan agreed with this notion, yet deep within, he felt a flicker of reluctance. He thought to himself, at the very least, they should score a goal. They must not be completely shut out by Brazil. But now, witnessing Brazil's performance, he feared that even scoring a single goal might be a distant dream. After completing a save, Lin Ziyuan rolled on the ground and quickly stood up. Clapping his hands vigorously, shouting to the right back by D, "Old boy, get up there faster. Don't give him a chance to shoot." Fonseca has a powerful long-range shot. Baidi gestured that the previous play was his fault. Lowering his hands, his heart continued to race, beating like a drum. The moment he turned to see the ball veering towards the goal was when his heart felt as if it had stopped. Now, the intense beating was merely a response to the fear of what had just transpired. He had nearly allowed Brazil to score within the first 5 minutes. The responsibility lay with him for not pressuring the opponent to block the attempt immediately. This is the World Cup, and the opponent is the world champion, Brazil. A moment's hesitation, a slight inclination to slacken, could lead to irreparable consequences. If this scenario had played out in the sluggish domestic league, he would have had ample time to react upon seeing the opponent cut inside to pursue the ball. The opponent might have needed a few adjustments to control it properly. Besides, even if they managed to cross it, what was the worst that could happen? After 2 World Cup matches, Baidi still felt the heart-stopping pressure emanating from Brazil, causing him to remain in a heightened state of alert, daring not to relax even for a moment. Corner defense. Stick to your marks. Don't let them squeeze in. Captain Yao Huaxing shouted, reminding his teammates. The Chinese team nearly all retreated into the penalty area to defend the corner. Brazil's 2 center-backs, Jose Amorim and Luis Pekin, also arrived at the front, entangled with the Chinese players. The responsibility of taking this corner kick lies with Tony and I, the left winger of the team, who possesses an extraordinary technique for free kicks. Typically, he is entrusted with the corner kicks for the Brazilian team. He raises his arm high, then takes a run up to send the ball soaring towards the goal. Wang Guangwei and Amorim sprint towards the near post, with Wang positioning himself strategically ahead of his opponent. Ultimately, he leaps to head the ball away, just managing to beat Amorim to it. A curious sensation washes over him. Jose Amorim, an accomplished center-back playing for the Bundesliga giants Ruhr-Rhein, proves to be more formidable than initially anticipated. After a grueling 90-minute tussle with Romanov, Wang realizes that Amorim is perhaps not as daunting as he had imagined. This line of thought is perilous, prompting Wang to swiftly dismiss it from his mind and refocus on the game. The ball is cleared, though it remains in play. Fortunately, a Chinese player secures control of the second ball. Luo Kai lightly nudges the ball, setting it up for Zhang Qinghuan, who is making a forward run through the center. As Zhang approaches the ball's landing spot, Brazil's Dudu Carlos closes in, aiming to disrupt his control. In a clever maneuver, Zhang ducks, allowing the ball to slip beneath him and continue its trajectory to Hu Lai. Hu Lai, without taking a touch, stoops to head the ball towards the wide-open Chen Xingyi. Just as Chun receives the pass, Brazil's captain and right back, Leonardo Kiviol, has already retreated to challenge him for possession. Chun refrains from attempting another forceful breakthrough, instead opting to pass the ball back to the retreating Xia Xiaoyu. Subsequently, he makes an off-the-ball run forward, with Kiviol tracking his movements. Xia, however, chooses not to return the ball to Chun, instead deciding to control the tempo of the play. Recognizing that a counterattack is no longer feasible, he wisely opts to slow the pace, allowing the ball to circulate among the Chinese team. He passes the ball to Huan Gu, who is also retreating. The Chinese team's decision to decelerate is prudent. There is no need for haste, just a moment to stabilize. Yet, the Brazilian team does not appear inclined to allow the Chinese team such leisurely possession in their own half. Their forward, Cesar Tavares, spots Zhang Qinghuan receiving the ball just outside the penalty area and swiftly charges in to apply pressure. Simultaneously, Cabanca seamlessly joins Tavares to double-team Zhang. Originally, Zhang intended to evade their combined defensive effort, but the speed at which the 2 Brazilian players approach exceeds his expectations. The encirclement tightens rapidly. He then attempts to shield the ball and draw a foul from his opponents. However, under the physical challenge from the imposing Tavares, who stands at 6 feet 2 inches, he loses his balance, stumbling as Cabanca swiftly robs him of possession. The ball is lost. Caution is warranted, unlike their methodical and unhurried progression in the backfield. Once they enter the attacking third, particularly within the 30-meter zone of the Chinese team, the Brazilian squad exhibits remarkable speed and decisiveness in their pressing, executing their movements with swift efficiency and without hesitation. Upon losing possession, the Chinese team promptly transitioned from offense to defense, particularly on the flanks. Initially poised to advance, they found themselves compelled to swiftly retreat. The player Cabanca, seizing the opportunity, deftly nudged the ball to the Brazilian right winger, Marquinhos, who occupied a gap in the defensive line. This diminutive winger did not pause to control the ball. Instead, he directed it towards the center and, after adjusting his stance, unleashed a powerful shot towards the Chinese goal. Lin Ziyuan leaped in an effort to intercept, yet failed to make contact. The ball narrowly grazed the outer edge of the far post before sliding out of play. In a mere 2 minutes, Brazil had threatened our goal twice. As our players faced off against Brazil, it was imperative to remain vigilant. Zhang Qinghuan's previous play, marked by a slight hesitation, inadvertently offered two opponents the chance to close in on him. Moreover, clear communication on the field was essential. No one can truly perceive all that unfolds around them. Had Xia Xiaoyu promptly called out after making the pass, Zhang Qinghuan might have been able to release the ball before being encircled by adversaries. The two commentators analyzed the defensive errors made by the Chinese team, not to assign blame, but rather to encourage the players to elevate their performance. Despite their commendable displays in the prior 2 World Cup matches, competing against Brazil necessitated an even greater level of excellence. Among Algeria's starting 11, over half play in Europe, yet only a few compete in the top-tier leagues, with most participating in secondary divisions across various European nations. Conversely, the majority of Russia's starting lineup is drawn from their domestic league, with stars like Ivan Romanov representing the elite in Serie A, earning the title of Russia's premier player and captain. In stark contrast, Brazil's entire squad of 23 players hails from European leagues, with all 11 starters competing in the top 5 European leagues, many within prestigious clubs. Compared to Algeria and Russia, they appear to be from an entirely different realm of football. The initial thrill and anticipation had dissipated for Xia Xiaoyu, who adjusted her posture on the couch, sitting upright. Although only 10 minutes into the match, she already felt the overwhelming pressure exerted by Brazil, palpable and daunting. The 2 shots on goal had startled her, prompting an involuntary gasp. As a seasoned football fan, she found this reaction somewhat embarrassing, yet it was an authentic response to witnessing such attempts on goal. She genuinely feared for the integrity of China's defense. An early goal conceded would complicate the ensuing match, placing a heavy burden on the Chinese team right from the outset. In the subway, Zhang Qinghuan mirrored her tension, remaining motionless in his previous stance, akin to a statue. Countless Chinese fans in squares, cinemas, and their own living rooms held their breath, fixated on the screen. Chapter 326. Cabanca is 2 powerful people often refer to the Brazilian national team as world champions. However, the reigning champions of this World Cup are, in fact, Italy. This nomenclature applies to all nations that have ever claimed the title. World champions Brazil, world champions Italy, world champions Argentina, world champions France. In the realm of football, there exists an undeniable sentiment towards Brazil, for it is the nation that has triumphed in the World Cup the most times. Historically, they have secured the championship on 6 occasions. In 1950 during the 4th World Cup held in Brazil, in 1958 at the 6th World Cup in Sweden, in 1974 at the 10th World Cup in Germany, in 1978 at the 11th World Cup in Argentina, in 1982 at the 12th World Cup in Spain, and in 2002 at the 17th World Cup co-hosted by South Korea and Japan. Among these victories, Brazil achieved an unparalleled feat by winning the World Cup 3 consecutive times between 1974 and 1982, a record that remains unbroken to this day, even by themselves. During those 8 years, Brazil witnessed an extraordinary emergence of football talent, producing numerous legendary figures in the sport's history. Their ability not only to secure championships, but to do so with an exquisite style, seamlessly blending performance and spectacle captivated audiences worldwide. This earned Brazil the esteemed title of the land of football, cherished by fans not only within its borders, but across the globe. Football, a sport that originated during the Industrial Revolution in England, ultimately became the most dazzling gem of Brazil, a nation that gained independence from colonial rule in South America. To this day, when Brazil is mentioned, the first thought that comes to mind is football. Just as in China, where everyone is perceived to be a table tennis expert, there exists a similar misconception that every Brazilian, regardless of age or gender, excels in football. Much like music is interwoven with the identity of Black individuals, football is embedded in the very essence, marrow, and genetics of the Brazilian people. Despite Brazil's relatively low level of football management, lacking a systematic national league, and plagued by corruption within various state football associations, the Brazilian Football Confederation's capabilities and reputation are arguably inferior to that of the Chinese Football Association. Yet, Brazil has managed to win the World Cup 6 times, earning global recognition as a football powerhouse, which can only be attributed to the divine favor bestowed upon this nation by the gods of football. The profound depth of Brazil's football heritage ensures that even with a lackluster management, talent surges forth periodically, allowing Brazilian football to continue to shine. In this World Cup, the formidable Brazilian team remained undefeated in the qualifiers, advancing to the finals as the top team from South America. Upon arriving in the United States, they have but one goal: to lift the World Cup for an unprecedented 7th time, becoming the 7-star Brazil, akin to the prominent Big Dipper in the sky. Currently, the only obstacle in their path to glory is a new team making its debut in the World Cup. Brazil has not succumbed to the arrogance and complacency that some fans anticipated prior to the match. From the very outset, the opposing team unleashed 2 successive threatening shots that sent chills down the spines of nearly all Chinese fans. Seizing this momentum, they relentlessly launched assaults on the Chinese goal. Almost every attempt posed a significant threat to the net guarded by Lou Jiarong. In the 13th minute, Fonseca made a sudden incisive pass down the flank, where the agile Cabanca, having eluded the tight marking of Chinese right back by D, utilized his speed to penetrate the penalty area and deliver a cross. The ball soared over the most congested area in front of the goal, reaching the edge of the penalty area, where the captain and right back Leonardo Kiviel surged forward. Unleashing a powerful shot without taking a touch, the ball narrowly sailed over the crossbar. In the 17th minute, Brazilian right midfielder Marquinhos delivered a cross from the wing. The defending Yao Huashing at the near post failed to connect with the ball, allowing it to slip through to the front. Brazilian forward Tavares managed to control the ball with his chest before executing a quick turn and shot. Had it not been for Wang Guangwei's close marking and foot interference, this strike could have genuinely threatened Lin Ziyuan's goal. Ultimately, Tavares blasted the ball high, sending it soaring over the crossbar and into the unshielded stands, prompting an eager crowd to reach out in hopes of catching it, reminiscent of a stone cast into a pond, creating ripples that spread outward. In the 23rd minute, Cabanca again found himself on the right flank. After receiving a pass from Captain Kiviel, he adjusted his steps, facing the approaching Chinese left back, Zhao Qianhuan. Without any unnecessary feints, he directly maneuvered the ball along the baseline and accelerated. At the moment he pushed the ball forward, Zhao Qianhuan attempted to intercept it, but missed entirely, losing his position and allowing Cabanca to bypass him and slip into the penalty area. Cabanca was in alert. He foamed, from the commentary booth, shouted in alarm. As Cabanca advanced into the box, the ball raced toward the baseline. The Chinese defenders converged on him, with Zhao Qianhuan turning back to chase, while Chen Xingyi sprinted past him to pursue the baseline, and Yao Huashing lunged at Cabanca, aiming to block a potential pass. 3 Chinese players surrounded Cabanca near the baseline. Just as the ball was about to roll out of play, Cabanca caught up and swept it toward the center of the penalty area with his left foot, delivering a reverse triangle pass. Instead of passing to his forward teammate Lima Baidu, who was making a run toward the goal, he opted to find another forward, Cesar Tavares, who had pulled away as Yao Huashing rushed in. "Be cautious, be cautious." Amid Hefeng's urgent shout, Brazilian center forward Tavares swung his leg for a shot. Lin Ziyuan charged out, lunging toward Tavares, but the ball slipped through his legs. After grazing his heel, it took a slight deflection but still found its way into the net. "Oh no, the ball is in." Tavares. The Chinese team conceded a goal less than 25 minutes into the match, lamented Hefeng with palpable regret. The personal prowess of Cabanca is truly formidable in his presence. Our defensive players seem to move as though hindered by a network delay, perpetually a beat behind. Yin Kong lets out a long sigh. Furthermore, as he closes in on the ball, he takes a moment to glance towards the goal, moving with an effortless grace that is almost leisurely. Tavares, having scored his first goal in this World Cup, exuberantly rushes towards Cabanca, who provided the assist. The two embrace in front of the Chinese goal, soon surrounded by more Brazilian players celebrating their triumph. In stark contrast, the Chinese players are seen with their heads in their hands, gazing skyward in despair. Damn it! Zhang Qinghuan can't suppress an expletive. However, his outburst fails to attract any attention within the subway car, as everyone is engrossed in their mobile screens. After venting his frustration, Zhang attempts to lift his head, only to hear a crack emanating from his neck. Damn it! He clutches his nape and curses again. Yan expresses his discontent in the WeChat group. Chu Yifan remarks, "There's nothing to be done. The Brazilian team is simply too strong." Cabanca is renowned alongside Mirais. That may be so, Captain Chu, but witnessing a goal conceded is still disheartening. Adjust his mindset. I had no expectations of the Chinese team avoiding defeat. No matter the score, as long as we manage to score at least one goal, I shall find satisfaction. In the stands of the Pasadena Stadium, Brazilian fans revel in jubilant dance, creating a wave of yellow. In stark contrast, the Chinese supporters clad in red are left motionless, heads cradled in their hands. Thus, the stadium is divided into a section of vibrant celebration and another of profound silence. Shi Wuyin lowers his gaze from the heavens and comforts the despondent Li Jifei, saying, "It's all right, old Li, it's all right. We anticipated conceding goals, even an early one." Li Jifei remains silent, shaking his head. Indeed, they had considered such scenarios prior to the match. However, forethought does not equate to acceptance, and when faced with reality, feelings of regret and disappointment inevitably arise. On the adjacent Brazilian coach's bench, head coach Marcos Renner appears composed, offering applause as a gesture of congratulations and encouragement, then approaches the sidelines, gesturing to his temple to remind his players to remain calm and composed, as they only lead by a single goal at this juncture. Observing this through the broadcast, Hefeng and Yin Kong reflect, even after taking the lead, Brazil has not lost its composure. It is truly formidable. Xiaolan expresses her irritation. Why do they always praise Brazil? It only serves to inflate their confidence while diminishing our own. Li Ziqiang remains silent, while Hu Lisin counters, it is simply the truth. This Brazilian team is inherently strong. If they do not succumb to arrogance, they indeed pose a significant threat. Suddenly, Li Qingqing, who had been quiet, interjects, "Uncle Hu, I believe Brazil is still underestimating their opponents." Really? Hu Lisin is taken aback by her assertion, casting a puzzled glance in her direction. Li Ziqiang also turns to look at his daughter. Li Qingqing smiled faintly under the watchful gaze of those around her. In this match, if the Brazilian team were to secure a victory, they would undoubtedly claim the top spot in their group, irrespective of the scoreline. Given the disparity in strength between Brazil and our team, it seemed improbable that they would position 4 offensively inclined players in midfield. Yet, that was precisely what Coach Henna did. He deployed 4 attacking midfielders, neglecting to place even a single defensive-minded player. The responsibility for midfield defense fell largely on Carlos, which I perceived as a blatant sign of his underestimation of the Chinese team. As Li Qingqing spoke, the 2 men displayed thoughtful expressions, nodding in agreement with her insights. They too found her reasoning compelling. In this match, Brazil employed a 4-4-2 formation, with the midfield quartet comprising Dudu, Carlos, Kindle, and Cabanca centrally, flanked by Cardoso on the left and Marquinhos on the right. All 4 players were predominantly offensive in nature. Although Henna assigned Carlos to assist in defense during the match, it was hardly sufficient. Such a midfield configuration was evidently designed to secure a greater number of goals. But why emphasize offense so strongly, striving for more goals? Perhaps deep down, Henna believed that defeating the Chinese team posed no challenge. The only uncertainty lay in the margin of victory. Yet, with the knowledge that securing 3 points would guarantee their position at the top of the group, what was the purpose of seeking so many goals? It could only be said that in Henna's eyes, Brazilian football is synonymous with offensive play, and thus the Brazilian team ought to deliver a dazzling and entertaining spectacle whenever possible. What constitutes an exciting and beautiful football match? Naturally, it is the accumulation of goals. This notion is deeply rooted in Henna's psyche as a Brazilian, a fundamental logic that remains unaltered regardless of the grandiose justifications one might provide. He likely did not perceive any fault in this line of thinking. Hence, it was only natural for him to field such an offensively oriented lineup in the 3rd match against China. Therefore, we are not without opportunities. Li Qingqing's final remark was directed at Xiaolan. On the field, the match had resumed. The Chinese team was once again in possession. Hu Lai kicked the ball back into the half, and alongside Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai, they surged into the Brazilian half with a united front. Everything resembled the beginning of the match. P.S. Here comes the 3rd update. Tomorrow will also feature 3 updates. The times will remain the same as today, at 8 a.m., 1 p.m., and 6 p.m. Additionally, the European Championship semifinals will commence tomorrow at dawn, featuring Italy against Spain. I predict Italy will triumph by 2 goals over Spain. End of chapter 227. The early bird catches the worm after scoring. The Brazilian team did not experience a surge in morale, for their spirits had never truly diminished. However, it was true that their mindset improved after the goal. With a goal secured, every Brazilian player felt remarkably relaxed, as if they were playing on the beaches of Rio alongside beautiful women in bikinis. These inherently free-spirited Brazilians, once their mood lightened, performed even better. They could freely exhibit their dazzling array of skills on the field. The Brazilian fans in the stands, neutral spectators, and commentators erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Cabanca, in a dazzling display of skill, executed his signature cowtail dribble during a rapid ball advance, leaving the defending Xia Xiaoyu bewildered and sprawled on the ground. "Ah, how magnificent! Cabanca, splendid!" exclaimed the Brazilian commentator in the booth, his excitement palpable. This was the first time he had showcased such a move in this World Cup. Cabanca's performance had begun with remarkable vigor from the outset of the match, brimming with confidence and audacity. This is precisely the Cabanca we yearn to witness. This embodies the essence of Brazilian football. The broadcast captured Cabanca surging forward, confronted by the Chinese team's players, who were on high alert. Behind him lay Xia Xiaoyu, helplessly seated on the ground. This Brazilian prodigy, often compared to the likes of Mele Banega, shone like a beacon on the field, a figure of brilliance amidst the chaos. The cheers from the Brazilian fans and the gasps of fear from the Chinese supporters formed a natural soundtrack accompanying his entrance. Within this atmosphere, Cabanca seemed invincible, until one of the Chinese players charged from the side, pulling him down in a manner reminiscent of a Hollywood hero's dramatic entrance, abruptly halting his advance. Zhang Qinghuan committed a foul to thwart Cabanca's breakthrough. He risked receiving a yellow card for his actions. Rising swiftly from the ground, Zhang positioned himself beside the ball to prevent Brazil from executing a quick free kick. As the referee approached him, brandishing a yellow card, Zhang did not even glance at it. Instead, he called out to the returning Xia Xiaoyu, "It's all right, Xiaoyu, I've got your back." The broadcast displayed animated text. Yellow card China 19, Wanqing Zhang misses next match. Zhang had already received a yellow card in the previous match against Russia, and should he accumulate another, he would face a one-match suspension. Yet, commentators He Feng and Yin Kong appeared oblivious to this detail, as if they had not seen the notification at all. The audience, too, seemed unfazed by the potential consequences, fully aware that the Chinese team would not be participating in another match. Their sole focus was on giving their all in the current game, leaving no room for thoughts of future encounters. Zhang himself seemed indifferent to the implications, perhaps not even contemplating them. Only after his teammates had returned to their positions did he step away from the ball. Zhang's foul had granted Brazil a free kick directly in front of the goal, approximately 25 meters away. However, Zhang had acted pragmatically. Rather than allowing Cabanca to continue his advance and potentially shatter their morale, committing a foul was, in this instance, a strategic choice. "What is the harm in conceding a free kick?" He Feng remarked, gritting his teeth. "A price must be paid." Yin Kong interjected, "Moreover, He Feng, who claims that this free kick is guaranteed to result in a goal." Indeed, Lin Ziyuan parried away, positioned by the right goalpost. He directed his teammates to form a wall, urging them to huddle closer to the right post. Then he pointed to the ground behind the wall. "Hulai, come here and lie down." Surprisingly, Hulai complied, scurrying to the back of the wall to recline on the grass. This method is indeed a contemporary strategy for arranging a wall during free kicks, aimed at thwarting the penalty taker from sending the ball beneath the wall. It is essential to position a player lying down behind the wall to cover this gap. Hulai lay with his face towards the goal and his back to the ball, ensuring that even if the ball passed under the wall, it would only strike his backside, thus avoiding any critical impact. Upon seeing him settled, Lin Ziyuan gave him a thumbs up. On the Brazilian side, several players were capable of taking the free kick, yet the national team's foremost specialist remained their left winger, Cardoso Tonini. This 26-year-old free kick maestro, who played for Madrid Pirates, was renowned as the primary free kick taker in his club, particularly excelling in delivering unpredictable trajectory shots. In a strict sense, the 25-meter distance was somewhat short for him. His free kick prowess increased with distance from the goal. Tonini glanced at the referee after the Chinese team had positioned their wall, awaiting the whistle. The referee confirmed the wall's setup, retreated to a suitable distance, and blew the whistle. Tonini initiated his run-up and struck the ball. It soared, arching over the outermost edge of the Chinese wall, veering towards the back of the goal. It was not his signature trajectory shot, but rather a curling banana kick. As the ball was propelled by Tonini, Lin Ziyuan decisively moved towards the right goal, leaping into the air. As the ball curved around the wall, he was already airborne, extending his hand towards the incoming ball. In the broadcast, all gazes were fixed on him as his palm made contact with the ball. With a forceful push, the ball spun off the crossbar. Splendid. Lin Ziyuan. He executed a remarkable save. He had anticipated the nature of Tanini's free kick. What a fantastic effort. Though Tanini's free kick was of high quality, it still could not surpass Lin Ziyuan's dexterous fingers. On the Chinese team's bench, substitutes Hao De and Sun Rong sprang up in unison, the first to cheer for Lin Ziyuan. As Lin Ziyuan descended from the air, he took advantage of the momentum to roll, and once on his feet, he raised his arms and shouted, invigorating himself and rallying the Chinese team. Star, do you know? In Europe's top leagues, many players do not play with their minds. They play instinctively. If they wait to observe and contemplate before acting during a match, it is already too late. Thus, they often rely on instinct to drive their bodies, which, in essence, is experience. This experience accumulates through daily training and matches, becoming second nature to them. This is why the pace of European football is significantly faster than that of Chinese football. Your habitual approach to football is akin to a pedestrian crossing. Observe, proceed with caution, and then advance. However, this is not merely about crossing the street. Are you aware of why the Japanese team stands unparalleled in Asia? It is due to their multitude of players competing in Europe, where they are refined through European football training. They have essentially transformed into European players. The Japanese team, composed of such individuals, competes with Asian teams using strategies that you have yet to master. Yet, you can hasten your observations, discern patterns, think ahead, and thus act preemptively. While your teammates cheered for Lin Ziyuan's remarkable save, Chen Xingyi found himself lost in thought. Lin's preemptive movement during the save reminded him of the advice imparted by his club coach, Jorge Dillon. Under Dillon's mentorship, his performance in the Chinese Super League has been exceptional, leaving opponents unable to anticipate his moves, as he consistently outpaces them. However, upon arriving at the World Cup, he realized that the advantages he once held in the domestic league were insignificant here. Against the Brazilian team, his proud edge was merely instinctive prowess on their part. This disparity mirrors the experience of a diligent student from a small town who, through relentless effort, emerges as the top scholar in their community, garnering admiration from neighbors and becoming the envy of parents in the city. How glorious and prideful it is. Yet, upon entering the most prestigious university, they discover that there are countless top scholars from their city, rendering their achievements trivial. From elementary through high school, they were the star pupil, only to find that in university, they are simply an ordinary student. Such a psychological gap can lead some to despair, while others may settle for mediocrity. Yet, there are always those who rise to the challenge, proving themselves anew on a grand stage. After witnessing the outstanding performances of Hu Lai and Luo Kai in this World Cup, Chen Xingyi increasingly felt the urgency to venture to Europe. But how could he secure a position to play football there? Mr. Dillon mentioned that he had enlisted friends in Europe to observe Chen's performance in the World Cup. Would failing to deliver an impressive showing mean losing the chance to play in Europe, perhaps leading to another year or so of waiting? Before the World Cup, Mr. Dillon advised him not to rush into overseas opportunities. Although Chen felt a twinge of anxiety, he managed to remain focused and committed to training and competing. However, after experiencing the breathtaking spectacle of the World Cup, he was reluctant to return home. Thus, he resolved to deliver an outstanding performance in this World Cup to persuade scouts, coaches, and managers from European teams. He acknowledged that Coach Shi was correct. His displays in the first two group matches had been somewhat lackluster. They were not poor, but certainly not commendable. The match against Brazil represented his final opportunity to prove himself. Chen Xingyi focused on Brazil's captain, Thiago Silva. He realized he could not yet emulate this individual, who instinctively embodies the skills and experience of the game. Therefore, he resolved to adopt a more rudimentary approach, observe diligently, reflect thoughtfully, run tirelessly, and exert every ounce of his physical energy. Even if the journey ultimately proves futile, it is preferable to remain in motion rather than stand idly by and forfeit opportunities. After the Brazilian team executed their corner kick, it failed to pose any threat to the Chinese goal, as Yao Huaxing was the first to clear the ball from the penalty area. In that moment, Hu Lai, with his back to the attacking direction, held off Deducalos and redirected the ball back to his teammate, Huan Gu, who was making a run from the box. Zhang Qinghuan, having surveyed the unfolding situation before receiving the ball, noticed that Luo Kai was already advancing. With no hesitation, he delivered a precise through pass aimed directly at Luo Kai, initiating China's counterattack. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Luo Kai deftly let the ball pass in front of him, then surged forward with renewed vigor. The Brazilian team retreated in droves. As Kabanka raced to close in on Luo Kai, following his header back, Hulai turned and sprinted forward, oblivious to the situation behind him. Lacking speed, he had no choice but to make an early run, determined to keep pace with China's counterattack. Ahead of him, Chen Xingyi, originally positioned on the left, was sprinting at full tilt, diagonally cutting towards the right to support Luo Kai. Trailing behind were Zhang Qinghuan and Xia Xiaoyu, gallantly chasing after them. The Brazilian captain, Kiviol, who had lagged behind during the corner, initially aimed to thwart Luo Kai. However, upon witnessing the forward runs of Chen Xingyi and Hulai, coupled with Kabanka already closing in on Luo Kai, he opted to retreat, temporarily filling the gap left by the advancing Jose Amorim and Luis Pessin in the center-back position. Sensing the pressure from Kabanka, Luo Kai refrained from advancing further, fearing an interception. Instead, he passed the ball towards the center with a powerful strike. The ball skimmed the grass, hurtling towards the edge of the penalty area. Yet, due to Kabanka's interference, the pass lost its precision, veering directly towards Kiviol and landing nearly 6 or 7 meters away from the closest Chinese player, Chen Xingyi. Undeterred, Chen Xingyi accelerated towards Kiviol like an arrow shot from a bow. Kiviol lifted his foot to control the ball, adjusting his positioning. The ball ricocheted off Kiviol's shoe, propelled by Luo Kai's forceful strike, causing Kiviol to momentarily lose control. Generally, such a misstep would be inconsequential, as he could simply take a step forward to regain possession. However, the current circumstances were anything but ordinary. Chen Xingyi, witnessing the ball rebound, made a decisive lunge. Out of Kiviol's peripheral vision, a shadow darted in. Kiviol, having slightly misplayed the ball, was caught off guard by Chen Xingyi. He attempted to clear it, but simultaneously, Chen Xingyi angled his right foot to intercept. The two players met at the ball, resulting in a solid impact. Thud. Kiviol did indeed connect with the ball first, but it ricocheted off the inside of Chen Xingyi's foot, spinning towards the penalty area before him. Although Chen Xingyi was momentarily jolted, his body merely hesitated slightly before soaring forth like an arrow released from its bow, darting into the Brazilian team's penalty area in pursuit of the football. Kiviol turned to give chase, but found himself left behind. The Brazilian goalkeeper, Ramos, abandoned his goal to intercept. Chen Xingyi seized the opportunity. As Ramos dove to grasp the ball, Chen Xingyi propelled himself off the ground, stretching his left foot forward to nudge the ball ahead with his toes. Ramos's hands met only air. In a futile attempt to halt his momentum, he collided with Chen Xingyi's legs, who tumbled forward and rolled onto the ground. "Hey, what?" exclaimed Hifeng and Yin Kong, momentarily unsure of what they had just witnessed. A resounding chorus of boos erupted from the stands. Amidst the cacophony, the two commentators turned their gaze toward the referee, who pointed toward the penalty spot. "A penalty. This is indeed a penalty." Hifeng's voice rang out, hoarse yet fervent. "No doubt about it. This is a penalty. In the 37th minute of the match, the Chinese team has been awarded a penalty." "Splendid," Yin Kong chimed in, exclaiming his favorite catchphrase. "Beautiful." Chen Xingyi's play was magnificent. At home, Jorge Dillon slapped the armrest of his sofa, laughing heartily. Exactly. If Kiviol had taken a moment longer, it would have been too late. He seemed to recognize what needed to be done. Yu Jintao smiled silently, merely applauding Chen Xingyi's performance, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart. "Well done." Xia Lan and Li Qingqing cheered, while Li Ziqiang and Hu Lisin pumped their fists with enthusiasm. "Great play." Zhong Shihao released his grip on the rings, clenched his fist, and shouted in exhilaration. Meanwhile, in the subway car, many others shared his joy. Cheers erupted from various corners of the carriage. Zhong Shihao looked around and noticed others watching him, exchanging smiles filled with happiness. P.S. Today marks the third update. The first is here, the second will arrive at 1 o'clock, and the third at 6. Chapter 328. Guess which side I'll kick? As Luo Kai struck the ball toward the center, countless Chinese fans watching on television sighed in disappointment. What kind of pass is that? Too hasty, he just kicked it straight to Kiviol. However, in the next moment, as they witnessed Chen Xingyi, like a divine being descending, charge toward Kiviol, intercept the ball, and surge into the penalty area, everyone leapt from their seats. Then came the moment when Ramos charged at Chen Xingyi, and the referee blew the whistle, pointing to the penalty spot. Magnificent! Magnificent! As the slow-motion replay unfolded, Yan Kong continued to echo his catchphrase, marveling at Chen Xingyi's swiftness. Quick to intercept, quick to pursue, and ultimately, quick to nudge the ball away. A swift step, and even faster thereafter. He moved like a startled rabbit. Chen Xingyi, having been knocked to the ground by Ramos's shoulder, lay there with a pained expression, while his teammates rushed to celebrate with him as if they had just scored a goal. Hu Lai lay atop him and said to Chen Xingyi, "It's enough, little star. Stop acting. The referee has awarded a penalty." "Acting? Are you kidding me? I'm genuinely hurt." Chen Xingyi finally grasped the situation. "Indeed, I wouldn't deceive you," Hu Lai replied. Chen Xingyi quickly extended his hand. "Help me up." Hu Lai assisted him, and the others rushed over to embrace him, enthusiastically patting his shoulders and back, ruffling his hair. In the face of adversity, this penalty was particularly invaluable for Chen Xingyi, granting the Chinese team a glimmer of hope to equalize the score. It was, after all, a chance to level against Brazil. The Chinese players erupted in exuberant celebration within the Brazilian penalty area, while the Brazilian players remained relatively composed. They did not crowd around the referee seeking an explanation, as the incident was largely uncontroversial. Ramos had indeed failed to make contact with the ball and had tripped Chen Xingyi, thus committing a foul. There was nothing to debate. Some who might not fully understand football could suspect that Chen Xingyi had intentionally diverted the ball before Ramos could intercept it, waiting to be knocked down. However, this is a common tactic employed by players worldwide, permissible under the rules. As long as the goalkeeper fouls a player in the penalty area without touching the ball, a penalty can be awarded. Even if the attacking player inadvertently sends the ball out of play before being fouled, it remains a foul. Therefore, the penalty decision was entirely justified, leaving the Brazilian players with little cause for dispute. Chen Xingyi gestured to the referee, indicating that he was not seriously injured and did not require medical attention, and he walked out of the penalty area alongside his teammates. The Brazilian players also retreated from the box. Hu Lai embraced the ball and approached the penalty spot, carefully placing it on the ground. Ramos stood on the goal line, frowning at Hu Lai as he positioned the ball. Although they had faced each other in the Premier League, Ramos was unaware of Hu Lai's penalty-taking habits. Last season, Hu Lai had taken only one penalty, offering insufficient data to ascertain his tendencies. This penalty was to be taken by Hu Lai, the foremost penalty taker for the national team, as introduced by Hifeng. However, he had yet to record a penalty in international play, as the Chinese team had seldom been awarded penalties in previous matches. Before the television, the Chinese fans who had previously cheered for Chen Xingyi's penalty now fell silent. Li Qingqing suddenly glanced aside to find Aunt Xia with her fists clenched, her body trembling slightly. This explained the earlier vibrations she felt from the sofa. She fully understood Aunt Xia's anxiety, for the individual standing at the penalty spot was her son. This was a penalty with a high success rate, yet one that, if missed, could invite the scorn of many. If Hu Lai could successfully convert the penalty, the Chinese team would equalize, boosting their morale considerably and easing the path for the remainder of the match. Conversely, should he fail, not only would the score remain unfavorable, but the blow to the team's morale would profoundly impact the ensuing game. It is even possible that he could become the scapegoat for the Chinese team's ultimate defeat. Although the likelihood of the Chinese team losing to Brazil was already considerable, had that penalty not been converted, one cannot help but ponder whether, had Hu Lai successfully scored, the outcome might have been different. For a long time, there has been a prevailing notion that penalties are the easiest means to score in a match, without exception. Thus, when Chen Xingyi earned a penalty for the Chinese team, there was widespread elation, as everyone was acutely aware that the chances of scoring from such a position were exceedingly high. However, this very assumption inadvertently intensified the psychological burden on the player tasked with executing the penalty. After all, missing a penalty is deemed more challenging than scoring one. And when you stand poised to take the shot, countless eyes are upon you, presuming that success is a foregone conclusion. Yet, how can anything in this world be guaranteed? Unexpected events can always transpire. Given that scoring a penalty is almost a certainty, why then do some players fail to convert? The answer lies in the pressure. The belief that a penalty must be scored generates immense responsibility, particularly in critical moments. Consider the case of former national player Liu Jiarong, who missed a crucial penalty in the 2010 World Cup qualifiers. Following his miss, he faced widespread scorn, and to this day, many assert that had he converted, The Chinese team would have undoubtedly advanced to the World Cup finals, conveniently overlooking the fact that, given the team's capabilities at that time, even reaching the final 12 was a far-fetched dream. This incident prompted Qin Lin, then captain of the national team, to establish a tradition wherein the captain would also serve as the primary penalty taker, coining the phrase that taking penalties is a captain's duty. For Chinese football, scoring this penalty is pivotal. It represents hope for redemption, while a miss would shatter that hope. Despite understanding the stakes involved, Li Qingqing was not particularly concerned for Hu Lai, for she knew him well enough to trust in his unwavering resolve. He is a person who has never paid heed to others' opinions since his student days. As Song Jejia once remarked, despite being ridiculed and ostracized, he has never lost the joy of playing football, nor his passion for the sport. What could possibly shake his conviction? With this thought, Li Qingqing gently grasped Aunt Xia's trembling fist, offering her a reassuring glance. The sounds from the television filled the room. Not quite quiet, as half of the stands at the Pasadena Stadium were occupied by Brazilian supporters, conveniently located behind Brazil's goal. These fans did everything in their power to create a cacophony, waving their arms in an attempt to disrupt Hu Lai's penalty kick. If it's Hu Lai, he'll definitely succeed, Meng Shi suddenly declared in the WeChat group. Why? Someone inquired. Because he is the chosen one, Chu Yifan interjected, responding to Yan Yan. As Yan Yan failed to make an appearance, Meng Shi remarked, it's not because of that. That kid's heart is so tainted that such a degree of jeering could hardly affect him. In truth, the Brazilian players had employed far more than mere taunts to disrupt Hu Lai's penalty kick. At this very moment, several fervent Brazilian female supporters, seated in the stands behind the Brazilian goal, had chosen to remove their tops, exposing their bare torsos and waving their arms at Hu Lai. Their movements were rather captivating. Yet this spectacle could not grace the television broadcast, remaining a unique privilege of the live audience. The audacious actions of these female fans further ignited the atmosphere, creating a cacophony that blurred the lines between the jeers of Brazilian supporters and the raucous cheers of onlookers reveling in the chaos. Amidst the uproar, Shi Wuyin's expression soured. He had not anticipated that Brazilian fans would resort to such antics, even employing the allure of beauty. He could only hope that Hu Lai had not noticed. But how could he not? Even the Brazilian goalkeeper, Ramos, was drawn to the commotion behind him, turning to glance at the gathering of female fans, who were already provocatively dressed, having previously appeared on the live broadcast. Now, stripped of their clothing, their pale skin glistened under the sun, making it impossible for anyone to overlook them. Damn it! Li Zhifei cursed nearby. Is it really necessary? It's not even the World Cup final. Lighten up. Lao Li Hongrenji weakly counseled him. At least this shows that, in the eyes of Brazilian fans, we are considered equals to their long-standing rivals, Argentina. It was a jest. Yet neither the speaker nor the listener found humor in it. Hey, Ramos. Just as Ramos withdrew his gaze from the stands, he heard Hu Lai calling him. He turned towards him. Can you guess which way I'm going to kick this penalty? Hu Lai asked with a grin. Ramos was momentarily taken aback. Typically, during a penalty, it is common for the goalkeeper and the kicker to engage in a battle of wits. However, more often than not, it is the goalkeeper who employs psychological tactics against the kicker, for a missed save is deemed a normal occurrence, allowing the goalkeeper to embrace such strategies without fear of becoming a fool. He had previously been known to provoke opponents with banter before they took their penalty kicks, but it was rare for a kicker to engage in verbal provocation beforehand. Generally, players strive for focus before a penalty, minimizing conversation, often ignoring the goalkeeper's attempts to engage. Yet, Hu Lai approached him directly. After a brief pause, Ramos regained his composure and pointed towards the stands. Who? Did you see those pale bodies? Oh, are you trying to play psychological games with me? Do you think I fear you? Hu Lai chuckled. Ha! Changing the subject, you're afraid, Ramos. Now answer my question. Which way do you think I will kick? Lemos let out a cold snort, unwilling to continue the argument with Hu Lai. He spread his arms, positioned on the goal line, leaning slightly forward, ready to make a save. At that moment, the referee noticed both teams were prepared and blew the whistle. Simultaneously, the boos from the stands at Pasadena intensified. The Chinese fans, however, dared not raise their voices to counter the Brazilian supporters, their anxious gazes fixed on the Brazilian goal. Suddenly, a not-so-tall figure swayed and sprinted toward the ball. It was Hu Lai. Feng shouted his name before falling silent. Under the tense scrutiny of everyone, Hu Lai approached the penalty spot, swinging his right leg. Brazilian goalkeeper Victor Lemos first swayed to the left, then abruptly twisted back and darted to the right. Hu Lai's foot connected with the ball, his toes flicking it upwards. Lemos dove decisively to the right. The ball soared towards the center. In midair, Lemos turned his head in astonishment at the approaching ball, his hands desperately reaching out in vain, grasping only at thin air. The ball traced a parabolic arc in the air, descending into the net behind him. Ah! He-Feng shouted hoarsely, a scoop. A scoop. Hey! A scoop penalty. My goodness. On the World Cup stage, Hu Lai equalized with such an effortless scoop penalty. This is a masterful performance. Splendid. Yin Kong beside him was also shouting with all his might. Beautiful. So beautiful. The boos from the Brazilian fans abruptly ceased, only to resume again. However, this time, their jeers were overshadowed by the cheers of the Chinese fans, equal in number, rendering them scarcely audible. The anxious Chinese supporters could finally unleash their pent-up emotions. Amidst a thunderous chorus of applause and cheers, Hu Lai, who scored the goal, pointed at Lemos and then joyfully turned to sprint toward the corner flag. Leaping high right under the noses of the Brazilian fans, performing his signature celebration. This marked his third celebration on the World Cup stage. What did I say? Ah ha ha ha. A scoop. Truly, Hu Lai lives up to his name. Meng Shi exclaimed excitedly in the WeChat group. Beautiful. Zhong Shihao roared. Beautiful. Others in the subway car were also shouting, some standing up abruptly. Beautiful. Xia Lan turned to embrace Li Qingqing, squealing with excitement like a child. In contrast, Li Qingqing gently stroked her back, as if their roles had reversed. The two men exchanged amused glances at this scene. At this moment in China, in countless similar places, cheers resounded. P.S. Here's the second update, and there's more. The chapter concludes. Chapter 329. Is this the Chinese team? Hu Lai takes a running start for the penalty. Ah! The Brazilian commentator exclaimed. Lemos misjudged the direction. A scoop. It's a scoop penalty. Hu broke through Lemos's defense with a scoop penalty. Lemos, sprawled on the ground, pounded the grass in frustration before getting back up. He does not often find himself in such a state of vexation after conceding a goal, yet when it comes to Hu Lai, his emotions inevitably run high. Prior to the match, he made a point to approach Hu Lai, declaring that this game would not allow him to score. Little did he expect that merely 38 minutes in, he would be bested by Hu Lai's goal. Though it was a penalty, a goal is a goal, regardless of the circumstances. Ultimately, Ramos rose from the ground, retrieved the ball from the net, and propelled it forward with a kick. He then stood with his hands on his hips, tilting his head to observe the jubilant Chinese players celebrating their goal, gently shaking his head in disbelief. After performing his signature celebration, Hu Lai was surrounded by his exuberant teammates, who collectively reveled in the moment right before the eyes of the Brazilian fans. Hu Lai's penalty was executed with remarkable finesse. He-Feng and Yin Kong remarked, following their initial excitement. Under immense pressure, he opted for the audacious Panenka style, catching Ramos entirely off guard. How delightful. Indeed, while everyone around him was filled with concern, he effortlessly conveyed to all, "Fear not, I am perfectly fine." Furthermore, He-Feng noted that this Panenka not only deceived Ramos but also liberated the other Chinese players, significantly alleviating their psychological burden, serving as a psychological cue that reminded them, Brazil is nothing to fear. What they can achieve, we can as well. Absolutely. Prior to the penalty, it appeared he exchanged a few words with Ramos, wearing a smile. From the execution of that Panenka, it was evident that his calm demeanor was not a mere facade. Rather, it emanated from a profound inner tranquility. As He-Feng admired, a heart full of thunder yet a face as serene as a still lake, a true general indeed. On the sidelines, witnessing Hu Lai gradually being engulfed by his teammates, Shi Wuyin turned to Li Jifei and Hong Renjie. His face lit up with a relaxed smile, exclaiming, "He is stronger than we ever imagined. He is more formidable than we thought." Li Jifei and Hong Renjie chuckled, exhaling in relief. When Hu Lai struck the ball into the net, they momentarily froze before regaining their composure and embracing in celebration. Clearly, they too were taken aback by Hu Lai's choice to execute the penalty in such an audacious manner. While a Panenka may appear stylish, its success rate is not particularly high, making it a less reliable option. A player seeking stability would typically strike towards their favored angle, aiming for a low roller that glides along the grass towards the goal. This type of shot is the most challenging for goalkeepers to save. Alternatively, they might unleash a powerful shot, hoping for a miraculous outcome. The Panenka, however, is one of those visually captivating yet less practical techniques, and it demands a great deal of skill and mental fortitude from the taker. An unstable mindset can lead to disastrous results, either overhitting the ball and sending it crashing against the crossbar or underhitting it, allowing the goalkeeper to react and block it. Thus, anyone daring enough to employ the Panenka style for a penalty must possess exceptional skill and bravery. Both technical prowess and psychological resilience are essential, with neither being dispensable. One aspect that particularly delighted everyone was Hu Lai's audacious choice to execute a Panenka penalty, which was truly exhilarating. The Chinese team, already overshadowed by the world champion Brazilian team, seemed to lack confidence and stature, especially after Cabanca's dazzling display, where he effortlessly sent Xia Xiaoyu tumbling to the ground. It was not just the morale of the Chinese team that was shattered, but that of the fans as well. Speculation arose that this moment would be immortalized in highlight reels worldwide, celebrated as a prime example of a criminally good dribble. While Cabanca gained fame, poor Xia Xiaoyu became a mere backdrop, repeatedly subjected to ridicule. This made the Chinese team feel utterly diminished before Brazil, almost buried in the dirt. Yet, at this critical juncture, Hu Lai executed a masterful Panenka penalty to equalize the score, simultaneously transforming the Brazilian team into an unwitting backdrop. In the future, if fans compile videos of classic penalty moments from the World Cup, Brazil and goalkeeper Victor Lemos will surely face relentless mockery. As the Chinese players concluded their celebration and returned to their half, the television broadcast zoomed in on Hu Lai, who was waving to the Chinese fans in the stands. A caption at the bottom of the screen read, "Scorer, Hu Lai, third goal of this World Cup. 3 World Cup goals. Before this World Cup, I could hardly have imagined witnessing this moment," remarked Matt Dawn. "Our Leeds City now boasts a player who can score on such a grand stage." Tony Clark added with a smile, "What I am most grateful for is that the club successfully renewed Hu Lai's contract before the World Cup. This way, we need not worry about him leaving us afterward." Matt nodded vigorously in agreement. To clarify, the renewal process began after the conclusion of last season's Premier League. Well before this World Cup, Hu Lai's current contract is the same one he signed upon transferring to Leeds City, spanning 4.5 years. With an initial salary of £2 million, increasing by 15% annually. Now in his second year at Leeds, his salary has risen to £2,300,000. Even by the standards of an average Premier League player, this salary is not particularly high. This is due to Hu Lai retaining 100% of his image rights, meaning that even for the club to utilize his likeness, they must compensate him separately. As a player backed by the Chinese market, it is evident that image rights are far more lucrative than a fixed salary. However, the salary figure still represents a player's status and caliber. A salary that is too low could be seen as unacceptable. As the top scorer for Leeds City, a Premier League champion, and the league's best scorer, it would be rather embarrassing for Hu Lai not to be on the highest salary within the club. Some might even speculate whether Leeds City undervalues Hu Lai, potentially humiliating him. If incited, the fear of other clubs poaching Hu Lai could indeed concern Leeds City. Since Leeds City secured the Premier League championship, several players within the team have faced attempts at poaching. The foremost task for the club's management this summer is not merely to recruit new players, but rather to negotiate contract renewals with key members of the squad, with the hope of retaining their talents. If Hu Lai successfully extends his contract with the club, it would significantly bolster the prospects of renewing agreements with other players. Consequently, as soon as the league concluded, the club eagerly initiated contract negotiations with Hu Lai's agent, Yong Jun, and the affiliated agency, Champion Legend Sports Management. To the delight of Leeds City, Hu Lai did not impose any deliberate obstacles in the renewal process, such as delaying a response to the club's contract offer or waiting for bids from other teams. He refrained from making unreasonable demands, such as stipulating payments of £1 for a single goal, £2 for 2 goals, £4 for 3 goals, and £8 for 4 goals. It appears that Hu Lai does not intend to use Leeds City merely as a stepping stone before moving on after a season and a half. Following Hu Lai's achievement of the Premier League Golden Boot, there were concerns that he might view Leeds City as a launchpad for greater opportunities. But it now seems he is not hastily planning to depart. While Leeds City does not harbor unrealistic expectations of retaining such a prodigious young talent indefinitely, the time for his departure is still distant. Despite Hu Lai's eagerness to renew his contract, his agency was less amenable. They presented a non-negotiable condition. Hu Lai's annual salary must rank among the highest within the team. Currently, The highest salary at Leeds City belongs to Peter Williams, who renewed his contract after a successful survival season, earning a weekly wage of 100,000, which amounts to an annual salary of 5.2 million. This means that Hulai's new contract could not fall below this figure. After a series of negotiations, both parties settled on a weekly salary of 130,000, totaling 6.76 million annually, making Hulai the highest-paid player at Leeds City. Furthermore, he retains exclusive rights to his image, along with substantial bonuses. It is evident that Leeds City has made significant financial commitments to secure Hulai's continued presence. The club's ability to allocate such a sum for Hulai is largely due to their triumph in the previous season's Premier League, with broadcasting revenue contributing significantly to their coffers. Additionally, numerous Chinese enterprises have sponsored Leeds City over the past season, resulting in the club's financial situation being considerably more robust than before. Prior to the commencement of the World Cup, news of Hulai's contract renewal was publicly announced, although neither party disclosed specific salary figures. Astute media outlets managed to estimate the amount with remarkable accuracy. The renowned football statistics website Transfermarkt reported Hulai's annual salary at 7 million, which closely approximates the actual figure. The revelation of this amount has astonished many, as it not only marks the highest salary within Leeds City, but also represents the most lucrative contract in the club's history. For a club of Leeds City's stature, the necessity of spending 7 million annually to retain Hulai has sparked considerable debate in the media and online. Experts suggest that Leeds United should seize the opportunity to sell Hulai while his value peaks following his triumph in securing the Premier League Golden Boot, thereby maximizing profits and securing the highest transfer fee. After all, Hulai currently has no shortage of suitors. According to a reputable industry website, his market value has soared to an astonishing 80 million during the transfer window, a sum that is almost unimaginable for a club of Leeds' stature. However, it is essential to note that the market value during the transfer window does not necessarily equate to the actual transfer fee, as this figure is merely an estimate based on recent performances. If a club were to offer 80 million and Leeds declined, only for the offer to escalate to 100 million, the eventual fee could redefine Hulai's market value. Conversely, if Hulai were to underperform post-transfer, it would not be unusual for his valuation to plummet from 100 million to 50 million within a season. Market values fluctuate continuously, while transfer fees are definitive sums exchanged. The amount a player is transferred for is fixed, whereas their market value is subject to change. Nonetheless, there are staunch opponents to the notion of selling Hulai, as his importance to the team is evident to even the most casual observer. Selling him would indeed be a short-sighted decision. Both viewpoints have their proponents, leading to much debate online. However, following Hulai's first match in the World Cup group stage, the contention significantly diminished. It became apparent to all that Leeds had made a wise decision to renew Hulai's contract before the World Cup, as waiting until after the tournament would likely render even a record-breaking 700,000 annual salary insufficient to retain his services. Moreover, elite clubs would undoubtedly vie to acquire Hulai at any cost. Given that Hulai has just renewed his contract with Leeds, he cannot betray their trust by seeking another transfer. At the very least, this guarantees that he will continue to play for Leeds for another season. In truth, Hulai and his agency could have postponed contract negotiations until after the World Cup, a common strategy among some prominent agents. However, Hulai chose not to follow this path. While he is certainly motivated by financial reward, he has articulated that when wealth reaches a certain magnitude, it becomes merely a number. The difference between 10 million and 6 million is significant, yet for someone like Hulai, whose desire for consumption is modest, it holds little meaning. Ultimately, he completed his contract renewal with the club before the World Cup, allowing him to focus on preparing for the tournament. As the matches unfolded, Clark engaged in discussions with Matt regarding the team's plans for the upcoming season. Hulai will remain our offensive linchpin, around whom we will shape our strategies. However, we must bolster certain areas through recruitment. As the match resumed, even a formidable team like Brazil experienced disarray and a dip in performance after conceding an equalizer. Conversely, following China's equalizing goal, their morale surged, and their confidence multiplied, emboldening them to take greater risks on the field, particularly Chen Xingyi. His form skyrocketed after earning a penalty, propelling him to new heights. Confronting Kivel, he feigned a cut inward towards the center, causing Kivel to momentarily falter, only to suddenly execute a dazzling nutmeg to glide past his opponent. Chen Xingyi splendid. Magnificent. The nutmeg. Shaking off Kivel, Chen Xingyi surged into the penalty area. Fortunately, Brazil's central defender Amorim intervened just in time, positioning himself to thwart Chen Xingyi's path, ultimately sending the ball out for a corner. Excellent, Xing. Keep playing like that. Before the television screen, Jorge Dillon clapped enthusiastically, as if he were orchestrating the match from the sidelines. Do not let the opponent dictate your rhythm. Maintain your own tempo. In the frame, Chen Xingyi initially felt regret for not delivering an effective cross, but then he broke into a smile. His handsome grin undoubtedly brought joy to countless female fans watching from their screens. In the live broadcast of Tingfei, a flurry of colorful comments flooded the screen. Xing is back. That dashing Xing is back. This is the Xing I want to see at the World Cup. I love you, Xing. Before long, Brazil faltered in their offensive play. Carlos delivered a pass to Cabanca, but it was slightly behind, forcing Cabanca to awkwardly turn and barely control the ball. Immediately, Xia Xiaoyu, lying in wait, seized the opportunity to poke the ball away. The football fell to Zhang Qinghuan, who, anticipating Carlos's advance, swiftly distributed the ball to the flanking Chen Xingyi. Kivel, determined to prevent Chen Xingyi from employing his previous tactics, tightened his defense as Chen Xingyi sought to break through on the wing. With the ball at his feet, Chen Xingyi leaned forward, poised to accelerate, prompting Kivel to retreat. However, Chen Xingyi merely feigned a move, skillfully pulling the ball back with his left foot before swiftly crossing with his right. The cross was precise. Lou Jiarong positioned himself in the center, challenging Brazil's central defender Pessin for the aerial duel, but he failed to make contact. The ball was confidently claimed by the advancing goalkeeper, Ramos. Though no shot was taken, the Chinese team had consistently posed threats to Brazil's goal during this period. Our offensive momentum was building, and the quality was commendable. I believe we can indeed compete with Brazil, Hifeng stated with fervor. Indeed, Hifeng. Moreover, we possess the capability to do so. After all, for the current Chinese team, the outcome is secondary. What truly matters is to fully express their abilities in this final group match, free from the burdens of expectations. With a relaxed mindset facing Brazil, they may indeed perform remarkably well. Brazil initiated an attack, successfully advancing the ball into China's 30-meter zone, where left-back Fonseca delivered a cross from the flank. Wang Guangwei, securing his position, leapt and successfully headed the ball clear. Carlos controlled the second ball outside the penalty area. Just as he received the ball, Zhang Qinghuan pressured him, using both hands and feet to disrupt his control. Carlos, utilizing his adept footwork, shielded the ball before passing it to the nearby Cabanca. In an instant, Cabanca pushed the ball forward, deftly maneuvering past Xia Xiaoyu, and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The football soared towards the far corner of the Chinese goal. The goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan leaped to the side, striking the ball away with his fists. The right back by D, as the ball was on the verge of crossing the sideline, extended his foot to retrieve it. Facing the advancing Fonseca, he promptly passed the ball to his side, where Yao Huaxing awaited. Yao Huaxing then advanced the ball forward to the retreating Lou Jiarong. With his back to the attacking direction, Lou Jiarong sent the ball towards the flanks without pausing. There, Bai-Di did not remain stationary but surged forward at high speed, receiving the ball. The Chinese team executed a series of seamless passes, elegantly extracting the ball. The Chinese fans in the stands expressed their support and delight for the team's performance with resounding cheers. Although there had been no goals during this period, merely holding their own against the world-class team Brazil was enough to instill a sense of pride and honor among the Chinese fans. Indeed, this was no trivial achievement. After all, few teams can match Brazil on equal footing. Yet, the Chinese team accomplished this feat. They are truly remarkable. Among the audience, some with faces painted in the 5-star red flag gazed in astonishment at the field, murmuring, "Is this really the Chinese team playing?" In fact, it was not only these overseas Chinese who were previously unfamiliar with Chinese football who were astonished. Those fans who witnessed the team's gradual progression from the Asian qualifiers were equally taken aback by the team's recent performance. Moreover, this display of resilience was not fleeting. The Chinese team maintained this level of play until the end of the first half. Some fans even believed that had there been more time after Hu Lai's penalty equalized the score, the team might have scored again. Indeed, on the surface, it appeared as such. Commentators Hifeng and Yin Kong announced the end of the first half with a tone of regret, as if Brazil had narrowly escaped disaster. In reality, the match was merely a stalemate, with neither side gaining a significant advantage. In the eyes of Chinese fans, this was already a commendable achievement worthy of celebration. P.S. Tomorrow, there will be 3 updates. Additionally, I foresee England defeating Denmark by 2 goals in the semifinals and even believe they could ultimately claim the championship. The chapter concludes. Chapter 330, 6-star Brazil. What insights have emerged after playing a half against them? In the Brazil locker room, head coach Marcos Henna, arms crossed, leaned against the tactical board, inquiring of his players. The team exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Captain Leonardo Queer who spoke up. They are stronger than we anticipated. Henna spread his hands. Indeed, no matter how much is said before the match, one must experience it firsthand to truly understand what sort of team they are. After the first half, you should realize that this is not an opponent to be taken lightly. On paper, it is true that the Chinese team is the weakest in this group, but having faced Algeria, you should be able to discern the differences between the two teams. The audience nodded in contemplation. In the previous group match, they faced Algeria. Although Algeria started with an aggressive demeanor, pressing high and seemingly boundless in energy, Brazil felt little pressure in response to this relentless pursuit. They adeptly utilized swift, short passes to manipulate the fervent Algerian players, suddenly shifting the ball to exploit openings and accelerating with ease towards Algeria's vulnerable areas. As Algeria was drawn into this exhausting chase, their stamina waned, leading to numerous defensive lapses, ultimately culminating in their collapse. Had Brazil not significantly slowed their tempo in the final moments, the scoreline could have been even more lopsided than 4-0. In stark contrast, the match against China presented an entirely different experience. The Chinese team did not engage in vigorous high pressing in the attacking third. Upon losing possession, they would send one player to apply nominal pressure while the others swiftly retreated, striving to regain their defensive positions with utmost speed. However, their commitment to defense in their own half was commendable. It was not merely about holding positions, but involved dynamic movement, collaborative defending, and ensuring a numerical advantage in critical areas. This single detail underscored the intelligence of China's play. They understood that high pressing would only grant Brazil more space to exploit their speed. Their rapid repositioning served dual purposes: to prevent Brazil from capitalizing on any gaps left behind and to create opportunities for counterattacks. Thus, in the second half, vigilance would be essential against their speed on the flanks, particularly from their number 11 and number 9, both of whom possessed notable pace. Coach Henna addressed the players, drawing from China's several counterattacks in the first half to outline strategies for the second half. Meanwhile, in the Chinese locker room, Coach Shi Wuyin was rallying his players with fervor. We performed admirably in the first half. Let us continue in this manner. When defending, we must quickly regroup and avoid entangling ourselves with them in the attacking third. Brazil holds a technical advantage. If we send 2 or 3 players to press one opponent, it will only disrupt our formation and afford them opportunities to penetrate our defense. During our attacks, let us strive for simplicity, employing diagonal long passes to exploit their vulnerabilities. Above all, avoid engaging them in technical exchanges in the midfield. Instead, utilize our speed to challenge them. While their defenders are renowned, they lack cohesion and primarily rely on individual prowess rather than teamwork. Therefore, if we can consistently target the connections between their players, we may yet find a way to breach their defenses. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Pasadena Stadium in Los Angeles as the second half commences. Both teams have made no substitutions, ready to continue their contest. In the first half, the two teams appeared evenly matched, a commendable assessment for the Chinese team. Let us observe how the Chinese team performs in the second half. Feng, seated in the commentary box, leaned forward to gaze below. Surrounding him were commentators from across the globe. It was evident that today's match attracted a larger commentary contingent than the previous 2 matches involving the Chinese team, indicating heightened interest. Feng did not believe this surge in attention was solely due to the Chinese team's unbeaten streak in the first 2 group matches. The primary draw, undoubtedly, was the Brazilian team, a magnet for viewership. Feng could ascertain that more than half of the individuals in the commentary and media sections were present because of Brazil. The Chinese team was fortunate to bask in Brazil's limelight, gaining visibility on a global scale. This presented a splendid opportunity for Chinese football to garner attention and promote itself. It is hoped that the players can showcase their skills and style, demonstrating the progress of Chinese football to the world. If this could attract interest from regions of Europe renowned for high-level football, and lead to more players venturing abroad after this World Cup. Then the promotional effect would certainly be realized. As the second half commenced, the Chinese team continued their strategy from the first half. Shi Wuyin made no tactical adjustments, as the first half had validated the effectiveness of their approach. Strengthening their defense, they frequently exploited the spaces left behind by Brazil's advancing attacks to launch rapid counterattacks. However, Brazil did not hesitate in their own half due to the Chinese team's counterattacks. Despite knowing how the Chinese team would respond, they persisted with their attacking style of play. This was not due to ignorance, but rather a profound confidence in their footballing prowess. Firmly believing that the Chinese team's minor strategies could not possibly succeed against their formidable offensive firepower. From the perspective of the match, Brazil's assaults in the second half indeed posed a greater threat. During a transition from attack to defense for the Chinese team, Cabanca seized the ball and suddenly delivered a precise through pass, targeting a vulnerable area in the Chinese defense. Two Brazilian forwards occupied the middle, distracting the Chinese defenders. Left winger Tanini received the ball in space, driving into the Chinese penalty area. Faced with the advancing Lin Ziyuan, he opted for a delicate chip shot. The ball soared over Lin Ziyuan's body, heading straight for the far corner of the goal. Just as the Chinese fans gasped, anticipating a goal, the ball struck the far post, ricocheting back to be cleared by the recovering Chinese left back, Zhao Qianhui, with a powerful kick. Oh, what a close call. The Chinese team narrowly escaped disaster. The players had exhibited a momentary lapse in concentration during the transition, a cautionary reminder. This is the World Cup, and the opponent is the world champion Brazil. Even a fleeting moment of distraction could lead to catastrophic consequences. In a match against such formidable opponents, one cannot afford even a second of negligence. Hifeng remarked, his heart still racing in the commentary box. Tony held his head in his hands, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the goalpost, astonished that such a beautifully executed shot had been denied by the woodwork. Recently, Brazil's offensive momentum had surged, and our players had to remain particularly vigilant. We must withstand their attacks and exploit the spaces left behind. We cannot retreat entirely and allow Brazil to orchestrate their assault in our half. That would spell disaster. Yin Kong urged anxiously. On the sidelines, Shi Wuyin wore a grave expression, standing at the outermost edge of the coaching area. He noted that after the second half commenced, Brazil had evidently intensified their offensive efforts, aiming to completely crush the Chinese team's defense with relentless pressure. Once the depth of our defense was compromised, it would be exceedingly challenging for the Chinese team to contain Brazil's onslaught, as their players possessed both technical prowess and speed, making it all too easy to breach our defensive lines through passing and dribbling. Yet, he found himself at a loss for effective adjustments, merely hoping that the Chinese players could withstand this wave of Brazilian aggression. Everything will be fine, Yin suddenly declared in the group chat. Wasting opportunities will lead to punishment. Brazil squandered this chance, and now it's our turn to counterattack. Yes, let us strike back at them. The group buzzed with discussions, devising strategies for the Chinese team. Meanwhile, the match continued on television. Dudukulos advanced with the ball, and Zhang Qinghuan rushed to defend him. Suddenly, Kiviol darted in at high speed from behind Dudukulos, not towards the flanks, but directly into the center. Dudukulos delivered a diagonal pass to Kiviol's running lane. A fullback, instead of advancing along the sidelines, had now disrupted the Chinese team's defensive arrangements in midfield. Hulai sprinted in pursuit, but the distance between them was too great, and Hulai lacked the speed to make a difference. Xia Xiaoyu abandoned Cabanca and rushed forward. Observing this, Cabanca swiftly moved diagonally to the edge of the penalty arc. Faced with Xia Xiaoyu's advancing defense, Kiviol executed a feint. Xia Xiaoyu extended his foot in an attempt to intercept the ball, but Kiviol seized the opportunity, nudging the ball past him. The ball rolled through Xia Xiaoyu's legs and into the path of the awaiting Cabanca, initially facing away from the attacking direction. Cabanca turned swiftly to receive the ball with his left foot. Luo Kai, racing back, finally reached Cabanca's rear, but instead of decelerating, he attempted to bypass Cabanca, hoping to snatch the ball away before Cabanca could react. However, Cabanca seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. After securing the ball with his left foot, he pulled it back. Luo Kai, in his desperate lunge, lost his balance and fell to the ground, sliding past Cabanca in a failed tackle. A moment of danger. As Luo Kai slipped by, Cabanca deftly nudged the ball with the outside of his left foot to his left front, then took a small step back. swinging his left leg to shoot directly from the penalty arc. Cambanca. The Brazilian commentator elongated his voice, beginning to chant. Amidst the melodic chants, the football traced a distinct arc, evading the outstretched fingers of Lin Jiarong, and nestled into the net, brushing against the inside of the near post. The singing ceased, and the grand spectacle was unleashed. Goal! 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 Kendo cabin. Kendo cabin. A flawless amalgamation of strength and finesse. This marked his second goal in the current World Cup. In the 52nd minute, we regained the lead. He Feng and Yin Kong, seated at the commentary booth, clasped their heads in disbelief. That shot was extraordinarily cunning. From receiving the ball to unleashing the strike, there was scarcely a moment for adjustment. With a swift swing of his leg, he delivered such a powerful shot. Truly, Kendo cabin is deserving of admiration. The Chinese team made minimal defensive errors. However, they were utterly outclassed by Cabin's individual brilliance, converting what seemed an ordinary Brazilian attack into a goal. Despite the anguish and frustration of conceding, the two Chinese commentators could not help but express their heartfelt admiration for their opponents in light of such a magnificent goal. Countless Chinese fans watching this unfold could only sigh deeply, rendered speechless. Such is the prowess of the Brazilian team, once champions of the World Cup 6 times. P.S. Today there will be 3 updates, and 4 tomorrow. End of chapter. Chapter 331, Storms Across the Realm. As Cabin struck the football into the Chinese goal, the commentary booth erupted with jubilant roars, save for He Feng and Yin Kong. Commentators from other nations were enraptured by Cabin's stunning world-class goal, even as neutral commentators. They found it impossible to restrain their emotions in the face of such a splendid shot. An indescribable strike. Kendo Cabin showcased his extraordinary talent with this goal. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kendo Cabin. Oh, Cabin is unparalleled. Absolutely spectacular. Truly unbelievable. Inconceivable. Cabin seemed to anticipate that Chinese players would rush in from behind to challenge for the ball. His pullback was nothing short of masterful. The subsequent shot, for a player of his caliber, was merely routine. Yin Kong turned to survey his animated colleagues nearby, aware that they were merely fulfilling their duties as commentators. Commendable in their own right. Yet, he felt a twinge of envy. After scoring, Cabin did not dash towards the corner flag or the substitutes bench. Instead, he simply turned and raised a fist in triumph. Moments later, he was enveloped by his teammates in jubilant embrace. Rafael Fonseca, brimming with excitement, leaped up, resting his hands on Cabin's shoulders, and playfully mounted him. There was no room for mundane thoughts about a goal against the Chinese team being unworthy of celebration. On the World Cup stage, every goal is worthy of unrestrained jubilation. The Brazilian fans in the stands were reveling and cheering, their vibrant attire reminiscent of parrots, as if they were partaking in a grand Brazilian carnival. In stark contrast, the Chinese supporters sat with their heads in their hands, rendered speechless. Despite the acknowledgement that Brazil was a formidable opponent and conceding goals was to be expected, each Chinese fan found it profoundly difficult to accept. How well had they played before? Lin Jiarong rose from the ground, turned, and returned to the goal to retrieve the ball before tossing it back to the midfield. Captain Yao Huashan clapped his hands vigorously, rallying the team with an encouraging shout. It's all right, it's all right. Let go of the burden. We have nothing to lose. Let's give it our all. He hoped his teammates would not succumb to despair over the conceded goals. Of course, disappointment was inevitable. Yao Huashan merely wished to minimize the emotional impact of the goals conceded. As he stated, the Chinese team had nothing to lose. Even if they ultimately lost this match, it would be deemed entirely normal. No one would condemn them. This represented a rare leniency towards Chinese football. Could they then embrace failure with ease? Certainly not. Such tolerance could aid the Chinese team in shedding distractions and wholeheartedly competing against Brazil, even if it meant conceding more goals. The crucial factor was to fight. Who knows? They might just carve out a new world through their efforts. The Brazilian players soon concluded their celebrations and returned to their half of the field. As they passed the center circle, Cabanca cast a glance at Hu Lai, who was already standing at the center, foot resting on the ball, awaiting the kickoff. Noticing Cabanca's gaze, Hu Lai even nodded in acknowledgement, which left Cabanca somewhat bewildered. Why was he greeting me? At this moment, they were trailing. Did he truly have the leisure to converse with me? Cabanca had heard many rumors about Hu Lai, the most notable being his penchant for engaging in conversation with opponents on the field. This lad certainly possessed a certain linguistic flair. As Kabanka and Hu Lai brushed past each other, neither paused nor exhibited any intention of conversing. Once all the Brazilian players returned to their positions, the referee blew the whistle for the kickoff. Hu Lai sent the ball back and then turned to sprint into the Brazilian half alongside Chun Xingyi and Luo Kai. This marked the third kickoff for the Chinese team in the match, and the second following a conceded goal. The Brazilian team scored their second goal in the 52nd minute, just 7 minutes into the second half, thus marking a quick strike after the resumption. For the Chinese team, conceding a goal was certainly not an auspicious occurrence. Yet ample time remained, so trailing did not plunge them into despair. Commentator He Feng's eyes widened as he keenly observed the ongoing match. After a few minutes, he exhaled and remarked during the commentary, "The impact of conceding a goal on the Chinese players is not as severe as we had anticipated." The young men of the national team quickly regained their composure in the face of Brazil's aggressive play. They were not intimidated, but rather continued to engage with the Brazilian team on the field. And indeed, this was true. After conceding a goal, the fans of the Chinese team were apprehensive that the players might descend into chaos, potentially leading to further mistakes and being overwhelmed by the Brazilian squad, which could result in another goal. Trailing by 13 points and considering the vast disparity in strength between the two teams, the match seemed destined to conclude prematurely. However, the Chinese team remained composed, fully aware of their strategy. They adhered to their plan, solidifying their defense in the back line and waiting for opportunities to counterattack. Their ball handling was characterized by calmness and precision, devoid of any unnecessary flair. When the chance arose, they did not hesitate to release the ball rather than dally with it. From the perspective of the game, the Chinese team appeared to be holding their own against the odds. "Go, China! Go!" resounded in unison from the stands. This rallying cry emanated from the collective spirit of Chinese fans, whose cheers even momentarily overshadowed the jubilations of the Brazilian supporters. Fueled by this encouragement, the Chinese players relentlessly surged through their half, tackling and intercepting with fervor. When Dudu Carlos received the ball in the center circle, just a short distance ahead was Caboclo. Yet, he found himself unable to pass the ball, obstructed by a wall formed by 3 Chinese players standing shoulder to shoulder just 5 meters away. Dudu, lacking confidence to thread the ball through this barrier, decided to control it further. At that moment, Zhang Qinghuan emerged from the trio, charging towards Dudu in an attempt to intercept. Dudu deftly nudged the ball to his left and shifted laterally. Just as he executed this maneuver, an unexpected figure surged forward, Luo Kai. In a sudden clash, Dudu collided with Luo Kai, who skillfully extended his foot to poke the ball away. What a play! Dudu lost his balance and fell to the ground. Caboclo pointed at his fallen teammate, gesturing to the referee for a foul against the Chinese player. However, the referee remained unresponsive, instead following the advancing Chinese players. No foul. Luo Kai executed a brilliant interception. The Chinese team launched a counterattack. From the previously static wall of players, Xia Xiaoyu stepped forward to control the ball that Luo Kai had dislodged. Hu Lai, who had just returned to the midfield, had decisively turned to sprint forward as Luo Kai ambushed Dudu. Now, upon seeing Xia Xiaoyu in possession, he quickened his pace, charging directly toward the penalty area. Simultaneously, Luo Kai leapt over the fallen Dudu, darting into the offensive zone. Chun Xingyi swiftly veered towards the flank, stretching the Brazilian defense. Zhang Qinghuan trailed closely behind Chun Xingyi, advancing towards the left side. Their resolute forward movements instigated a moment of hesitation among the Brazilian defenders. Right back Kiviel moved to confront Chun Xingyi, while center back Jose Amorim advanced to block Zhang Qinghuan. In the space between him and another center back, Luis Pessin, a gap of approximately 10 meters opened up, into which Hu Lai was charging. Xia Xiaoyu initially dribbled diagonally towards the left, but upon lifting his head to observe the situation, he promptly struck the ball, sending it into the center. The football skimmed along the grass at an astonishing speed, arriving precisely at the feet of Hu Lai, who found himself in a vacant space. Hu Lai, what a splendid play! An opportunity arises. As Hu Lai received the ball, he had already positioned himself at the edge of the Brazilian team's penalty area. After deftly maneuvering around the ball, he swiftly utilized the outside of his right foot to nudge it outward, deftly evading Brazilian defender Pessin, who was poised to execute a tackle. However, Hu Lai's timing was impeccable. Had he delayed even a moment longer, Pessin would have undoubtedly intercepted him. Consequently, Pessin missed completely, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Having evaded Pessin, Hu Lai now stood at the edge of the penalty area. He refrained from advancing further, as Morlin was making a run from the opposite side. Attempting to intercept him, Brazilian left-back Rafael Fonseca abandoned his mark on Roque and moved in to defend against Hu Lai. Oblivious to the encroaching defenders, Hu Lai focused intently on the football at his feet. After making a slight adjustment to his positioning, he swung his right leg. A shot. The football soared at a remarkably low altitude, whisking past the grass within the Brazilian penalty area and hurtling towards the lower left corner of the goal. Brazilian goalkeeper Ramos dove, stretching his body and extending his arms as far as possible, yet he was powerless against Hu Lai's exquisitely angled shot. In midair, he turned to see the ball descend onto the goal line before plunging into the net. He closed his eyes in despair, but the stands erupted with deafening cheers. Hu Lai! Ah! Hu Lai! Ah! It's a goal! Hu Lai! He clenched his fists tightly, trembling with exhilaration, as if gathering strength, and then unleashed all of his energy in a triumphant shout. Beside him, Yan Kong leaped from his seat, raising his arms in jubilation. Beautiful! Hu Lai! Magnificent! The Chinese team has once again leveled the score. Splendid! A brace! With each exclamation, he punched the air as though battling with it. Simultaneously, he heard the crescendo of voices from the commentary booth. British commentator Matthew Cox exclaimed, "Dudu has lost the ball." The Chinese team launched a rapid counterattack. Hu Lai is in the center. What a pass! Splendid! Hu Lai! A clever touch. He has slipped through. A shot into the dead angle. What a brilliant strike! Ha ha! This is Hu Lai's forte. This is his signature goal. Finding space and shooting into the dead angle. Ramos had faced him in the Premier League, yet still could not thwart this effort. This isn't Ramos's fault. Hu Lai's shot was, in essence, a theoretical dead angle. French commentator, beauty. But, Hu Lai. The Chinese team has penetrated the Brazilian defense with a swift counterattack. This shot from the edge of the penalty area showcases his exquisite shooting prowess. This is the caliber of a Premier League Golden Boot winner. Note 1. The commentator from Al Jazeera exclaimed, "Ah, Hu Lai! Hu Lai! Hu Lai 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 Lai! Hu Lai! Goal! 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 GOL! 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 Gol 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 gol!" Hu Lai has once again equalized for the Chinese team. This marks his 4th goal in this World Cup, and his 2nd time scoring twice in a match. The Spanish commentator added, "Dear viewers, you may not be aware, but in China, Hu Lai is a hero to all. Such a heroism is unfathomable, representing the shared admiration of 1 billion people. If you doubt my words, simply observe this goal and his performance on the field." Faced with the formidable Brazilian team, the Chinese squad managed to level the score after conceding twice. Both goals were scored by Hu Lai. He deserves the reverence of 1 billion souls. He is a hero of China. The Brazilian commentator remarked. Dudu lost possession in midfield. He did not notice the Chinese team's swift counterattack. Be careful. Ah! After the scream, everything came to a sudden halt. On the field, Hu Lai, upon witnessing the goal, turned and sprinted towards the corner flag with outstretched arms. His red jersey billowed in the wind, and a fierce smile adorned his face. Behind him trailed a group of ecstatic Chinese players. Upon reaching the corner flag, Hu Lai leaped, executing his signature celebration for the 4th time. Just as he landed, Zhang Qinghuan and Chun Xingyi followed suit, mimicking Hu Lai's iconic celebration. Leaping and landing in unison, they burst into laughter, rushing to embrace Hu Lai. More teammates surged forward, leaping and piling onto them. The cheers at the Pasadena Stadium in Los Angeles were thunderous. Across the Pacific, the reverberations of excitement echoed as if in harmonious response. Note 1, but is often used in French commentary to signify a goal. Chapter 332. In the company of great talents as Luo Kai suddenly lunged towards Dudu Carlos, Hu Lai on the halfway line turned and sprinted forward. He ran with such determination that even the nearby Brazilian center back, Jose Amorim, paused momentarily, bewildered by Hu Lai's intentions. Was he practicing shuttle runs? Unfazed by the gazes of others, Hu Lai glanced back while running forward, and indeed, he saw Luo Kai successfully intercept the ball. As the football landed at Xia Xiaoyu's feet, Hu Lai made a slight adjustment to his running path. He initially veered to the left, drawing Amorim along with him. Following suit, Chun Xingyi and Zhang Qinghuan quickly darted in this direction, leaving Amorim stranded on the left, while Hu Lai subtly shifted his trajectory towards the center. Thus, Everyone initially assumed Hu Lai was making a direct sprint down the middle. However, in slow-motion replays, it became evident that Hu Lai had charted a serpentine course. Just as he veered towards the center, he glanced back, and Xia Xiaoyu perfectly delivered the ball to him. He received the ball in the vacant space at the edge of the penalty area, deftly maneuvering past Payson before unleashing a shot from the edge of the box. The football curiously found its way into the Brazilian net. Victor Lemos, unable to reach it, could only watch in despair. What a magnificent goal! Zhang Qinghuan raised his arms in exuberance within the subway carriage, while around him, a chorus of cheers echoed. In front of the television, Xia Lan and Li Qingqing simultaneously rose from the sofa, arms raised high. Splendid. They exchanged glances, both breaking into joyous laughter. Xia Lan chuckled heartily, while Li Qingqing smiled gently. This goal, executed by Hu Lai, was a masterpiece, showcasing his exceptional shooting prowess to its fullest. However, I am more inclined to discuss the events leading up to Hu Lai's goal. It began with Zhang Qinghuan, Xia Xiaoyu, and Zhang Wangqing forming a three-man wall, effectively trapping Dudu in the midfield. Luo Kai then decisively advanced, quickly pivoting to sprint forward, drawing away Fonseca and creating an opportunity for Hu Lai to penetrate the center. Meanwhile, Hifeng and Yin Kong, who had finally calmed down a bit, began to analyze the goal for the viewers. Indeed, the decisive runs made by Zhang Qinghuan and Chun Xingyi towards the flanks were crucial. Their movements stretched the Brazilian defense, creating the conspicuous gap in the center. Li Ziqiang recalled his daughter's earlier words and added, "Another reason the Brazilian team lacked a dedicated defensive midfielder is that they would not have left such a significant space in front of their center backs." Upon hearing her father's words, Li Qingqing laughed even more joyfully. Finally, there was Xia Xiaoyu's long pass, precise, decisive, and perfectly timed. This marked his second assist in the current World Cup. It must be said that although he was called upon in a moment of crisis, Xia Xiaoyu has now evolved into a vital component of the Chinese team's midfield. His growth during the World Cup has been remarkably swift. On television, Yin Kong continued to analyze why this goal was successful for the Chinese team, subtly praising his players. "Old Zhao, I have a bit of a headache." At home, Zhao Kongming received a WeChat message from assistant coach Chen Mo. He glanced at it and replied, "If you have a headache, go to the hospital. Come on. You know what I mean." With the stellar performances of Xia Xiaoyu and Wang Guangwei after the World Cup, will we be able to keep them? If they all leave, the performance of the shining stars will undoubtedly suffer greatly. So what should we do? Force them to stay? That certainly won't work, as long as they wish to leave. We cannot retain them. This has been the standard since Hu Lai, and it applies to Zhang Qinghuan as well. We cannot wait until Wang Guangwei and Xia Xiaoyu for it to be different. That reasoning does not hold, Chen Mo stated. "I see. I know we cannot keep them. Which is why I have a headache. What should we do then?" Zhao Kongming smiled slightly. "What should we do? At worst, we will fight for relegation every season. As long as we can successfully remain in the Super League, that season's objective will be accomplished. Do you still wish to win the championship? What nonsense. Forget it. This is your concern, not mine." Chen Mo ceased to speak. Zhao Kongming also set his phone aside and continued to watch the television screen. The replay of China's second goal has just concluded, and the camera shifted to the expression of a Brazilian player. Cabanca stood with his hands on his hips just outside the penalty arc, having been in China's half when Dudu Carlos conceded the goal. After swiftly retreating, he arrived at his current position just as Hu Lai scored. Positioned optimally behind the action, he witnessed the entirety of Hu Lai's goal, a veritable VIP experience. When he saw Hu Lai deftly outmaneuver Pessin with a flick of his right foot, an absurd thought surged within Cabanca. Could this lad be intentionally provoking me? This notion flickered briefly. Cabanca understood that Hu Lai could not possibly be attempting to replicate his own signature moves. Otherwise, how could it be deemed absurd? Nonetheless, the sensation of being targeted felt undeniably real. He sensed that this was not merely a figment of his imagination. In truth, this feeling had lingered subtly. Not solely during this match. At the conclusion of the previous season's Premier League, media and fans had juxtaposed Hu Lai with Cabanca. Both had been honored with the Premier League Player of the Season and the Young Player of the Season accolades from the Players Association. Such honors inevitably invite comparison, despite their distinct positions and playing styles. Initially, Cabanca paid little heed to these comparisons and discussions, as he recognized that he and Hu Lai were not of the same ilk. Frankly, he had not regarded Hu Lai as a rival. His only competitor was the Argentine prodigy, Mela Beniga, who played for Real Madrid. However, at this moment, as Hulai had twice assisted the Chinese team in equalizing the score, Kabanka suddenly realized that for a considerable time to come, Hulai's name would likely be mentioned alongside his own, repeatedly. With the sharp sound of the whistle, the match resumed. Both teams returned to the same starting line. The Chinese team equalized once more in the 60th minute. With half an hour remaining, this time was ample for Brazil to score again. Yet some began to wonder if, after regaining the lead, Brazil would find the Chinese team capable of equalizing once more, though it seemed improbable to fall behind 3 times and equalize thrice. Had China not already achieved this twice? When the Chinese team first leveled the score, such thoughts had not yet crossed the minds of many. Now, however, many could not help but entertain that possibility, for China had demonstrated their resilience with 2 goals. They were certainly not the weakest team in the group, as had been assumed before the World Cup. In their opening match against Algeria, China appeared somewhat out of sorts. Yet, in their second match against Russia, their rapid improvement was evident. As the final round of the group stage approached, the formidable Brazilian team showcased a mature and resilient image before the world. This was not a team that could be easily vanquished by any opponent. Brazil's head coach, Hina, gestured from the sidelines, signaling his players to remain calm and composed. After the Chinese team equalized for the second time, the Brazilian players appeared somewhat rattled. The situation had exceeded their expectations, despite being repeatedly cautioned against underestimating their opponents. They found themselves, unexpectedly, having to recover from 2 leads that were swiftly neutralized. We did not underestimate them. So why do we still concede goals? They wondered. And to make matters worse, it was 2 goals conceded at once. Hina recognized the emotional turmoil affecting his players and understood the precariousness of the moment. Despite the vast disparity in strength between the 2 teams, such circumstances could level the playing field. Zhang Qinghuan made a run to the flank and delivered a cross. The ball soared toward the Brazilian goal as Hulai leaped to contest a header with Amorim. Although he managed to make contact, under Amorim's close marking, he could not direct the ball toward the goal. Instead, he flicked it backward with his head. There, Lou Jiarong surged forward, seizing the opportunity while Brazil's left-back Rafael Fonseca was preoccupied with the ball rather than his marker, and suddenly executed a powerful header. Fonseca, caught in Lou Jiarong's shadow, was wide-eyed with fear upon witnessing the scene. Lou Jiarong, from approximately 10 meters away, struck the ball firmly, propelling it toward the goal. Lemos, almost instinctively, reacted with a diving save, deflecting the ball onto the crossbar. Oh! Hifong clasped his head in despair, letting out a lament. Having completed the header, Lou Jiarong fell to the ground, gazing incredulously at the goal, astonished that his effort had been thwarted by Lemos. What a magnificent save by Lemos. Despite conceding 2 goals to Hulai, he is still the main goalkeeper for the Stan Park Rangers. Yin Kong remarked. Lemos, having executed this spectacular save, rolled over and sprang to his feet, raising his arms in triumph. To the Brazilian commentators, this was a pivotal save that lifted the team's spirits. Lemos, well done. At this moment, we need someone to step up. The excitement in the commentator's voice was palpable, yet it was curious. Why were the Brazilians so exhilarated by a single successful save against the Chinese team? As for the unfolding events elsewhere, Lou Jiarong approached Shi Wuyin, who was standing at the sidelines, to update him on the latest developments in another match. However, few were truly concerned about that game. It was merely a formality. Just a lead? Shi Wuyin casually inquired. Algeria exhibited remarkable resilience. Shi Wuyin chuckled, half-jokingly remarking that it felt as though our group had transformed into a deathly pool. However, his laughter abruptly ceased, and a look of bewilderment settled upon his face. Lou Jiarong turned to him, puzzled by Shi Wuyin's sudden shift in demeanor. At that moment, Shi Wuyin unexpectedly urged him, "Lao Li, call Zhou Zijing back." Lou Jiarong was taken aback, but did not inquire further. He promptly sprinted towards the warm-up area of the Chinese team. Meanwhile, the Chinese team was relentlessly attacking Brazil. Indeed, the Chinese squad was on the offensive against Brazil. Online, commentary had already emerged regarding this scene, with one quipping, "I suspect both sides have worn the wrong uniforms. Shouldn't it be the team in red that represents Brazil?" Within 3 minutes, China had launched 2 consecutive shots on goal, both of which posed threats to Brazil's net. I was aware of the progress the national team had made in the World Cup, yet I had not anticipated such significant improvement. Shi Wuyin also recognized this momentum. Initially, he felt gratified by the team's performance without contemplating further. However, Upon hearing the news of the match between Russia and Algeria, an audacious idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Could we possibly attempt to defeat Brazil? Once this notion took root, it became inextricable from his thoughts. The more he pondered, the more plausible it appeared. After all, it was the final round of the group stage, with no pressure to achieve a specific result. Any outcome would be acceptable. A loss was tolerable, but a victory, of course, would be even more delightful. Moreover, the absence of pressure actually created a liberating space for the team to boldly explore new tactics. Defeating Brazil would be a formidable challenge, demanding utmost dedication and a touch of fortune. If the Chinese team were burdened by the weight of expectation, fearful of failure, they would undoubtedly falter. However, the current scenario allowed for acceptance of any result, fostering a desire to win without the psychological burden of fear. This presented an unparalleled opportunity for a bold endeavor, one that, if missed, might not present itself again. Thus, he resolved to substitute Zhou Zijing into the game, hoping for a transformative moment. If the Chinese team were to triumph over Brazil, they could potentially secure a spot in the knockout stage with a record of 1 win and 2 draws, amassing 5 points. The allure of reaching the knockout rounds in their inaugural World Cup appearance was simply irresistible. Even though Shi Wuyin had indeed come to the World Cup with a mindset of learning, it did not mean he would remain indifferent when the prospect of advancement lay before him. By bringing Zhou Zijing onto the field, capitalizing on his physical and aerial advantages, he aimed to serve as a bastion for the Chinese team's offense, further amplifying their attacking force. Simultaneously, this would provide support to Hu Lai, diverting Brazil's defensive resources away from him. As for substituting Zhou Zijing for Xue, Shi Wuyin had already devised a strategy. Since the intention was to bolster the attack, it was impossible to replace any member of the formidable trio. Previously, Chen Xingyi had been substituted early in the last 2 matches due to his standout performance, making it inconsequential to withdraw him. However, in today's match, his performance was commendable. Keeping him on the field would undoubtedly provide greater assistance to the Chinese team. Luo Kai and Hu Lai are currently the 2 most skilled players in the national squad, making their substitution unfeasible. Similarly, Zhang Qinghuan and Xia Xiaoyu are not easily replaceable due to their offensive contributions. Thus, the only player left for substitution is Jiang Wanqing, who specializes in defense. Yet, this decision poses a risk, as replacing a defensive midfielder would inevitably diminish the team's defensive intensity, rendering his substitution akin to a gamble, betting everything with the possibility of either returning home in defeat or celebrating victory. This approach, however, is entirely reasonable. After all, to defeat the Brazilian team, one must not hesitate. Moreover, Xia Xiaoyu can also contribute defensively, and in critical moments, Wang Guangwei can step in. The Chinese midfield is not entirely vulnerable. The primary distinction between our team and Brazil's lies in our collective approach to both offense and defense. Rather than relying on individual performances, Zhou Zijing rushed back from the warm-up area. Shi Wuyin glanced at him and looked back. Noticing that Li Jifei had yet to catch up, he chuckled. "You seem quite eager." "Of course I'm eager to get on the field, Coach Shi." Zhou Zijing replied without hesitation. "Good." Shi Wuyin nodded with a smile. "Your task upon entering is straightforward. Partner with Hu Lai as a dual forward. You will be at the forefront, serving as a stronghold." He began outlining Zhou Zijing's responsibilities for when he took the field, and Zhou listened attentively. Finally, Li Jifei returned to Shi Wuyin's side, remaining silent and waiting. Once Shi Wuyin finished his instructions, he gently nudged Zhou Zijing towards the 4th official. "Go." Zhou Zijing approached with his player identification. After the 4th official examined his documentation, he initiated the pre-substitution procedures. Zhou patiently awaited his turn, knowing that the match had not yet reached a dead ball situation, rendering his eagerness futile. Seizing the moment, he began to assess the current state of play, envisioning how he would perform once he entered. Their center backs do not appear particularly robust. They seem weaker than the Russian defenders. I wonder if I can outmuscle them in physical confrontations? Hey, Baidi's cross was unexpectedly cleared. How I wish I were on the field to contest that ball. Oh dear, the Brazilian center back really cleared it far. Wait. Zhou Zijing's eyes widened as he noticed the ball, cleared by Brazilian defender Payson, soaring towards forward Cesar Tavares. Tavares did not advance with the ball. Instead, he maneuvered to shield Jiang Wanqing behind him, deftly nudging the ball aside as Kabanka sped past him, forcefully redirecting the ball forward. Thus, he surged into the Chinese team's half. Zhang Qinghuan turned to pursue, but found himself outpaced by Cabanca. Stumbling slightly and nearly losing his balance, Cabanca was off. A counterattack from Brazil. Cabanca is incredibly swift. This is Brazil's opportunity. Hey, 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 be careful. Watch out. The commentary booth erupted once more with waves of astonished gasps. Following Cabanca was Lou Jiarong, who promptly returned to defense, swiftly overtaking Zhang Qinghuan. Realizing the situation, Zhang Qinghuan hurriedly abandoned his pursuit of the elusive Cabanca and dashed towards the center to bolster the defense. Lou Jiarong, on the verge of catching up with Cabanca, found himself just a fingertip away from grasping the latter's arm when, in a flash, Cabanca took a swift stride and maneuvered the ball away, widening the gap between them once more. Consequently, Lou Jiarong had no choice but to accelerate again. Yet this constant fluctuation between slowing down and speeding up left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Cabanca's ball control was exquisite. Cabanca, Cabanca, Cabanca. Amidst the roars of commentators from around the globe, Cabanca glided through half the field with the ball, with Lou Jiarong trailing closely behind, yet perpetually missing the opportunity to intercept. Each time it seemed that a mere extension of his foot would suffice to reach the ball, Cabanca would deftly maneuver it just out of Lou Jiarong's grasp. This very reason made Lou Jiarong hesitant to commit, fearing that an ill-timed tackle would allow Cabanca to slip away. As the commentators noted, Cabanca's rhythm was impeccable. He always took just the right number of steps, 3 to 4, before pushing the ball forward again. At no point did he need to decelerate or exert excessive control, ensuring his speed remained unimpeded, rendering his pursuers ineffective. The entire sequence unfolded like flowing water, a spectacle that thrilled Brazilian fans and neutral spectators alike. However, for Chinese supporters, it signified immense peril. After a series of relentless assaults from the Chinese team, their formation had pushed further up the field, inadvertently granting Brazil an ideal opportunity for a counterattack. The Chinese team, intent on exploiting Brazil's vulnerabilities, found themselves on the receiving end of a counterstrike instead. As Cabanca charged into the Chinese penalty area, Captain Yao Huasheng burst forth from an angle, racing towards him. Here, Cabanca finally slowed down, adjusting his pace. Yao Huasheng refrained from recklessly lunging for a tackle, knowing full well that such a move would likely result in a penalty. With his hands clasped behind his back, he positioned himself strategically to force Cabanca outward. Meanwhile, Lou Jiarong had also returned to assist, with the two of them sandwiching Cabanca from both sides. They were certain to thwart Brazil's counterattack. Just then, however, Cabanca unexpectedly swept the ball towards the center. It zipped past Yao Huasheng. Wang Guangwei and Brazilian forward Baidu raced toward the ball, striving to prevent Baidu from having a chance to shoot. Yet, Baidu had no intention of shooting. Instead, he allowed the ball to slip behind him. There, Brazil's right midfielder Marquinhos, unmarked, seized the opportunity to shoot. The ball arced gracefully, brushing past the returning goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan and finding the net just inside the far post. Watch out. Oh no, Marquinhos. He has once again put Brazil in the lead. After uttering this line, Hifeng fell into silence. A profound sense of helplessness surged from the depths of his heart, rendering him speechless. The Yellow Sea in the Pasadena Stadium roared once more. The cheers of the Brazilians echoed through the air. Zhang Qinghuan, who had sprinted from the front line back to the penalty area, watched helplessly as the ball soared into the net, his legs giving way beneath him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. There he lay in the Chinese team's penalty area, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. Lost in thought as he gazed at the sky gradually darkening. If only I had committed a foul against Tavares earlier. A tide of regret and self-reproach surged within him. Marquinhos, the scorer, ran to the sidelines to celebrate, passing right by him, scattering blades of grass and mud onto Zhang Qinghuan's face, yet his eyes remained unblinking. Cabanca first raised his fist to the sky, releasing all the pent-up emotions within him before rushing to find Marquinhos. The Chinese team seemed to have forgotten. We Brazilians possess speed and can counterattack. The commentator from the Brazilian television station exclaimed joyfully. As the 334th chapter concluded, the narrative shifted to Zhou Zijing, who stood on the sidelines, dumbfounded as he watched the ball enter the net. It soon dawned on him that he was to be substituted in. But with the current situation, would he even have the chance to play? Generally, in the event of an unexpected situation on the field, even if a player has already approached the sidelines and submitted their identification, the head coach can still change their mind and halt the substitution. Previously, Coach Shi intended to send him in, hoping to provide a significant boost to the Chinese team during a stalemate. However, before he could even step onto the pitch, the balance had already shifted. Was there still a need for him to play? Or would Coach Shi devise another plan? Zhou Zijing cast his gaze towards Shi Wuyin, seeking clarity on his next steps. When he turned his head, he found Shi Wuyin looking back at him. Upon making eye contact, Shi Wuyin waved him on, "Get on the field." He had not lost his opportunity to play due to that goal. After receiving the latest instructions, Zhou Zijing returned his gaze to the field and took a deep breath. In front of the Chinese team's coaching bench, Shi Wuyin was speaking to Li Jifei. "Regardless of whether we concede this goal or not, Zhou Zijing must enter the match. Now, we are fortunate. We have eliminated the incorrect options and retained the singular, correct choice: offense." In truth, when deciding to substitute Zhou Zijing for Jiang Wanqing, Shi Wuyin was not entirely certain that this adjustment and tactical approach would prove to be the right one. After all, the Chinese team was tied 2-2 with the Brazilian team. Despite having the upper hand momentarily, who could predict what the scenario would be 10 minutes hence? What if this substitution led to the Chinese team conceding another goal to Brazil, thus resulting in a loss? Would the responsibility for that fall upon him as the head coach? There will certainly be those who believe that had Shi Wuyin not taken such a daring risk with his substitutions, the Chinese team might have secured a draw against the formidable Brazilian side in this final group match. The team's defeat can ultimately be attributed to the head coach's reckless gamble, a responsibility that rests squarely on his shoulders. Although Shi Wuyin experienced moments of hesitation, the current circumstances left no room for indecision. With the Chinese team already trailing, if he did not wish to resign to the fate of losing to Brazil, a change in personnel was imperative. The decision to substitute a striker for a defensive midfielder, adopting a desperate stance, was thus entirely justified. If there were concerns about losing prior to this moment, the reality was now that China had one foot firmly planted in defeat. The possibility of resistance could lead to loss, yet the certainty of defeat awaited those who did not resist, so why not fight back? Therefore, while commentators He Feng and Yin Kong, along with Chinese fans watching from their screens, lamented the concession of the goal, Shi Wuyin felt no sense of regret. Instead, he sighed in relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him. Though this sentiment remained unspoken, a private thought nestled deep within him. As the Brazilian players reveled in their goal, the Chinese team was already preparing to make substitutions, an adjustment that had been planned in advance. He Feng had recovered from the disappointment of the goal and resumed his commentary. After all, facing the mighty Brazil, such an outcome was perhaps more typical than unacceptable. Many Chinese fans likely shared his sentiments, quickly adjusting their mindsets to accept the reality following their initial dismay. Regardless of how reluctant they felt internally, the fact that the Chinese team found themselves trailing again was undeniable. They could only seek solace in explanations. Brazil's strength was undeniable, and scoring 2 goals against them was commendable. Even if the national team ultimately lost this match, it would still be a case of defeat with dignity. Before the match, I had anticipated a straightforward defeat, akin to Algeria's experience, yet the team's performance exceeded my expectations. I felt that even in loss, I could find acceptance. Scoring 2 goals against Brazil was enough to feel satisfied. Indeed, what more could one hope for? Let us not place undue pressure on them. This time, the national team truly did not disappoint us. They honored the flag they wore on their chests. The future holds promise. Similar sentiments have emerged across Chinese social media. And while some of the expressions are quite moving and fervent, they ultimately represent the fans' attempts to console themselves and swiftly adjust their mental outlook following the goal conceded. After all, if given a choice, who would willingly accept the outcome of a loss? Zhou Zijing stood on the sidelines, prepared to enter as a substitute. Prior to his substitution, the Chinese team had not yet conceded, with the score tied at 2-2 against Brazil. As the score on the field shifted, so too did the dynamics of the game. One could only ponder the adjustments that Coach Shi intended to implement by substituting in Zhou Zijing. It seemed most probable that he would replace either Zhang Qinghuan or Xia Xiaoyu, subsequently allowing Chun Xingyi and Luo Kai to retreat to the midfield, while Zhou Zijing and Hu Lai would take on the central forward positions, as Yin Kong analyzed. While they were discussing, the substitution was executed on the sidelines, with the 4th official raising the board to indicate the removal of player number 19 and the introduction of number 18. The two commentators gasped in unison upon witnessing this development. Coach Shi had taken off our solitary defensive midfielder, Zhang Qinghuan. They exchanged bewildered glances. This was a gamble. It appeared that after conceding a goal, Coach Shi had swiftly altered his original substitution strategy. Unwilling to succumb to defeat, he sought to strike back, to launch an offensive. Essentially abandoning midfield defense, it was a full-throttle attack. The Chinese team had deployed a striking formation comprising 4 forwards, an audacious move indeed. Yet, one could understand the rationale. Rather than resigning themselves to despair, it was preferable to launch a full-scale assault. Indeed, Yin Kong, with a score of 0-3 against us, we have little to lose. If we are destined to fall, we might as well do so fighting against Brazil. The television broadcast zoomed in on Coach Shi, capturing his serene demeanor. Seemingly devoid of the excitement or anxiety one might expect from someone who had just made a bold decision. Coach Shi is truly commendable, Yifeng remarked. Yes. He was the first to react after conceding a goal. For this substitution alone, regardless of the final outcome, I will take pride in this team. Go China. Yin Kong added passionately. Let us go for it. What is the worst that could happen? At this juncture, the two commentators had long since cast aside any notions of objective neutrality as they narrated their national team's match. Witnessing these young players resolve to charge the enemy immediately after conceding a goal, maintaining objectivity seemed an exercise in cold-bloodedness. Zhang Qinghuan, upon realizing he was to be substituted, felt neither surprise nor discontent. Instead, he sprinted towards the sidelines with determination. He quickly approached Zhou Zijin, a young player who, like a wild stallion, leaned forward eagerly, awaiting the handover to rush onto the field. He extended his hand, giving a supportive slap to Zhou Zijin, not as a captain or veteran, but as a teammate. Uttering a simple, "Good luck," Zhou Zijin, brimming with eagerness, dashed onto the field without a moment's pause to respond. Zhang Qinghuan stood by the sidelines, raising his hand to applaud the fans in the stands. He then made his way to the bench, encountering Coach Shi along the way. From a distance, Coach Shi extended his hand. "Thank you for your efforts, old Jiang. Your substitution is not due to fatigue or poor performance." Zhang Qinghuan, a seasoned player in the domestic football scene, understood the need for this slight explanation as a gesture of respect. He quickly shook his head. No need for explanations. Coach Shi, I understand your reluctance to concede defeat to Brazil so easily. After we scored 2 goals against them, I found it hard to accept a noble defeat willingly. Zhang Qinghuan remarked, I also do not wish to concede, Coach Shi. Coach Shi Wuyin patted his shoulder. Go take a rest. Zhang Qinghuan nodded and turned towards the substitute bench, exchanging brief high-fives with his teammates before settling down to continue observing the match. The substitute players beside him mirrored his tension, their gazes fixed on the field. Brazil's head coach, Henna, withdrew his eyes from the Chinese coaching staff upon witnessing the substitution of a midfielder for a center forward. Initially, he was taken aback, unable to comprehend whether the Chinese coach had lost his senses. He was aware that Zhang Qinghuan was the sole player capable of defensive duties in the midfield, enabling Xia Xiaoyu and Zhang Qinghuan to engage in multiple offensive plays. This was indeed a pivotal position. His presence had ensured that the Chinese team had not been entirely overwhelmed by Brazil until that point. Yet now, he had been replaced by a tall forward. Did the Chinese coach believe that merely stacking players in the attack would secure a goal against us? Was he not concerned that, prior to scoring, they might concede another goal, thereby sealing their fate? Perhaps the decision was a reckless gamble spurred by the recent goal conceded, as they had no better alternatives left. Merely grasping at straws, assistant coach Xiao Xiaoyu approached, casting a glance toward the Chinese coaching staff, and remarked, regardless of the situation, since they have abandoned midfield defense, we must enhance our offensive strategy to secure another goal swiftly and firmly establish our lead in the group. Henna responded, Russia is currently ahead of Algeria, amassing 5 points. If Brazil can defeat China, they will secure 7 points and solidify their position at the top of the group. Although the second-place team from Group A, the United States, as the host nation, will also pose challenges, they are still preferable to facing France, the group leader. Victor was dispatched to the sidelines to signal the players to continue pressing forward in their attack. Meanwhile, in front of the Chinese coaching staff, Coach Shi Wuyin, having just substituted a forward for a midfielder, made a gesture instructing his players to revert to a defensive posture. In the subsequent chapter, despite Coach Shi Wuyin's intention to bolster the attack with the substitution, upon Zhou Zijing's entrance, The immediate priority for the Chinese team was defense. Brazil's offensive momentum had surged. Lacking midfield interception, the Chinese team had no choice but to quickly retreat within the 30-meter area, relinquishing control of the midfield and allowing Brazil to advance their attack. With Brazil having just scored and riding high on morale, it was unwise for China to engage them in an open offensive battle. Though replacing Zhang Qinghuan with Zhou Zijing appeared a bold move, it did not imply that Shi Wuyin was merely a reckless strategist devoid of wisdom. As the match resumed, the Brazilian team indeed pressed forward, relentlessly bombarding the Chinese team's penalty area. Were they unaware that such an aggressive approach would leave them vulnerable to counterattacks? Of course, they were aware. Yet, they persisted, believing that the Chinese team's counterattacks posed no genuine threat to their goal. They anticipated that they might score before China could mount a response. Judging by the subsequent play, the Brazilian players had every reason to think so. Left-back Rafael Fonseca launched a powerful cross from the left flank. Observing the vigorous motion of Fonseca's strike, it was clear that this was not a typical in-swinging pass delivered with the inside of the foot. Rather, it was a fierce outside-of-the-foot delivery. He sent the ball directly towards the Chinese goal. Although such crosses lack precision, their speed, power, and low trajectory make them particularly dangerous. Any player merely grazing the ball in front of the goal could easily redirect it into the net. Consequently, defenders often dread facing such deliveries, hesitant to intervene for fear of an own goal. As the ball soared towards the Chinese goal, a foot emerged from the crowd, striking the incoming ball. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, that foot sent the ball skyward. The soccer ball spun out of play, and the danger was averted. It was only then that everyone realized who had executed this crucial clearance. Wang Guangwei. Magnificent. He had performed an exceptionally skillful defensive maneuver. Indeed, the young center-back Wang Guangwei had displayed remarkable courage. Lin Ziyuan patted Wang Guangwei on the shoulder with gratitude for his timely intervention. Wang Guangwei, however, maintained a serene demeanor, devoid of the excitement typically associated with such a pivotal defensive play, as he focused on locating his target for the impending corner kick. The Brazilian team took the corner. This time, Lin Ziyuan shouted "mine," and surged forward, leveraging his height and long reach to punch the ball away before anyone else could react. However, Brazil regained control of the second ball outside the penalty area. Leonardo Kiviel received the ball on his chest and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. At that moment, Lin Ziyuan had just risen from the ground, retreating towards his goal. Watch out! Zhang Qinghuan, the first to charge at Kiviel, positioned himself directly in the path of the ball, choosing not to evade it. Instead, he absorbed the full force of the shot into his chest, falling backward onto the ground as the ball rebounded high into the air. Fortunately, Yao Huaxing was quick to head it out of play. Concerned glances were cast towards Zhang Qinghuan, who, clutching his chest, staggered to his feet, reassuring his teammates with a wave, "I'm fine." Yet, the grimace on his face rendered his words somewhat unconvincing. As the throw-in was executed, Dudu Carlos received the ball just as Cabanca made a sudden advance into the space between the ribs. Dudu delivered a timely through ball. After letting the ball pass, Cabanca surged towards the near corner of the goal. Yao Huaxing closed in to disrupt the defense, while goalkeeper Lin Ziyuan decisively rushed towards Cabanca to block his shooting angle. Faced with such a formidable defense, Cabanca skillfully lifted the ball with his right foot, executing a delicate lob shot towards the far corner of the goal. Beside him, Yao Huaxing was rendered powerless, merely watching as the opponent took the shot. However, Lin Ziyuan reacted with remarkable swiftness, instinctively responding to the close-range strike with both hands, managing to make contact with the ball. Regrettably, despite his intervention, the ball did not veer out of play. Instead, it continued its trajectory towards the back corner of the net. Lin Ziyuan had only slightly altered the ball's flight path, failing to prevent it from entering the goal area. At the far post, Brazilian striker Tavares charged in, poised to head the ball into the net. Suddenly, he was thwarted as Wang Guangwei leapt ahead of him. Directing the ball with his head, the ball narrowly skimmed the crossbar and flew out of play, resulting in a heart-stopping moment. Wang Guangwei. Wow, another crucial clearance. What a close call. He Feng exclaimed, filled with trepidation. Yen Kong exhaled a sigh of relief, having witnessed the ball, after Lin Ziyuan's deflection, still stubbornly heading towards the far post, where a Brazilian player awaited. His heart raced, acutely aware that conceding another goal at that moment would spell the end for the Chinese team. Following the substitution of Shi Wuyin for Zhou Zijing, Yin Kong harbored an unrealistic hope deep within. Perhaps we could indeed level the score against Brazil? He yearned for his dream to materialize. Yet, should Brazil find the net again, doubling their lead over China, that dream would swiftly dissipate. Given the current circumstances, it seemed nearly impossible for China to claw back 2 goals. The disparity in strength was too vast, and the Chinese team's stamina was nearing depletion after 2 consecutive matches. Thus, while a 1-goal deficit could still ignite a spark of determination, a 2-goal gap would render them utterly powerless. In the hotel's pool garden, a giant projection screen, typically used for movie viewings, had been set up. The match between Brazil and China was being displayed on the screen. The entire English team gathered in the garden, engrossed in the live broadcast of the game. Their interest was not rooted in concern for the Chinese team. Rather, they were keenly observing Brazil. Tomorrow, England would face Mexico in their final group match in Group C. Previously, they had drawn 0-0 with the Czech Republic and then secured a 2-0 victory over Egypt, earning 4 points. As long as they avoided a significant loss to Mexico in the final round, they would secure advancement from the group stage. However, they still aspired to clinch the top spot in the group to avoid facing the already established leaders of Group D, Germany. Surmounting the round of 16 would pave the way for a potential quarterfinal clash with Brazil. Thus, the entire team was keen to watch this match, deepening their understanding of Brazil's current form. If Brazil continued to play this way, additional goals were certainly within reach. Indeed, the defenders of the Chinese team cannot be expected to execute such extraordinary clearances consistently. Cabanca is truly formidable when we face him in the match. We must exercise utmost caution. Jay Adams and Peter Williams are among the spectators, listening intently to their teammates' discussions as they watch the game unfold. They too sense that Brazil's victory is a foregone conclusion, primarily because the Chinese coach, unwilling to accept defeat, opted for a daring adjustment that inadvertently benefited Brazil. However, their focus has shifted away from the outcome of this match. The World Cup group stage has seen 2 rounds of play. Both players have only taken the field as substitutes in the second group match, garnering merely a few minutes of playtime. For them, this is their inaugural experience at the World Cup, yet in retrospect, it has proven rather dull. After running for just a handful of minutes, sweating profusely, the match concluded. Prior to their entry, England had already secured a 2-goal lead against Egypt, a team too weak to pose any threat. Thus, the victory holds little relevance to them. As they prepare for the crucial match against Mexico tomorrow to vie for the top position in their group, it is evident that neither will see much playing time. This World Cup has indeed become an experience steeped in atmosphere. However, the club teammate on the live broadcast stands in stark contrast to their situation. Although many assert that the Chinese team's debut in the World Cup is merely to broaden their horizons and establish their presence in the global football arena, Peter Williams believes that Hu Lai's experience far surpasses that of himself and Jay, having played all 3 matches as a starter and netting for goals thus far. Hu is currently leading the World Cup scoring chart. Such an initial experience at the World Cup is undoubtedly more profound than that of Jay and himself. Cursed be it. Upon returning to the club, that fellow will surely flaunt his achievements before them. With this thought, he let out a soft sigh. Jay Adams, hearing the sigh, turned and quietly inquired, "What is the matter? Are you still lamenting the goals conceded by the Chinese team?" "No," Williams replied, shaking his head. Given the disparity in the team's strengths, it is quite normal for China to lose, let alone concede goals. I merely envy Hu. Jay Adams chuckled at this. Who wouldn't he envy him? When Wang Guangwei deflected the ball out of the goal, numerous Japanese players watching the live broadcast gasped in astonishment, clutching their heads in disbelief at Wang's defensive effort. In truth, the mindset of the Japanese players during this match underwent a series of transformations. Historically, Brazilian football has been a teacher to Japanese football, which naturally leads them to support the Brazilian team. Furthermore, given the disparity in strength between Brazil and China, they harbor no grievances regarding the match's outcome. At this juncture, there is no need to discuss the so-called fate of Asian football. Having Japan represent Asian football suffices. Hence, when Brazil scored their first goal, the Japanese players erupted in admiration. Truly, they are Brazil. Subarashi. However, before the end of the first half, the Chinese team not only equalized the score, but also managed to put pressure on the Brazilian team. The Japanese players watching from the sidelines felt a sense of trepidation, fearing that their mentors might fall behind. During the halftime break, An enthusiastic discussion ensued about the performances of both teams, during which Junpei Morikawa expressed his optimism for the Chinese team, only to be mercilessly mocked by his teammates. As the second half commenced, Brazil regained the lead, seemingly validating the jeers directed at Morikawa. What could this Chinese team possibly use to compete against Brazil? Was it solely reliant on Hulai? There were numerous players of comparable caliber within the Brazilian ranks. The top talents of China were abundant in Brazil. Someone even called out Morikawa's name, teasingly saying, "Morikawa, didn't you say you were optimistic about the Chinese team?" Morikawa found himself at a loss for words, while others erupted in laughter. However, when Hulai scored twice to once again level the match, the laughter faded. Even when Brazil took the lead again, the cheers from the Japanese players were significantly muted. After all, for a team making its World Cup debut, being able to hold their ground against Brazil for over 60 minutes was already a remarkable achievement. No one could deride their performance any longer. The Chinese team exhibited tremendous resilience. Even in defeat, they could hold their heads high. Tatsuya Sugiyama turned to his roommate Junpei Morikawa, intending to offer words of comfort through praise. However, Morikawa remained unresponsive, nervously fixated on the screen, asserting, "No, Sugiyama. The match isn't over yet. They haven't lost. Don't be foolish, Morikawa. Do you not see how precarious the Chinese team's situation is? Even if Hulai is indeed exceptional, he is but one player, a pure striker. In a scenario where the entire team is pinned back in their half, how much can he truly accomplish?" Morikawa finally shifted his gaze back to Sugiyama, his expression serious to the point of unsettling his companion, before shaking his head and saying, "Sugiyama, I play in the Chinese Super League. I have faced all these players on the pitch, and I know their strengths. The Chinese team is certainly not just Hulai." Sugiyama, witnessing Morikawa's fervent demeanor, could only let out a resigned sigh. "Do as you wish." Undeterred, Morikawa remained focused and tense, watching the match intently. Brazil threatened the Chinese goal once more from a corner created by Wang Guangwei's header clearance. The center-back Amorim's header narrowly missed, eliciting gasps from the stands. A low murmur of disappointment arose among the Japanese players watching on television. In the 77th minute, Brazil's coach, Hernan, glanced at his wristwatch. Generally, by this point in the match, players reach a physical threshold. With their stamina depleted, they can only rely on sheer willpower to persevere. As fatigue sets in, players often experience lapses in concentration, making it a prime moment for goals to be scored. After observing the first two matches of the Chinese team, he now discerned that they are not a squad renowned for their exceptional physical condition. Even if they were in peak form prior, the exertion of the two matches has undoubtedly taken a toll on their stamina. Thus, he gestured to his players to intensify their offensive efforts, believing that the fourth goal could be within reach in the ensuing minutes. It was at this juncture that the Chinese team made their second substitution, a positional change in the left-back role, with number 3, Chu Lu, replacing number 22, Zhao Qinghuan. Unlike Zhao Qinghuan, Chu Lu is a fullback more adept at attacking than defending. Despite being pressed by the Brazilian team, Coach Shi Wuyin remained resolute in his intent to pursue offensive opportunities. Perhaps it is this unwavering commitment to attack that would allow them to withstand Brazil's onslaught. After all, if they were to succumb entirely to the pressure without any counterattacks, conceding a goal would be inevitable. At this point, the Chinese player's stamina was visibly waning, and passively absorbing pressure was not advantageous. Once Chu Lu reached his position, Lin Ziyuan launched the ball forward with a powerful kick from the edge of the penalty area. Zhou Zijing contested the ball with the opposing central defender, Pei Sin. He managed to make contact, nudging the ball to the nearby Hulai. Upon receiving the pass, Hulai promptly relayed it back to Zhang Qinghuan, who then distributed it to the flanks, finding Chen Xingyi. Chen Xingyi made an incisive cut before attempting to switch the play, but Kivier intercepted and disrupted the pass. The ball ricocheted back, and Zhou Zijing, having turned, surged towards it and unleashed a powerful shot without pausing to control it. Zhou Zijing. The ball soared over the crossbar. "Ah!" Zhou Zijing exclaimed in frustration. On the sidelines, Shi Wuyin stood alongside Li Jifei, who shouted encouragingly into the field. "It's all right, Zhou Zijing. Keep it up. Seize the opportunities to counterattack. Excellent." Observing Zhou Zijing's attempt that sent the ball soaring toward the stands, Zhong Shihao could not help but lean back in exasperation. He then noticed the subway display screen indicating the next station. "Damn it!" he exclaimed suddenly. Meanwhile, several expletives erupted from the subway carriage. clearly directed at Zhou Zijing for squandering that opportunity. However, Zhang Qinghuan was not cursing Zhou. He was berating himself for missing his stop. Despite having missed his stop, he was in no rush to disembark, instead choosing to refocus on the live match streaming on his phone. After all, since he had already missed his stop, he might as well continue watching. Go, Chinese team. And remember to pass the ball more to Hu Lai. Don't waste opportunities with reckless shots. P.S. Here is the third update, with the fourth to follow at 6 in the afternoon. Chapter 336. That flame be cautious of Cabanca. As Dudu Carlos received the ball in the defensive half of the Chinese team, Wang Guangwei, closely marking Tavallas in the penalty area, pointed towards the moving Cabanca, loudly alerting his teammates. Following his shout, Xia Xiaoyu immediately closed in. Seeing that Cabanca was being defended, Dudu ultimately opted not to pass the ball to him, instead choosing to distribute it to the flanks. Finding the advancing captain, Leonardo Kivier, Kowell received the ball, but faced with the impenetrable defense of the Chinese team positioned at the edge of the penalty area, he found himself at an impasse. Consequently, Tavallara emerged to collaborate with him along the flank. After passing the ball to Tavallara, he made a run towards the byline. However, he was still unable to shake off the Chinese defense, as the recently substituted Xiulu closely followed him, denying Tavallara the opportunity to return the ball. Pressing tightly against Tavallara was Wang Guangwei, making it impossible for him to maintain possession for long. Ultimately, Tavallara passed the ball to Marquios, who similarly encountered relentless pressure from the Chinese players. He was unable to pause and adjust, opting instead for a hasty cross aimed at the goal. This rush delivery lacked quality. Lin Ziyuan, acting decisively, intercepted the airborne ball and cradled it in his arms. He then swiftly threw the ball to the rapidly advancing Luo Kai. Trailing by a goal, the Chinese team chose not to squander time. Instead, they launched an urgent assault on the Brazilian goal. Luo Kai advanced with the ball, and upon encountering the defense of Rafael Fonseca, did not attempt to engage the main left-back of the La Liga powerhouse Real Madrid in a duel on the flank. Instead, he opted to pass the ball to the center, where Zhou Zijing awaited. Upon receiving the ball, Zhou utilized his body to shield himself temporarily from the pursuing center-back Amelin, before returning the pass to the onrushing Zhang Qinghuan. After passing, Zhou Zijing turned and sprinted forward, drawing Amelin back with him. This allowed Zhang Qinghuan to evade the double mark from the Brazilian players. Now, he only needed to contend with Dudu alone, and even that did not require much effort. Prior to receiving Zhou Zijing's pass, he had already noticed Luo Kai making a rapid advance along the flank. Hence, he executed a diagonal through ball, sending the ball into the space behind the Brazilian left-back Fonseca. What a splendid pass. Zhang Qinghuan delivered it beautifully. Luo Kai accelerated, reaching the ball before Fonseca. But rather than carrying it forward again, he swung his foot and delivered a cross. This caught the retreating Fonseca off guard. He had anticipated Luo Kai to continue his run, planning to capitalize on the opportunity to mark him closely as he slowed down. Little did he expect Luo Kai to deliver a cross instead. The ball arced gracefully into the center of the Brazilian penalty area. As Zhou Zijing surged forward with Amelin in tow, he propelled himself into the air for a header. However, he failed to connect, as the ball soared over both his and Amelin's heads. Just behind him, in remarkably close proximity, another figure leapt into the air, Hu Lai. He cleverly concealed himself within Zhou Zijing's considerable shadow, managing to make contact with the ball. Hu Lai's header. Alas, it was too straightforward, given his positioning. Merely connecting with the ball was a remarkable feat, let alone controlling the angle of the header. The Brazilian goalkeeper, Ramos, secured the ball in both hands, then lunged forward, collapsing to the ground and pinning the ball beneath his body. In truth, he need not have acted thus, for at the moment of receiving the ball, his body remained perfectly balanced. Yet, he chose to proceed in this manner. When a goalkeeper engages in such behavior, it often signifies an intention to utilize this opportunity to delay the match time. In other words, the Brazilian team, holding a slender lead of just 1 goal over the Chinese team, resorted to time-wasting tactics to secure their victory. A chorus of boos erupted from the stands, echoing the sentiments of the Chinese fans. Noticing this detail, Brazil's captain, Kiviel, swiftly waved his arms and vociferously urged Ramos to rise quickly. While Ramos might have believed that this tactic could sap the morale of the Chinese team, the captain perceived it as a means to invigorate their spirits, for it revealed to them that the Brazilian side was also willing to employ such strategies against them. This realization was not a setback, but rather a significant boost to their resolve. The captain's concern was not without merit. After Ramos regained his footing and sent the ball soaring forward with a powerful kick, Wang Guangwei surged forward, abandoning his defense of Tavares to pursue the ball's descent. To his surprise, he managed to head it back forcefully. The ball soared back toward Brazil's half. Zhou Zijin and Amoulin collided once more. Although Amoulin made contact with the ball, he failed to clear it effectively due to Zhou Zijin's interference, allowing Hu Lai to regain possession. Before Hu Lai could pass the ball, he was unceremoniously brought down by Brazil's other center back, Payson. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul by Payson. The Chinese team was awarded a free kick in the attacking zone, rekindling their offensive momentum. He Feng, witnessing the turn of events, exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, the Brazilian commentator expressed confusion. With only 10 minutes left in the match, where did the Chinese team find the stamina to continue their assaults? However, he quickly dismissed the query. It matters not. Once they push forward, they shall surely falter and retreat. His tone was resolute and buoyant. Xia Xiaoyu stepped up to take the free kick, opting to deliver the ball directly into Brazil's penalty area, targeting Zhou Zijin. However, this time, Zhou Zijin found himself thwarted by two Brazilian defenders and was unable to claim the ball after showcasing his aerial prowess. If the Brazilian defenders remained oblivious to the necessity of tightening their defense against him after this display, they would truly be unworthy of their prestigious status. In the ensuing tussle, the ball was nudged to the edge of the penalty area, where Carlos awaited, initially intending to pass it to Cabanca and initiate a counterattack. Yet, just as he prepared to strike the ball, Hu Lai unexpectedly dashed towards him, attempting to intercept. Startled, Carlos had no time to execute his kick and could only pivot, shielding the ball with his body. This delay made it impossible to locate Cabanca, so he opted to pass the ball laterally to the flanking Kivial. As Kivial received the ball, Chun Xingyi lunged in front of him. Fortunately, Kivial's reflexes were rapid, instinctual even. With a deft touch of his right foot, he nudged the ball to his left side, attempting to evade Chun Xingyi. Little did he expect that Chun Xingyi's reaction was remarkably swift. Almost simultaneously as he played the ball, he had already turned and cut into Kiwal's trajectory, effectively separating Kiwal from the football. Subsequently, with his back to Kiwal, Chun Xingyi opted against a one-on-one confrontation, instead returning the ball to the rapidly advancing left back, Chu Lu. The two players interchanged perfectly. Chu Lu attempted to carry the ball forward, but just as he maneuvered around Chun Xingyi, he noticed Kiwal darting in from behind Chun Xingyi, swiftly intercepting the ball and sending it out of bounds with a well-executed tackle. Kiwal's defense was both exquisite and crucial. The Chinese team had managed to stifle the Brazilian team to the point where they could barely maintain possession. During this invigorating period, our momentum surged. However, caution was warranted against Brazil's counterattack. He Feng praised the Chinese team, but also felt compelled to issue a warning. His thoughts drifted to Brazil's potential third goal. Yet, Shi Wuyin appeared unfazed by such concerns. As the Chinese team prepared for the throw-in, he stood at the sidelines, energetically gesturing for the players to press forward. Did he not realize that pressing further would create more gaps behind them? Of course, he was aware. However, this was not the opportune moment for such considerations. Chu Lu caught the ball tossed by the ball boy, preparing to throw it back onto the pitch. However, both Zhang Qinghuan and Xia Xiaoyu, alongside Chun Xingyi, were closely marked by Brazilian players, rendering them less than ideal targets for a pass. In the penalty area, Zhou Zijing had moved to the edge of the box to request the ball, but he too was shadowed by Brazil's central defender, Pay Senator. As for Hu Lai, he remained distant, showing no intention of coming forward to offer support. In fact, he was unable to do so, as the Brazilian right flank was already densely populated. If he drew more Brazilian players toward him, the area would become overly congested. Thus, he stayed in the center of the penalty area, rooted in place. Chu Lu hesitated, uncertain of whom to throw the ball to, yet he knew he could not hold on to it indefinitely. According to the rules, if a player fails to throw in the ball promptly, the referee would penalize them for delay and award possession to the opposing team. At that moment, Zhang Qinghuan shouted loudly at him, "Pass the ball to Zhou Zijing." Zhou Zijing possessed a physical advantage and had effectively shielded the opposing defender behind him, making him the only suitable target for a pass. Consequently, Chu Lu threw the ball toward Zhou Zijing. Simultaneously, Chun Xingyi, who had been positioned on the wing, turned and darted into Brazil's penalty area. Zhou Zijing did not intend to cushion the ball with his chest. As it approached, he leaned back, Akin to a basketball center preparing to back down, Pei Senator the ball soared, descended, and in an apparent attempt to control it, he inadvertently stomped it backward. He then aimed to turn around. Unfortunately, midway through his rotation, he collided with Pei Sen's formidable frame. Though he did not fall, he lost possession. The ease with which he relinquished the ball left Zhou Zijing wide-eyed, seemingly in disbelief. Almost immediately, he noticed someone charging toward him, Chen Xingyi. Amidst the astonished yet invigorated shouts of Hifeng, Chen Xingyi darted behind Pei Sun and Zhou Zijing, resembling a nimble feline. Deftly retrieving the football with a gentle flick of his foot, he then advanced towards the Brazilian goal. This sudden turn of events caught the Brazilian players off guard. Chen Xingyi now found himself face-to-face with goalkeeper Ramos. However, the shooting angle was nearly non-existent as he was almost at the goal line. Nevertheless, he swung his left foot. Feigning a shot, Ramos, with legs spread apart, expanded his ground defense, simultaneously extending his arms to enhance his aerial coverage, attempting to block Chen Xingyi's strike. Yet, Chen Xingyi's kick was merely a ruse. With a swift motion, he pulled the ball back with his left foot, leaving Ramos off balance. He then sent the ball in front of the goal with his right foot. There, players from both the Chinese and Brazilian teams were entangled in a chaotic mass, intermingling in a fray. Amorim had retreated to the goal line, taking the place of Ramos as a makeshift goalkeeper. Meanwhile, Chinese players Luo Kai and Zhang Qinghuan stood poised just before the goal line. Chen Xingyi's pass was directed towards the two of them. Luo Kai struck first, launching the ball towards the nearby goal. Luo Kai takes the shot. Hifeng shouted in elation, his heart soaring, as if the ball had already found the net. Yet, the football was thwarted by Amorim's outstretched leg at the goal line. Amorim had come to the rescue. The Brazilian commentator raised his arms in triumph. The alarm had not yet been lifted. The ball rebounded back towards the goal, with Zhang Qinghuan and Duja Carlos vying for possession. Zhang Qinghuan slightly angled his body to secure his position, but in the tussle with Duja Carlos, he lost his balance and fell backward. Despite this, he refused to give up and swung his foot at the incoming ball, attempting to score. He made contact, but due to his severely tilted center of gravity, he could not control the shot, sending the ball soaring into the sky. Zhang Qinghuan, another strike. Alas, amidst Hifeng's frustrated roar, the ball struck the underside of the crossbar, rebounding onto the ground, and then back up. Luo Kai sought to claim the drop, while Rafael Fonseca rushed in from behind to disrupt him. Cabanca charged in from the opposite side toward the football. Suddenly, a flash of red surged from behind the ball. No, it wasn't a flame. It was a Chinese player clad in a crimson jersey. Hu Lai. Hifeng in the commentary booth leapt to his feet. Hu Lai. Li Qingqing exclaimed in front of the television. Hu Lai. The previously seated Zhong Shihao bellowed. At that moment, all the Chinese fans erupted in unison, their voices resonating with fervor. Amidst their cheers, Hu Lai soared into the air, leaping towards the ball with an acrobatic header. In Cabanca's gaze, that fiery figure surged forth, colliding with the football, streaking past him, the heat palpable against his skin. Ramos finally lunged back from the near post, but before he could fully regain his position, he propelled himself towards the incoming ball. Amolim instinctively took a step back, inadvertently granting Lemus the space to make a play on the ball. However, he failed to make contact. Neither of them touched the ball. It surged past Lemus's outstretched hands and darted by Amolim, crashing into the back of the net. Hu Lai. Oh, ha ha ha. Hu Lai. Splendid. The Chinese team has equalized. Hu Lai's hat trick. This marks his first hat trick in the World Cup. It is also the first hat trick by a Chinese player in World Cup history. Furthermore, it stands as the first hat trick by an Asian player on the World Cup stage. Hu Lai. The light of Asia. P.S. Here's a lengthy update of 15,000 words. I kindly request your monthly votes. Tomorrow, I will provide 3 updates. And this match will be concluded. Thank you all. Chapter finished. Chapter 337. The first in 44 years Chu Lu threw the throw-in to Zhou Zijing, who let it slip past. Chen Xingyi. What a play. An opportunity. A cross. Luo Kai shoots. As the ball was passed horizontally to Luo Kai by Chen Xingyi, countless fans watching from their televisions at home could hardly contain their excitement. Yet, in an instant, they watched as the ball was blocked by Brazilian defender Amolim, who stood on the goal line. In that fleeting moment, many wondered if the ball had crossed the line. Did Amolim manage to retrieve it from within the net? They even hoped for the intervention of goal line technology. However, the pace of the match was too swift. The ball had not gone out of play, and the game was still ongoing, leaving their doubts to flicker fleetingly in their minds without time for contemplation. Suddenly, they saw Zhang Qinghuan launch a kick towards the ball. Zhang Qinghuan, strike again. Oh no. This elicited a loud sigh from the two commentators in the booth. Chinese fans watching on television mirrored this reaction, their hands clasped over their heads, gritting their teeth in exclamation. One could only imagine how many locations across the vast land of China echoed with this collective sigh. In the subway carriage where Zhang Qinghuan was, a chorus of gasps erupted. Following the gasp, everyone remained tensely glued to their phone screens. Thanks to the advanced communication infrastructure and the widespread 5G network, a multitude of people crammed into the subway car were able to watch the live match without a hitch. Thus, they witnessed an unforgettable scene. Players from both Brazil and China jostling fiercely for the ball's descent. Yet none possessed the acute judgment of Hulai regarding the ball's trajectory. As they moved to contest the drop, Hulai had already leaped into the air, soaring toward the ball. Hulai! Zhang Qinghuan could not help but shout, and beside him, countless others called out the name of his high school classmate. Even in many places he was unaware of, those he did not know echoed the call. They beheld Hulai sprinting from the penalty area, then leaping forward in a textbook-perfect diving header. Upon witnessing this scene, all present gaped in astonishment, believing they had voiced their encouragement, yet not a sound escaped their lips. They merely stood, transfixed, gazing at the figure leaping through the air on the screen. It was only when he propelled the soccer ball into the net that their voices erupted. Incredible. Amazing. Hulai is phenomenal. Truly remarkable. In the swaying confines of the subway carriage, Zhang Qinghuan, like those around him, ceased watching the match and raised his arms in jubilant celebration. Passengers who had been seated leapt from their chairs, joining in the fervent cheers. The entire subway car reverberated with joyous uproar, as if a festive celebration were unfolding within the city's subterranean realm. Yet, the exuberance was not confined to the underground. Across all of China, wherever individuals were tuned into the live broadcast, a wave of jubilation swept through. No one could maintain composure at this moment, unless they bore a disdain for Chinese football. After his outburst, Zhang Qinghuan embraced those beside him, despite not knowing them at all. In this heightened state of excitement, they became comrades, witnessing together the glorious moment of Chinese football as they scored 3 goals against the world champion Brazilian team on the World Cup stage. Ah ha ha ha. The sound of Feng's hearty laughter filled the television speakers. As a commentator, his mirth was so unrestrained that it bordered on the unseemly. Yet, he did not strive to temper his emotions. He simply wished to convey his genuine feelings to the viewers at home, etching this moment into the annals of Chinese history. Years hence, when people reflect on the saga of Chinese football in the World Cup, his laughter will undoubtedly stand as a testament to this chapter. Li Qingqing stood before the sofa, fiercely waving her fist and shouting, "Beautiful, beautiful!" Li Ziqiang, too exhilarated to notice his daughter's fervor, rose with clenched fists, his body trembling with excitement. Hu Lisin and Xiaolan were no less animated than the father and daughter. Xiaolan, overwhelmed with emotion, cried out, "Wonderful! A hat trick! Absolutely splendid!" As for what Feng uttered during this historic moment, the audience absorbed not a single word, nor did they care. What? The Chinese team scored again. When Russian coach Arkem Mashinanov received this news from his assistant, his eyes widened in disbelief. The assistant nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was Hulai again. A hat trick? He accomplished a hat trick against Brazil. Mashinanov murmured, his tone laced with incredulity. Arkem, should we not bolster our offense now to secure the top position in our group? The assistant coach, evidently unconcerned with Hulai's achievements, was far more interested in what benefit could accrue to the Russian team. If Brazil and China were to end in a draw, Russia would also find themselves with 5 points. It is solely due to the disadvantage in goal difference that Russia finds itself in second place. Should Russia manage to score additional goals and surpass Brazil in goal difference, they would ascend to the top of their group, thereby evading the formidable French team, who currently lead Group A. He gazed at the scoreboard displaying a score of 20, his eyes glistening with emotion. Yet, Mashinanov shook his head. It is too late now. If we had received this news 20 minutes earlier, we might have had a chance. I have just substituted Romanov, and the players have completely relaxed their mindset. It would be exceedingly difficult to instill tension in them again. The assistant coach acknowledged the truth in Mashinanov's words and let out a resigned sigh. Hearing this sigh, Mashinanov smiled to comfort his assistant. Look on the bright side. At least we prevented Hu Lai from scoring. This match is the only one in which he has failed to find the net. With that thought in mind, I am not so pessimistic about our upcoming game against the French team. The assistant coach chuckled, aware that the head coach was reassuring himself. Will people reflect on Hu Lai's performance in the World Cup and remark that Russia is the only team he could not breach? That's exactly the sentiment. Mashininov erupted into laughter. Hu Lai, Hu Lai, Hu Lai, Hu Lai. Oh, how unbelievable. The Chinese team has once again equalized. The commentators' enthusiastic exclamations resonated throughout the stadium. Before the projection screen, the English players stood in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. Only Peter Williams and Jay Adams stirred, exchanging bewildered glances that mirrored their shock. Hu Lai had indeed achieved a hat-trick in his inaugural World Cup. Even though they were his club teammates and understood Hu Lai's prowess, they had never dared to imagine such a feat. This was a hat-trick on the grand stage of the World Cup. Throughout history, how many have managed to score 3 goals in a single World Cup match? In the annals of the 23 World Cups, a total of 53 hat-tricks have been recorded, the vast majority originating in ancient times. With the evolution of modern football, which places greater emphasis on defense and balanced play, the occurrence of hat-tricks in World Cup matches has diminished significantly. Since the inception of the first televised World Cup in 1970, spanning 56 years and 15 tournaments, there have been 27 hat-tricks accomplished by 26 individuals. Hu Lai has now become one of that select group of 26. Their club teammate has inscribed his name in history with such an almost flawless performance. Meanwhile, they could only sit in the hotel garden at night, witnessing this moment through the projection screen. In contrast to the English players, who were too startled to utter a sound, the Japanese team, equally engrossed in the match, erupted in exclamations, "Sugu! Sugu! Sugu Disu Ne!" Among them, Junpei Morikawa's voice stood out as he laughed heartily. I told you. The Chinese team will not concede easily." As everyone turned to glance at their eccentric teammate, not a single person dared to utter a sound of mockery. The reality lay bare before them. The Chinese team commanded their respect through their indomitable performance. Even Junpei Morikawa, who had steadfastly believed in the Chinese team, seemed to have earned a measure of respect. Tatsuya Sugiyama experienced a surreal sensation, having thought that Morikawa was merely indulging in youthful naivete. Yet, it seemed he had indeed hit the nail on the head. Had this Chinese team truly become so formidable? Reflecting on it, since that U23 Asian Cup final, he had not conversed with many of the players on the Chinese team. Moreover, Japanese football had not faced off against China at the national level for quite some time. Were their perceptions of Chinese football still trapped in the past few years? Unbeknownst to them, Chinese football had made remarkable strides during their inattention. Was this Asian rival of Japanese football making a resurgence? As Sugiyama watched the players in red jerseys exuberantly celebrating on the screen, a thought flashed through his mind. After scoring, Hu Lai sprang to his feet and raced towards the corner flag to celebrate. However, halfway there, he was seized by his overly exuberant teammates. This time, it was Luo Kai who caught him. Luo Kai gripped his arm tightly, preventing him from executing his signature celebration, and instead brought him down to the ground. Soon, more players from the Chinese team surged in, overwhelming him. In addition to them, the substitute players also rushed from the bench, piling on top of one another. It was not just the players, even the staff members of the Chinese team joined in. In front of the coaching staff, Shi Wuyin, Li Jifei, and Hong Renjie remained somewhat restrained, refraining from joining the pile-up, yet they embraced one another, laughing and shouting joyously. The Chinese fans in the stands were beyond ecstatic. The Pasadena Stadium, which could accommodate 100,000 spectators, had transformed into a sea of red, now ablaze with fervor. Like a tempestuous ocean, it was breathtaking and awe-inspiring. The stadium reverberated with a thunderous roar. When two individuals spoke face to face, they could only see their lips moving, unable to hear one another over the incessant ringing in their ears. Long live the Chinese team. The Chinese team is incredible. Long live China. China is remarkable. The Chinese team had trailed 3 times during the match, yet they equalized on 3 occasions. I recognize that the match is not yet concluded, and I am aware that Brazil still possesses the opportunity to score against us, but I must declare at this moment that this national team is our hero. They have indeed become our heroes. Amidst such a frenzied atmosphere, Hifeng shouted passionately. Just for this match, we have already achieved our goal of coming to the World Cup. The Chinese team has not let us down. Well done, Chinese team. Yin Kong, standing nearby, fervently echoed poignant sentiments. Their exhilaration had yet to wane. In such an environment, it was indeed challenging to maintain composure. Yet, no one cares about all of this. Everyone merely wishes to scream and roar, to unleash the pent-up emotions from a fiercely contested match. What of the world champion Brazilian team? What are their 3 leads? If we could equalize once, twice, we can surely do so thrice. The Chinese fans in the stands waved their fists at the Brazilian supporters and players alike. Their faces contorted as they bellowed. In the cacophony that ensued following the conceded goal, the Brazilian players stood frozen, caught in a trance. They remained before their goal. In the penalty area, devoid of any response, Ramos lay on the ground, staring vacantly at the sky. Suddenly, memories of a Premier League match flooded back, donning the jersey of Queen's Park Rangers, facing Leeds United at home. As the starting goalkeeper, he had suffered the humiliation of conceding 4 goals to Hu Lai alone. How strikingly similar those moments were. He had once thought that Leeds United's overall strength was formidable. Yet now, the national team, the Chinese squad, was in no way comparable to Brazil. He believed he could avenge his club's misfortunes on this grand stage with the national team. But alas, though the Brazilian team had yet to succumb to defeat, he had already lost. Ramos raised his arm to his forehead, shielding his eyes. Cabanca also lifted his hand, gently caressing his face, where he had previously felt the fervent heat. Now, he could not discern whether it was a mere illusion or a tangible sensation. Shifting his gaze to the corner flag area, the Chinese players who had been fervently celebrating moments ago were now rising from the ground, helping their teammates who had been pinned beneath them. The last to be pulled out was the hero of the match, Hu Lai. Disheveled and with hair resembling a bird's nest, his sweat-soaked face was speckled with grass clippings, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Yet, it was this disheveled individual who had scored a hat-trick against Brazil. A hat-trick. This was something Cabanca, who had participated in 2 World Cups, had never achieved. My heavens. The Brazilian commentator lamented weakly from the commentary booth. Hu Lai had completed a hat-trick in the match, becoming the first player since the 1982 World Cup to score a hat-trick against Brazil, a feat not accomplished in 44 years. Oh God, my God. Why are you so cruel? P.S. The second update will be at 1 o'clock. The chapter ends here. Chapter 338. Today's return is not late. Upon witnessing Hu Lai's goal, the French commentator leaped from his seat in excitement, exclaiming, Hu Lai has scored. Hu Lai has scored again. That is his 3rd goal of the match. A hat-trick. My goodness. This is his first World Cup, and he has already netted 5 goals, leading the scoring chart. Can you believe it? Did you ever envision a player from China topping the World Cup scoring list before the tournament commenced? The Spanish commentator chuckled heartily. What more can I say? In the face of such a spectacular performance, what else is there to say? Ha ha, this is football, my friends. This is football. Here, one can witness a new contender in the World Cup putting the world champion in a state of sheer disarray. You can also behold the emergence of a new football hero. The British television commentator, Matthew Cox, pointed towards the pitch and proclaimed loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to once again introduce to you the top scorer and player of the previous season's English Premier League, the forward from the Premier League champions, Leeds City. Hu Lai. The Qatari commentator, hoarse from his fervor, incessantly repeated Hu Lai's name, his voice straining yet unwavering. Within the commentary booth, all the commentators succumbed to varying degrees of frenzy. This is the allure of football. In the face of an extraordinary performance, people can completely set aside their national, racial, and political differences to sing praises in unison. Was Hu Lai's performance indeed extraordinary? Absolutely, without a doubt. As the Chinese players concluded their celebrations and returned to their half, they could still hear the deafening cheers resonating from the stands. Some of the chants were unclear, leaving them uncertain of their meaning. Yet, others were distinctly familiar. Initially, they presumed that the fans were chanting the usual rallying cries of support for the Chinese team. However, upon closer listening, they realized the chants lacked the word team. It was not long live the Chinese team, but rather long live China. It was not the Chinese team is formidable, but China is formidable. This subtle distinction brought about a significant psychological impact on the Chinese players. They suddenly recalled the words of Coach Hong during their pre-World Cup meeting. You represent the nation's image. If you perform well, the overseas Chinese students and expatriates will hold their heads high. If you falter, it will bring shame, and they too will struggle to hold their heads up. Always remember, the 5-starred red flag is embroidered on your jersey. At that moment, Some players had privately murmured that Coach Hong's words were unworthy, feeling it was merely an imposition of pressure. In the past, various leaders had incessantly convened meetings, leaving them tense, and the thought of such grand ideals and honors would render them immobile on the pitch. The media had criticized this approach countless times. Furthermore, the Football Association had indeed reduced such psychological burdens, advocating that football is simply football, focus primarily on the match and disregard all else. Now, as the Chinese team participated in the World Cup for the first time, why was Coach Hong again adding weight to their shoulders? It was only at this moment, amidst the deafening cheers of Long Live China, and gazing at the stands filled with fans waving the national flag, that those players who had previously murmured began to recognize the truth in Coach Hong's words. Regardless of whether anyone vocalized it, this team represented China on the American stage. After all, why were they called the Chinese team? Thus, their performance was inherently linked to the image of the nation. This is an objective fact that exists regardless of whether team leader Hong acknowledges it. Previously, they perceived it as pressure, as they often brought shame to Chinese fans with their performances, leading to criticism and, inevitably, stress. However, now they have illuminated the faces of all Chinese fans with their commendable display, and what once felt like immense pressure has transformed into an exhilarating motivation, propelling them back to their half of the field. The match is not yet over. Amidst the crowd, Captain Yao Huaxing vociferously reminds his teammates that Brazil will undoubtedly retaliate. We must hold our ground. We absolutely cannot lose this match. No problem, Captain Yao. Lin Ziyuan responds loudly, assuring that they will not allow another goal. The substitute players sprint back alongside them, and Jiang Wanqing, who has already been substituted, claps his hands to rally encouragement. Hold the line. Defend this point with all your might. Let us bid farewell to the World Cup with an unbeaten record. Let's go. Let's go. The players of the Chinese team run back along the sideline and then disperse at the center circle. The players return to their positions, while the substitutes gradually return to the bench, but instead of sitting down, they stand at the sidelines, cheering for their teammates. Mao Junzhong, unable to return, is held back by assistant coach Li Jifei. Get ready to enter the field. Mao Junzhong had been called to warm up intermittently in the second half, so he is ready to play without the need for further preparation. He quickly removes his substitute vest and approaches Coach Shi Wuyin. Coach Shi. After a nod of acknowledgement, Shi Wuyin imparts his strategy. You will enter the game to play as a central defender alongside Yao Huaxing, while Wang Guangwei will move to a defensive midfield position to assist in midfield defense. Remind everyone not to let Brazil's attacks compress our formation. We must maintain sufficient depth and structure between the defensive and midfield lines. He is about to utilize his last substitution. Back in the Chinese team's half, Hu Lai stands outside the center circle, awaiting Brazil to kick off. He soon notices someone seemingly watching him and turns to follow the sensation. Indeed, he spots Kabanka staring intently at him, an expression not friendly in nature. Nonetheless, Hu Lai fully comprehends why Kabanka bears such a look. Who could remain amiable when their team concedes an equalizer in the final minutes of the match? However, unfriendly or not, Hu Lai is unperturbed. Your sour mood has nothing to do with me, Hu Lai. In fact, I am feeling splendid. Thus, he flashes a broad grin at Kabanka, causing Kabanka to retreat into a shell, lowering his gaze to his shoelaces. Watching this unfold on television, Ramon Cantaro suddenly chuckles. Huh? His companion, Melik, inquires curiously. What is so funny, Ramon? Cantaro, with a sense of triumph, replies, my chances for revenge next season have dramatically increased. Melik, puzzled, asks, why do you say that? Cantaro points at the television screen. Because Kabanka is experiencing the same feelings we had during the Olympics. Thus, when the next season resumes, he will undoubtedly be eager to take revenge on Hu Lai. Observing her roommate's exuberance, Mei Li hesitated to speak. But what? Cantaro inquired. But last time we were eliminated, and this time the Brazilian team won't be eliminated, she replied. Cantaro's smile faded, replaced by a hint of melancholy. Once the match resumed, the players of the Chinese team swiftly received instructions from assistant coach Li Jifei to kick the ball out, creating a dead ball opportunity for substitutions. Mao Junzhong stood at the sidelines, eagerly awaiting his chance to enter the game. Thus, when the Chinese team regained possession, Xia Xiaoyu launched the ball forward with a powerful kick. The decision to not kick the ball out nearby was strategic, ensuring that once substitutions were made and the game resumed, the Brazilian team would not pose an immediate threat to the Chinese goal. He commended Xia Xiaoyu's move, exclaiming, "Very clever. Xia Xiaoyu is rapidly maturing in this World Cup." As the ball went out of play, the referee blew the whistle and signaled for a substitution. The fourth official raised the substitution board. Number 4, Mao Junjing in. Number 10, Zhang Qinghuan out. By replacing him with a central defender, Coach Shi Wuyin was clearly aiming to secure this draw, a scoreline that was entirely acceptable for the Chinese team. Yan Kong remarked with a smile, "Not just acceptable. It's simply perfect." After enduring such a match, while some may dream of scoring again to defeat Brazil, the vast majority were already satisfied. From the scoreline to the proceedings, everything pleased them. Upon realizing he was the one substituted, Zhang Qinghuan first raised his hands in appreciation towards the fans in the stands, then turned to walk off the field. This marked his second substitution in this World Cup, yet the significance differed entirely from the first. Previously, he had been replaced for his lackluster performance, resembling a cowardly retreat. However, in the subsequent 2 matches, he excelled. During the game against Russia, he assisted Luo Kai in scoring the sole goal for China, resulting in a 1-1 draw. In today's match, it was his opportunistic shot that ultimately provided Hu Lai with a chance for a header, although he did not register any assists or goals in the statistics. His impact on the game transcended mere numbers. Zhang Qinghuan's substitution signified his pivotal role in orchestrating the Chinese team's efforts, enabling them to secure a commendable 3-3 draw against Brazil. He held his own against Duca Carlos, a top European midfielder. Reflecting on his debut, one could not help but recall the immense hopes that Chinese fans and media had for him, contrasted with his later antics. Who could have imagined he would truly grace the World Cup stage? After a few remarks, he found himself overwhelmed with emotion. As a commentator for CCTV residing in the capital, he had closely followed Zhang Qinghuan's journey, and this familiarity only deepened his sense of nostalgia. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Qinghuan has indeed traversed a winding path, yet ultimately he has returned to the route we all hoped he would take, and he is navigating it quite well. Observing his performance in this World Cup, I believe that although he is now 26, he still possesses the capability to play in Europe. After all, he excels by utilizing his intellect on the field rather than relying solely on physical prowess. What does age matter in this context? Indeed, you speak wisely, Yan Kong. A wayward son should bravely wander and explore. I hope his performance in the World Cup captures the attention of more scouts from Europe. He is currently our nation's finest midfielder and deserves the opportunity to play abroad. Feng sighed once more. It has been said that had Zhang Qinghuan not taken those detours, perhaps we could have qualified for the World Cup 4 years ago. Yet that remains a hypothetical scenario. Perhaps even without those diversions, we would not have succeeded in 2022. What is paramount is that we are indeed present on the World Cup stage now. The detours he took have shaped the Zhang Qinghuan of today, who, having shed his superficiality, has become more composed. Life unfolds in such a manner that every path you tread and every mistake made in youth ultimately contributes to the person you are today. We are all mere mortals. No one is exempt from error. However, how one confronts their mistakes is the crux of true growth. Some individuals become ensnared by their errors, while others glean lessons from them, muster courage, and rise to forge ahead. I believe genuine maturity does not lie in the pursuit of perfection, but in the acceptance of one's imperfections. This is the essence of life. Roman Roland once articulated that there exists but one true form of heroism in this world: to recognize the truths of life and still cherish it. In this light, our wayward son is a true hero, a master of his own fate. Before the television, a young nurse sat cross-legged on the bed, tears streaming down her cheeks as she listened to Feng's words. Through her tear-filled eyes, she envisioned that heartbreaking figure seated on a hospital bed in the warm afternoon sun. She wiped her tears, only to catch sight of the beaming face on the television screen, radiant as sunlight. The tears flowed uncontrollably, ruining her carefully applied makeup. Exhausted, Zhang Qinghuan ambled toward the sidelines. Passing Hu Lai, who inquired, "Brother Huan, would you like me to assist you down?" "Scram," Zhang Qinghuan retorted with a playful rebuke. "You're just stalling, Brother Huan." Hu Lai hurriedly clarified. "Nonsense, I know that. I can walk slowly on my own." Zhang Qinghuan waved him off, continuing his leisurely stroll to the sidelines. As he passed Luo Kai, he extended his hand, and Luo Kai reciprocated with a high five, with a contented smile gracing his face. Zhang Qinghuan sauntered off the field. Along the way, Brazilian players shouted at him to hurry, but he paid them no heed, neither arguing nor complying to quicken his pace. He ambled along, resembling an elderly gentleman taking a leisurely stroll through the capital's alleys. Looking up at the sky, he mused, "Dad, I hope I haven't brought shame upon you." Upon hearing his father's praise, his smile became even more radiant, and he joyfully began to hum a tune. After traversing the vast seas, after experiencing all joys and sorrows, only then does one grow weary of knowing the return. You, with dust upon your face and mud upon your body, a lost soul with white hair, it is never too late to return home. The colorful clouds wash the sky. The bright moon serves as a candelabrum. I too shall return, I shall return. With hardship as my vessel and tears as my sail. My heart is like an arrow released from its string. Do not say there are no ends to the heavens or shores to the seas. Although the journey home may take ages, it is never too late to return to reunite with old friends, embracing the innocence of youth. Note 1. The song is from Pu Shu's on Jupiter, chapter 339. The heart of a champion. As Zhang Qinghuan was substituted off the field, Mao Jun took his place. And the match resumed. The Brazilian team executed a throw-in from their own half. Except for Hu Lai, all the members of the Chinese team remained in their own half, refraining from advancing. This strategy was aimed at preventing counterattacks from the Brazilians. Hu Lai scored the third goal in the 83rd minute, and with stoppage time included. There were still more than 10 minutes left in the match. The Brazilian team was entirely capable of scoring again within that time frame, necessitating caution on the part of the Chinese team. As for why it was Hu Lai who was tasked with disrupting the front line instead of Zhou Zijing, it was simply because Hu Lai had limited effectiveness in defense at the back. By positioning him up front, he could potentially create chaos. The Chinese team was quite satisfied with the current score and had no inclination to seek another goal to decisively defeat Brazil and secure 5 points for group advancement. The Brazilian team, driven by anger from conceding a goal, surged forward with their full lineup, momentarily forgetting that a draw was an acceptable outcome for them. Meanwhile, Russia was leading Algeria by 2 goals, also accumulating 5 points with 1 win and 2 draws. However, they had only managed a 2-goal advantage over Algeria, while Brazil enjoyed a 4-goal cushion. In a scenario where points are equal, Brazil's goal difference was 2 greater than that of Russia, sufficiently ensuring their position at the top of the group. With little time remaining in the match, it was unlikely for Russia to score 2 more goals in the final minutes. Yet, the Brazilian players seemed oblivious to this fact, their focus solely on avenging the goal by the Chinese team. They pressed forward with vigor, launching relentless attacks that left the Chinese team gasping for breath. Amidst Brazil's fierce assault, the Chinese goal appeared vulnerable, as if it could be breached at any moment. However, it held firm. The Brazilian team sent a cross from the right flank, and Kibble delivered the ball into the Chinese penalty area. The towering forward, Tavares, leapt alongside Yao Huaxing, ultimately overpowering him to direct a header towards the goal. Yet, due to Yao Huaxing's close marking, the header lacked speed, veering slightly towards the back corner of the net. Lin Ziyuan, taking a step across, soared into the air, extending his hands. Like a pair of iron pincers, he firmly clutched the ball mid-flight. Although he had not yet retrieved the football into his embrace, he remained steadfast in his grip as he fell from the air. The ball did not slip from his hold despite the impact. This allowed another Brazilian forward, Baidu Bai, who had rushed towards him, to run a futile distance. What a magnificent save by Lin Ziyuan. After securing the ball, Lin did not rush to rise as he had before. Instead, he cradled the football tightly against his body, lying on the ground for a moment before standing up. The Brazilian players, of course, protested to the referee, accusing him of time wasting. Yet, Lin remained indifferent. To be honest, as a goalkeeper, the likelihood of receiving a card is already low. Who truly cares about such matters? He had not received a yellow card throughout the group stage. And today, bearing one for the sake of the team to secure a draw against Brazil seemed trivial. Upon rising, Lin kicked the ball with great force towards Brazil's half, aiming for the sideline, intending for the ball to go out of play. This would allow the Brazilian team to take a throw-in, further prolonging the game. Unlike basketball, in football, the clock does not stop even when the ball goes out of play. So allowing the ball to exit the field aids the Chinese team in stalling for time. When Brazilian goalkeeper Ramos saw the ball fly out of play in his half, he prepared to take the throw-in, but was stopped by his captain, Kivil, who signaled for him to remain back and not to approach. As captain, Kivil maintained his composure, fearful that the Chinese team might exploit this opportunity for a counterattack, potentially resulting in an open goal. The stakes were high for Brazil. Losing this match would not only impact their pride, but also jeopardize their chances of advancing from the group stage. If Brazil were to lose, China and Russia would both accumulate 5 points, while Brazil would be left with only 4. Though the odds were slim, Kivel had to consider this possibility. Did he not notice when Ramos was about to take the throw-in that Hulai had suddenly advanced past the midfield? It was evident that the young man had ulterior motives. Recognizing this, Kivel quickly gestured for Ramos to wait and not to take the throw-in himself. Instead, he personally retrieved the ball and threw it to Ramos, who then launched it forward with a powerful kick. This method was the most time-efficient, requiring no other players to return for support, thus maintaining a relentless pressure. As the ball soared toward the Chinese team's defensive area, the fourth official raised the board indicating stoppage time. 5 minutes had been added, which seemed reasonable considering 4 goals had been scored in the second half. Nonetheless, Hifeng felt a twinge of anxiety, his words hesitant. Nearby, Yan Kong encouraged the Chinese team loudly. "Hold on, Team China. Just 5 more minutes. We will make history." At that moment, all the Chinese fans watching the live broadcast of the match were engulfed in tension, holding their breath, fearful that the team's efforts might crumble at the last moment. Although many had anticipated and accepted the prospect of losing to Brazil before the match, when they truly managed to draw a level at 3-3, those who had been resigned to defeat began to find it increasingly difficult to accept a final score of 3-4. After all, when faced with the glimmer of hope for life, how many individuals can truly resist the desire to persevere? Upon witnessing the breathtaking equalizer against Brazil in the dawn of history, no one wished to return to the shadows of failure. In front of the substitutes bench, following the celebration of the third goal, none of the Chinese team's substitutes returned to their seats. Instead, they stood at the sidelines, united in spirit with their on-field teammates, as if this solidarity could impart additional strength to those in the game. Similarly, the Chinese fans in the stands could not remain seated. They fervently waved the 5-star red flag and sang the national anthem to rally support for the players. Arise, ye who refuse to be slaves. The Chinese nation has reached its most perilous moment. This was not the first time the national anthem resonated on the World Cup stage, but it was certainly the most poignant. For the Chinese team, the final minutes of the match were undeniably fraught with danger. Brazil could easily shatter all of China's efforts with a last-minute goal. Block them. Keep an eye on your man. Tighten your marking. Who is Kabanka marking? Stay close. Behind you. Someone's behind you. Clear it. Boot it away. With fervor, the Chinese players shouted, reminding their teammates while simultaneously boosting morale. When Wang Guangwei, in a desperate attempt to defend, seemed to suffer a strain, the Brazilian players did not kick the ball out of play. Thus, he rose, limping back into the fray. It was only when Mao Junzheng managed to deflect the ball out of bounds that Wang finally sat down, allowing Chen Xingyi to assist him with his leg. Marquinhos gestured to the referee, indicating Wang Guangwei was feigning injury to waste time. The only player on the team fluent in Portuguese, Hulai, rushed over to confront Marquinhos. "Do you never cramp up while playing? Is everything a dive? Seems you've revealed your true nature." Marquinhos, visibly incensed, glared at Hulai. "You slander me." Yet, Hulai stood his ground, nearly face to face. "What do you want?" Fortunately, Kabanka quickly intervened, pulling his teammate away. "Don't fall for his tricks." Behind them, Hulai shouted at Marquinhos, "Kabanka, don't pull him away. Let him come at me. Do you believe I can make him unfit to play in the World Cup?" Upon hearing Hulai's taunt, Kabanka sensed Marquinhos' struggle intensifying. He tightened his grip. "He's trying to provoke you. Don't listen to him. He's cunning and deceitful." Players from both sides surged forward, some pulling, others hurling insults, creating a moment of chaos. Yet, amidst the turmoil, the Chinese players found an unexpected respite, further delaying the match. Had Marquinhos known that his habitual banter would be exploited by Hulai, he would certainly regret granting him such an opportunity. Perhaps next time, he will understand. Regardless of what Hulai says, he should refrain from responding. Despite the tumult caused by Hulai, the chief referee allocated a few extra moments. Yet the Brazilian team failed to capitalize on this opportunity for a decisive victory. In the 96th minute and 55 seconds of the match, Kabanka unleashed a long-range shot, thwarted by Xia Xiaoyu's leg. The ball soared in an elegant arc before descending beyond the goal line. Tony and I dashed toward the corner flag, poised to take a corner kick, when suddenly the referee's whistle pierced the air. The match had concluded. Hifeng, standing as the commentator, raised his arms in exultation. His heart, which had plummeted to his throat, now raced with fervor. The game had ended. We, the Chinese team, have drawn against Brazil. For the first time in history, China remains unbeaten on the World Cup stage. After 3 group matches, we have not suffered a single defeat. Although this does not secure our advancement to the next round, this performance is more than sufficient to instill pride in every Chinese football fan. Similarly, the young men of the national team can hold their heads high as they exit the World Cup arena. They have all demonstrated extraordinary valor. Amidst Hefeng's enthusiastic commentary, the Chinese team's substitute players, who had been eagerly awaiting at the sidelines, surged onto the field to embrace their teammates in celebration. This scene resembled a triumphant victory over Brazil, as if we had advanced to the knockout stage. Conversely, the Brazilian players appeared as though they had suffered a defeat at the hands of China, thereby facing elimination in the group stage. Even the Brazilian commentator, upon the conclusion of the match, seemed less than buoyant. The match has ended, and we failed to score again before the final whistle. Brazil's performance was inadequate. We led 3 times, only to be equalized by our opponents on each occasion. I hope this match serves as a wake-up call for Hiner and his players. In the World Cup, no team is to be underestimated, not even those participating for the first time. In the living room, Xia Lan and Li Qingqing raised their arms in jubilation, while Hu Lisin and Li Ziqiang grinned and pumped their fists in the air. The immense weight that had burdened their hearts finally lifted. At this moment, across the vast expanse of China, in subway carriages, bustling squares, office buildings, internet cafes, and cinemas where fans congregated to watch the game, a resounding cheer erupted. Although the Chinese team did not advance from the group, no one felt a sense of regret. We have drawn with Brazil. What more could we desire? Cabanca inhaled deeply, then exhaled fully. With the match concluded, he could momentarily set aside the tumult of emotions within him. He observed Hu Lai celebrating with teammates and smiled faintly. They were no longer adversaries. Thus, he approached Hu Lai, skillfully evading the overly exuberant Chinese players. However, he was intercepted midway by Chen Xingyi, who greeted him in English. "Hi, Cabanca." "Hello," Cabanca responded politely. May I exchange jerseys with you?" Chen Xingyi tugged at his own jersey. Cabanca did not immediately respond. Instead, he cast a glance towards Hu Lai, who was still celebrating with his teammates, and nodded. "All right. Splendid. Thank you." Chen Xingyi joyfully removed his jersey. Simultaneously, Cabanca also took off his own jersey. Thus, the two completed the ceremonial exchange. Well played, Cabanca praised upon receiving Chen Xingyi's jersey. "Oh, it was a hard-fought battle that led us to this outcome," Chen Xingyi replied with a broad smile. Holding Cabanca's jersey, Chen Xingyi turned to leave with delight, while Cabanca, clutching Chen Xingyi's jersey, remained in place for a moment, glancing at Hu Lai once more, yet ultimately chose to turn back instead of approaching. After the exchange of jerseys and the conclusion of the match, the Chinese players earned the respect of their opponents through their performance, making the jersey exchange a natural occurrence. Hefeng, witnessing this scene, remarked, in retrospect, "Many of our national players are fans of these Brazilian stars. For them, this is an extraordinary moment of idol worship. True fandom isn't about sycophantic flattery, but rather presenting one's finest performance to earn recognition from idols. The pinnacle of fandom might well be becoming an adversary so formidable that even idols cannot afford to underestimate you." At last, Hu Lai finished his jubilant revelry with his teammates and found a moment to catch his breath. As he stepped away from the crowd, he noticed the referee holding a football, evidently waiting for him. Surprised, he wondered why the referee awaited him. The referee extended the ball with a smile, saying, "Aren't you going to keep the ball as a memento, Hu?" It suddenly dawned on Hu Lai. Indeed, it is customary to preserve the match ball after achieving a hat trick. However, in the midst of celebrating with his teammates, he had completely forgotten this detail. He never anticipated that the referee would be here waiting just to hand him the ball. After all, this was not typically the referee's role. Noticing Hu Lai's astonishment, the referee explained, "I believe this ball should belong to you. Otherwise, you may regret it later. This is your first hat trick on the World Cup stage. Well done, Hu. You have reshaped our perception of Chinese football." With that, he placed the ball into Hu Lai's hands. Gratefully cradling the football, Hu Lai repeatedly expressed his thanks. "Thank you, sir. Thank you." The referee offered no further words, waved his hand, and departed with the assistant referees who had been waiting ahead. Hu Lai first gazed at their retreating figures, then lowered his eyes to the ball in his hands. This official World Cup ball bore a special name, Heart of the Champion. symbolizing the aspiration for victory that resides within every player participating in the World Cup. It is not merely about skill, but rather about dreams. After all, every professional athlete has once dreamt of becoming a world champion. Perhaps not everyone will ultimately realize that dream, but the power to dream belongs to all. The main referee, having patiently awaited the moment to present the football to Hu Lai, will surely become a cherished anecdote in the annals of World Cup history. Hu Lai, you must cherish this ball. It holds profound significance. Yin Kong teased with a smile. He Feng reflected beside him. Indeed, it is of exceptional importance, not only for Hu Lai, but also for Chinese football. This marks our inaugural journey to the World Cup, with countless moments worthy of enduring memory encapsulated within this standard-size 5-ball, measuring 21 centimeters in diameter. Our debut on the World Cup stage. The march of the volunteers resonating for the first time within this arena, the 5-star red flag rising for the first time at the World Cup, and our first goal. Our first point, so many firsts deserving of remembrance. The heart of a champion, the heart of a champion. Today, the Chinese team bids farewell to the World Cup. And while we may not grasp the championship in the foreseeable future, what does that matter? As long as we nurture a heart that aspires for victory, we can steadfastly move forward, regardless of the obstacles that may lie ahead. As long as the heartbeat of a champion resonates within us, we shall progress and grow stronger. Perhaps we may ultimately never claim the championship, yet in our pursuit of it, we shall become more formidable, evolving into better versions of ourselves. Forever chasing the dream of triumph, perpetually on the journey. Yin Kong jested. He Feng, you have begun your poetic musings again. He Feng chuckled. This match has indeed stirred many sentiments within me, and I have much to express. The game has concluded, but our journey is far from over. I firmly believe this is not the only World Cup venture for the Chinese team. I am confident that 4 years hence, we shall once again grace the World Cup stage. It is this match, along with the 2 preceding ones, that has imbued me with confidence. Yin Kong added, it has inspired me as well. Our football reforms are on the right path, and we are indeed moving in the right direction. If that is the case, let us continue onward. On the field, the Chinese players have concluded their celebrations and are now gathering to circle the pitch, offering applause to the Chinese fans in the stands. This marks their final match in this World Cup. They are reluctant to retreat to the locker room to change, but wish to linger on the field a little longer. If only we could bid farewell forever. Well done, Chinese team. The national team is magnificent. Thank you, Chinese team. I shall support you eternally. Heroes. The Chinese fans in the stands enthusiastically raised their thumbs, applauding and cheering for the players on the field. Witnessing such a harmonious scene, He Feng remarked, we have made our mark at the World Cup. We have left our name on this grand stage. Now, let us make a pact with everyone, until we meet again at the Spain-Portugal World Cup in 4 years. Farewell, young men of the Chinese team. Thank you for the 3 matches you have gifted us. Thank you for the 6 goals. And thank you for the beautiful memories you have left us for the summer of 2026. Farewell. Thank you. P.S. The 3rd match has concluded. As has the encounter with Brazil, the World Cup has similarly reached its end. Thank you all for your support and companionship during this time. The tale of Hu Lai and the group of young individuals is far from over. Initially believing there were few chapters left, the narrative will proceed with singular updates until the conclusion of this volume, spanning merely 4 days. Subsequently, the updates will revert to a dual format. I extend my gratitude for your understanding and support during this period. Let us embrace this method of updates once more during the next World Cup. Indeed, it evokes a sensation akin to experiencing the World Cup in reality. Chapter 340. The journey home as the match entered stoppage time. The Brazilian team surged forward, eager to secure another goal and triumph in this contest. However, a mispass occurred. The Chinese team intercepted the ball in midfield, and Xia Xiaoyu launched a long pass to initiate a counterattack. It accurately found Chen Xingyi. Chen Xingyi advanced with the ball, and there were scarcely any Brazilian players left in his path. With their entire squad committed forward, only a solitary center back and the goalkeeper remained. This was the Chinese team's opportunity. They had a chance to clinch victory against Brazil. The air above the Pasadena Stadium erupted with thunderous cheers and boos. The cheers resonated from the Chinese fans, while the boos echoed from the Brazilian supporters. Hu Lai, panting heavily, sprinted forward, yet his speed paled in comparison to Chen Xingyi's. Frustrated, he cursed inwardly at the distant figure ahead. Damn it. Little Xingxing, wait for me. I'm dying here. How can you still run so fast at this moment? Do you have some sort of cheat? Chen Xingyi did not halt to wait for Hulai. Instead, he executed a deft maneuver against Brazilian center back Amarim, sending him sprawling to the ground. The cheers from the Chinese fans escalated, transforming into a veritable tempest. Chen Xingyi has scored. A clear shot on goal. Hearing Hefeng's ecstatic roar, Hulai dashed past the fallen Amarim, yet Chen Xingyi was already poised to shoot within the penalty area. Typically, players witnessing such a scene would instinctively slow their pace, as the attack no longer involved them. However, Hulai was no ordinary player. He gritted his teeth and summoned the last vestiges of his strength, accelerating towards the goal as Chen Xingyi prepared to strike. The advancing goalkeeper, Ramos, lunged to intercept the ball but failed to make contact. The ball sailed past him, hurtling towards the rear goalpost, only to collide with it. Oh no, the post. As Hefeng lamented for Chen Xingyi's missed opportunity with a heart-wrenching cry, Hulai suddenly appeared like a specter in the eyes of all. He met the rebounding ball with a swift kick. Without a hint of doubt, the ball soared into the Brazilian net. Hulai, magnificent Hulai. A last-minute triumph. This was a definitive victory. The Chinese team triumphed 4-3 over Brazil, advancing to the knockout stage. It was simply extraordinary. What a magnificent performance. Hulai scored his fourth goal of the match, and Hefeng's ecstatic voice abruptly ceased, as the entire world began to tremble with excitement. Hulai initially believed that another earthquake had struck Los Angeles. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself seated on an airplane, securely fastened in his seatbelt. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, the plane jolted once more. Was it merely a dream? How could I hear commentary during the match just moments ago? As Hulai grappled with a sense of bewilderment, a startled exclamation from Chen Xingyi pierced the air. Ah, little star, be a bit more composed. It's just turbulence. Don't act like that fool, Park Gyuhyun. Following this was a wave of banter from Huan Ge. What turbulence? I was just having a nightmare. Chen Xingyi exclaimed. A nightmare? What kind of nightmare? I dreamed that I had the opportunity to score a decisive goal against Brazil, but I struck the post instead, Chen Xingyi recounted. Just as he expressed his disappointment, he was jolted awake. Upon hearing this, Hulai turned to Chen Xingyi and said, What a coincidence, little star. I too had a dream where I followed up your shot that hit the post and scored, leading us to a victory over Brazil and into the round of 16. Isn't that a remarkable coincidence? Chen Xingyi was momentarily taken aback, still processing the words, while their teammates erupted in laughter. Hulai, you rascal. Chen Xingyi, unable to easily lunge at Hulai due to his seatbelt, could only extend his middle finger in a playful gesture. Why would I lie? I genuinely had that dream. Hulai asserted with utmost sincerity, prompting even more laughter from the group. Seeing the disbelief etched on their faces, Hulai sighed. Why is it that when I speak the truth, no one believes me? The laughter continued, along with teasing remarks directed at Chen Xingyi. Look at you, Chen Xingyi. Even in dreams you and Hulai are connected. What a telepathic bond. Chen Xingyi shot a playful glare at his surroundings. From the front of the cabin, the sounds of joy and laughter reached Yao Huasheng, who merely glanced back before turning to face forward again with a smile. They had concluded their journey in the World Cup and were now aboard a flight returning to the capital of China from Los Angeles. Oh, even though 2 days have passed, it still feels like a dream, remarked Mao Jun, the team's vice-captain, amidst the laughter. Still feeling moved upon waking? Yao Huasheng chimed in. Mao Jun paused, taken aback. What a cliché. Yao Huasheng burst into laughter. In the midst of the merriment, Mao Jun asked earnestly, I'm serious. Lao Yao, don't you feel that sense of unreality, fearing that if you open your eyes, it'll all just be a dream? Yao Huasheng, his smile unwavering, replied. How could that be? How could it feel like a dream? I can still vividly recall every detail of our 3 matches in the World Cup. With such clarity, how could it possibly be a dream? Can you remember every detail of a dream you've had? Mao Jun shook his head. I can't recall clearly. Exactly. If it's remembered so vividly, how could it possibly be a dream? Yao Huasheng smiled, shaking his head. I still remember the moment Hulai scored our first goal in the World Cup. I was in the backfield, watching him take the shot, and I thought to myself, that kid Hulai must be out of his mind, shooting from that far. As I followed along, I witnessed the football, once nestled in the grass, suddenly soar, striking the crossbar and ricocheting into the net. I must tell you, my hair stood on end at that moment. It is no exaggeration, that was the feeling, with only one thought racing through my mind. In truth, Prior to this World Cup, I had contemplated numerous scenarios we might encounter. I had even fantasized about how I would feel upon scoring a goal in the tournament. However, upon reflection, I never anticipated that my genuine reaction would be a shiver of goosebumps and a tingling scalp when the moment actually arrived. At this juncture, Yao Huaxing chuckled softly and remarked, "I likely won't participate in the next World Cup, so I must firmly engrave the events of this one in my memory." "Are you considering retiring from the national team?" Mao Junjing interjected, sensing something amiss. "Of course not. At least not for now. We, the seasoned players who have finally graced the World Cup, have gained some invaluable experience. How could we simply step back? We must guide the younger generation," Yao Huaxing elucidated. With a sigh, Mao Junjing lowered his voice, "But I heard that Coach Shi will no longer be leading us." Upon hearing this, Yao Huaxing lapsed into silence for a moment before responding. "Regardless of who becomes our head coach, we, the veterans, must stabilize the team. We cannot falter at this critical juncture." Mao Junjing sighed again. "I believe Coach Shi has done exceptionally well, and the team has developed a strong synergy. Why must he depart? I understand he signed a contract with the association that extends only to the World Cup. Yet, given our excellent performance, surely he should be offered a renewal? Is it so unreasonable for Coach Shi to choose to retire at the peak of his career? Let us not speculate. We must focus on our responsibilities and refrain from voicing opinions externally." "Understood. I just feel it is a pity." The two gradually lowered their voices. "Oldly, how is that dishwasher working for you?" "Not at all." "What? Not working?" Shi Wuyin exclaimed, surprised. "Is it not effective? My wife cannot seem to operate it. She always complains it does not clean well enough." "That cannot be. I have read numerous reviews indicating that dishwashers use less water and clean more effectively than hand washing." At this point, Shi Wuyin paused, then turned to Li Jifei with a knowing smile. "Ah, I see. It's not that the dishwasher fails to clean. It's simply that your sister-in-law misses you, huh?" Li Jifei felt a twinge of embarrassment. "It has indeed been quite a lengthy time away. Fear not, Oldly. This journey is coming to an end, and it will not be as prolonged in the future. You can truly remain at home until your sister-in-law finds you bothersome." Yet I feel a tinge of reluctance. He glanced back at the cabin filled with laughter. "They are truly a wonderful group of young men. There is no feast that does not come to an end. Having fulfilled our historic mission, we should swiftly withdraw and not linger unnecessarily." "Ah, I understand your sentiment. It is prudent to retire gracefully, lest we face criticism for poor performance and tarnish the goodwill we accumulated during the World Cup. Indeed, that is essentially the idea, huh? Do you truly not feel a sense of reluctance? Have you never considered changing your mind?" Shi Wuyin chuckled and shook his head. "Of course there are. But during such moments, I remind myself, Shi Wuyin, who do you think you are? Do you truly believe that Chinese football would cease to exist without you? You should just step aside. Let people remember your merits rather than curse you for tarnishing your legacy." Hearing Shi Wuyin's words, Li Jifei fell silent, as he realized the likelihood of such a scenario was indeed quite high. Despite the current commendable performance of the Chinese team in the World Cup, many fans online were proclaiming sentiments like, "I shall never criticize Coach Shi." However, if they continued to coach and led the Chinese team to unsatisfactory results, say, being eliminated in the group stage of the Asian Cup or failing to qualify for the World Cup, one could only fear the intensity of the backlash they would face. Thus, it seemed prudent to resign promptly after achieving commendable results in the World Cup, leaving everyone with a perfect farewell. Moreover, Oldly, I am weary. I long to recline beneath the great tree, seeking solace in the cool shade for a restful slumber. With that, Shi Wuyin indeed reclined the chair's backrest. Lying back and closing his eyes, Li Jifei gazed at Shi Wuyin, whose hair was now a mane of gray, and suddenly recalled that this man was merely 43 years old, a full 17 years his junior, a veritable young commander. Yet, the burdensome pressure of coaching the Chinese national team had aged him prematurely. He reminisced about their years together, from the youth national team to the Olympic squad, and then to the national team. The anxiety before the first match of the Olympics mirrored that before the first match of the World Cup. He had feigned confidence before the players, despite harboring doubts within. Perhaps he had already resigned himself to defeat. Yet the thrill of survival surged within him upon witnessing Hu Lai's goal. Reflecting on these memories, Li Jifei felt a pang in his heart, as though reliving the journey of the World Cup once more. For Chinese fans, it was an exceptionally delightful summer, and for him and Shi Wuyin, it was equally so. However, the price paid for such joy was rather steep, and his heart could scarcely endure it. Indeed, he was fatigued. Rest was imperative. He refrained from disturbing Shi Wuyin further and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the captain's voice resonated through the cabin. "Ladies and gentlemen, our flight will arrive at Capital International Airport in 50 minutes. On behalf of the entire crew, I extend a warm welcome home to the players, coaches, and staff of the Chinese national men's football team. Thank you for the thrilling matches you have delivered during this World Cup. We hope to reunite in 4 years in Spain and Portugal. Thank you, and may you have a safe journey and good health." The cabin erupted in cheers and applause. The players rose from their seats, peering out the windows. Below, beneath the ethereal clouds, the sun cast a slanted glow upon the ocean, painting its surface a brilliant gold. Numerous black dots scattered across the golden sea created ripples in their wake. Those were the cargo ships in the Bohai Bay. After a lengthy journey of 13 hours, they were finally nearing their homeland. 15 days ago, they departed from China amidst a sea of eager anticipation, carrying the heartfelt expectations of all. Now, after a fortnight, they returned to China with a record of 3 draws and 6 goals. The noise of their departure lingers in the air, yet they are already on their way back. A fortnight can feel both interminable and fleeting, as they gaze upon the golden expanse of the sea and the faint silhouette of land in the distance. An indescribable emotion swells within each heart. In 4 years, may we once again board a plane, traversing mountains and seas, to embark on another grand journey. P.S. In the coming days, there will be singular updates until the conclusion of the 4th volume. Thank you all for your understanding and cooperation. Additionally, the Copa America final is set to kick off at this moment, and I feel that Argentina stands a strong chance of clinching the title this time. With Messi displaying a maturity far beyond his years, embodying the essence of a true captain. Under his leadership, it is surely time for Argentina to seize victory. Chapter finished suddenly. I recall that the European Championship final is set for tomorrow morning. I hastily pinned this chapter to make a prediction. England, playing on home soil, will undoubtedly triumph over Italy with a 2-goal margin, lifting the European Cup for the very first time in history. Chapter 341. He still remembers me on the afternoon of the day before yesterday at 5:45 p.m. An international flight carrying the Chinese national football team arrived at the Capital International Airport. Upon their arrival, the team was met with a warm reception. Despite returning home after the group stage, the Chinese team garnered admiration and respect for their outstanding performance in the World Cup. Approximately 1,000 fans and 100 media reporters gathered to welcome them, erupting into thunderous applause as the national players appeared. Fans displayed banners reading "Ride on Dreams, Live Up to Youth," demonstrating their support for the national team. The players expressed their gratitude for the fans' unwavering support and made a promise to reunite 4 years hence at the World Cup in Spain and Portugal. Yesterday morning, the national team held a press conference with Coach Shi Wuyin. During the event, Coach Shi reaffirmed his decision not to renew his contract with the national team, signifying that he would no longer serve as head coach from this day forward. He stated that his decision to resign after the World Cup was one he had contemplated when signing with the national team, and it would not change based on their performance. Despite the national team and the Football Association's earnest attempts to retain him and offering favorable conditions, Coach Shi felt his historical mission was accomplished, and he lacked both the capacity and motivation to continue leading the team. At the press conference, team leader Hong Renjia expressed gratitude on behalf of the Football Association for Coach Shi's dedicated efforts during his tenure, while also expressing regret regarding his decision not to renew. He announced that the association would soon initiate the search for a new coach. Earlier today, the Anton Star Club and the Spanish club Sarria simultaneously announced that they have reached an agreement regarding the transfer of Zhang Qinghuan. Following the opening of the transfer window on July 1st, Zhang Qinghuan will permanently transfer from Anton Star to Sarria. Although neither club has disclosed the exact transfer fee, informed sources estimate it to be around €3.5 million. It is reported that the two clubs had signed the transfer agreement even before the commencement of the World Cup. However, considering that the Chinese team is preparing for the World Cup, both the club and the player agreed to postpone the announcement until after the tournament, to avoid any disruption to their preparations. Following Li Qingqing, Hu Lai, and Luo Kai, Sarria is the 4th Chinese footballer to venture abroad. The club is not one of the stronger teams in La Liga, yet it may be the most suitable environment for Zhang Qinghuan. We all wish for Zhang Qinghuan to excel in the La Liga, continuing the positive momentum of Chinese players abroad. Sun Wan sat on a round stool behind the nurse's station, staring blankly at the news on her phone. She never expected that he would be going abroad to play football so soon. He was finally chasing his football dreams. This must be a joyous occasion for him. However, Spain feels like a distant land, so far removed from her own Jean city, as if they belong to entirely different worlds. Previously, while he was playing for the Shining Stars, her hospital served as the partner facility for the club, conducting player checkups and treatments. As a nurse at this hospital, Sun Wan often caught glimpses of him, albeit from a distance. He did not know her, and she did not expect him to. Merely witnessing him was enough to satisfy and delight her, making her feel as though she was close to him. From now on, it seemed that their paths would no longer cross. Sun Wan sighed inwardly. Oh, I overheard some exciting news in the director's office. A nurse burst into the nurse's station, her voice hushed, yet brimming with excitement. Can you guess what it is? A salary increase next month? A double bonus this month? An extra day off tomorrow? The guesses elicited a roll of the eyes from the nurse who had overheard the news. Come on, let me tell you. Zhang Qinghuan is transferring, right? Tomorrow afternoon. He will come to our hospital for a physical examination. Really? Is that true? The nurse's station erupted in excitement, with a group of young women gleaming with enthusiasm, rising to their feet. Sun Wan, who had been lost in thought, quickly snapped back to attention upon hearing the key information, gazing at her thrilled colleagues. Seeing their joy made her believe she had indeed heard correctly. He was coming. Her spirits lifted, for no matter what the future held, at least she had the opportunity to see him once more before he pursued his dreams in Spain. That was more than enough for her. As Sun Wan walked into the nurse's station, her carefully applied makeup taking an hour to perfect, she felt a tinge of shyness, slightly lowering her gaze as if to conceal her little secret from her coworkers. However, she soon noticed that her colleagues had also clearly made an effort to look their best, making her feel less conspicuous among them. With a sense of relief, she settled into her position and began her day's work. With a heart full of anticipation, she eagerly awaited his arrival in the afternoon. Throughout the morning, the chatter of her colleagues at the nurse's station filled her ears, reminiscent of the chirping sparrows outside. Some spoke of his past reputation, while others gossiped about his romantic escapades. There were even tales of a classmate of her brother's neighbor's child who had reportedly seen him embracing a heavily made-up woman, whose tattered attire suggested she had undergone cosmetic surgery. Sun Wan curled her lip in disdain. Despite being a successful player with assists in the World Cup, the focus remained on his past affairs. During the lunch break, the head nurse sat beside her with a boxed lunch, nudging her gently and winking. Excited, are we? Zhang Qinghuan will be here this afternoon. Sun Wan offered no verbal reply, but her bashful smile spoke volumes. Are you going to ask him for his contact information when the time comes? The head nurse inquired. Sun Wan quickly shook her head. No, he is he, and I am I. Ah, but don't you like him? The head nurse pressed. I have many favorite stars. Should I seek WeChat from them all? Sun Wan retorted with confidence. The head nurse was left speechless. All right then. Just then, the sound of the elevator doors opening echoed from the elevator lobby directly opposite the nurse's station. Two figures emerged. The head nurse cast a casual glance, but her gaze became entranced. Sun Wan, puzzled by the head nurse's reaction, turned to look as well, only to find herself equally captivated. Before them stood none other than Zhang Qinghuan, accompanied by his manager. The nurses, who had been enjoying their meals, erupted into a flurry of activity, hastily setting aside their lunch boxes, spicy noodles, and beef noodles, while tidying their appearances, rushing out of the nurse's station. Some expressed their astonishment. Didn't they say he was coming in the afternoon? Why is he here at noon? Does it even matter? I haven't retouched my makeup. The crowd surged forward, surrounding Zhang Qinghuan. Qinghuan, can I have your autograph? Qinghuan, may I take a photo with you? Qinghuan. The corridor resonated with the excited shrieks of women. Sun Wan lagged slightly behind. By the time she reached the throng, Zhang Qinghuan was already besieged by admirers. Hey Wan, why are you still standing outside? The head nurse turned and saw Sun Wan on the periphery, urging her to come closer. Hurry. Sun Wan waved her hand dismissively. It's fine, Ma Jia. I'm content just watching from here. She remained rooted at the nurse's station, gazing through the crowd at the handsome figure before her. It felt much like a clear morning spent admiring the snow-capped mountains to the west from her apartment window. Although she knew she could never reach that snowy peak, even the distant sight of the sunlit mountains brought her serenity, lifting her spirits for the day. Now, in Sun Wan's eyes, he was smiling as he graciously accommodated the autograph and photo requests. Initially taken aback, he soon regained his composure, wearing a radiant smile akin to the sunrise, as if the morning light illuminated his face. Sunwon couldn't help but smile in return. Be content, Sunwon, be content. The head nurse began urging the crowd to disperse. What are you all doing? Aren't you supposed to be working? In the midst of the nurses, someone remarked, Sister Ma, isn't this lunchtime? What are we working for? TSK. Zhang Qinghuan has come for a serious matter, not to indulge in your starstruck whims. Disperse, disperse. The head nurse waved her arms, ushering the young ladies away, then turned to Zhang Qinghuan to apologize. I am sorry. The girls are just overly excited. However, Zhang Qinghuan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's quite all right. You are here to find Director Yang, correct? Indeed, came the reply. Allow me to find someone to escort you. With that, the head nurse turned and beckoned to the still giggling Sunwon. Won, come here. Sunwon was momentarily taken aback. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Don't waste time. A nearby young nurse stepped forward. Sister Ma, let me take her. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Sunwon quickly responded, all right, I'll do it. Without hesitation, she squeezed through the crowd, striding eagerly towards Zhang Qinghuan. Won, you will be responsible for taking Zhang Qinghuan to find Director Yang. The rest of you should eat or rest. Do not create chaos here. Do you want Director Yang to see you and withhold your bonuses? The head nurse firmly dispersed the reluctant young ladies, who could only watch with envy and jealousy as Sunwon and Zhang Qinghuan walked side by side towards the director's office. Someone, disgruntled, questioned the head nurse, Sister Ma. Why is Sunwon leading the way? Because when Zhang Qinghuan was hospitalized, she was the one who took care of him. A visibly newer nurse gasped in surprise. The head nurse shot her a glance. Thus, Zhang Qinghuan only recognizes Won. Upon hearing this, the surrounding young nurses fell silent. If he only acknowledged Sunwon, what more could they say? As Sunwon walked beside Zhang Qinghuan, she kept her head down, too shy to let him see her flushed cheeks, remaining silent lest her trembling voice betray her. This was not her first close encounter with him. During his hospitalization, she had been primarily responsible for his care. She vividly recalled him once thanking her, a memory that made her blush and rush out, akin to a hasty retreat. At that time, she had heard many tales about him from her colleagues, but could not help but question how such a gentle person could be a scoundrel. Yet, upon searching online, she indeed found numerous accounts of Zhang Qinghuan's romantic escapades, confirming her colleagues' claims that he was indeed a rogue. However, since his discharge, Sunwon seemed to have heard no more scandalous stories about him. Media attention had shifted predominantly to his sporting prowess, which relieved her. He was not truly a rogue after all. Perhaps he had some unspoken burdens in the past. Just as Sunwon was lost in her thoughts, she was jolted back to reality by the voice of Zhang Qinghuan's agent. Little sister, have you passed through? Only then did Sunwon realize that Zhang Qinghuan and his agent stood at the door of Director Yang's office, turning to see that she had wandered several meters away. The young nurse's face flushed even deeper as she hurriedly bowed her head in apology, uttering, I'm so sorry. This is Director Yang's office. I shall take my leave. With that, she attempted to flee once more. However, as she passed by Zhang Qinghuan, he called out to her, I remember now. You were the nurse who cared for me. Sunwon looked up in astonishment, not expecting him to recall her. I didn't get the chance to thank you personally last time. I must rectify that now. Zhang Qinghuan smiled, expressing his gratitude. Sunwon swiftly took a step back, vigorously waving her hands. No need, please. It's merely my duty. I am obliged to do so. Noticing her startled demeanor, Zhang Qinghuan chuckled softly and gestured towards Director Yang's door. Let us enter. Farewell. Ah, goodbye, Sunwon exclaimed. And without waiting for Zhang Qinghuan and his companion to enter first, she hurried back to the nurse's station. Observing her retreating figure, both Zhang Qinghuan and Yongjun exchanged bemused glances. It feels as though a lamb has encountered a wolf, Yongjun remarked while stroking his chin. Hey, Uncle Yong. Clarify your words. Who is the wolf? Zhang Qinghuan protested. Surely, you cannot be the lamb. Yongjun shot him a glance before returning his gaze to the young nurse's silhouette. Speaking of which, when I went back to thank her on your behalf, do you know what she said? What did she say? She told me to take good care of you and not allow you to continue wandering aimlessly as before. Haha. Yongjun burst into laughter. Zhang Qinghuan observed the laughing Yongjun and then the flustered figure of Sunwon, chuckling lightly. At least I did not disappoint her. Upon returning to the nurse's station, Sunwon attracted the attention of her colleagues. Seeing her flustered state, the head nurse inquired, what is the matter? Is everything all right? And no, nothing is wrong. I just escorted them back. Sun Wan panted as she leaned against the table. Why are you so flustered then? Exactly. We thought something had happened to you, teased the other nurses. If something had indeed happened, I would have been the hero to rescue the damsel, telling Qinghuan to release Wan and let me take her place. Huh, dream on. They laughed. Amidst the giggles of the girls, Sun Wan's breathing gradually steadied. She did not partake in their jesting, but sat on her stool, lost in thought. A smile slowly gracing her face. He remembered me. He still remembers me. Chapter 342. Leisurely moments not long after Sun Wan returned to the nurse's station. Zhang Qinghuan emerged from Director Yang's office under his guidance to undergo a physical examination. As they passed the nurse's station again, all the nurses stood up, paying their respects. For with Director Yang present, they dared not approach as they had earlier. Zhang Qinghuan noticed their gazes and turned to smile and nod at them. Ah, he looked at me. He looked at me. Zhang Qinghuan's smile was truly captivating, and the girls endeavored to stifle their excited whispers. In the crowd, Sun Wan stared intently at his figure, uncertain if it was merely her imagination, but she felt as though he was looking at her. Zhang Qinghuan withdrew his gaze, quickly disappearing into the elevator. The young ladies at the nurse's station were still animatedly discussing the recent event, yet Sun Wan remained detached, having seated herself to organize the documents on her desk. Engrossed in her work, she cast aside the chatter of her colleagues. Grateful for the opportunity to have met him again and to know that he still remembered her, the pangs of reluctance regarding his departure had significantly diminished. He belonged to the skies. How could she ever dare to wish for him to remain grounded? Dr. Yang called to inform her that her medical examination results were in and all was normal. The minor injuries she sustained during the World Cup would not hinder her from playing in Europe. Yongjun, after concluding the call, returned to the room and addressed Zhang Qinghuan. All right, Zhang Qinghuan replied succinctly, as he busied himself packing his belongings into a suitcase. While clothing was manageable, it was the myriad of small items that proved challenging. Discarding them was not an option, yet carrying them was cumbersome. Who knew where they might be hastily stowed, and then forgotten? Thus, they slipped away into the crevices of time. Perhaps I should just mail them home and not take them to Europe, Zhang Qinghuan mused, glancing at the scattered items on the bed, selecting a few to set aside. As you wish, Yongjun offered, coming over to assist with the packing. One truly does not realize how much clutter accumulates until one moves, Zhang Qinghuan remarked, shaking his head in exasperation. Organizing this mess was far more taxing than strategizing attacks on the field. Brother Huan, you're leaving too. I don't think I can stay in this house any longer, Wang Guangwei lamented as he surveyed the room while they packed. Following the conclusion of the World Cup, and with the domestic Super League yet to resume, all the national players who participated in the tournament were granted a 10-day leave. With everyone away, Zhang Qinghuan had returned to Jincheng to prepare for his transfer. Wang Guangwei, whose home was in Jincheng, had come to lend a hand to Brother Huan while also bidding farewell. Hearing Wang Guangwei's words, Zhang Qinghuan paused, taking in his surroundings. This grand villa had once housed 6 individuals simultaneously, buzzing with the lively chatter of youth. At that time, the house did not seem particularly large. However, with the departure of Hu Lai and Chen Xingyi, only 4 remained, and the silence was palpable. Now, with his imminent departure, the residence would consist solely of Wang Guangwei, Xia Xiaoyu, and Sun Chuan Junping, 3 individuals inhabiting an expansive villa with 8 bedrooms. Truly an incongruity. I must admit, I feel a twinge of reluctance, he reflected. Approaching the window, he gazed down at the football field below, a flood of cherished memories surfacing. This had been perhaps the happiest period of his professional football career, simply playing the game alongside dear friends, with no other concerns weighing on him. You're leaving, and the 3 of us certainly cannot continue living here. I was thinking perhaps we should just not renew the lease, Wang Guangwei murmured behind him. Suddenly, Zhang Qinghuan interrupted him, turning to look at him. Lao Wang, let us just buy it. Huh? Wang Guangwei was taken aback. Buy? Buy what? This house. Let us just buy it. Though the place is sparsely populated and uninhabitable, it undeniably holds our cherished memories. I believe this house signifies more than just a temporary rental for us. Why not purchase it outright? Even if we don't reside here, it would serve as a commemoration. Moreover, real estate is, after all, an asset that may appreciate in value over time. Zhang Qinghuan shared his thoughts with Wang Guangwei, who unexpectedly shook his head. You want me to buy it? I can't afford that. Who said you would buy it alone? I propose we all contribute and jointly acquire it. But whose name will be on the property deed? Wang Guangwei posed a sensitive yet pivotal question. Hulai. Zhang Qinghuan replied almost instantaneously with assurance. Hulai? Wang Guangwei's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, don't you think he is the most suitable candidate? Wang Guangwei pondered for a moment. Though Hulai was cunning, he was indeed a straightforward individual. Having the property in his name would garner respect from everyone, alleviating any concerns about Hulai taking advantage of the situation. Thus, he nodded in agreement. All right. Zhang Qinghuan then retrieved his phone, included everyone in the group chat, and announced, Gentlemen, I am heading abroad to play football. Currently, the villa is only occupied by Lao Wang, Xiaoyu, and Sun Chuan. Since they find it uncomfortable living in such a large space, Lao Wang plans to terminate the lease. How about we pool our resources to purchase this house? Shortly after, Chun Xingyi chimed in. But if we buy it, won't it still just be them three living there? It's the same discomfort. Zhang Qinghuan replied. Who said they would live there? If we buy it, it prevents others from renting or purchasing it, which would endanger our football field in the backyard that we worked so hard to create. Wang Guangwei interjected in the group chat to clarify Zhang Qinghuan's intent. What Huang Ge means is that even if we part ways, our bond remains. Having this house here symbolizes that. Sun Chuan Junping suddenly expressed his agreement. I have no objections, Huang Ge. Xia Xiaoyu followed suit. I have no objections either. It is indeed uncomfortable with fewer people living here, but I would be reluctant to bid farewell after spending 2.5 years inside. If we could buy it, we could return in the future. Zhang Qinghuan affirmed. Exactly. Chun Xingyi raised a question. If we buy the house, whose name will it be under? Zhang Qinghuan and Wang Guangwei answered in unison. Hulai. Chun Xingyi exclaimed. Wait. Thinking it through, it really can only be him. Sun Chuan Junping added. I concur. Xia Xiaoyu remarked. Hulai is indeed trustworthy. Chun Xingyi pointed out. We're having an animated discussion here, but where is Hulai? Finally, Hulai appeared, immediately asking a crucial question. Wait. If my name is on it, do I have to contribute more money? Chun Xingyi responded. Damn it. Wang Guangwei muttered. What the heck? Sun Chuan Junping exclaimed in both Chinese and Japanese. Come on. Xia Xiaoyu covered his face in disbelief. Zhang Qinghuan retorted. Hulai, there are 6 of us. The cost of the house will be evenly divided among us. Oh, then I have no objections and fully support it. Hulai declared. However, if we ever decide to sell the house, we should also establish a clear agreement. Certainly, the 6 of us must draft an agreement to stipulate the terms. For instance, in the event of selling the house, a majority consensus is required. Should anyone disagree with the sale, they may purchase the shares of the others at market value, thereby facilitating the transfer of ownership. Although Zhang Qinghuan's proposal was spontaneous, he had indeed considered it thoroughly. Well said, Brother Huan. Chun Xingyi remarked, giving a thumbs-up emoji. The others followed suit, echoing his sentiments. However, I believe, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall not part with this property. As Zhang Qinghuan expressed this in the group, he surveyed his room in reality. This space, for which he had initially paid 500 more each month than the others, was undoubtedly the finest among them. For merely an additional 500 monthly, he was afforded the best view and the largest room. Truly a worthwhile investment. Wang Guangwei commented, I too would not consider selling. Hulai interjected, I have a sudden idea. Why don't we hire someone to maintain the property and put up a sign for public tours? After all, this is the former residence of national football players. We could even create wax figures of our team in a ratio of 11:1, set them in the room, and recreate the scenes of our lives here, aiming to transform this into a 4A level scenic spot, the holy land of Chinese football. Let fans come to pay homage to us. Chun Xingyi, Wang Guangwei, Xia Xiaoyu, and Sun Chuan Junping reacted with exclamations of disbelief. Zhang Qinghuan retorted, for heaven's sake, we are still alive, Hulai. Hulai replied nonchalantly, it's all good, Brother Huan. Did not the renowned poet Zhang Qinghuan once state, some live yet are already dead, others, though departed, continue to live on. While we are alive, it does not preclude us from commemorating our past. Chun Xingyi added, some may appear as individuals, yet are but curs. Wang Guangwei simultaneously responded in both reality and the group chat with laughter. Upon hearing Wang Guangwei's mirth, Zhang Qinghuan ran a hand across his forehead, exclaiming, damn. I was feeling a bit melancholic about parting, and this rascal has ruined it. What are you laughing at, Hulai? Zhang Qinghuan asked. Li Qingqing noticed that Hulai had been engrossed in his phone, grinning widely, and curiously approached. Much to her surprise, Hu Lai handed the phone to her, saying, "Take a look for yourself." "Wait, can I view your group chat?" Li Qingqing was taken aback. "Feel free." Hu Lai waved his hand generously. Thus, Li Qingqing took Hu Lai's phone and began scrolling through the chat history. Hu Lai directed her, "Start from here." From the moment Zhang Qinghuan discussed acquiring the villa until Qin Xingyi insulted Hu Lai, Li Qingqing found herself in fits of laughter. Meanwhile, Li Ziqiang, busy skewering chicken wings purchased from the supermarket, glanced over at the commotion and noticed his daughter and Hu Lai nearly leaning into one another. He inhaled deeply and called out, "You two, have you not yet assembled the table?" The young pair hastily set aside the phone and resumed constructing the picnic table. "Almost there," Li Qingqing called back to her father. Indeed, they swiftly erected the table and retrieved a disposable tablecloth, smoothing it out before laying it across the surface. Li Qingqing tilted her head and scrutinized the scene before her, feeling that something was still amiss. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the wild flowers blooming beneath the tree, and her eyes sparkled with inspiration. "I've got it," she exclaimed, rushing over to gather a bouquet of flowers. She returned and waved it at Hu Lai, asking, "What do you think?" Hu Lai looked at the young girl, radiant in the sunlight like the flowers themselves, and nodded in approval. "It's beautiful," he replied. At his words, Li Qingqing beamed, but soon her expression turned to one of concern. "Oh no, I have nowhere to put them." "Wait a moment." Hu Lai turned to retrieve a half-empty plastic water bottle from the car parked nearby. He tore off the plastic wrapper and handed the bottle to Li Qingqing. "You can use this." Gratefully, she accepted it, inserting the flower stems into the bottle's opening before placing it on the table. The water-filled vessel stood firm, impervious to the whims of the breeze. "This feels right." Li Qingqing clapped her hands in delight as she admired the makeshift vase. "Wonderful," exclaimed Xiaolan, who approached with a platter of fruit, witnessing the charming tableau. Hu Lai pointed at Li Qingqing, declaring, "She did it." However, Li Qingqing shook her head, insisting, "No. It was a joint effort. I just provided the bottle. That counts too." Her smile radiated sincerity. "All right," Hu Lai reiterated to his mother, "it was a team effort." Xiaolan's eyes crinkled with amusement as she smiled. "Good." From a distance, Hu Lisin's voice called out, "The fire is ready," followed by Li Ziqiang's shout, "Come help with the skewers." Xiaolan placed the fruit on the table beside the flower vase, beckoning the two children to assist. Hu Lai and Li Qingqing trailed her towards the barbecue grill, which was exuding the inviting aroma of grilled food. Li Ziqiang had already risen to place the prepared chicken wings on the grill, leaving the remaining meat for Hu Lai, Li Qingqing, and Xiaolan to handle. Behind them, on a folding table adorned with a red and white checkered tablecloth, stood a bouquet of yellow flowers reflecting the afternoon sunlight, their petals shimmering gently in the breeze. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the World Cup was in full swing. Yet, Hu Lai, currently leading the scoring charts, distanced himself from the clamor of the tournament, opting instead to enjoy a rare moment of leisure with his family, Li Qingqing, and his coach by camping along the banks of the Baishui River in Dongchuan. P.S. Tomorrow, the fourth volume will conclude, followed by an extensive chapter summarizing the volume and analyzing the World Cup narrative and the reasoning behind my writing choices. End of chapter 343. Gathering is a flame, scattering is a sky full of stars. To Ji Yuan. It seems that Insabre is interested in you. When Xiao Xinrong excitedly knocked on Lin Jiyuan's door, he was lying in bed, engrossed in a video game. Upon hearing the name Insabre, a prestigious Serie A club, he replied without lifting his head, "I'm not going. Could you please not decline so abruptly?" Xiao Xinrong felt a bit embarrassed. "I can predict with certainty that I wouldn't get to play if I went. What is the point? No matter how skilled Insabre is, if I can't play, I'd just be wasting my talent." Lin Ziyuan was engrossed in a game while conversing with Xiao Xinrong. The level of the Chinese Super League may be somewhat lacking. Yet most forwards are foreign players, and their abilities are commendable. Therefore, even as a main player for the South China Tigers, I can still enhance my skills. As he concluded this thought, having finished a round of the game, he lifted his gaze to Xiao Xinrong and inquired, "Could it be that Insabre intends to grant me an opportunity to play?" "Surely not." "Well, that's not the case," Xiao Xinrong replied, shaking his head. Lin Ziyuan shrugged, returning his focus to the game. "I assumed you would be eager to go abroad, especially since Qin Xingyi has already finalized his transfer to Ajax, which is a prestigious European club. Forward positions differ significantly from goalkeepers, Uncle Qiao. Do you truly believe that Qin Xingyi will secure playing time at Ajax?" Qiao Xinrong shook his head. "It's quite difficult." Indeed, it is. Yet there remains a glimmer of hope, as long as he demonstrates his skills and attitude during training. And perhaps in less significant matches, he may earn a chance to play. However, for goalkeepers, my situation at Ain Sabrai would merely make me the third-string keeper. Even if the coach allows substitutes to participate in domestic cup matches, I would still not be chosen. What would be the purpose of my presence there? To languish on the bench for years? Absolutely not. For me, participating in matches is paramount. Noticing Lin Ziyuan's resolute stance, Xiao Xinrong sighed. Even Meyer cannot guarantee you the position of starting goalkeeper. Lin Ziyuan was not surprised. That is to be expected, unless they are local players. Few European teams would appoint a 20-year-old goalkeeper as their starter. I am not overly concerned. Uncle Chio, there is no need for haste. If I cannot go this year, perhaps next year. As long as we aspire to play abroad, I believe it is only a matter of time before I return. Observing Lin Ziyuan's focused demeanor, Xiao Xinrong asked, "Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong?" Lin Ziyuan chuckled lightly. Very well then. Xiao Xinrong took his leave. Lin Ziyuan remained engrossed in his game, his fingers pressing the screen with such intensity that it seemed as if he might pierce through the glass. Ajax is a European powerhouse, home to the finest talents from the Netherlands and exceptional young prodigies sourced globally. The competition will be fierce for you. Nevertheless, I have faith in you, Xing. You have been shaped by my guidance, and I firmly believe you can carve out a place for yourself there. However, do remember to exercise patience. Patience is essential. Regardless of what transpires, do not rush. When you are patient, fortune will become your ally. Jorge Dillon was briefing Chen Xingyi, who stood before him. Tomorrow, Chen Xingyi would embark on his journey to Europe with his father and agent, Chen Hantang, officially beginning his overseas career. Today, Dillon had summoned Chen Xingyi to his office for an important discussion. I understand, Mr. Dillon. I will maintain a calm mindset. Dillon smiled again, but do not underestimate yourself. You are remarkable, Xing. You can withstand 90 minutes against Kivial and even intercept the ball from under his nose to initiate a goal. Therefore, believe in your capabilities. Indeed, Amsterdam's Ajax is home to numerous prodigies from around the globe, and you are undoubtedly one of them. Their decision to sign you speaks volumes about the potential they see within you. Therefore, do not shy away from competition. Nor should you succumb to self-doubt in the face of challenges. That won't happen, Mr. Dillon, Chen Xingyi replied with confidence, his words resonating with sincerity rather than mere compliance to the coach. After all, he has played in 3 World Cup matches, and his remarkable performance in the final against Brazil stands out, especially given that his earlier games were rather lackluster. Yet, it was in the most formidable match that he shone the brightest, instilling a significant boost of confidence in Chen Xingyi. It is not that he has become arrogant. He harbors no such thoughts. Rather, there is a palpable shift in his demeanor, a newfound self-assurance evident in his every gesture. Speaking of which, your move to the Netherlands brings you closer to Luo Kai. Unfortunately, he plays in the Eerste Divisie while you are in the Eredivisie. It seems you may not cross paths, but perhaps this distance will help you maintain your drive and vigilance. Whenever you encounter setbacks, think of Luo Kai. He serves as a cautionary tale, Dillon remarked. Hearing this, Chen Xingyi chuckled. What are you laughing at? Dillon asked, puzzled. Oh, nothing, Mr. Dillon. I merely find it amusing that everyone seems to use Luo Kai as a negative example. Dillon paused, then burst into hearty laughter. I assure you, I harbor no ill will towards Luo Kai. What a coincidence indeed. Chen Xingyi waved dismissively. It's quite all right, Mr. Dillon. We can speak freely here. He won't hear us, so there is no need for apologies. Dillon, still smiling, continued. Despite his limited playtime in a newly promoted Eredivisie team, his progress has been evident. You saw his performance in the World Cup, did you not? Chen Xingyi nodded in agreement. Moreover, this season he has requested another loan to Veronica, even willing to play in the Eerste Divisie to remain there. This indicates he has navigated through the most challenging adaptation period. As long as he can secure consistent playing time, he is bound to progress rapidly. However, your situation differs from his. At the very least, your language skills surpass his at that time. Honestly, your personality is also more vibrant and extroverted, which will facilitate your integration into a new environment. Once the off-field issues are resolved, what remains is the game itself, and in this regard, I have unwavering confidence in you. Dillon gazed at Chen Xingyi intently. His encouragement was not superficial. He genuinely believed in the young player's capabilities. Since taking the helm at Dazhong Jinjiantu and witnessing Chen Xingyi's exploits at Shaning, Dillon has been deeply invested in this young talent. In him, Dylan sees the echoes of European footballing geniuses, agile, swift, and technically proficient, while also embodying the diligence characteristic of East Asian athletes. He recalls the anxiety he felt upon learning that Chun Xingyi would transition from Jinjian to Shening, berating the rational Wang Xinka as a foolish donkey. Only when Eugene Teo informed him that Chun Xingyi would return after the season did he breathe a sigh of relief. As a coach with extensive experience in Europe, he has developed a profound appreciation for talent. Upon returning to the Golden Arrow, Chun Xingyi found that Dylan indeed devoted himself wholeheartedly, imparting his knowledge without reservation. In this regard, he genuinely hoped for Chun Xingyi's success in Europe, as it would serve as a testament to his enduring acumen as a professional football coach. Despite his absence from the European scene, indeed, though I am no longer coaching in Europe, I send this gift from far-off China to my old comrades there. Xia Xiaoyu awoke from his slumber, reaching for his phone on the bedside table to check the time, 7:56. He then heard commotion outside, footsteps accompanied by his parents' voices. "I am heading out. All right, be careful on the road." The sounds of opening and closing doors followed. As the footsteps gradually faded towards the kitchen, lying in bed, Xia Xiaoyu turned his gaze towards the window, where the dark curtains completely obscured the outside world, save for a sliver of light seeping through the gap below. Yet, the chirping of birds outside was still audible. He felt a sense of disorientation, as if he had returned to his student days. Each summer morning, he would awaken in this manner. His father would leave for work. His mother would remain at home tidying up, while he lingered in bed, indulging in lazy slumber. The birds sang outside, and the sounds of his mother's bustling filled the living room, an exact replica of the present moment. Thus, he found himself ensnared in this illusion, uncertain whether he was dreaming or living in reality. He even feared that his aspirations of participating in the World Cup and becoming a professional player might ultimately dissolve into mere fantasy. However, upon discovering a message from Uncle Yong on his phone, sent 3 hours prior, all his doubts were swiftly dispelled. It is worth mentioning that Xia Xiaoyu had now become a contracted player with the Champion Legend Sports Agency, alongside Hu Lai, Zhang Qinghuan, and Wang Guangwei, all represented by Agent Yong Jun. The message from Uncle Yong was succinct. "Xiaoyu, Alvalade in Portugal is interested in you." Xia Xiaoyu sat up in bed, all traces of sleep evaporating. Sporting Clube de Portugal, commonly known as Alvalade, is a prestigious club in Portugal and the very team that nurtured the prodigious talent, Ricardo Pereira. The fact that they expressed interest in him left Xia Xiaoyu momentarily dizzy, unsure whether it was due to his abrupt awakening or the overwhelming joy clouding his mind. "Do not concern yourself with trivial matters. I simply wish to know if you want to go abroad," Zhao Kongming, the head coach of the Shining Star Club, stated gravely, fixing his serious gaze upon Wang Guangwei. In contrast, Wang Guangwei wore a troubled expression. "But, Coach Zhao, Huan Gu has left, and now Xiaoyu is being scouted by Alvalade. If I leave too, what will happen to our team? Enough with the excuses. I ask you again, do you want to play football overseas? Stop being so sentimental." Zhao Kongming replied, arms crossed, seated at the corner of the desk, staring intently at Wang Guangwei. "I will only ask if you want to go. I am not inquiring about anything else. You know your own desires. If you truly do not wish to play abroad and are content to remain in the domestic league, then I shall respect your decision." He spread his hands, awaiting Wang Guangwei's response. Wang Guangwei remained silent for a considerable time before ultimately nodding in agreement. "I want to," he replied. The previously serious Zhao Kongming broke into a smile. "There, that's settled. Why complicate such a straightforward issue?" However, Wang Guangwei still wished to express his thoughts, only to be interrupted by Zhao Kongming's raised hand. "Are you the head coach, or am I? Is this a matter for you to ponder? I nurtured you all for a reason. What more can you achieve by continuing to play in the Chinese Super League? It's not as if you haven't won championships before. If European teams overlook you, then perhaps you should just play quietly at Shining Star. But now that an opportunity presents itself, why not seize it? Going abroad is the right choice. My hope in cultivating you is for each of you to flourish like Hu Lai and venture forth." Wang Guangwei found himself at a loss for words. "Regardless, you must consider the direction in which we strive. Yong Jun now has experience in facilitating players' transitions abroad, coupled with Hu Lai's brand influence. Players under his wing should have no trouble finding suitors. 3 European clubs are interested in you this time. Take your time to deliberate and choose the one that suits you best. Rest assured, the club will not hinder you regarding transfer fees." Upon hearing Zhao Kongming's words, Wang Guowei finally nodded. Thank you, Coach Xiao. Thank me for what? It is I who should be grateful to you, Zhao Kongming replied with a smile. Playing abroad has always been your dream. Facilitating that journey is also my aspiration. The World Cup had yet to conclude, yet the Chinese team had long returned home. However, the tournament's impact on Chinese football remained palpable. Following an impressive performance at the World Cup, a wave of overseas transfers seemed to have been ignited. After Zhang Qinghuan's transfer to the La Liga team, Sarria, good news also arrived from Dazhongjing. Chen Xingyi's transfer to the Dutch powerhouse, Ajax, was officially confirmed. Today, the Portuguese giants, Alvalara, announced they had signed the 21-year-old prodigious midfielder, Xia Xiaoyu, from the Antong Shining Star Club. The specific transfer fee was not disclosed by either party, but it is rumored that the contract includes clauses for a share of any future transfer fees. This was not unexpected, as it has become customary for Shining Star. Similar clauses were present in the transfers of Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan. Alvalara has long been dubbed the black market of European football, and it appears that Shining Star may be emulating Alvalara's developmental strategy, sustaining the club's operations and growth by selling its nurtured players at premium prices. In the early hours of today, during the 23rd World Cup final, Spain triumphed over Brazil with a score of 2-1, lifting the coveted trophy. Represented by the likes of Cerrados, Spain's golden generation finally achieved a breakthrough in national honors late in their careers, securing the nation's second World Cup title. In light of Brazil's defeat, the Chinese team emerged as the only unbeaten squad in this World Cup, a delightful surprise for Chinese football. Another joyous note was Hu Lai's remarkable 5 goals during the group stage, earning him the golden boot of this World Cup. Cerrados was unable to score in the final match, ultimately finishing second with 4 goals. However, he earned the prestigious title of the tournament's best player. As the captain of the Spanish national team, he led his squad to victory with 4 goals and 2 assists, a recognition well-deserved. As the World Cup drew to a close, another piece of good news emerged for Chinese football. Antong Shining officially announced that the team's captain and key defender, Wang Guowei, has transferred to the Italian club, Elderia. The World Cup has evidently facilitated the overseas careers of 4 national players. The Italian city of Genoa, home to Elderia, is famously linked to Christopher Columbus, a figure who heralded the European age of exploration. Wang Guowei's move appears to symbolize the dawn of a new era for Chinese football. The Chinese Football Association has officially announced its candidacy to host the 2034 World Cup. Given the national team's performance in this World Cup and the growing number of players venturing abroad, it is unlikely that anyone will mock China's qualifications to host the tournament any longer. These developments are indeed positive for Chinese football, yet they do not bode well for Antong Shining. The team's coach, Zhao Kongming, has clearly stated in interviews that the objective for this season is to secure their place in the Chinese Super League, if they manage to avoid relegation. The goal for the next season will remain the same. This time, no one will doubt the sincerity of his words, even if Shining ultimately faces relegation. I hope we can remember that this team has nurtured 4 players who have gone abroad, selflessly sending them to Europe for the future of Chinese football. As the team's name suggests, shining stars scatter like a multitude of stars across the night sky. End of Volume 4. The Youth's Journey Westward, P.S. The 4th volume has concluded. Tomorrow, we will commence the 5th volume, returning to the regular 2 updates. There is an epilogue chapter, which serves as the concluding piece for this volume, featuring the song on Jupiter by Pu Shu. After waking, I will update a nearly 10,000-word summary of this volume. Rest assured, I have dedicated several days to crafting this summary without hindering the regular updates. I also wish to take this opportunity to share my thoughts on this book with everyone. End of chapter summary of Volume 4. It is time to summarize this volume once again. By a fortunate accident, this volume has reached a remarkable length of 122,500 words, making it the longest volume thus far. Written from mid-January to mid-July, it spanned a full 6 months, resulting in the total word count of the book exceeding 3,500,000 words. However, the narrative's direction and conclusion are not dictated by word count. Thus, 3,500,000 words do not signify an impending conclusion. In fact, the story in my mind has only just surpassed the halfway point. After all, this is the first World Cup for Hu Lai and his companions. How could it possibly conclude so swiftly? That would undermine the groundwork laid in the first 3 volumes. In summary, I urge everyone to be patient. This is indeed a lengthy tale. I strive to encapsulate all my reflections and thoughts from these years within this story. After all, this work represents a significant chapter in my nearly 2-decade-long journey in online football writing, and I shall not approach it with indifference nor hastily conclude it for the sake of completion, even if some may claim my writing is tedious or lacking substance. I remain steadfast, for upon reflection, I realize that it is not merely a narrative, it is an entire universe. Returning to the 4th volume, let us address a particularly contentious moment, the final match where the Chinese team drew 3-3 with Brazil in the World Cup. Prior to crafting the World Cup storyline, I grappled with a dilemma. Did I possess the courage to depict a detailed account of failure? This failure does not pertain to a single match, but rather the entirety of the plot, which, due to the lack of progression beyond the group stage, culminated in an unsatisfactory outcome for the readers, thus rendering it a narrative failure. While I have previously written about defeat, I had yet to construct a tale where the protagonist never faced loss. In the past, my approach to portraying failure often involved employing narrative techniques to obscure the defeat, sidestepping the emotional pitfalls. For instance, I might briefly gloss over such moments or manipulate the timeline to suggest that, 6 months later, the protagonist had faced setbacks and was poised for redemption. In The King of Champions, I illustrated the character Chang Sheng's transition from Valencia to coaching Roma, only to face a dismal outcome, resulting in his dismissal within 6 months. I merely summarized this through a news recap, focusing instead on his subsequent clash with Roma while at Lazio. I understood that readers prefer not to witness the protagonist's suffering, as they are aware that such tribulations are merely precursors to eventual triumph, a narrative technique of rising and falling. Since the audience is already cognizant of this, why squander ink on disheartening scenarios that merely frustrate them? After all, these setbacks serve only to provide the protagonist with reasons for vindication. Thus, it suffices to write about the moment of triumph rather than dwell on the preceding misfortunes. This strategy has indeed proven effective, as it resonates with audiences and delivers gratifying results. Reflecting on my earlier work, The Godfather of Champions, I meticulously detailed Tony Dunn's first UEFA Champions League final, describing the pre-match, in-game, and post-match events, ultimately leading Nottingham Forest to replace Arsenal and relive the narrative of the 2006 final against Barcelona. This portrayal was immensely satisfying, particularly when Tony tossed the silver medal to a young ball boy, a moment of pure exhilaration for me. Yet, upon publication, I was met with vehement criticism from readers. The backlash was so severe that one reader, unable to bear it, penned a lengthy review in my defense, only to face scorn themselves. Despite the current acclaim for The Godfather of Champions as a classic in football literature, it is essential to remember that throughout its serialization, its reception did not match the esteem it holds today, failing to surpass We Are the Champions in popularity at the time, a detail I recall vividly. The demise of young Gavin led to the failure of promotion, and after being relieved of his duties as the head coach of the first team, he surprisingly returned to coach the youth team instead of adopting a where there's a will, there's a way mentality. In the Champions League final, adhering to historical patterns, he succumbed to Barcelona. The reunion with Tang meant another individual was privy to the protagonist's secret of time travel. A sudden heart attack was orchestrated to create setbacks that would hinder the protagonist, culminating in a rift with the club owner and his departure from Nottingham Forest. Yet, he returned to Nottingham Forest with an audacity that was, at the time, laden with controversial plot points that sparked ongoing debates. I do not intend to evaluate these through the lens of contemporary web literature standards. Rather, within the aesthetic framework of that era's web literature, these elements were largely unpalatable to readers. As for my superficial comments and reviews, they are numerous. The piece titled We Are Champions is particularly notable. Readers were relatively forgiving at the time. However, placed in today's context, Zhang Jun's overly virtuous character alone would likely alienate many. Not to mention, I audaciously had Yang Pan deliberately lose against Japan in a match involving the Chinese national team, solely to undermine the then leaders of the Chinese Football Association. Reflect on the real-life uproar caused by the Chinese team's defeat to the Thai youth team, which led to the ousting of Camacho. And one can grasp the toxicity of this storyline. Having written about football and business for 17 years, I am acutely aware of the pitfalls to avoid. If one must tread these waters, it is essential to employ subtle techniques to mask the past and mitigate the reader's discomfort. This is why I hesitated for a prolonged period before penning the World Cup narrative, did I dare to detail a failure? From my experience, I knew that having the Chinese team exit the World Cup group stage would undoubtedly displease readers. This work diverges from other football narratives on the platform, where readers often implore authors not to write about the national team. In contrast, my readers encouraged me to be more audacious and imaginative in my portrayal of the national team. This, of course, indicates that I successfully breathed life into the national team within my narrative, fostering a sense of hope among readers. This acknowledgement, however, also placed immense pressure upon me. Would failing to have the Chinese team advance from the group stage invite a deluge of negative reviews? Despite such apprehensions, I did not alter the outline to ensure the Chinese team progressed. In my original design, the Chinese team's inaugural World Cup experience was always intended to culminate in an exit after the group stage. My hesitation was merely about the courage to proceed, not whether to proceed at all. I resolved to write, and to write in detail, about a World Cup that was destined to yield no favorable outcome, at least. On the surface, it appeared to be without result. Yet, I understood that this World Cup, despite not reaching the knockout stage, was not a meaningless failure. I articulated this perspective through Shi Wuyin's report, stating that if it could ignite a spark for the future of the national team, then even failure would hold value. But how does one define this failure? As a reader suggested, advancing to the knockout stage only to face France and lose decisively could indeed be considered failure. However, I believe that such an outcome does not equate to failure within the overarching narrative of the Chinese team in this book. After all, to participate in the World Cup for the first time and advance to the knockout stage, even if ultimately defeated by the formidable French team, how can that be deemed a failure? It is, in fact, a glorious victory. Consequently, readers are unlikely to feel any sense of regret. Losing is entirely normal. It was destined to happen. What I define as failure is characterized by a sense of regret, an impression that it should have unfolded differently, that there was potential for a better outcome, which is somewhat frustrating. Certainly, some may inquire, why take this stance? Does it not contradict the reader's sentiments? I assure you, I am not at odds with the readers. After all, The Fox in the Penalty Area is fundamentally an exhilarating narrative. However, I believe that this failure in the World Cup holds significant importance for the national team depicted in the book and its players. This leads us to one of the themes of my work, growth. Everyone is evolving. Hu Lai is growing. Hu Lai's father is growing. Xia Lan is growing. As are Wang Guangwei, Zhang Qinghuan, Chen Xingyi, Luo Kai, and many others. The small team from Leeds is also maturing. Naturally, the Chinese team and Chinese football are on a path of development as well. In the campus section, I have already illustrated the reforms and growth of Chinese football through the evolution of campus football. Yet, that alone is insufficient. When it comes to the national team, there has been a noticeable lack of growth thus far. They exist merely as a collection of individuals without a shared consciousness. However, they cannot remain stagnant forever. In the future, growth and change are inevitable. This growth is not merely a matter of physical prowess, but rather an evolution of the spirit. Chen Xingyi, Zhang Qinghuan, Luo Kai, Wang Guangwei, and Xia Xiaoyu are indeed improving in skill, but their inner strength is also developing. Yet, this pertains to their identities as professional players rather than national team members, and there is a significant distinction between the two. Professional players compete for financial gain and personal ambitions, while national team players strive for more abstract ideals. Some readers have expressed dissatisfaction, not because the Chinese team failed to progress beyond the group stage, but due to the manner of their exit. They feel it was too easily accepted, lacking a fierce desire to win, and with the knowledge that both a draw and a loss would lead to elimination. Why not fight for it? This perception leads them to believe that this team lacks a champion's heart, rendering the chapter title a profound irony. I must concede that this reader's observation is quite astute. The portrayal of the Chinese team indeed aligns with this sentiment, which is the effect I aim to convey. This indicates that my writing has succeeded in its purpose. Have you noticed that as of now, with 3.5 million words written, only the protagonist, Hu Lai, has explicitly stated his ambition to lift the World Cup? Others, even Wang Guangwei, Zhang Qinghuan, Chen Xingyi, and Luo Kai, have not articulated their goals or aspirations throughout their national careers. In Chapter 117 of Volume 3, I illustrate this disparity through a dialogue between Hu Lai, Zhang Qinghuan, and Ding Yuanhai. Ding Yuanhai expresses that even if they do not qualify for the World Cup this time, given Hu Lai and the others' capabilities, there is surely hope for the next World Cup qualifiers. However, Hu Lai felt a sense of urgency, for in nearly 4 years, Huang Ge would reach the age of 28. At that prime juncture of his professional career, Huang Ge would only have the opportunity to partake in his first World Cup, merely to accumulate experience. Was this not a squander of potential? He yearned for the Chinese team to qualify for the World Cup consistently, ensuring that Huang Ge's prodigious talent would not be wasted. This ambition intimidated Ding Yuanhai, who harbored no grand aspirations and merely sought to excel in the immediate match. It left Zhang Qinghuan, once heralded as the nation's foremost talent, in a state of bewilderment. Contemplating the implications of the Chinese team's continual participation in the World Cup, an outcome even he could scarcely envision. He had never contemplated such a scenario. It had never crossed his mind. Even his participation in the World Cup felt more like a means to fulfill his father's expectations. In this World Cup, the veteran players of the Chinese team, such as Jiang Wanqing and Yao Huasheng, performed admirably. I dedicated considerable praise to their perseverance and performance, capturing their joy upon achieving a draw. For these older players, who might find this World Cup to be their sole appearance, the future of Chinese football did not hinge upon their development. Their personal growth was of little consequence, nor did it matter what lay ahead for them. Currently, most players on the national team shared a similar mindset. They lacked ambition on the grand stage of the World Cup and did not possess a clear objective akin to Hu Lai's fervent desire to claim the championship. Their thoughts were simply that participating once would suffice, allowing them to boast for a lifetime. What more could one desire? Achieving a 3-3 draw against Brazil was their pinnacle moment. What more could one ask for? As long as they remained unbeaten in the World Cup, their careers would be devoid of regrets. What else could they wish for? Zhang Qinghuan and Wang Guanglei would undoubtedly not settle for merely one World Cup appearance. Yet they, too, lacked self-awareness regarding this matter. They did not perceive their failure to advance beyond the group stage as a defeat, nor did they even contemplate the possibility of advancing. When one immerses themselves in that world, it becomes evident that, given the Chinese team's performance in this World Cup, there was already ample reason for national pride. Suppose, hypothetically, during the 2002 World Cup, the Chinese team drew 2-2 with Costa Rica, 1-1 with Turkey, and 3-3 with Brazil, ultimately exiting the tournament. Should we, as fans, criticize them for retreating to a defensive posture against Brazil in a desperate bid to preserve the draw, viewing it as an act of surrender? Or should we exclaim in admiration for the national team? While the failure to advance would undoubtedly evoke feelings of regret, it is unlikely that such sentiments would transform into accusations against the players for a perceived lack of effort or disgraceful conduct. Thus, it is only fair to acknowledge that the thoughts and performances of these players, as depicted in the narrative, are entirely justifiable. Some readers may question why. Knowing that a spirited effort could secure qualification, they did not strive harder. The reality is that the players did not believe they were obligated to fight for a place in the next round. They were content with the status quo. Moreover, objectively speaking, the Chinese team was already fatigued, and managing to equalize the score was no small feat indeed. They lacked the vigor to launch an offensive and seize another ball. All their remaining strength was devoted solely to defense. Did they not fight until the very end? They did, yet they refrained from pushing themselves further, from demanding more of their own capabilities. At that moment, they found a draw entirely acceptable, perceiving nothing untoward in such an outcome. Yet, are the criticisms from the readers unwarranted? Not at all. After all, we are the omniscient observers, possessing a godlike perspective, fully aware that they could indeed strive for advancement in the group stage. As readers, it is only natural for us to hold these emotionally invested characters to higher standards. We yearn for them to battle like warriors until the final moment. We desire for them to possess noble aspirations and pursuits, to embody the precious spirit of sportsmanship inherent in football. There is nothing unreasonable about these expectations. They are entirely justified, for we seek to celebrate the magnificent heroism found within humanity. Thus, it is understandable that many felt discontent when the Chinese team failed to exert themselves to secure a place in the next round, believing they had betrayed the hopes and trust placed in them. They ought to strive for such feats and eventually may achieve them, but not at this moment. For growth is a process. They are not perfect beings endowed with sophisticated tastes, lofty goals, unwavering beliefs, and formidable execution from the outset. They are living individuals, burdened with their own selfish desires, various shortcomings, and historical limitations. In the inaugural World Cup, they were still naive, believing that merely participating was a great achievement. reveling in their ability to secure a draw against Brazil, thinking it sufficient to boast about for a lifetime. They did not harbor the terrifying ambition of Hu Lai, nor did they genuinely align with his aspirations. Hu Lai is undoubtedly aware of this, which is why he never imposes his goals upon others. I have never depicted Hu Lai as a missionary, fervently sharing his inner ideals with everyone, urging them to join him in the pursuit of a brighter future for Chinese football and the quest for World Cup glory, as such would be a moral imposition. Their determination on the field is not born from self-awareness. Rather, it stems from their professionalism, from the fundamental ethos that is players. They must perform well when on the pitch. Nothing more. To put it bluntly, even this basic expectation is difficult for many players to fulfill in reality, not just domestically but globally, which is why the media often praises certain players for their professional spirit. In simpler terms, it is about seizing the rare opportunity to participate in a World Cup. If one does not give their all, how can they reconcile with their own limited aspirations? There is no profound awareness of a desire to transform the future of Chinese football. All critiques levied by readers against this team are entirely valid, for they are indeed a group of individuals lacking in ambition. In truth, most professional players embody this same essence, lacking grand aspirations and elevated moral character. Let us not dwell solely on the players. Even the administrators of Chinese football portrayed in the book lack such self-awareness. Through the voice of Hong Renjie, I convey the attitude of the Chinese Football Association. The primary objective for the next World Cup is merely to qualify for the finals. This reflects the modest ambitions of Chinese football's management, as their aspirations appear limited to merely participating in the World Cup once more. This perspective is, to some extent, understandable. After all, the previous instances of Chinese football achieving World Cup participation were exceedingly rare. It is unreasonable to expect them to suddenly ignite a fervent ambition, a trait that their counterparts in Japan's football administration seem to possess. Consequently, their vision remains somewhat constrained. In contrast, both in reality and within the narrative, Japanese football has made significant strides, establishing itself as the elder statesman of Asian football. The Chinese football depicted in the book has undergone reform and transformation. Yet certain aspects are indeed not so easily altered. I do not wish to portray a scenario where a single reform leads to an impeccably flawless football association. Should any reader express that they did not perceive the events as I described, finding the unfolding of the narrative entirely natural and acceptable, that is perfectly valid and commendable. For if one truly immerses themselves into the world of this book, identifying as a fan within its pages rather than as an omniscient observer, they would undoubtedly find the performance and results satisfactory. The reason I refrained from excessively foreshadowing the team's failure to advance from the group stage, after eliciting readers' heightened emotions, is to preserve the immersive reading experience. This includes my decision to meticulously document the 3 matches, crafting a narrative akin to a textual live commentary, detailing moments that did not culminate in goals or pivotal shifts in the game. This approach aims to evoke the sensation of witnessing a genuine World Cup match. Thus, upon observing the discussions in the book review section, wherein readers tally points as if they were earnestly calculating the Chinese team's standings in the qualifying rounds, I find solace. This reaction indicates that I have authentically captured the essence of this team, rendering them relatable and stirring concern and anticipation for their fate in the World Cup. The debates surrounding the possibility of advancing from the group stage further underscore this authenticity. In hindsight, this endeavor appears to have been successful. Some readers are so engrossed that they cannot accept the Chinese team's failure to seize that crucial moment, while others, acknowledging the team's capabilities, feel satisfied with a draw against Brazil. Diverse perspectives allow individuals to extract their own sentiments from the narrative, all stemming from their unique interpretations of this world, a world that exists, even if only within the pages of a book. Returning to the core of the narrative, I wish to elaborate on the various foreshadowings and metaphors. Within the text, I have named the football the heart of a champion, and I had Hifeng elucidate the significance of this name. Is it to commend them for possessing a champion's heart? No. It is because this group of individuals previously lacked such a heart. They are in need of it. Thus, the chief referee presenting the football named Heart of the Champion to Hu Lai symbolizes a champion's spirit bestowed upon the Chinese team, a metaphor I have inscribed in my narrative. It is akin to a lifeless shell that, upon receiving a soul and a heart, awakens to the hope of becoming truly human. This marks the beginning of their potential transformation and growth. Indeed, growth, a conscious and voluntary pursuit of their loftiest ideals upon the grand stage of the World Cup. Although they currently revel in their jubilant draw against Brazil, eliciting discontent among some readers, who can assure us that one day, when they reflect upon the exhilaration of their debut World Cup, they will not feel regret or shame for their elation. Who can assert that they will not lament, had I persevered a little longer, had I seized the moment to push further? Perhaps we could have surmounted the formidable Brazilian team and ventured into a new realm? When this awareness dawns upon them, the dormant heart of the champion begins to pulse vigorously within their chests. On the World Cup stage, they will possess a renewed vigor to forge ahead, to continue their journey. Therefore, the chapter titled Heart of the Champion and its interpretation are not mere accolades, but expressions of hope and expectation for them. This brings us back to the reason for my detailed account of this World Cup narrative. Am I unaware that the outcome of an endeavor akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket should not be elaborated upon, but swiftly summarized to avoid displeasing the reader? Am I oblivious to the fact that raising everyone's emotions only to leave them unfulfilled would be frustrating? Do I not recognize the necessity of employing my previously effective techniques to obscure the discontent? Am I unaware that allowing the Chinese team to progress to the knockout stage, only to face an unrepentant defeat against France, might yield a better reception from readers? I know, I am acutely aware of all this. Yet, I still wish to meticulously document this group's inaugural World Cup experience, even if they do not advance from the group stage. For this represents a rite of passage for these individuals, a ceremony of becoming human, rather than merely a transition to adulthood. If I were to gloss over this segment, recounting the results in a journalistic summary, or narrating the Chinese team's dismal defeat against Brazil, how could I illuminate the current state of these players and reveal the depths of their hearts? Without such insight, how could one genuinely rejoice in their future growth and metamorphosis? Is it sufficient to merely mention their development? The farewells delivered by Hifeng during Zhang Qinghuan's exit were not solely directed at Zhang. They were also intended for this group of players. They are not paragons of virtue. At times, they may scarcely qualify as good individuals. They possess flaws, some of which provoke strong disdain. However, being human inherently entails imperfection. What matters is not the absence of flaws, but the manner in which one confronts their imperfect self and navigates through a life that is far from flawless. Every individual has traversed their own paths, whether straight or winding, and the mistakes and foolish actions they have committed ultimately shape their identities. True maturity does not lie in the pursuit of perfection, but in confronting one's own shortcomings. Acknowledging the reality of life and recognizing that one may not be as admirable as they believe, yet continuing to embrace life and oneself while moving forward is, for me, one of the profound insights I wish to convey in my writing. This sentiment extends beyond the national football players. Each character in my book embodies this essence, imperfect, flawed, and at times, deeply unlikable. For instance, Li Ziqiang's extreme protectiveness of his daughter reveals a selfishness, while Hu Lisan's cowardice and authoritarian demeanor, along with Xia Lan's self-centeredness, often disregard her husband's feelings, making her appear quite detestable at times. Moreover, Shi Wuyin harbors his own selfish motives, not embodying the virtuous figure many presume him to be. Otherwise, why would he refuse to renew his contract with the Football Association after leading the team to the World Cup, opting instead for a graceful exit? Why not dedicate himself wholly to Chinese football? He is acutely aware that the team's performance may fluctuate in his absence, yet he chooses not to renew his contract. Valuing his reputation above all, he confides in Hong Renjia that he lacks both the ability and the motivation to lead the national team onward, while ability can be cultivated. Motivation is a more elusive force, thus making it improbable for him to continue with the team. The post-reform Chinese Football Association is similarly plagued by bureaucratic tendencies, as seen in the narrative surrounding Shi Wuyin's potential continuation as the national team coach for the qualifying rounds. I have noticed many readers expressing dissatisfaction with the association's conduct, which is precisely the reaction I hope to evoke. Even the protagonist, Hu Lai, is far from perfect, possessing numerous flaws, some trivial, others indicative of deeper character defects. Early readers have sensed this and expressed disdain, finding him rather despicable. Throughout the crafting of each character, I consistently remind myself to avoid rendering them as omniscient, flawless beings. I intentionally depict their faults and mistakes, as I detest characters devoid of depth and humanity. Since I abhor such archetypes, I cannot effectively narrate their stories. Thus, Shi Wuyin and Clark exhibit moments of poor judgment, impotence, and capitulation. They do not adhere to the idealized notion of sports figures perpetually striving for victory until the last moment. I understand that in today's online literary landscape, such traditional storytelling techniques may not be favored. Readers often desire characters who do not hinder the protagonist, who are invariably reasonable, and who seem devoid of faults. This preference stems from a quest for security. Readers find comfort in characters that provide a sense of safety, making their reading experience enjoyable and gratifying. Ultimately, readers seek a light and pleasurable escape through literature. If they do not feel secure, their enjoyment wanes, and they will turn away. As a reader, I share the same sentiment. Yet, as an author, I pursue my own aspirations. Hence, I persist in this arduous and thankless style of writing. I believe that characters must embody humanity. Only then can their interactions give rise to stories, evoke emotions, and ultimately forge a convincing world. Naturally, I strive to maintain a balance, ensuring that while I remain true to myself, I do not forsake the overarching goal of providing enjoyment to my readers. This is why I have allowed the Chinese team to remain undefeated in the World Cup, indeed the only team to do so. Otherwise, I may have allowed the Chinese team to succumb to Algeria in the very first match, which was indeed part of my initial plan. I understand that unwavering adherence to my own vision may not always resonate with others. At times, it can be quite untimely. If I wish to avoid a catastrophic failure, it is prudent for me to employ commercial techniques to convey my thoughts, rather than presenting them raw and unfiltered for all to see. If no one reads my book, what significance do my reflections and insights hold? Consequently, throughout the writing of this book, my greatest struggle has been how to portray failure rather than victory. After all, victory is gratifying. One simply needs to continue winning and amass all available honors. What could be difficult about that? However, if I were to pursue this path, the narrative would soon lose its vitality, or as the saying goes, if the rhythm is not maintained, it collapses. For a seasoned author with 37 million words behind me, providing readers with enjoyment is not challenging. The real difficulty lies in sustaining their interest and engagement with the book, continuously offering them points of gratification. My solution within this narrative has been to slow the pace slightly. I do not focus solely on the protagonist. Instead, I write a tapestry of characters, allowing readers to find spiritual anchors beyond the main character. This is why there is a 70,000-word segment dedicated to campus football and an additional 200,000 words set in the domestic realm. Thus, apart from Hulai, I have also created characters such as Zhang Qinghuan, Wang Guangwei, Chen Xingyi, Xia Lan, Li Ziqiang, Li Qingqing, and Shi Wuyin. After initially crafting them with what felt like mere filler, I anticipate that as the narrative progresses and they complete their respective arcs, readers will genuinely experience a sense of accomplishment akin to stars scattered across the sky, and will be uplifted by it. Grateful for everyone's support. I find that despite the seemingly cliched writing style, predictable plot, and conventional core of this story, it has achieved commendable success. I tread cautiously, acutely aware of the risk of faltering. Each chapter is meticulously crafted as I strive to maintain a unified tone throughout the work. Consequently, this book may well be the most laborious I have penned in many years. I have never been so eager to take a break and venture outside, to illustrate. I am a lifelong recluse who would prefer to stay indoors. Yet now, thoughts of outings frequently occupy my mind. Every day, not just occasionally, but daily, I find myself writing until around 2 in the morning, never managing to finish before midnight. At times, I have contemplated the notion of relaxing my standards and simply putting forth a more casual update. However, that notion eludes me. Even after completing a draft, I find myself pondering its inadequacy while engaging in mundane activities, compelling me to return to my computer and revise the document anew. Thus far, I believe this book has maintained a consistent style and quality. I shall persist in this endeavor, despite the arduous and at times painful process. For the satisfaction derived from the polished final product is immensely rewarding. Indeed, adhering to one's original intent and purpose becomes somewhat easier during periods of underachievement. When readership is sparse, persuading oneself to please one's own sensibilities rather than those of others feels justified. After all, one must find solace in at least one aspect. Much like indulging in a solitary video game, I have a fondness for such games, and even World of Warcraft has allowed me to relish solitary play. As my audience has grown and my subscription metrics improved, The challenge of remaining true to my original vision has intensified. When my desires as a writer conflict with reader expectations, hesitation inevitably arises. The fear of disappointing my audience looms large, as does the concern that my approach may alienate them. To offend readers would mean losing subscriptions and ultimately yielding poor results. When my metrics were lackluster, such outcomes seemed inconsequential. However, as they improve, anxiety about maintaining that success begins to take hold. While I yearn for success and strive for better results, I find myself gravitating toward this seemingly capricious path, as I mentioned in my preface. This book is, in essence, a reflection of a whimsical spirit. Having persevered through 3.5 million words, abandoning my original intentions at this juncture would evoke a sense of futility. Regardless of the eventual reception of this work, I am determined to see it through to completion, not merely to avoid an abrupt ending, but to thoroughly express my thoughts and ensure all necessary elements are articulated. As a cohesive piece, it should stand as a highly accomplished work rather than a haphazard compromise oscillating between self-expression and the pursuit of acclaim. I apologize if my handling of this book has caused any displeasure or disinterest among you. I respect your choices. Nevertheless, I shall continue along this path. For those seeking a more straightforward narrative, I may consider writing in a more unrestrained style in the future, but this particular book is what it is. Therefore, I ask for your understanding. In summary, the World Cup storyline unfolds as such. As I previously indicated in my update strategy, this narrative arc is crucial to the overall fabric of the book, serving as a pivotal bridge. The young individuals participating in this World Cup have garnered insights far beyond mere exposure and skill enhancement. Some of the influences are profound and will only manifest in time. Only by detailing this part can I ensure their future transformations are credible, akin to my initial commitment to writing about campus life. It is a matter of principle. A path can only be forged if there is a journey to embark upon. This is true not only for the protagonist, Hu Lai, but also for the other characters within this narrative. Rest assured, I shall not indulge in overly poetic musings. My emphasis on the World Cup storyline is due to its undeniable significance. However, this does not imply that I will consistently delve into failures with such detail in other contexts. At its core, The Fox in the Penalty Area remains a competent commercial work, aimed primarily at delivering enjoyment. I do not intend to confine my writing to just this World Cup. I have meticulously planned the subsequent developments. However, to avoid spoiling the plot, I shall refrain from elaborating further, trusting that you will have faith in my vision. I am a writer who boldly envisioned the Chinese team triumphing in the World Cup as early as 2006. Over the years, how many football narratives have depicted the Chinese team as champions? I cannot say, but We Are Champions is undoubtedly the first. At the time, I was quite audacious, despite others labeling my work as fantastical. Nevertheless, I have always aspired to balance bold imagination with careful assumptions, enriching my narrative with credible details to render the fantasy authentic. Even in the realm of imagination, one must engage earnestly, avoiding a lackadaisical approach. I believe the pinnacle of imagination lies in convincing the audience that the fantastical is indeed real, rather than appearing implausible at first glance. Even if one crafts a high imitation, it must be done with such finesse that it blurs the line between reality and illusion. And do you care about my football? I portrayed Kaká as a descendant of Chinese heritage born in Brazil, whose father brought him back to China to experience his cultural roots, leading to his encounter with Zhang Qinghuan and others. After establishing this character's familial and life background, some readers genuinely believe Kaká was Chinese, or at least possessed Chinese ancestry. Returning to the fourth volume, it actually consists of two primary storylines: Hu Lai's performance at the club and the World Cup narrative. Within this framework, there are numerous subplots, such as that of Luo Kai. I chose not to delve deeply into Luo Kai's circumstances at Veronica, opting instead to mention it only during his interactions with Hu Lai. This decision serves to maintain focus and pace while also considering that Luo Kai's storyline bears a resemblance to a tragic narrative, which, for commercial reasons, does not merit extensive elaboration. Thus, I remain acutely aware of what I should write and how to craft it to delight my readers. I am also quite receptive to feedback and adept at self-correction. For instance, the handling of Hu Lai's transfer at the conclusion of the third volume was reworked in response to reader input, leading to a complete overhaul of the subsequent plot. Yet, at times, I can be quite stubborn, as I understand what principles to uphold and which to let go. In terms of Luo Kai's storyline, This reflects my initial decision at the end of the third volume to remove Hu Lai's planned pathway to a prestigious club, where he would be underutilized and subsequently loaned out. Initially struggling to adapt and perform poorly, he would eventually find his rhythm, but only to return to the prestigious club and be loaned out again, at which point Leeds would seize the opportunity to secure Hu Lai's permanent transfer, leading to what you now witness in the fourth volume. Upon reflection, I believe that placing this narrative upon the protagonist would amount to sheer cruelty, which, while permissible, is ultimately unnecessary. After all, the essence of this book remains that of a gratifying tale. I consciously slow the narrative pace. Yet such a deceleration does little to aid character development and may inadvertently test the reader's patience. Why pursue this path? The reason I meticulously detail the World Cup storyline is due to its profound impact on the entire national team, serving as a foreshadowing of later events. Thus, I have discarded several tens of thousands of words of narrative, transforming it into the version you currently see. However, I do not wish for readers to perceive the experience of playing football abroad as a trivial endeavor. If it were so effortless, why has only Qin Lin managed to achieve it years ago? To emphasize the challenges of playing overseas, and since I cannot depict such difficulties through the protagonist, it naturally falls upon significant supporting characters to bear this burden. Consequently, a series of events unfolds concerning Luo Kai's journey abroad. Through multiple perspectives within the narrative, this theme is conveyed. One should not merely gaze upon Hu Lai's glory in Leeds and assume that playing overseas is a simple affair. One must also consider Luo Kai, the embodiment of the arduous path that ordinary Chinese prodigies would traverse, should such talents exist in Chinese football. This notion resonates with the lyrics from the closing song of the third volume. Every life is a journey. Dreams shimmer faintly ahead, beckoning. May you ultimately find them. Yet, the journey is fraught with sweltering heat and biting cold, stormy nights, and muddy paths. May you navigate it safely. May your wanderings bestow upon you ample wisdom and unwavering courage, without diminishing your dreams. Pursuing dreams overseas is not as exhilarating as one might fantasize. It often resembles Luo Kai's struggles in the mire, beset by challenges, and may culminate in unsatisfactory outcomes. It can be said that Hu Lai represents the collective fantasies of us all, a vessel for our hopeful aspirations, while Luo Kai embodies the harsh realities. Nonetheless, reality is not as cruel and cold as it appears. This is, after all, a fantasy narrative, a gratifying tale, and it must retain a semblance of warmth. Thus, the forthcoming accounts of other characters' experiences abroad will adhere to this principle, neither overly fantastical nor entirely realistic. I shall not hastily propel them into prestigious clubs or depict them achieving fame and success. Given the extensive timeline of this book, as long as they meet the expectations placed upon them and contribute meaningfully to Chinese football, their experiences abroad will be deemed successful. As I consider the narrative structure from the holistic perspective of the entire book rather than from the episodic standpoint, it is inevitable that readers following the serialization may occasionally find it unsatisfactory. Sacrifices must be made. A meticulous narrative cannot maintain a swift pace, and hastening the tempo would result in a hasty treatment that overlooks numerous details. However, I firmly believe this is a work worthy of your time, deserving of rereading once you have journeyed through its entirety. This is indeed a work that deserves to be etched in the annals of online literature. Recently, during a telephone interview conducted by the Central Committee of the Communist Youth League, I was asked to recommend a piece that resonates with contemporary societal reading and one of my favorite representative works. I did not suggest We Are Champions, nor did I propose Heart of the Champion, which has been included in the National Library's digital collection, or even The Godfather of Champions. Instead, I chose to recommend The Fox in the Forbidden Zone. I believe that this work aptly represents me and merits recommendation to the entire society. This is my ambition, my aspiration. In the fifth volume, Hu Lai embarks on his inaugural journey into European competitions, offering a perspective that will unfold the narrative of the European football realm within the pages. A multitude of new characters will emerge, intertwining their fates and rivalries with Hu Lai. Meanwhile, the evolution and maturation of the Chinese team continue unabated. In summary, this volume promises to be equally thrilling. The story stretches long, and time remains abundant. Allow me the grace to write at my own pace, and for you, dear readers, to savor it slowly. Perhaps, we may find ourselves intertwining the narrative with reality once again during the World Cup next year. After all, The temporal span within the book is extensive, truly extensive, far exceeding the speculations of some readers regarding a mere 4-year wait. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Let us journey together through the 5th volume. The chapter concludes here.